West Blue, the Kingdom of Pilta. This place has been chosen by the Celestial Dragons to host their triennial hunting game. Marines fill the streets, driving citizens from every region of the kingdom into one place. They are preparing to begin a slaughtering game to amuse the Celestial Dragons. At the entrance leading from the harbor town streets into the central square, people are being funneled inside. The Marines are calling names, concealing the truth to lull the citizens into lowering their guard, ordering them into the square to await the arrival of the demons. 15 years old, height 1.77 m, name Arthas, correct. A Marine in charge of gathering the citizens reads out the names recorded in the population register. The boy whose name was called has a straight, handsome nose, exquisite eyes, and elegant brows. A head of thick, jet-black hair veils his peerlessly beautiful face. Suddenly, he clutches his stomach and collapses to the ground, screaming in pain. He is a transmigrator killed in his previous life when he was struck by a truck while walking with his head lowered, absorbed in his phone. By accident, he transmigrated into the world of One Piece in the Sea Circle calendar year 1503, becoming an ordinary resident of the Pilta Kingdom in the West Blue. He had been a 22-year-old living independently before crossing over, yet even after transmigration, he remains utterly alone. In this world, he was abandoned by his parents as a child and reduced to an orphan. To survive, he relied on stealing, crawling through back alleys, and constant street brawls for scraps of food, tenaciously living on until the age of 15. In this world, the number of orphans left behind each day is beyond counting, and even as a transmigrator, he could not escape that fate. Later, he heard people say that his parents had died in an accident, yet he felt nothing at all. Now that he knows the Celestial Dragons are coming to this non-affiliated kingdom to hold their triennial hunting game, he immediately understands that this country is finished. Everyone is to become a plaything in the kill 4 points competition of the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, he must escape before being driven into the town square, otherwise with his current small fry strength, he will undoubtedly die. Hey, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something is off, a Marine immediately strides over to check on him. To survive, Arthas puts on an exaggerated performance in front of everyone. His eyes are bloodshot and bulging, his face contorted in agony, looking on the verge of death as he reaches out toward the approaching Marine. But the Marine simply kicks him with one swift blow, booting him out of the line and sending him skidding into a nearby alley off the main street. Damn it, looking that skinny and half-dead, how is he supposed to entertain the world nobles? The Marine who kicked Arthas curses in disgust. Next, these Marines are soldiers utterly loyal to the Celestial Dragons, existing solely to serve and please them. In the town alley, Arthas endures the pain and climbs to his feet, with a faint smile clutching his kicked stomach as he scoffs. Before I've even become a pirate and stirred up this world, who's going to die in a place like this? Then he reaches out and taps the air in front of him. A virtual screen resembling a smartphone slips out from the void and appears before his eyes. It is a phone manifested as a virtual projection. Taking advantage of the fact that the people in town are being herded together, he follows the navigation route displayed on it and locates a shop selling blades and weapons. He possesses no powerful innate talent or bloodline. His so-called cheat is not outrageously heaven-defying. It is simply this phone that just before he died from the truck impact had its browser contents wiped clean. The physical phone has become a virtual projection, and only he can hear its voice and see its images. Aside from accurately predicting changes in the weather, assisting him with automatic navigation while sailing, and recording his life and professional skills, it retains none of the original functions a phone once had. He can no longer browse or study on websites through it. What is certain is that however unimpressive it has seemed over the years, it is the cheap bound to him after transmigration. All these years he has never once gone out to sea, living entirely on land, and has not yet had any chance to use its automatic navigation function. Arthas names it Little AI. As long as he calls out once, it immediately responds within his mind. Throwing his body against the door of the weapons shop, he crashes it open, wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, bares his teeth in a grin, and strides inside. In any case, this kingdom is about to be annihilated by the Celestial Dragons. There is no reason to remain here. He must take to the sea. In the turbulent early days of this rapidly rising pirate era, one must at least have some weapon for self-defense before setting sail. He heads straight for the glass case holding the shop's treasured centerpiece. Kneeling, Arthas smashes the glass with his knee and takes out a tachi about 1.2 meters in length. For him, learning swordsmanship in this world is the correct path. Arthas has never considered eating a devil fruit and abandoning swimming, a crucial life-saving skill. Besides, as teacher Kai once said, it is hockey that allows one to stand at the summit of this world. Of course, there is also that peculiar fruit that lets its user lie on their back doing sit-ups to recover health. Little AI, how many grades of blades are there? The quality of blades is divided as follows. Swift blades, minor, good blades, great swift blades, supreme, great swift blades, as well as special grade cursed blades. 5 tiers in total. Each tier is further divided into 3 minor levels. The shop's treasured blade is a swift blade level 3. Even so, it counts as a rather formidable weapon among those circulating among ordinary folk on the seas. Earlier, when the celestial dragons descended upon the kingdom's harbor, Arthas personally witnessed how human lives vanished under their gunfire. Most likely by now, holding the shop's treasured weapon, he walks to a window from which he can see the royal highlands. His eyes, deep and resolute, fix on the royal castle rising at the center of the island. The nobles and king of this country have surely all been slaughtered by the celestial dragons. Those currently wielding power and gathering the populace for this slaughtering game must be acting without rightful authority. He had originally considered joining the Marines, sneaking through each day as if he were just clocking in and out of a job. But after seeing the Marines carve a path of blood for the celestial dragons by slaughtering civilians, he feels only contempt. He abandons the idea of joining the Marines altogether. Looting 7,000 berry from the weapons shop's counter, Arthas then heads to a nearby clothing store and takes 2 sets of clothing without paying. One is a set of floral shirt and shorts, the other a cotton outfit for warmth. Without them, he would be unable to survive in extreme climates. Fortunately, I adapt well to my environment, otherwise I would have died in this world long ago. Changing into the shirt and shorts, he returns to the dark alley off the main street, leaning against the wall as he plans how to leave this country. At present, the national coastline is completely sealed off by government and marine warships. The docks and harbor have also been taken over and tightly guarded by elite Marines. With his current physical condition, though stronger than ordinary people in the world of One Piece, if he acts rashly, he will certainly be riddled with bullets. The celestial dragon's ability to seal off an island is truly flawless. How am I supposed to escape this kingdom? In the square not far from town, the hunting game has already begun. Countless screams are rising to delight the many celestial dragons. Just as Arthas is thinking carefully, a Marine on patrol in the town staggers by with a rifle slung over his back and a wine flask at his lips, drunk out of his mind. Kill him, steal his uniform, and escape in disguise. After a few seconds of thought, Arthas immediately rejects the plan. The Marine stands a little over 2 meters tall, and the uniform would not fit his frame. Still, with his current abilities, one more firearm would greatly increase his chances of survival. Damn it, why was I assigned to patrol duty? The dead drunk soldier complains as cheers from the square reach his ears. He fails to notice the broken doors of the weapons and clothing shops that Arthas destroyed. So I'll just go take a piss in the alley. The soldier sighs and heads straight for the alley where Arthas is hiding. Hearing this, Arthas's lips curl upward. Concealed against the alley wall, he draws his blade. At the same time, his heart begins to pound violently. In this instant, Arthas's entire body tightens, sweat unconsciously dripping from his forehead. As someone from the modern world, he had only ever watched fights and killings from the sidelines and felt little about them. Now that he is about to act with his own hands, Arthas's nerves are stretched to the breaking point. He has never killed anyone. Arthas holds his breath, both hands clenching the hilt in a death grip. His gaze follows the gleam along the blade to the corner of the alley wall where the tip is aimed. He gathers all his focused strength and speed into the tip of the sword, preparing to end it with a single thrust through the man's neck. In a world like this, if one refuses to kill, surviving is harder than ascending to the heavens. The drunk soldier's figure appears. As he reaches for the zipper at the front of his trousers, intending to pull out his manhood to urinate, his glazed eyes suddenly snap wide open. He sees Arthas lunging forward with both hands on the sword, driving it fiercely straight ahead. Ugh! The soldier's body jerks, a strangled sound escaping his throat. At once, Arthas clamps a hand over his mouth and drags him with all his strength from the mouth of the alley into its depths. Shoo! Shoo! Feeling dizzy is normal, don't make a sound. Arthas whispers softly into his ear while straining to drag the man's body, weighing well over 300 gene deeper into the alley. It is hard to imagine that such a small body can exert so much strength. Even so, dragging the Marine is an exhausting effort. Blood sprays from the soldier's neck, splattering Arthas's face with red. Only when all resistance drains from the man's body does Arthas collapse to the ground, trembling as he pulls the blade out from his neck. If I don't kill you, I'll be the one who dies. Hauling himself up from the alley floor, Arthas could not stop his entire body from trembling. For the first time, he was seeing blood at such close range pouring from a human neck and spreading across the filthy ground. Glancing toward the street outside, Arthas hurriedly dragged some discarded cardboard from the alley and used it to cover the corpse. Only then did he crouch down to rummage through the dead Marine's belongings. He found only a transponder snail and the firearm on the man's body, a standard issue signal receiving snail used by the Marines. Arthas slung the gun across his back when suddenly a small trembling voice sounded behind him. What are you doing? Someone at his back. Arthas jolted and spun around, seeing a child far shorter and younger than himself. The child's clothes were plain and ragged, their gender hard to tell at a glance. Clutching a dagger, the child stared at Arthas with a face full of terror and disbelief. He had witnessed Arthas slaughter the soldier from beginning to end. "Hey kid, do you think your knife is bigger than mine?" Arthas casually raised his own blade, a sword nearly 1.2 meters long, and held it in front of himself. The sight scared the child so badly that their legs gave out. The weapon slipped from their hand as they collapsed to the ground trembling. "You killed the Marine." Arthas, utterly unconcerned, picked up his luggage and walked past the child. He casually stooped to pick up the child's dagger. "I had no choice," he said. After all, the man had suddenly come over to relieve himself. Testing the blade, he found it very sharp, capable of piercing a throat with ease. He slid the dagger down along his leg to tuck it away. "What are those screams from the plaza?" The child called after him, watching Arthas's departing back. "A game where civilians are forced to slaughter slaves and each other." "What did you say?" "Then my parents might." The child scrambled to their feet, trying to follow in Arthas's footsteps. Sensing this, Arthas suddenly spun around, pointing his blade at the child. "They're dead. All of them will die. And you? Stop following me, brat, or I'll kill you too. You could take me with you, yet you abandoned me." His own life was hanging by a thread, dragging a child along would be no different from courting death. After all, for this so-called game, the celestial dragons had practically mobilized their entire might. Even the God's Knight regiment that guarded them was taking part. Terrified, the child finally stopped following. Moving along the narrow alley, Arthas slipped through the back door of a food shop and helped himself to some basic supplies without paying. He stuffed everything into a large chest bag strapped across his chest. At last, he lay down on a soft chair behind the counter of a general store, taking a deep breath as he listened to the screams outside. He had never expected that the celestial dragon's hunting game, slaughtering an entire kingdom for amusement, something he had only seen in manga, would be something he would personally encounter after crossing into this world. It was a tragedy beyond words. Innocent people were treated as nothing more than toys to entertain the celestial dragons. No wonder everyone in this world yearned to become a pirate. Without an overwhelming cheat and true strength, how am I supposed to escape? Arthas understood that perhaps he would never be able to flee. He searched the room and discovered a concealed basement that could serve as a refuge. Time trickled by. Suddenly, a colossal blade of light ripped through the building he was in, slicing the house cleanly in half and sending it crashing down. That was a flying slash. As the house collapsed, Arthas tumbled and crawled his way into the basement. He did not need to guess to know it had to be powerful celestial dragons exchanging blows for sport. After all, those who had come to this island included the God's Knight regiment and even the 5 elders. Hiding in the basement, Arthas witnessed this kind of annihilating force for the first time, and the shock surging in his heart was impossible to suppress. Curled up with his arms wrapped around his head, he stayed hidden in the basement for an unknown length of time. Even after the explosions and tremors on the surface faded, he did not dare to go up and investigate. Only on the morning of the 3rd day did he finally force himself to climb out of the basement, where a pungent stench assaulted his nose. Turning slowly in place, he saw carionating crows everywhere amid the surrounding ruins. A kingdom that had once functioned normally had in the celestial dragon's hunting game been reduced to a flat expanse of shattered ruins. The remains of countless buildings were piled high like mountains. Clambering out from a heap of rubble, Arthas made his way to the coast. There on the beach, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. So this is what the pirate world truly looks like. Mountains of corpses had been stacked in long rows across the sand, as if someone had deliberately arranged them for comparison. Innumerable crows feasted on rotting flesh, a swarm of black wings reveling in a gruesome banquet. In that moment, even as a transmigrator, he felt there was no trace of humanity left here. Were the lives beneath the red line nothing more than livestock in the eyes of the celestial dragons? His thoughts churned as nausea rolled through his stomach. Ugh! Dry, heaving, trembling, he still forced himself to search the ruins for any kind of vessel that could sail. Following the coastline, he reached the ruins of the former shipyard of the non-affiliated Pilta Kingdom and discovered several intact ship bows jutting from the debris. He decided to dig them out and see if any seaworthy vessel remained. "I have to leave this place. Ugh, that celestial dragon race truly deserves to die." As he shifted the wreckage with his hands, cursing the celestial dragons under his breath, Arthas could think only of becoming stronger. Otherwise, he did not even have the qualification to survive in this world. His steady temperament kept him from screaming even in this hellish landscape. Before long, Arthas dug out a small boat that was entirely intact. It was not large, but it still had a sound cabin and mast enough to shield him from storms at sea. Relying on his current strength, he pushed the boat toward a stretch of beach where no corpses lay. Though he had trembled at the sheer number of skeletons, he had seen his formidable adaptability gradually numbed Arthas to the sight. These marines who serve the celestial dragons so completely are no good either. After pushing the boat to the water's edge, Arthas clenched his teeth and drove his fist into the sand. "Even in a world this dark, I will live out my own light." Carrying the tools he had taken for free from the general store earlier along with the food that would last him about 2 more days and 2 barrels of fresh water from the basement, he boarded the small boat. Among the tools were a lighter and a fishing rod, so Arthas was not too worried about starving at sea, though his fishing skills were atrocious. The boat left the beach and headed out toward the open ocean. Gripping the mast, Arthas looked back at the Pilta Kingdom, its beach still covered in corpses. I might miss it a little one day, but my road is only just beginning. Once I gain power, I will topple the world government. There were still 17 years before the official beginning of the Pirate King era, and in that time Arthas swore he would become stronger. Come on, Arthas said, summoning his golden sheet and placing it upon the helm. It's time you showed me what you can do. Navigation activated. An automatic route has been confirmed. The island closest to the host's current sea area is called Iberu. Their firearms are rampant and gangs run wild. Estimated time of arrival 4 days, the device announced. Intelligent navigation. He was taken aback by the electronic voice from the phone. Before Arthas could even react, the small boat began to turn its helm and sail on its own. Joy surged within him. The power granted by the phone could ease Arthas's burden of navigating the pirate world. He would no longer need to deliberately search for a navigator or study navigation himself. Now he had only one concern: his daily training regimen and food supply. He had to survive these next 4 days. He might well be the sole survivor of the non-affiliated Pilta Kingdom. The main task of overthrowing the world government has been triggered, rewarding a growth talent and skills, which will soon be provided to the host. Please prepare for reception. It may be a bit painful. A growth talent. 3, 2, 1. A reward distribution. A wave of pain that transcends biological limits instantly made him grit his teeth and clench his fists, his body trembling as he endured for several seconds. He collapsed on the deck like a pile of mud, losing consciousness. The genetic changes in his body caused him to lie on the deck and sleep until noon. The thick fog over the sea gradually dispersed, and the warm sunlight shining on his still trembling body woke him up. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, which filtered through his fingers and illuminated his face. He slowly sat up from the deck and examined his body. This feels really good. My muscles and mental state are incredibly saturated. Looking towards the endless horizon of the sea and the azure sky, he remarked, "It seems I have already distanced myself from the rotting and stinking pile of corpses." Taking a breath of fresh air to catch his breath, he took out some sea beast jerky from his backpack to eat. The reward has been fully distributed. The growth talent allows the host to absorb half of the training results in advance, while the skills can instantly enhance the host's overall physical capabilities from 0 to 1 times depending on the host's strength. You finally played a role after all these years. Arthas praised his golden finger, then subconsciously activated a skill. His physical strength exploded, rapidly increasing in intensity, leaving Arthas in disbelief. So the golden finger granted him a powerful training talent and an instant burst skill. The hunting function has been triggered. Killing, assassinating, or slaying historical figures from the Pirate King world will randomly yield rewards. Please proceed according to your preferences and capabilities. You've finally erupted, Tusiai. You've been quiet for so many years, and now you finally burst forth. The golden finger began to exert its power, making him very happy. He was no longer just a navigation tool. Killing historical figures. That undoubtedly meant disrupting the plotline of the Pirate King world. This indeed requires careful consideration, otherwise he would miss out on the thrill of showing off in grand scenes in the future. However, he didn't care about changing anything as long as it didn't affect his interests or freedom. The small boat's course was entirely controlled by the golden finger, and the automation made him feel stable without worrying about sailing issues. He walked to the helm to check. The time to reach the island was still 90 hours. After finishing his food, he entered the only cabin of the small boat. It only had a wooden bed affixed to the wall and a stove with a glass window beside the bed to gaze at the sea. The space was small, but it was enough. After filling his stomach and organizing his essential supplies, he stretched his limbs inside the cabin and returned to the deck. Let me see what this so-called growth talent is useful for. He shouted towards the vast sea and immediately lay down on the upper deck to begin doing push-ups. He didn't want to eat the devil fruit. Giving up swimming skills in such an endless sea world was tantamount to suicide for him. The only path suitable for his height and weight was to become a swordsman. He continuously trained to strengthen his physical capabilities and sharpen his sword skills, gradually becoming stronger. The path of a swordsman in the world of the Pirate King was undoubtedly the most challenging. With the talent rewards from the golden finger, he could accelerate on this path. AI, can you tell me the ranks of swordsmen in this world? Ordinary swordsman, third-rate swordsman, second-rate swordsman, the level when Zoro set sail, first-rate swordsman, steel cutter, swordsman armament, hockey swordsman, sword master, great sword master. Each large rank has 3 small ranks. Good. Then I will definitely become the top great sword master in the world in the future. With a goal to pursue, Arthas began to train crazily. Half an hour later, the sea breeze was blowing. On the deck, Arthas was doing push-ups. His arm muscles were strained, and his veins looked like they were about to burst from exhaustion, reaching the limits of his body. 30:19. As his arms pressed down, it felt as if there was a weight of 10,000 pounds on him. Yet he still managed to push himself up. One more. Another one. To make it an even number. 30:20. Ugh. With a loud shout, Arthas trembled all over and used sheer willpower to complete the last one. Tinnitus filled his entire brain, and sweat had already soaked the deck beneath him. Instantly drained, he lay on the deck grinning. I broke through by 2,000 more than last time. Ha ha ha, it's truly the growth talent. Years of training allowed him to go from doing 1,000 at once to breaking through to 3,000. This significant breakthrough was partly due to his exposure to the harsh reality of this world. Both mind and body had suffered intense stimulation, fueling his determination to grow stronger. After a brief 10-minute rest, Arthas took a sip of water from a wooden barrel and stood up. Real battles will probably be much harder than push-ups, right? He then took out his katana, drew it from its sheath, raised it above his head, and faced the blazing sun. Arthas, you must become stronger and live freely in this world that you love. Now he just needed to focus solely on training. He immediately assumed a sword-swinging posture, swinging his arms that were already near bursting with blood. Becoming stronger couldn't wait. In the West Sea, where gangs ran rampant, he didn't know what tomorrow would bring. With every swing of the sword, the sweat dripped from his hair onto the deck. He recalled 3 days ago seeing the massive slash that broke through the air's ripples in the grocery store. How much power would it take to unleash such earth-splitting flying slashes? If the pain in his body could lead to that kind of slash in the future, then everything would be worth it. 2 hours later, the time was already afternoon, and the azure sky was gradually becoming overcast. After swinging his sword 10,000 times, he could no longer feel his arms. He lay like a dead dog with his chin resting on the ship's railing, chewing on a piece of sea beast meat while gazing at the sea. Could that kind of slash split the sea? It sliced through in an instant. How much physical training would it take to achieve that? After resting for a while, he began doing squats again. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, May 5th was the day Luffy was born. And now it was June 13th, more than a month since his birth. Arthas could see the time and date of the Pirate King through his phone. Based on his understanding of the Pirate King's timeline, he analyzed the encounters and experiences of historical figures that year. The training he was doing was nothing extraordinary in the world of the Pirate King. From his experiences in the Piltover Kingdom over the years, he realized that his extreme efforts in training only made his body stronger. With the growth talent, he wouldn't suffer issues like muscle atrophy. 2 hours later, the sky began to gather dark clouds, and after doing 2,000 more squats, he was exhausted to the point of losing consciousness. He lay motionless on the deck snoring. 3,000 push-ups, 10,000 sword swings, and 2,000 squats had become Arthas' daily training standards. In his previous world, anyone who dared to do this would end up in the hospital for months the next day. Yet he persevered because the mountain of corpses he witnessed that day stimulated his mind. His perspective on the pirate world had changed dramatically. He once thought the celestial dragons were merely petty tyrants who forcibly snatched wives. But now it seemed that their games had led to the slaughter of countries with tens or even hundreds of thousands of civilians. The news was also suppressed, and the Navy silently supported such matters. A storm is about to come. Please prepare the host for precautions. Minutes later, light rain began to fall from the sky, waking the sleeping Arthas on the deck. Rain. Already soaked by the rain, he quickly got up and went to the helm. Watching the helm controlled automatically by the golden finger dealing with the storm, he felt reassured once more. It seems there's no need to worry about the storm. Dragging his sore body back into the cabin, Arthas lit the stove with a lighter and prepared a hearty dinner to reward himself. He had hoped to enjoy the beautiful scenery at sunset. Now it seemed he could only listen to the howling of the torrential rain. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed in the cabin, Arthas carefully examined the katana. It seems the quality of the blade is quite sturdy, as expected of the store's treasure. It hasn't broken even after being swung 10,000 times. In the future, I need to find a more powerful weapon or continuously upgrade this one through forging. Let's give it a try. The results of my training. He suddenly held his breath, gripped the hilt tightly, and stared at the flames before him, activating his growth talent. His concentration and focus surged instantly, causing a subtle change in Arthas' aura. His long hair floated without wind, and his shirt billowed as if caught in a breeze. The firelight in the stove gradually condensed into a small fireball as his aura changed. All the tired muscles in Arthas' body absorbed and grew frantically, drawing in the results of a day's training beneath his skin until he released his breath, and his aura slowly diminished. The fireball burst forth, illuminating the cabin once more. Incredibly miraculous. After absorbing it, he began to check the changes in his body. With this, absorbing half after each training session and resting for the other half is almost sufficient. You've truly helped me immensely, Xiao. With this, Arthas gained a life-saving skill and an extraordinary talent. However, looking at the golden fingers display of his professional level as third-rate swordsman first stage, he understood that his journey was still long. On the night after 4 days of sailing at sea, Arthas, who had run out of food, sat on the wooden bed in the cabin staring at the fierce storm outside. Suddenly, the mast on the deck snapped, and the sails flew into the pitch-black sky. The broken mast crashed into the cabin where Arthas was creating a large hole. Reacting quickly, he grabbed his chest bag containing 700 berries from the bed and stuffed it into his pants to prevent it from being lost. Running out of the cabin, he found the ship swaying violently amidst the raging waves as if it could be swallowed at any moment. I'm really fed up with you, Xiao. You didn't even tell me the mast would break or that the ship would be damaged. Please note the quality of the ship. Xiao cannot reinforce it for you. There was about half an hour left until they reached the island, and just at this moment trouble arose. It was all due to Arthas' complete trust in Xiao neglecting the quality of this ship. In the fierce storm, the small boat was capsized by the surging waves. The giant waves swallowed Arthas, plunging him into the sea. Damn it! Xiao. Gurgle. In the water, Arthas held tightly onto his knife and the bag in his pants, fearing that the contents would be washed away by the seawater. He couldn't afford to wash up ashore destitute. Damn, the ship was sinking into the deep sea. In the dark depths, Arthas watched helplessly as his small boat disappeared into the abyss, only able to float up to the surface. Before long, he surfaced and quickly took a deep breath before diving back into the water, summoning his phone to follow the navigation icon and swim forward. The waves were too high, preventing him from making progress. Swim, until Arthas was exhausted and lost consciousness. 2 hours later, at 3 a.m., in the southern town of the Iberu Kingdom, salty seawater splashed against Arthas' cheek as a foraging crab crawled up his thigh through his shorts. With a sharp pinch crack, Arthas instantly woke from his stupor, yanked down his shorts, and grabbed the crab in his hand. Cough, cough. Looking at the crab that had pinched his significantly smaller chest bag, Arthas mocked it. Get lost. He flung it away into the seawater. Staggering to his feet, he looked at the town before him, relieved to smile that he hadn't been taken away by the sea. He realized how important swimming was in this world. Determined, he vowed never to eat any devil fruit in the future. Checking the things on him, he found that the phone, bug, and guns pilfered by the Navy had been lost in the sea. He only had a knife, his bag containing 700 berries, and some tools. Walking along the dark, rain-soaked streets of the seaside town, only one tavern was still lit. Arthas carried his bag and weapon inside. As soon as he entered the tavern, Arthas keenly noticed the bullet holes on the walls and tables. It seemed there had been some trouble before. The tavern staff and owner were cleaning up. Upon seeing Arthas enter suddenly, they immediately called out, "Sorry, customer, we are already closed." "Is there a place to stay?" Arthas asked. "I have nowhere to go tonight, and I have money." "Is he a boy?" He seemed to be down on his luck. The tavern owner scrutinized him. Since he had money, they would naturally want to do business. 100 berries for 1 night's stay, the owner quoted. "That's too expensive. Can you lower the price?" Arthas attempted to bargain. 1,000 berries. This was 1503 in the Sea Circle calendar, and inflation was not as severe as it would be 17 years later. "You are the one in need of my services, boy. We were about to close." The owner was resolute in trying to take advantage of Arthas. Arthas immediately explained, "Generally, a tavern room only costs 300 to 500 berries. You really know how to do business, boss. If you don't want to stay, you can go elsewhere." This tavern owner was a small-time boss in the underworld, suffering losses during the day due to trouble caused by a short guy with no compensation. Seeking shelter, Arthas had no choice but to open his bag and show his financial ability. He placed a few berry coins on the table and said, "All right, what's the room number?" "Is meals included?" "Room 1 on the 2nd floor. You can let yourself in as the door is unlocked. Breakfast is included tomorrow morning." Without saying another word, Arthas, exhausted, took his knife and went upstairs. Hungry and tired, he did not want to cause trouble in this state. Seeing Arthas leave quietly, the bartender approached the owner. "Boss, that kid is carrying a knife." "A knife? In this Iberu Kingdom, only guns are the way to go. A knife doesn't count for anything." "All right, I'll go close the door." Look at him, drenched and downcast. Does he even know how to use a knife? The Iberu Kingdom had 4 towns ruled by gangs located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Every day, wars broke out between the gangs. The town where Arthas was located was the southern town. The next morning, the sun slowly rose over the horizon, illuminating the entire island. A rooster's crow woke Arthas from his slumber. He instinctively clutched the wrinkled blanket. "I don't want to wake up." Only then did he realize he was holding a blanket. Otherwise, he might have pinched someone. In room 21 of the tavern, the dream shattered and Arthas clung to his pillow, not wanting to get up at all. With an empty stomach for 2 days, he had to give up on staying in bed. Squinting, he stared at the ceiling. Shao AI, what time is it? 1038 in the morning. The electronic voice in his mind responded, the golden finger's voice directly manifesting in his mind, inaudible to anyone else. It was already this early. After a quick wash, Arthas was attracted by the noise coming from downstairs. He hadn't heard such sounds in a week. Eager to eat, while watching the hustle and bustle in the tavern, he found his body too weak from lack of food. He tucked his knife into his left waist, slung his bag over his shoulder, and squinted as he went downstairs to the bar. Breakfast. Old man. Bang. Suddenly a gunshot shattered the lively atmosphere of the tavern. A short man in a red suit vest with a scruffy face and a top hat walked in holding 2 guns. Damn it, that guy Capone Beiki is causing trouble here again. The other patrons in the tavern hurried to hide, while some gang members. Capone Beiki, one of the future superstars. The moment Arthas heard the gunshot, he had already flipped over to hide behind the bar. Goodness, there was ready food in the cabinet behind the bar. Let me start ruling you underground factions from here. So arrogant, Beiki, you're going to die here today. Gang members in the tavern drew their guns ready to resist Capone Beiki's solo assault. The conflict was about to erupt. Hey brat, don't steal food. The owner also crouched down to avoid bullets, still searching for something on the counter, but found nothing. Ignoring the owner's warning, Arthas directly grabbed the food and began eating. You promised me breakfast for 1-0 berries at dawn. Indeed, this was a town ruled by gangs. It was surprising that someone was fighting so early in the morning. Seeing Arthas calmly eating amidst the gunfire, the tavern owner began to doubt Arthas' capabilities. Outside the tavern, the young Beiki shouted, instead of following this little boss hiding behind the bar, why not pledge allegiance to me immediately? You might save your life. Relying on his superb marksmanship, Beiki began to win over people's hearts by shooting down other patrons in the tavern. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and those gang members, fearing being killed by this madman Beiki, began to turn their heads. Beiki, don't shoot. I'm joining you. So quick to change your tune, looks like you're a group of sensible guys. Soon the gunfire in the tavern ceased, as people began to side with Beiki. Behind the bar, Arthas saw the terrified owner smile and say, so you were the boss all along. How could someone so cowardly be the boss? In this world, how can one shrink back like this? Come out, Ophi, I want to sever your head to establish my authority. Beiki's voice drew closer. By the time he appeared next to Arthas' ear, he was being pressed against the head by the gun standing up with the tavern owner behind the bar. The owner raised his hands and instantly surrendered, saying, don't shoot, Beiki, just tell me your conditions. The owner, under gunpoint, attempted to negotiate. When a gun is aimed at your forehead, you no longer have any bargaining chips, Ophi. Beiki wore a wildly confident smile, suddenly noticing Arthas, who had a pizza in his mouth. Is this guy your son? Ophi. This made Arthas frown. How did he become his son? With such an ancient appearance and long hair, could he possibly be the son of a middle-aged Western man? I don't have a son. The tavern owner responded to Beiki. This guy is so calm in such a situation. No matter how handsome he is, he doesn't look like Ophi's son, does he? And he even carries a knife. Beiki began to size up Arthas, keeping the gun firmly aimed at the owner's chin, and deliberately said, how will you prove it? I think killing both you and your son like this would easily establish authority in this town. Arthas never expected to encounter the future superstar known as the Godfather here. He seized the opportunity to speak. I can help you sever his head, Beiki, to prove him just a guest. What did you say, kid? I took you in during the storm last night. Took me in? 1,000 belly for 1 night, what a generous offer. The tavern owner. Remembering how he treated Arthas last night, he was left speechless. Hearing Arthas' shocking words, Beiki suddenly became interested in him. Oh, are you really willing to take action? Beiki, feeling intrigued, waved his hand to his newly recruited subordinates, signaling them to lower their guns from Arthas' forehead. In an instant, Arthas swiftly drew his knife, and the atmosphere shifted as he struck down at the tavern owner's neck. The whole process took about a second, clean and decisive. With a thud, the head fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone, including Beiki. If Arthas had intended to kill him just now, it might have been impossible for him to react. He smirked, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he picked up the tavern owner's head from the ground and placed it on the bar. Meeting such talent at the start of his journey, how could he let it go? He had to make use of him. Putting the knife back in its sheath, Arthas still felt a lingering fear from the act of killing. This was the second person he had killed since arriving in the pirate world. If he hadn't killed, he would have been shot in the head, leaving him no choice. How old are you? What's your name, kid? Beiki asked in shock afterward. 15 years old, my name is Arthas. What a nice guy. Beiki felt as though he could see through Arthas' unfathomable eyes. He then asked, I'm also just starting out, how about you follow me to do something big, Arthas? Arthas was quite surprised by Beiki's invitation. Thinking that he had nowhere else to go, staying by his side to grow slowly didn't seem bad. I'm a solitary person, Beiki, but since it's your invitation, I accept it. That's great, boss Beiki. That guy was really fast with the knife just now. Then let's take this town first, and then conquer other towns. So, who will be the boss? I feel like Arthas is very strong. Isn't that obvious? Of course, boss Beiki will be the boss. Some of the newly recruited gang members were quite happy. Having a fast and ruthless young man join them would be a great help. Seeing the younger brothers starting to stir, Beiki clearly knew they hadn't completely submitted to him. He was very aware of the rules. How could a gang organization have two bosses? Seeing the gang members starting to discuss who should be the boss, Arthas couldn't sit still any longer and immediately spoke up. Hey, don't cause a ruckus. I'm just a passerby who's been taken in by you guys. How could I dare to be the boss? He climbed out from behind the bar holding food in his mouth and stood in the center of the crowd, humbly raising his hands. The boss should naturally be you, Beiki. I just want to befriend you. Not wanting to genuinely join Beiki's newly formed force, Arthas simply wanted to use him to grow. Besides, they had threatened him with guns before. How could he suddenly become the boss? For the first time, Arthas felt the respect that came with power. Such humility made Beiki smile in appreciation, mistakenly thinking it was due to his age that he didn't understand what a higher-up could do. Hearing Arthas voluntarily give up the struggle for power, the 23-year-old Beiki proposed a rule. Wait a moment, kid. If we are to work together, we can't be dissatisfied with each other. I propose a unknown duel. Whoever wins will be the boss. What do you think? Naturally, Arthas understood the rules of the road. Refusing would seem like an insult to Beiki. He also wanted to see how strong the newly emerged Beiki was, and readily agreed. Since you insist, let's have a friendly sparring session. Beiki broke into a cold sweat, feeling somewhat guilty. No weapons allowed. We will rely on physical abilities to win. With the rules set, the two confronted each other on the street outside the tavern. Arthas took off his shirt, revealing the lean muscle he had developed over the years of training. At 177 centimeters tall, he weighed only 130 gene. Beiki stood about a meter away from Arthas, clenching his fists into a combat stance. You're too thin, Arthas, but you look quite solid. Let's make it quick, Beiki. It seemed he hadn't eaten the solid fruit yet. With a confident smile, Arthas took the initiative to attack, stepping forward rapidly. In an instant, he was in front of Beiki, swinging a right fist towards his left cheek. Such a rapid attack caught Beiki off guard, and his body quickly leaned back to dodge Arthas' punch. He felt the atmosphere around Arthas rapidly change as a left punch came at him unexpectedly. What was this guy's deal? How could he suddenly enhance his speed and strength? Beiki was alarmed. Arthas' fist struck heavily against Beiki's chin, making his head spin and his body slightly lift off the ground. In the next second, Beiki fell to the ground in shock. Get up, Beiki. Arthas reached out a hand to him on the ground, continuing to explain his identity. I'm just a wandering vagrant with no home. The position of a gang leader still needs to be filled by you. I'll just stay by your side temporarily as a lackey. After crossing over, Arthas had often participated in street fights, defeating Beiki now was not a challenge for him. Moreover, Beiki was not adept at close combat, but rather at gunfights. One hit. Knocked down, that was fast. Indeed, my fighting ability is quite weak, haha. Beiki held Arthas' hand and laughed heartily. He was captivated by Arthas' vision and demeanor, seeing him as someone who could help him quickly dominate this island, thus gaining a super lackey. Lifting Beiki up, Arthas called out to the others, "Aren't you all going to shout, Boss Beiki?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Boss Beiki, we are willing to follow you to dominate the mafia." The surrounding residents were terrified, all cowering inside their homes, afraid to make a sound. Then Arthas gazed out at the countless mountains in the distance. There were other forces in other parts of the island. He could utilize Beiki for a long time until he set out to sea as a pirate, and they parted ways. Perhaps. After regaining his former vitality, Arthas moved his limbs, feeling an inexplicable joy from the growth brought on by 3 days of training during the 4-day voyage. Today will not end here. I have greater ambitions, said Beiki, placing a hand on Arthas' shoulder. There are many factions on this island, and the Ophi we just dealt with was merely a minor leader. Arthas picked up the shirt on the ground, analyzing Becky's intentions based on what he knew about her. He understood clearly what she wanted to do. This guy had a twisted sense of pleasure in witnessing a leader of an organization being killed, leading to internal strife over status. Today we have another target to take down, 2 of the 3 biggest gang leaders in this town. Beiki gazed intently into Arthas' eyes, lighting a cigar and smirking. And your swordsmanship seems quite impressive. How about you assassinate Vabel for me? Having just met her, Arthas smiled broadly. I have a plan, Beiki, that can incite their gangs to clash, and you can reap the benefits. Beiki was intrigued and eager to see Arthas' capabilities. Oh, tell me more. She hung the severed head of the tavern owner Ophi at the entrance to intimidate others, beginning discussions with Arthas. Assassinating ordinary people was easy for Arthas, who was adept at stealth, especially given his recently improved strength. It was a realm he excelled in. He had witnessed gang clashes before, mostly fueled by vendettas and emotional disputes. From Beiki, he learned that 3 major leaders ruled this town: Vabel, Coney, and Villy. The plan was simple: to frame and incriminate others. The day passed quickly. Beiki had her subordinates dispose of the bodies in the tavern and encouraged them to drink heartily. He remained quite sober. Late at night, Beiki smiled as she bid farewell to Arthas at the tavern door. "Be careful, I don't want to lose a promising acquaintance so soon." Arthas walked toward the street, waving goodbye to Beiki over his shoulder. "Once this is over, consider it my foundation for future dealings. I aim to gain absolute freedom within your organization." "No problem, Arthas. They'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow morning." After planning, Arthas set off to assassinate Vabel. He would incite the 2 major gangs to clash in the morning, allowing Beiki to take over their territory. In just one day, Arthas was astonished at how quickly things were progressing. Wandering alone in the dark, he soon arrived at the night market district of the southern town. Despite the lack of a storm, the night market was still bustling, and he blended into the crowd, leisurely exploring. Noticing many gang members enjoying themselves at the night market, he soon found himself before a large estate entrance in the east. Outside, 2 guards in suits stood watch, and the estate was shrouded in darkness. "Sleeping so early, are we?" According to Becky's intel, this estate housed one of the 3 major leaders, Vabel, whom Arthas aimed to assassinate. The goal was to frame Coney, one of the gang leaders, causing internal conflicts that would lead to mutual slaughter. "I never thought I'd be assassinating someone in my life," Arthas muttered to himself before securing his chest pack and setting off. "Have you heard? That guy Ophi was killed by a newcomer who took over his tavern. He was a ruthless one, even severing the head of his victim." As Arthas traversed the darkness, he overheard 2 guards talking and easily scaled the fence to enter the estate courtyard. Once inside the courtyard, Arthas noticed an open window on the 3rd floor and climbed up barehanded. Peering through the curtain, he discovered it was a bathroom. "Damn, Vabel, why are you coming back to me when you have so many women outside?" A woman's voice. Arthas moved to the bathroom door and drew his dagger. "Darling, you trust the rumors from the others in town too much. I truly only love you. Don't touch me, you scumbag Vabel. I need to take a cold shower to calm down." As the argument drew closer, a tall woman entered the bathroom after abruptly opening the door, slamming it shut behind her. "To hell with you, Vabel. Behind my back you seek other women while claiming to love me." Arthas remained motionless in the shadows, even managing a chuckle. It seemed that no matter the world, emotional disputes could arise for anyone. The angry woman removed her top, her flawless body coming into Arthas's view. The woman settled into the bathtub, filling it with water while lighting a cigarette. "My." The moment her mind cleared, she looked up, startled to see Arthas behind the door. With a wide grin, Arthas swiftly approached her and covered her mouth. "Vabel. How did you get so close so quickly? What kind of person is this?" The woman was struck with shock. The dagger's tip pierced her throat, causing blood to flow into the fish tank, rendering her motionless. Even her breathing slowed as she raised her hands. The cigarette she had just lit fell into the fish tank. Shoo. If you make a sound, it'll pierce your throat immediately and let you die in this bathtub." Arthas leaned close to her ear, softly warning her. This was the first time he had engaged so closely with a meticulous woman. Seeing the woman's anxious expression stabilize, Arthas gradually loosened his grip on her mouth. Who are you?" The woman appeared pale, her eyes wide open. She was utterly terrified. "I am Coney's subordinate, specifically here to assassinate Vabel," Arthas explained to her. This was also part of the plan. "Why would Coney target Vabel? Isn't there a peace treaty?" The woman continued to inquire, fully aware of her precarious situation and too frightened to raise her voice. The speed at which Arthas had moved astonished her. She understood this man could easily eliminate her in an instant. "Get out of the bathtub," Arthas instructed her. As the woman exited the bathtub, he swallowed hard at the sight of her standing before him. It was a man's nature to be lecherous, especially in front of a captivating, fragrant woman standing naked before him. However, Arthas, being a gentleman, would never entertain any improper thoughts. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Open the door and walk out. Act natural if you want to live." The woman had no choice but to comply with all orders, otherwise her life would be at stake. "Darling, are you ready? I can't wait any longer." A middle-aged man's voice called from outside the bathroom. "Tell him to turn off the lights." Arthas, inhaling her body scent, continued to command. "Okay, I'm ready, you deadbeat, but you need to turn off the lights." "Oh, darling, so you're being rough with me to spice things up? The lights are off now, come and get my baby." The woman opened the bathroom door and Arthas, holding the dagger, stealthily followed her out. Only the moonlight illuminated the room, while the rest was enveloped in darkness. As the door opened, Arthas released his grip on the dagger from the woman's neck and drew his sword, swiftly charging towards the man lying on the bed. His speed was astonishing. By the time the man realized something was amiss and opened his eyes wide, he felt a chill at his throat, and his head was severed from his body on the bed. Arthas flicked the blood off his blade and returned it to its sheath, smiling. I must say your wife's figure is quite impressive. With only Vabel's head remaining, he fixed his gaze intently on Arthas. Seconds later his eyes remained lifeless. Mission accomplished. Wobber. In less than 2 seconds, she watched in terror as the man she loved died before her eyes. The woman collapsed to her knees upon witnessing the scene, then turned her gaze toward Arthas. Since when did Koni's underlings acquire someone like you? Otherwise, how could you dare assassinate him? Arthas stepped before her and reached out, his fingers poised to brush against her supple, yielding flesh. Instead, his hand settled firmly on her thigh and waist. Duty came first, a brief indulgent touch would suffice. Truly exquisite, but I am a gentleman and my sole responsibility is to make you a widow. You. At those words her face flushed deep crimson with fury. Seizing the moment to savor one last petty advantage, Arthas rose, retrieved his blade, and departed the estate without a backward glance. The woman wrenched the dagger from her throat, gritting her teeth as she glared at the bloodied weapon in her trembling hands. Just a grope. In around 4 o'clock in the dead of night, Arthas returned to the bustling night market, having just slain the local crime lord. He found a street-side stall, rummaged in his backpack, and placed 500 belly on the counter. Boss, bring me something to eat. He had shed his assassin's garb, and now wore a flamboyant floral shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, seated calmly at a grilled meat stall. This was already his 3rd kill, and the emotional weight had begun to fade. Mostly, it was the memory of the mountain of corpses he'd seen earlier in the Piltover Kingdom. This world was inherently cruel, and he intended to live within it unburdened, unchained. The vendor beamed. Ah, grilled meat with fried rice is 50 belly per serving. Are you certain you want 10 portions? I intend to feast thoroughly. And having spoken, Arthas waited for his meal while scanning the surroundings. The vibrant, lively atmosphere of this district would soon unravel. Gang members gathered here learned of their boss's assassination and surged en masse toward Wobber's estate. Our boss was assassinated. Didn't the 3 great families of the southern town declare a ceasefire agreement? And what's going on? Damn it. In the gang's sudden mobilization alarmed townsfolk, signaling that open warfare was imminent. Let them fight. It would be wise to watch from the sidelines. Having neglected training for 2 days, he resolved to resume rigorously tomorrow. Let Beiki seize rival gang territories himself. Arthas would focus solely on refining his own strength. Hey boy, finish up and head home to take shelter. Their bullets don't discriminate. And thanks. I'll take it to go. This seasoning is delicious. Feigning nonchalance, he carried the packed meal back to the tavern where Beiki awaited. Seeing Arthas return so soon, Beiki and his men stared in stunned disbelief. Arthas, how could you possibly be back in just 2 hours and mission accomplished? Wobber is dead. His forces are already marshaling troops for battle. No sooner had Arthas spoken these words inside the tavern than an explosion thundered from the distance, followed instantly by furious gunfire. Boss Beiki, that direction is Koni's territory. It's confirmed. Indifferent to gang warfare, Arthas retreated to room 21. Beiki, awestruck and even faintly fearful, was once again humbled by his capabilities. He immediately convened all his men to seize rival gang territories, striking swiftly, decisively, and without warning. 2 major factions would fall within a single day, forging the foundation of his ascendance. Back in room 21, Arthas sat by the window with his grilled meat rice bowl, watching calmly as Beiki led his men into other districts. What a chaotic town. Ha ha ha. Aiding Beiki in dominating the West Sea underworld, while simultaneously honing his own power, was undeniably a profitable arrangement. Yet Arthas remained wary, remembering how readily Beiki eliminated his own subordinates. Come to think of it, since beginning serious training, every aspect of me has improved. In strength, speed, vigilance. All had surged markedly since he committed himself fully to discipline. Let's continue. After devouring 3 servings, Arthas launched into relentless training within his room, 4-row push-ups, sword swings, until absolute exhaustion, and 300 squats. He completed the regimen only by 9 a.m. 5 grueling hours, compressing half a day's worth of exertion. He then slept soundly until 5 p.m. The post-training soreness has diminished. In sitting upright on the bed, Arthas sensed his strength surging anew, astonished at the rapidity of his growth. His midnight sword drills had again blistered his palms, sticky, raw, and tender. Outside, gunfire and explosions raged unabated, yet not a single shot disturbed his calm. It's time I gave that technique a name. Currently, it amplifies physical strength and speed by 0.5 to 1 times. Inactivating it granted instantaneous enhancement across all bodily faculties, focus, concentration, reflexes, everything. Let it be called. He paused, gazing at his palm, then clenched his fist sharply, decisively. Feeling the searing, painful heat radiating from his skin, he continued, polarization. I will train you further, until your strength doubles, then multiplies tenfold. To reach its ultimate form demands a body forged beyond mortal limits. Rising, he descended to the clinic, spent 100 belly on a roll of gauze, and carefully bandaged his hands. Then, seeking respite from the gunfire, he strolled leisurely toward the coast. Waves crashed against jagged rocks. Sea breeze tousled Arthas's long dark hair. Gazing across the boundless azure expanse, basking in the final warmth of twilight's afterglow, a small creature suddenly entered his field of vision. What was that? A tiny furry ball, its mouth emitting infant-like cries, appeared before Arthas's eyes. It seemed to be in agony. Approaching, he discovered it was an injured sea otter. Oh! Arthas was instantly captivated by its adorable proportions and wide, innocent eyes. How utterly charming. And without hesitation, he lifted the otter gently from the crevice between the rocks, its feeble resistance futile. Convinced it faced death, the otter let out a fierce, desperate awa, a pitiful attempt to intimidate him. So many bite marks, Arthas murmured, inspecting its wounds before carrying it back into town. At the clinic, he called out, "Hey doctor, can you save it? And we treat humans only, not animals." Understood. He reached into his pack and placed 300 belly on the counter. The physician's expression shifted instantly. "Well, perhaps we can treat animals after all. This appears to be a sea otter, correct? Stay still, little one. I'm saving you." In hearing those words, the formerly feisty otter froze, its fierce scowl dissolving into bewildered stillness. Could it truly comprehend that he meant to help? Nit submitted willingly as Arthas handed it over for treatment. "Heal it completely. If funds run short, I'll provide more." With 2500 belly remaining, the cost of suturing its wounds was more than covered. Yet, why had the creature suddenly ceased its hostility? Had it grasped his intent? Was it truly this perceptive? No wonder. This was the world of One Piece. And the physician, astonished by Arthas's compassion, remarked dryly, "Honestly, what a contradiction. You, the ruthless child who severed the tavern owner Orpheus's head, now spare your heart for a wounded animal." Arthas replied coolly, "Had I spared him, his men would have blown my skull apart. There was no choice. And regardless, everyone knows you and Beiki have ignited chaos in this town. So what if they do? And the Marines will intervene to restore order, guaranteeing fresh conflict between the gangs and naval forces." The Navy? It doesn't matter at all, doctor. Now that Arthas was no longer under a bounty, the incident of a Navy member being killed in Piltover was probably unnoticed. He didn't need to hide from the Navy. However, he indeed had to live as a pirate, and being under a bounty was only a matter of time. "Come back tonight. This little guy's injuries are a bit severe and need some time to heal. If you heal it, you can release it." After saying this, Arthas left the clinic and planned to continue his training. The training from earlier this morning had left his exhausted body still not fully recovered, so he wouldn't be doing intense training today. Back on the street, Arthas looked toward the direction of the gunfire. Is the Navy coming? Thinking of this, Arthas recalled Piltover's plight and silently returned to the beach at the dock with his knife after finishing lunch. Here, without gang conflicts, he could calmly focus on his knife training. Practicing diligently on the slanted beach, the bandages wrapped around his hands quickly soaked through with his sweat and blood. The sky was gradually darkening. 23918, 23919. He had to become stronger first, strong enough to dodge bullets or cut through them. Blood dripped from Arthas' palms onto the beach. Every training session, his mind was filled with the images of the corpse mountain and blood sea on Piltover's beach. The blade continued to swing through the air, and after nearly 100,000 strikes over these few days, cracks began to appear on the blade. 27031. Suddenly feeling his swing miss, Arthas, whose arms were close to exhaustion, found the blade shattered, the tip violently thrusting into the beach, splitting apart from the handle. Seeing the blade broken, he knelt on the beach, arms swollen with blood. "It's broken. Just as I feared it has happened." After all, it wasn't a renowned blade. Its durability and lifespan were far inferior. Ordinary people learning swordplay don't need to wield real blades. Arthas could understand that. Let's leave it at that for today. Drink. After finishing training, Arthas let out a loud shout, absorbing half of his training results and feeling the strength in his arms grow, making everything he did feel worthwhile. Without a cheat to ascend instantly, he could only grow stronger step by step. Picking up the broken blade and inserting it into the sheath, Arthas returned to town to find a blacksmith shop. In front of the blacksmith's forge, the owner laid out the pieces of Arthas' blade on the table to inspect and asked, "Young man, this blade is of decent quality. How did it break?" "I just broke it a few minutes ago." Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Arthas' bloodied palm with surprise. "You broke it?" "Yes." "Can it be repaired?" "How much?" "Impossible. How could such a good blade be broken by this small boy?" "How many times did he swing it?" "It looked almost new." The blacksmith swallowed hard, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable, and curiously asked, "Are you a swordsman, young man? If you're practicing swordsmanship like this, it's too self-destructive. You should cherish your hands." A swordsman. Arthas lowered his brow, smiling sheepishly. I'm just a beginner practicing swordsmanship. The blacksmith, rummaging through his backpack, tossed a pouch of money onto the table. I only have 2,500 berries. Can you help me fix it? Can you also give me a spare blade, please, boss? I'm begging you. No problem. The blacksmith suddenly smiled, placing his sturdy hand on Arthas' shoulder with a hearty laugh. It's an honor for us blacksmiths to encounter a hard-working young man like you practicing swordsmanship. Here, take this inferior blade, said the blacksmith, choosing a subpar blade from the shop and handing it to Arthas. Come back tomorrow at noon to pick up your blade, young man. Good luck. Thank you. Arthas left the blacksmith shop with the blade, feeling that there were still many kind-hearted people in the world. The blacksmith's actions were at least 1,000 times better than that of the celestial dragons. An inferior product is still an inferior product. It should last a day without breaking right. The gunfire had disappeared. At night, Arthas returned to the tavern with his weary body, standing outside, listening to the joyful noise inside. Hooray, Captain Beiki. The chest we took from Coney is filled with treasures of the sea. It's rumored to be a thing called a devil fruit. Eating it will grant extraordinary powers. Captain Beiki, eat it in front of us to celebrate our victory. Devil fruit. Could it be the paramecia type, stonefruit fruit? Arthas pushed open the door and walked in, finding that the number of people supporting Beiki had multiplied several times compared to before. The entire tavern was packed. Who are you to dare intrude into this place? Some members who didn't recognize Arthas immediately drew their guns in vigilance upon seeing him. Put down your guns. He's the one who contributed the most to this operation. What? A little brat. Congratulations, Beiki. I'm a bit tired. I'm going upstairs to sleep first. After a brief congratulation, Arthas squeezed through the crowd and headed to the second floor of the tavern. The noise from the crowd made him uncomfortable. Being exhausted, he didn't want to join in the revelry. Thank you for your hard work, Arthas. After saying this, Beiki took a bite of the fruit resembling a castle. What a strange fruit that tasted terrible. Would eating it make him lose his swimming ability? Everyone was eagerly waiting for Beiki to display extraordinary abilities. At the same time, Beiki, having consumed the devil fruit, was quickly absorbing the knowledge it provided. Haha, not a bad fruit. It's very suitable for me. So how is it, Captain Beiki? What abilities do you have? Beiji's body began to transform, resembling a castle. His eyes looked like windows, and the clothes and flesh on his chest automatically opened several doors. Transformed into a monster. Don't panic, this is the ability granted by the fruit. Beiki grinned. As long as you touch this door, you can enter my body. Some were skeptical, but one person followed Beiji's words and touched the large door on his chest, instantly shrinking and being sucked into Beiji's body. Shrunk. Is this real? I want to try too, Captain Beiki. Back in his room, Arthas quickly realized that the noise in the tavern was slowly fading away. He understood that Beiki was using his ability to store his subordinates inside his body. Haha, I never expected to witness the growth of one of the future supernovas firsthand. After finishing the remaining 4 boxes of cold fried rice, he locked the door and climbed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning around 7 o'clock, the early sunlight filtered through the curtains, and Arthas, still sleeping in bed, gently squeezed the soft quilt. What happened? The quilt felt fuzzy. This made him abruptly open his eyes and look in front of him. Lying by the bed was an otter wrapped in bandages. The otter waved its little hand to greet Arthas as it saw him wake up. Weren't you supposed to be healed by the doctor and released? How did you end up on my bed? As Arthas rolled over gently, he felt a sharp pain on his back. Covering his back, he turned around to find an abundance of sea urchins on the bed. The sea otter clapped its hands joyfully, showing a hint of happiness. Repaying kindness doesn't always have to be a surprise. You've made me bleed. After cleaning up all the sea urchins, Arthas picked up the sea otter and lifted it high. Though it seemed a bit frightened, it did not resist. Wait a minute, this furry creature has a nose and gills. Is it an amphibian? Its legs are strange too, allowing it to walk upright on land, while its webbed feet seem to stretch freely in water to increase swimming speed. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, this was the world of One Piece. Oh, what kind of creature wouldn't exist? You little rascal, using sea urchins to repay my kindness. Just wait till I scratch you to death. After some playful banter, Arthas placed it by the window. All right, that's enough fun, little one. I don't need you to repay me. He still needed to train. With no money, how could he afford to keep this creature? Should he go find Beiki for some? Surely he would be compensated for such a significant contribution. After getting up, washing up, and dressing, he headed downstairs. Upon reaching the stairwell, he noticed that the tavern was unusually quiet today. Beiki was the only one sitting quietly at the bar, a serious expression on his face as he looked at the morning paper. Arthas, you're awake. Come over and take a look at this. The townsfolk reported to the Navy, and those bastards actually sent a major to suppress our uprising. Did they ultimately fail to evade the Navy? Walking over to Beiki, he sat beside him and took the newspaper to check its contents. West Sea Daily. The gang war in Jobru Town has resulted in civilian casualties, and the Navy has dispatched a major in the name of justice to suppress it. Arthas' current strength was still not on par with a major unless the arriving major was somewhat inflated in capability. Justice? How ridiculous. Beiki, sipping whiskey, noticed Arthas' disdain for the Navy's justice and casually asked, "By the way, have you had any past grievances with the Navy?" "Not really, Beiki. How do you feel after eating that devil fruit?" He directly avoided Becky's question, not wanting to discuss the brutal incident in the Piltover Kingdom. He also noticed that most of the table's drinks and other items in the tavern were missing. It seemed Beiki had used his fruit ability to store them inside his castle-like body. "It feels great. My body has turned into an indestructible castle, and it's harder than stone now." It seemed he truly had the power of a paramecia to affect his body. "Hey," Arthas' expression darkened as he asked Beiki, "You stored everything in your body for your subordinates. What am I supposed to eat? Can you spare me some belly as compensation?" "Ha, I had it prepared for you long ago." Beiki took out a pouch of money and placed it in front of Arthas. "This is a full 100 belly, Arthas. The Navy will arrive in a few days, and I need to secure the town by then." Beiki then stood up and left the tavern, not forgetting his earlier promise to Arthas. He felt completely free in front of Becky's organization, unrestrained. With such a large sum of money, he forced himself to remain calm, shouting, "Once the Navy arrives, it'll help you fight back." On the street, Beiki, with a cigar in his mouth, walked towards the northern part of the town when suddenly he heard a subordinate's voice from within. "Boss, who exactly is that boy? He seems to understand devil fruit abilities well." "I noticed that too. He doesn't seem surprised by this power," Beiki replied. Whenever Beiki was with Arthas, he always felt as if his thoughts were completely transparent to him. Could he also possess devil fruit abilities? Beiki stopped pondering and continued on his way. In the tavern, Arthas approached the nearly empty liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of red wine. Come to think of it, the newspapers over the years have been quite shocking. In 1498, the news of Gold Lion's chaos in Marineford shocked the world. Next was Roger's public execution, which sparked the Great Pirate Era. O'Hara's destruction, Douglas Barrett's arrest after challenging the Demon Slayer order. Arthas had learned about all these through the newspapers. Pirates in the Grand Line were also going berserk. When Arthas crossed over, the Great Pirate Era had not yet begun, and there were only 3 emperors. They were Gold Lion, Whitebeard, and Big Mom. Later, Kaido defeated Moria and Wano and was promoted as the 4th Emperor of the Sea. The emergence of the 4th Emperor prompted Admiral Sengoku to start planning the Warlords of the Sea organization to counter them. However, so far only 2 warlords had been recruited, Crocodile and Moria. Over the years, the Navy had been fully focused on preventing the tide of the new era, and there weren't many powerful forces to control the peace of the 4 seas. Most of their efforts were directed towards combating the 3 new world emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, as well as the rapidly rising pirates. Recalling the bitter experience of crossing over, Arthas raised his glass and took a sip of red wine, saying, "Since I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with them from the old era, then I shall quietly rise in the pirate camp during this Great Pirate Era." The Navy major will come to this town to suppress the gang conflict, which means Arthas will make his first public appearance and confront the Navy. If that's the case, he would inevitably face a bounty. After thinking for a moment, Arthas suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and grinned. Hee, just what I want. Navy, even if I'm wanted, I won't become a dog for the celestial dragons. In his mind, the Navy's justice was utterly laughable. Initially, after watching One Piece, he thought the Navy represented justice. Later, he realized that the Navy was merely a powerful ally that helped the celestial dragons slaughter the populace and commit various evils. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Arthas put the remaining wine back into the cabinet. He unwrapped the medical bandages stained red on his hands, began to wash the congealed blood off his palms, and rewrapped them with clean bandages. "If I had practiced like this before crossing over, I would have either been crippled or dead, right?" He then headed to the streets near the tavern for breakfast. He needed to replenish his nutrients and start training, and then go to the blacksmith shop to get his sword at noon. After the gang conflict ended, many people were selling goods on the street to make a living. Arthas went into a grilled beef shop, found a seat, and said, "Boss, bring me meat and vegetables." "Sure thing, customer." After spending 500 belly on a hearty breakfast, Arthas headed to the seaside to begin his training for the day. Today, Arthas increased the intensity of his training, completing 500 standard push-ups, 400 squats, and practicing with his sword until he was exhausted. Including rest time, 5 to 6 hours was enough, just in time to go pick up his sword. It was like pushing his physical limits. He had to do this, otherwise he wouldn't be able to grow stronger in this world. Placing his sword and backpack beside him on the beach, he lay on the sand and started with push-ups. Gunshots rang out again from the northern part of the town shortly after. At noon, under the blazing sun, Arthas was drenched in sweat, waving his arms towards the sea. The tedious training was only accompanied by a pair of adorable eyes hidden on the rocks. It was the sea otter he had rescued, witnessing the entirety of Alsace's desperate training, confused as to why the handsome human before it was putting in such effort. A leader who could annihilate dozens of mercenaries in one day was aiming to dominate a town in 2 days. Capon Beiji's journey as the godfather of the West Sea was truly swift. Just as Alsace was lost in thought, he felt the moment of his blade missing its target. He gazed at the broken blade he had swung, his face darkening. Another loss of money. West Sea Naval Base, 320. 500 fully armed naval soldiers were assembling under the warships in the port. The chief officer stood tall with a muscular physique. Exuding an air of righteous grandeur, he crossed his arms and scanned the assembled soldiers at the port with a serious gaze. Soldiers, the southern town of Yabulu is once again engulfed in fear from gang violence. The officer's voice was resounding and powerful, stirring the soldiers who listened intently with a fierce determination. Justice does not require these maggots to harm the lives of the common people. Our operation this time has received great attention from headquarters. We must eliminate the dark forces to ensure the safety of the civilians. Who is willing to follow Major Boris to eradicate these dark forces? The pre-departure speech invigorated the soldiers, boosting their morale and making them understand that this mission was for the sake of justice, to act for the safety of the common people. Let the soldiers embark on this journey with a fearless mindset. Prepare to set off board the ship. With a command from Major Boris, all the soldiers began to board the ship. A civilian soldier approached Boris with documents reported by the townspeople. Major, I know what you want to say. Hurry and board the ship. Capon Beiji is not our opponent. No, Major. The civilian soldier opened the documents and continued reporting. Someone from the town witnessed a young boy wielding a blade, drawing and striking in an instant, beheading the small leader Ophi. Oh, so fast. The boy's name is Alsace, and I don't know where he came from. He has been mingling with the newly established gang organization of Capon Beiji every day. The naval major remained calm after hearing the name and the account. He was a novice in the 6 styles of the Navy. Though he had not fully mastered any of the styles, his physical prowess at the major level was still formidable. Alsace, how old is he? What is his motive for killing? This is unclear. There is no photo of him, just a description from the townspeople that he has long hair, is very young, and possesses an extraordinary appearance and demeanor. And nowadays the West Sea is just filled with petty pirates and troublesome gangs. When we meet him, just hand him over to me. The major's confidence stemmed from his training in the 6 styles of the Navy, making him a strong figure among the 4 seas. He didn't believe anyone could surpass the large team he commanded. Yabula Town, the blacksmith shop. Your sword is ready, young man. The blacksmith handed Alsace his quality sword, continuing, under my craftsmanship, its resilience has been slightly enhanced. Upon drawing the sword, he noticed 3 burn marks on the originally flawless blade. Could this blacksmith be that skilled? He managed to create patterns like those of famous swords. The patterns extended along the blade, and its weight had increased slightly. It felt about double the weight, around 78 pounds. Alsace picked it up and swung it. Perhaps due to his increased strength, it felt much more comfortable than before. Although there were still some flaws, it was sufficient. Boss, your craftsmanship is so good, it'll give you an extra 2,000 belly. Before the boss could respond, he hurriedly placed the broken sword and the money on the workbench and left. Hey, it's truly gratifying to have my skills recognized. As Alsace departed, the boss drew out the sword sheath at that moment. His previously joyful mood shattered instantly, his eyes filled with dark shadows. The remaining blade, now just a handle and a broken blade, left him in a daze. In fury, he raised the sword sheath towards Alsace on the street, yelling, "Bastard! You meant to give me 2,000 belly as compensation." Hearing the boss voice, Alsace turned back helplessly, feeling embarrassed as he apologized. Sorry. After apologizing, Alsace took off. He didn't want to spend extra money. Damn little brat. So I forget it. The blacksmith looked at the broken sword in his hand, a bit shocked. How many times did he swing it? The substandard sword had broken under Alsace's vigorous practice in less than 20,000 swings. In the streets, Alsace kept his gaze fixed on the sword at his waist. Since it can be enhanced through the blacksmith's forging, how about giving you a name? A sword is known by its wielder, and Alsace didn't believe he would be inferior to those grand pirates in the future. In the original work, those famous swords all had names. Alsace stroked his chin, beginning to ponder. He intended to name the sword based on his own character. Once it was named, it would signify that it was Alsace's fated weapon. I love the night's stormy days. Being reclusive, he despised the celestial dragons who oppressed the common people with their power. In Alsace's heart, the celestial dragons were considered sinners. After some thought, he decided to name his sword Yasha. In legend, Yasha loves to consume human flesh and drink blood, often appearing at night in desolate wilderness or graveyards. However, in hell, its role is to torture sinners. In the mortal realm, it wreaks havoc. This fits Alsace's current situation. After all, it was only a matter of time before he became a pirate wreaking havoc. From now on you shall be called. Raising the sword above his head, Arthas gazed at the blinding sun and said, Yasha, I will gradually upgrade you to become one of the renowned blades. A good sword undoubtedly maximizes a swordsman's potential, not only being able to block others' attacks, but also maintaining its integrity. Just after naming it, a ragged little boy rushed towards Arthas with a small knife. Die, evildoers, I'll kill you before the Navy arrives. Upon hearing the voice, the perceptive Arthas gripped the hilt, swinging forcefully at the child's blade. Oh! In the instant the child's blade was knocked away by Arthas, a cracking sound echoed from his wrists. With the blade on the ground, the child lay on the floor, terrified, feeling the pain in his hands, and crying out, Evildoer! Me! Arthas lifted his chin with the tip of the sword, and asked, I don't recall provoking you, do I? In this world it was commonplace for children to ambush adults with knives. Murder was considered a normal phenomenon, yet it would cause panic among the townspeople, leading them to report to the Navy. The dark forces you colluded with killed my father. Oh, that's truly unfortunate. Arthas replied coldly, showing no concern in his response. Regardless, since there existed the newly emerging Capon Beiki on this island, many would perish before he claimed the title of Godfather of the West Sea. As expected, your conflict has killed our loved ones, yet you maintain this cold-blooded attitude. I didn't kill anyone. Hurry and get lost, you filthy little brat. Sheathing Yasha, Arthas quickly departed. The child's actions made him realize that he must always be vigilant of his surroundings. This island was rife with individuals carrying illegal firearms. Being ambushed would be disastrous. It seems the training grounds cannot be by the sea anymore. Oh, I must go to a secluded mountain. Arthas's strength had not yet reached the level of dodging bullets. Even when activating his polarized techniques, he felt it was still a bit precarious, as he had not dodged. Moreover, the polarization belongs to an instantaneous explosive force. If the body is not strong enough, it can easily injure the muscles. Wrapping the muscles with bandages prevents them from tearing during battle and reduces the loss of strength. Not bad. After all, my current physical condition cannot withstand the explosive gain brought by polarization. Bestowing a name upon the sword grants it a soul, a belief firmly held by Arthas. With the Yasha, Arthas returned to the Ophelia Tavern to continue his exhausting sword training for the day. After repairing the blade, he added weight to make the training even more effective. Until nightfall, Beiki joyfully entered through the main door, carrying a severed head. Behind him followed hundreds of men dressed in suits. Arthas. Upon entering the tavern, Beiki saw Arthas standing in a pool of sweat. His clothes and pants were completely soaked. 70135. After a whole day of training, he quenched his thirst with alcohol. What is he counting, boss? Beiki. 70136. Seeing Arthas count again, while swinging his sword, everyone immediately understood. No way did this guy swing his sword 70,000 times with such force. His veins are going to burst, right? Arthas's arms were covered with bulging veins, appearing quite alarming, like varicose veins. Back already. Beiki. Upon seeing Beiki, Arthas halted his training and sheathed his sword. Ah, this is the head of Willie I have here. Beiki proudly displayed the head, saying, This town is now under my command, Capone Beiki. Arthas frowned slightly, still feeling some discomfort at the sight of the bloody head, saying, I'm currently worried about the Navy, Beiki. He still felt a faint fear towards the corpse, instinctively suppressing it in this ruthless world of killing. Ha ha, don't worry, little brother. Little brother. Upon hearing Beiki call him that, Arthas fell silent. There was no need to refute. After all, he had been under threat from a gun at that time, and it was his impressive strength that had astonished him. With a cigar in his mouth, Beiki strolled over to the bar and rested his arm on Arthas's shoulder, only to be repelled by the intense heat emanating from Arthas's body. It was like colliding with the opposite poles of a magnet. His wrist was pushed away and the swollen veins on Arthas's skin dissipated. He did not know that Arthas was absorbing the results of half of today's training. What was the aura coming from this guy? The momentum was evidently growing. Shocked by Arthas's power, beads of sweat appeared on Beiki's face as he grinned in astonishment. With you around, the Navy won't be a problem, little brother. What do you mean by that, Beiki? I have no confidence in defeating a major. He had some doubts about his own strength. After all, he had not yet experienced a fierce battle. Beiki was also uncertain. Having just consumed a devil fruit, all he could do was store his subordinates within himself. This island has previously been besieged by the Navy. They are just a bunch of disorganized rabble, so don't worry. Sensing a sudden change in Beiki's tone, as if something was amiss, Arthas stretched his arms after absorbing the training results. If you have something to say, just say it, Beiki. Oh, I can help you. How straightforward, little brother. Then I will speak plainly. Beiki set aside his concerns and Arthas candidly replied, There exists an extremely violent security officer in the eastern town of this island. A security officer? The only person Arthas could think of with the title of security officer was the devilish Sheriff Lafitte. With 17 years remaining until the summit war, the historical figures of the West Sea had yet to be expelled or flee. Arthas smiled intrigued and asked Beiki, "What is the name of that security officer?" "Luffy. The people within the nation call him the Devilish Sheriff." "Sure enough. Why don't you go yourself, given that you've already eaten a devil fruit, Beiki? That guy is very strong and possesses a terrifying ability that makes enemies turn on one another. My numerical advantage is useless against him." Hypnosis. Arthas was quite familiar with this future captain of the Blackbeard pirates. "So you want to find me to confront him unknown to eliminate him so that you can rule the various factions within that town?" "Exactly. Once we take over the economic system of that town, we will share the blessings and the hardships together, little brother Arthas." When a leader, boss, or someone powerful says this, never believe it. This was what Arthas thought in his heart, having personally experienced it in the society of his previous world. Such words are nothing but nonsense, especially coming from someone like Beiki, a killer. It was all about mutual exploitation. "All right, I agree. When do we depart?" "Now is fine. I'll arrange a carriage to take you right away, and you can start tomorrow." Arthas laughed heartily and stood up, taking his backpack and walking toward the street, casually pulling out a roll of bandages and holding it in his hand. "Are you that eager to dominate every town in this country?" Seeing Arthas agree, Beiki immediately waved to his subordinates. "That's only natural. In war games, speed is of the essence." A carriage appeared before Arthas as arranged by Beiki. "Wait, I need to prepare first." He wrapped the bandages around his waist, covering all his abdominal muscles. The point of force when swinging the sword lies in the waist. Excessive force exceeding the bodice limits can lead to muscle tearing, so he must take protective measures. The white bandages wrapped around his waist and then around his wrists were secured tightly. That should be enough. Arthas stepped onto the carriage, not worried that Beiki might plot against him, as he had a request. The carriage drove along the street toward the eastern forest path of the island, leaving the town behind. "Boss, Luffy is incredibly formidable. Can this young man really handle it?" One of the subordinates asked Beiki as the carriage moved farther away. "I don't know, but that guy is the most inscrutable person I've ever met. Every time I gaze into his deep eyes, it feels as if he can see right through me." Such a person cannot be used for long in Beiki's eyes, but he wouldn't openly kill a meritorious subordinate at the initial stage of establishing an organization. Otherwise, it would affect his prestige in the mafia circles of this country. Beiki hoped in his heart that Arthas would end up in a mutual destruction with that Luffy during this operation. This would allow him to quickly dominate the next town and become the largest gang ruler on this island. Arthas also knew in his heart that he was merely a useful pawn for Beiki. As long as he could ensure his own safety, doing a few things for him was no problem. Inside the carriage, he rested his left hand on his cheek, gazing at the bright moon in the sky outside the window. The journey would take about 2 hours, and they would arrive at the next town around 1 a.m. "Arthas," the coachman suddenly called out to him. "It seems that Lord Beiki wants to eliminate you this time." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "That Luffy is extremely formidable, a man who abuses violence. Even the king of this country is somewhat wary of him. He tried to weaken him and expel him from the kingdom, but was repeatedly deterred by his genius-like eloquence and abilities. 17 years remain until the official history, and surely he cannot be too outrageous, can he? At most, he could be considered a security officer with limited power, a cunning and audacious fellow. At this age, Luffy is only 24, about 9 years older than Arthas. Hearing you say that, I am becoming increasingly interested. After training for so many days, Arthas has yet to gain any real combat experience. This opportunity is just right for him to assess his own capabilities. With his current physical condition, how much can he demonstrate in battle using polarization? He is immensely curious about these aspects. Without experiencing a real combat situation, it is hard for him to realize the wonders of this world. Arthas eagerly hopes for a battle of equal strength, enjoying the thrill brought by bloodshed. Moreover, killing historical figures would grant him rewards. If he could kill, why not? He does not like the devilish Sheriff Luffy. "I will rest for a bit. Oh, just call me when we arrive." "No problem." The sound of cicadas on both sides of the forest path keeps chirping incessantly. Exhausted from a day of training, Arthas needs to recover. He slowly drifts into sleep in the tranquil and pleasant night. 3 hours later, in the eastern town of the Iberu Kingdom, in the security office near the eastern port, a man in national police uniform, pale-faced and wearing lipstick, has his feet propped up on his desk while reading the kingdom's daily news. A gang turmoil has occurred in the southern town. Will the Navy come to this country? The news of the Navy makes him uneasy. In the southern town, major gangs have been wiped out by a guy named Beiki taking control of the town. This news has already spread throughout the kingdom. However, the 24-year-old Luffy seems unconcerned, instead worrying more about the arrival of the Navy. He abuses violence and is exceedingly cruel, yet due to his position as the head of the National Security Office, he has not been publicly investigated. If the Navy arrives, they will certainly join forces with the nation to expose his brutal enforcement record. Lord Lafitte, I beg you please stop training us like this, we will die. Hearing the voices from outside, Lafitte stood up with a drink in hand, looking down with a wicked grin at the guards training below. Half of them are hypnotized by his ability. Without his command, those guards will be forced to train until death. The other half are awake, their faces pale, and pleading with Lafitte to stop the training. They do not dare to stop as some guards nearby are aiming guns at them. No. Lafitte's expression is a smile, as if immersed in this torturous situation, feeling immensely satisfied and joyful. Our security office is responsible for the maritime patrol of this town and its security. You all must strive harder to become stronger. But if this high-intensity training continues, we will die. Endless running, physical training. Some guards are already spitting blood, their flesh torn. I said no. I quit. Why is someone like you the head of the security office? Bang. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the sound of a gunshot silenced all the guards preparing to resist. Puff. Lafitte shot him down, blowing away the smoke from the gun's muzzle. I told you no, don't disrupt the enthusiasm of others. Among these newcomers, truly, there isn't a single person with a special physique. Disappointed, he returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Passing through the spacious corridor, he noticed Arthas silently standing with a knife. An assassin sent by the kingdom's nobility. When did he sneak in? Lafitte remained calm in this situation, displaying strong mental fortitude as he locked eyes with the approaching assassin Arthas. Who are you? The moment he spoke, he saw Arthas swiftly draw his sword and move towards him. Feeling that Arthas was not an ordinary person, Lafitte immediately drew his cane sword to clash with him. With a clang, steel clashed and sparks flew. Lafitte parried the strike, causing both their arms to tremble slightly. Upon seeing Lafitte, Arthas felt for the first time how small he was, standing before someone 3 meters tall. Assassination failed. This guy is indeed very strong. Lafitte exerted force in his wrist, pushing Arthas back, revealing a smile on his face. With a smile reminiscent of a clown, it felt somewhat creepy. If you don't intend to answer, you shall become a corpse. Arthas tightened his grip on the hilt, a faint exultant smile as he faced Lafitte. I don't think so. From our earlier exchange, I can sense that the current Lafitte is not as strong as I imagined. I can match him. Lafitte was enraged by Arthas' words, his expression growing more sinister. You are quite confident, with your hands wrapped in so much bandage, it seems you have come prepared. Arthas responded with an exaggerated smile, saying, to test my current strength. Analyzing Lafitte's stance and the way he held his weapon with one hand, it was clear that his main attack would be thrusts. Unlike a katana with a cane sword, what Arthas needs to focus on is not getting stabbed. Hearing this purpose, Lafitte's face suddenly turned slightly angry. Veins started to throb on his forehead as he said, Oh, really, your goal is to treat me as your test subject? How offensive. He swiftly lunged at Arthas, creating a slight whoosh in the air of the corridor. If he could react, but the speed is so fast. Arthas gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed as he swiftly swung the blade from right to left. His blade struck Lafitte's cane sword, forcing him back against the wall and tearing a gap in it. As expected, they were not that strong 17 years ago. The results of his training over the past few days have indeed come into play. It seems that you are not as calm as I imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, Arthas took the moment. Lafitte pulled his weapon from the wall, squeezing the hilt of his sword with both hands, his aura surging to about twice its previous intensity. Noticing the sudden rise in Arthas' aura, Lafitte looked extremely shocked. As he violently drew his weapon from the wall, he felt the blade of the katana slice against his weapon, causing his body to sink and his hands to tighten suddenly. The violent enforcement is already ingrained in your bones, isn't it? Arthas said with a battle spirit, mocking him. Not only does he treat the nation's citizens this way, but he is also exceedingly cruel to his own subordinates. All of this information was obtained from Beiki's subordinates. Pressed to the ground on one knee, he fiercely resisted the approaching katana. The commotion in the room did not attract other guards, as most had been tortured into unconsciousness by Lafitte. This is merely my hobby, survival of the fittest, do you understand? I just end the suffering of inferior civilians early. Hearing Lafitte's remarks, Arthas laughed ferociously as he exerted force again. In my view, there is another theory: the strong live and the weak die. As the blade was about to be pressed against his neck, Lafitte swiftly freed his left hand to draw the hidden firearm on him. This action was immediately noticed by Arthas, causing his heart to tremble. The fear of guns comes from within. The katana attacking Lafitte quickly withdrew as well. Simultaneously, Lafitte aimed at Arthas' abdomen and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the bullet exited the chamber, Arthas had already predicted Lafitte's actions, twisting his body and shifting to the wall's edge. He dodged the first bullet of his life. Arthas' face showed a hint of panic as his chest heaved. Before Lafitte could adjust himself, he immediately gripped his sword with both hands, executing a swift step forward to strike at his neck. Lafitte raised his sword to block, but before he could regain his composure, Arthas' strength pressed the weapon against his throat. Oh! Luffy let out a wretched scream, exerting all his strength to resist. The blade of the Yasha sword was deflected by his weapon and slid forcefully down to the ground. Luffy, nearly having his throat cut, began to feel fear as the sound of the blade scraping echoed in his ears. Is this guy angry? Luffy's eyes widened as he looked at the bewildered Arthas, deep in thought. Noticing Luffy's fear, Arthas frowned and quickly rotated the blade, aiming it at the handgun in Luffy's left hand. With a diagonal slash, he aimed to sever Luffy's arm. Such actions had long been ingrained in his muscle memory from countless daily sword swings. In a swift motion, he sliced through Luffy's wrist, causing blood and the handgun to fall from his hand into the air. Arthas quickly grasped the fallen handgun, aiming it at Luffy's head in an instant. Don't underestimate me. A pair of massive wings unfolded from behind Luffy, enveloping him within. Bang! Arthas' expression turned to shock as he continued to pull the trigger. The bullet struck Luffy's wing, but was halted, unable to penetrate. This is the ability of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Has he already consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit? Arthas felt a jolt of surprise. Bang, bang, bang. He kept pulling the trigger at Luffy until the handgun was emptied, leaving a blurred stain of blood on his wings. Afterward, Arthas discarded the handgun, gripping the handle of the Yasha sword with heightened vigilance. Having already used the polarization technique twice, he felt no significant fatigue in his muscles, indicating he could still fight. With his left hand gripping the sword backward and his right hand placed at the base of the handle, he thrust forward towards the center of Luffy's wings. The blade's powerful penetration pierced through. The sensation was wrong. The blade did not strike bone. At that critical moment, Luffy's wings suddenly unfurled, sending him crashing against the corridor wall. This also allowed Arthas to see Luffy's full form. His left wrist was slashed open by the blade, and his right shoulder was completely pierced, gushing a substantial amount of blood. There were also 2 pierced scars on his wings along with bullet wounds. Having been knocked back, Arthas rose from the ground, a serious expression on his face as he faced Luffy's devil fruit powers. It seems now that defeating you is impossible. I must withdraw completely. Luffy, still dazed from the flurry of sword techniques, was furious and directly swung his wings at Arthas, shouting, "Do you think you can escape? Who said I was running away?" Arthas quickly focused, swinging his arms rapidly while shouting, "Polarization." The wings were blocked by the Yasha sword, and the force of the sudden burst pushed Luffy's wings back. With excessive force, he felt a slight tearing in the muscles beneath the bandages. Stepping back 2 paces, he grinned through the pain, refusing to be outdone. The power surged at that instant by double. Luffy pushed back, leaned against the wall, utterly shocked. I never expected to encounter someone like you in this country. He clearly felt that if Arthas fought with all his might, he could definitely kill him. However, little did he know Arthas did not wish to sustain severe injuries. This is the injury-free gene that comes with being a transmigrator. Is this person sent by the kingdom to assassinate him? Absolutely impossible. No such individuals exist in this country. Who exactly are you? An assassin from the Iberu Kingdom? Or who? A wanderer? Arthas maximized polarization and charged at Luffy, who was using the devil fruit, just a vagabond who has lost his homeland. The blade and wings collided rapidly. All the movements from his daily sword training were utilized by Arthas for the first time in real combat. The blade inflicted a wound on Luffy's wings, causing him to scream in pain. It was evident that he had likely consumed the devil fruit not long ago, otherwise he wouldn't be so inexperienced. As the tearing of his muscles increased, Arthas' strength waned, allowing Luffy to find an opening. One of Luffy's wings pierced into Arthas' left shoulder, sending him flying back, kneeling on one knee while clutching his wing in immense pain. "My wing, it hurts so much. Damn it." In the wide corridor, Luffy flapped his wings from his back, crying out in pain. Arthas, having been thrown back, fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The blood flowing from his left shoulder soaked the bandages on Arthas' arm. Injured, he gritted his teeth, covering the wound as he struggled to rise, feeling a surge of excitement. I can feel that the growth from this battle far exceeds that from training. Unless the discomfort from his injuries affected him, he felt little sensitivity to pain during his excitement. How could this guy still be so exhilarated after being injured? Does he have some hidden card? Seeing the smile on Arthas' face, Luffy dared not attack recklessly. Had he known such a situation would arise today, he wouldn't have tortured his subordinates so much. After a series of exchanges in terms of injuries, Luffy was far worse off than Arthas. His right arm had been pierced by the Yasha blade and was now completely immobile. With his left wrist slashed open, he couldn't grip tightly. The only parts he could fight with were his 2 bloodied wings behind him. On Arthas' side, his arm muscles were torn, and even with the bandages, his strength had diminished significantly. Is it the dissatisfaction of those nobles? They sent you to assassinate me, right? You are strong, but I will be stronger in the future. With that said, panting heavily, Arthas used a quick step and ran toward the door behind him. He had neither lost nor won. Having forced himself to contend in a protracted battle with someone stronger than him, using polarization, he was already quite satisfied. He just felt that continuing to fight against a Zoan-type devil fruit user with his current strength could very likely lead to death. Running away. This action left Luffy utterly bewildered. Wasn't it to assassinate him in a fight to the death? He gritted his teeth and quickly got up to pursue, discovering that Arthas' movements were extremely uncanny, relying solely on quick steps to evade. With Luffy's currently injured wings, he couldn't keep up. Arthas was not someone who would fight to the bitter end, clinging to countless fantasies of heroism. He would assess the situation based on his own strength. If he couldn't win, he would retreat, avoiding a humiliating defeat. At least he had made Luffy suffer from his injuries. Continuing the pursuit into the living room, Luffy arrived at the shattered glass, looking at the dark town outside where Arthas had already vanished. "He'll remember you, little brat." It was 5:07 a.m. in the eastern town. On the streets far from the security office, the injured Arthas, with a pale face, knocked on the door of a seaside clinic. "Who is it so early?" Just as he knocked, a middle-aged man's voice replied, "I'm injured. Can you help me treat it?" Arthas responded, "An injured person." Hearing this, the clinic owner opened the door without changing clothes, looking at Arthas, who was bleeding profusely from his left arm. "Come in quickly." After entering the room, Arthas sat by the window of the clinic, gazing at the gradually brightening sky on the horizon. The doctor stitching up Arthas's wound asked, "How did you get this cut?" "I got it while fighting with Luffy." "What?" The doctor was shocked to learn that it was caused by Luffy as he continued to stitch and apply medicine. How did this boy come back alive? Could it be that he was injured in battle against that devilish captain? However, he must be in more pain. Hiss. The stitching was done without anesthesia, forcing Arthas to grit his teeth and endure. He didn't want anesthesia, fearing it would affect his reaction speed and leave aftereffects. "What? You injured him?" These words undoubtedly stimulated the doctor's mind, causing his stitching needle to tremble slightly. The doctor's unusual reaction was within Arthas's expectations. How could someone who abuses power to execute violence against civilians be loved by them? His safety was temporarily secured. Seeing the doctor's hand shake while stitching, Arthas's lips trembled in pain. No. Please, doctor, can you stop shaking? It hurts a lot." He was already out of combat, and the pain had long returned to normal. "Sorry, this is quite shocking to me." "How severely injured is he?" "My right shoulder was pierced and my left wrist was slashed, rendering both hands temporarily useless for him. If it weren't for that devil fruit, he could have definitely defeated the current Luffy. So he can't move his hands now, right?" The doctor, upon hearing Arthas's words, looked utterly astonished. "That's right. This might be a good opportunity to expel him. By the way, what exactly did he do to you?" Arthas, quite curious, asked the doctor. "He possesses a terrifying hypnotic ability, hypnotizing civilians to kill each other. It's brutally ruthless to anyone." "Isn't this like the celestial dragons?" Arthas frowned to himself. He wasn't a match for him now, and his recovery ability couldn't possibly match the speed of the animal-type devil fruit's capabilities. The desire to kill was already buried deep within Arthas's heart. Through his conversation with the doctor, he learned about Luffy's current personality. At 24, he was easily enraged and would kill without reason when furious. In the original story, he was much more mature and composed, even when facing the world's greatest swordsman during the Warring States period. After the wound was stitched up, Arthas paid the doctor a medical fee of 2,000 berries. After resting here until noon, Arthas returned to an inn in the town. "Welcome, do you need a room?" The receptionist immediately greeted him. "No, please take me to room 32. I have someone I know there." The coachman was waiting for Arthas's message, which he would then relay to Beiki. "All right, please follow me, guest." Upon arriving at room 32, he briefly recounted to Beiki's subordinate about Luffy, who couldn't be defeated due to the devil fruit. "You can't defeat him either?" "Not at all. Now going again might get me killed." "I see. How about we return to the southern town?" He was seriously injured, and it seemed to have resulted from a fierce confrontation. His strength was indeed formidable. After a minute of contemplation, Arthas declined the coachman's suggestion. He didn't want to appear before Beiki while injured, suggesting, "I'll return in a couple of days, and then we can deal with the Navy together. Then I'll extend your stay for another 2 days. Here, take this snail phone to contact you later." The coachman handed the snail phone to Arthas and then drove away from the eastern town. Watching him walk further away through the window, Arthas stood alone in the room, holding his wound, muttering, "The guards are starting to hunt me down." After resting in the eastern town for 2 days, Arthas's injuries had nearly healed, and he had trained through the pain, becoming even stronger. He also successfully mastered the first level of polarization. This technique could enable Arthas to achieve unexpected victories in battle. However, he thought of a new evolutionary technique. What kind of swordsmanship could severely injure enemies with lightning speed? Undoubtedly, it must be the draw sword technique. In these 2 days, Beiki learned that he also couldn't defeat Luffy, postponing the plan to seize control of the eastern town's gang territory. In 2 days, leading his forces, he conquered the mafia powers in 2 towns in the northwest, occupying most of the island's territory. 2 days later, at the forest entrance of the southern town in the Iberu Kingdom, dressed in a new outfit, Arthas walked out of the forest path with a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth. The simple black robe concealed his right arm, revealing the scab scar on his left arm after healing. With long, messy hair that reached his waist, he swaggered into the street. His wrists and fingers were wrapped in bandages, standing at 177 centimeters tall, with a perfect physique. The long 2 days. Young Arthas, you're back. Now the streets of the town were filled with Beiki's informants, and as soon as he stepped onto the street, a man in a suit spotted him. The man rushed in front of Arthas, sizing him up. You've changed into a very fitting outfit. He reeked of alcohol. Oh, how much had he drunk? Decided to embark on the path of the sword, was swordsman's unique attire, his essential right. Spending 30,000 berries on it, he now had 65,500 berries left in his backpack. Arthas, smelling of alcohol, glanced sideways at the man and continued walking down the street. Boss Beiki is waiting for you. Hurry to the port and discuss the plan to deal with the Navy with him. Has the Navy already arrived? This news surprised him. He didn't expect them to come so quickly. At the southern dock, a large sailing ship was filled with mafia members, all busy loading cannons onto the ship. At this moment, Beiki was already dressed in a cloak and a white striped suit, looking very much like a boss. Arthas, you're back. I thought you were dead, haha. What a handsome scoundrel. Upon seeing Arthas, Beiki felt a pang of jealousy. Facing Becky's teasing, Arthas calmly responded, I want die, Beiki. Even if you die, I want die. The ships docked at the port were being equipped with various weapons by the mafia. The Navy is here, Arthas. Beiki appeared excited, seemingly eager to make the Navy recognize him. We will sink them all into the sea. So you're planning a naval battle? That's right, lend me your strength, Arthas. Are you crazy? Arthas thought Beiki had never been to sea and had no naval battle experience. Naval battle? Isn't that just getting beaten up? Fine, after all, we're on the same ship. Arthas had to agree, considering that he was already recognized as being on the same ship by the civilians. Moreover, he was already extremely averse to the Navy, which preached justice while doing inhumane things. Outside the southern dock of the Iberu Kingdom, the sea was calm. The Navy ship, led by Major Boris, had already arrived close. Should we cooperate to capture this boy? Exactly. The Iberu Kingdom just sent news that he killed many guards maintaining order in the mountains and forests. Major Boris received reports from the kingdom requesting assistance in capturing Arthas within the kingdom. However, we must first suppress the gang that disturbs civilian life. Understood, Colonel. The safety of the civilians comes first. The warship slowly approached the kingdom, and the naval lookout quickly spotted a vessel that appeared to be an ordinary large sailing ship, drawing closer amidst a gathering storm cloud. Major Boris, there is a ship approaching us. Is it a pirate flag? No, it has no markings. As the soldiers observed, the storm cloud completely enveloped the southern town. The waves began to surge, and a torrential rain fell instantaneously. Bang! Beiki ordered to fire directly at the warship, cannonballs cutting through the air and heading straight for the vessel. They've opened fire, it's the enemy. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle immediately. The alarm echoed across the sea, and combat was about to erupt. The forces on both sides were evenly matched, with the Navy comprised of valiant and skilled soldiers well-versed in naval warfare. On Beiki's side, however, were a group of land-based mobsters with no prior experience in naval combat. I want to know one thing, Arthas. Go ahead, Arthas replied, drawing his dagger. On the deck of the large sailing ship, Beiki looked at the cannonballs flying in the air behind Arthas and asked, why do you harbor such animosity towards the Navy? Arthas was at a loss for words. How should he answer Beiki? Should he tell him about his disdain for the celestial dragons and his hatred for the Navy that serves them without a shred of justice? No, after a moment of thought, Arthas replied, my country was destroyed by them. Indeed, the Navy fired so many cannonballs, all expert marksmen, they understood the situation all too well. What? Your country? Beiki was shocked. No wonder Arthas acted so decisively. The fate of the Iberu Kingdom had left him deeply affected, surpassing the limits of human cruelty. Seeing that Arthas was not ready to respond, Beiki assumed he had acquiesced. What a tragic experience. What have you been doing these past 2 days? In truth, Beiki didn't care much about the destruction of the country. There had been quite a stir in the kingdom. He learned that the guards hunting the criminals had vanished one after another, all connected to Arthas. Arthas responded, I was practicing new sword techniques in the mountains and forests and took care of a bunch of nuisances. Indeed, this guy had killed a large number of National Guards and was now wanted. But that was fine, as soon I would also be on the Navy's wanted list. Beiki thought to himself with a smile, calmly issuing orders, charge at the Navy warship. We are no match for them at range. Let's board and fight them hand to hand. Of course, he would never engage in close combat himself. He only let his subordinates do the fighting. He was responsible for commanding from the rear. As the ship approached the warship, Beiki's men began throwing grappling hooks to forcibly pull the two vessels together. Defeating the Navy would surely grant him fame across the seas. This was common knowledge. Moreover, Beiki was someone who naturally enjoyed walking down the path of evil. Major Boris glanced at the mafia members while holding a yellowed photograph. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto the man with a knife in his right hand, who wore a smiling face. Arthas. It's this guy? He is already prepared for battle. With his target locked, the major donned his knuckle duster and commanded soldiers, "Justice will punish evil. Take up arms and eliminate them." All soldiers unsheathed their sabers and charged towards Beiki's mafia. The Navy major moved swiftly, knocking aside the gang members that obstructed his path. He approached Arthas and spoke, "You're the one, aren't you, kid? The one who mercilessly killed the guards maintaining order in the kingdom." With that, the Navy major unleashed a powerful punch towards Arthas, his muscular wrist seeming to explode with strength. "So what if I am?" Arthas wielded his dagger and struck fiercely against the major's fist. The blade and the steel knuckle clashed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. "You actually blocked it." The Navy major's arms were several times thicker than Arthas's. He found it hard to believe that such a slender wrist could contain such terrifying power. "Does that surprise you?" Arthas's lips curled up slightly. From the force of their collision, he sensed that the Navy major hadn't used his full strength. "Major, I'll assist you." Amidst the chaos, a Navy soldier launched a sneak attack from behind Arthas. An even more explosive force surged from Arthas's arms instantly, sending the Navy major staggering back. The major momentarily knocked back, gritted his teeth, sliding several meters on the wooden planks to stabilize himself. What was that? His power just surged in an instant. His gaze fixed on Arthas, who quickly turned, lowering his body and spinning his knife with rapid motion. He glanced at the soldiers behind him, widening his eyes and shouting, "Stay back." But it was too late. Arthas executed a rapid 360 spin, swinging his blade, causing the surrounding soldiers to retreat immediately. To avoid being ambushed, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Ugh! Only the soldier who had attempted to ambush Arthas felt a chill in his waist. Lowering his head, he saw Arthas in a crouched position, knife in hand. After finishing his strike, Arthas gripped the knife's handle tightly, remaining alert to his surroundings. The so-called justice of the Navy is built upon slaughter. The soldier's body, slick as if greased with soap, dripped crimson as it slowly detached from him, falling onto the deck. "You!" Arthas plunged the tip of his knife into the soldier's head, killing him before pointing the blade at Major Boris. The blood beneath his feet stained his slippers, causing him to momentarily tremble his arm before regaining control. Despite having killed, he still maintained a smile. He had already adapted to the fear that came with taking a life. "What you don't know is who is really pulling the strings behind those guards, and why they wanted me dead." Not wanting to explain too much, he felt it was unnecessary to clarify with the Navy at this point. In this world, they were the police of the sea, always lurking in the shadows wherever incidents occurred in different nations or towns. Were the officers from 17 years ago this powerful? According to the anime, they should be the kind that could be taken down in one blow. Arthas observed this muscular man filled with righteousness and valor, realizing the major was quite formidable. The Navy major signaled for the other soldiers on the deck to continue eliminating the remaining pirates. Somewhat excited, he returned to Arthas's side, intending to battle him alone. "So strong. I didn't expect that even after learning the 6 styles I would be pushed back by a skinny guy like you." Strength is not determined by muscle size. As he spoke, Arthas was already moving, closing in on the Navy major and swiftly slashing with both arms. Navy. The two engaged in a fierce battle, fists flying and blades glinting, creating space as the Navy and Mafia members cleared out to avoid being caught in the fray. Their combat was evenly matched for a time. The battle between Arthas and the Navy Major Boris stirred feelings of jealousy in Beiki from a distance. Even having consumed a devil fruit, he did not possess such combat ability. "I can't let him live. This guy," Beiki thought, secretly, instinctively aiming his gun at Arthas, who was currently locked in combat. This was too obvious. He felt compelled to use a cannon, reasoning that inflicting collateral damage to Arthas would be excusable. While engaged in combat with the Navy Major, Arthas remarked, "Are the Navy in this era all this capable? It feels like there isn't a single soft target. We are all soldiers trained by former admirals, specifically sent to capture evil little brats like you. Surrender quietly." "Evil? Huh?" Upon hearing those words, Arthas began to exert himself. "What defines evil? Do you truly represent justice?" Hearing the Navy Major define himself with those words, Arthas unintentionally unleashed a surge of polarized power, knocking him back to the edge of the deck. He crashed through the railing, nearly falling into the sea. What is the so-called justice? Arthas did not give the Major a chance to respond, instantly bringing his knife close and striking. "What is wrong with this guy? Is this his sensitive topic? The Major thought while quickly rolling his body over the railing to evade Arthas' blade. The force of the knife cut through the railing on the ship, embedding itself in the deck. In an instant, Arthas' wrist moved slightly, redirecting the blade towards the Major again, the entire process taking about a second. Speak. What is justice? What is evil? The Naval Major clenched his knuckles, unwilling to back down, and decided to confront Arthas full force heated. He threw a powerful punch towards the blade. The moment his knuckles made contact with the blade, a violent bone pain shot through his entire right arm, causing him to grimace. The iron ring seemed to carve into his finger joints under Arthas' strength, sending intense pain throughout his right arm. Seeing the Major tilt, Arthas quickly used his right hand to tightly grasp the collar of his naval cloak. He slammed the Major into the deck, creating a human-shaped dent. Arthas pressed forward with fierce attacks, slaughtering civilians and blocking news. Is this the Navy's justice? I don't know what you're talking about, you evil little demon. I, Boris, have only done what I should in my life, the Naval Major retorted. As a major, he had heard some rumors. You are merely a dog under the world's aristocrats. If the celestial dragons represent justice, then I shall become the most terrifying evil to let them know what fear is. Witnessing the plight of the Piltover Kingdom left him with no pity for the Navy. However, as the battle dragged on, his body could not withstand the side effects of overexertion, and the tearing sensation in his muscles made him realize he must cease the overexertion. Otherwise, his body would not endure. The moment he released the overexertion, he was met with a counterattack from Boris' strength, quickly loosening his grip on Boris' collar and stepping back several paces. Glass stood up, ripping off his cloak of justice, and said, "There may be many corrupt officers in the Navy who abuse their power to forcefully collect tributes. Are you going to give it your all?" Seeing this, Arthas sheathed his blade, gripping the scabbard at his left waist with his left hand. His right hand tightened around the hilt, preparing to unleash a quick slashing technique enhanced by the power of overexertion. Arthas had also been studying the sword-drawing technique these past few days. This was undoubtedly every man's dream. I, Boris, am a soldier taught by instructor Zephyr with the right values. No evil shall be let go. Boris' bold declaration filled him with courage. Having learned the 6 styles, he concentrated all his power into his fist, channeling the incomplete and imperfect power of the 6 styles into his right fist. The finger gun increased the destructive power, the iron block enhanced muscle hardness, and the force of the gale foot generated a faint airflow in front of his fist. Boom. In an instant, a fist like a mountain crashing down was swung towards Arthas while he muttered, "Evil cannot triumph over justice." At the moment the Naval Major struck, all surrounding soldiers and gang members ceased their actions and turned to watch the two. They seemed to become the focus of this battle, with the outcome affecting the morale of those around. I may not be evil, and you may not be just. Arthas' leg muscles suddenly exerted force, propelling him forward, vanishing from his original spot, leaving a dent in the deck from his explosive speed. In terms of strength, Boris' technique undoubtedly held the advantage, but in terms of speed, it dropped significantly. In an instant, he closed in on Boris' chest, twisting his neck and body quickly to the left. The powerful wind from his punch still tore through the flesh on Arthas' left cheek, but it allowed him to successfully evade that punch. This scene left Boris stunned, his eyes wide as he looked down at the smile on Arthas' face. As he attempted to bend his wrist to capture him and turn the tide, the blade suddenly unsheathed from Arthas' waist, slashing through his chest and severely wounding him. Ugh! The Major let out a scream, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground, limbs convulsing. Boom! A gust of wind swept past, and Arthas pierced through the Naval Major's body like that wind. Shaking off the blood from his blade onto the deck, he said, "In this world, I am stronger than you, and I am more justified than you. Major, quick, protect the Major, damn gangsters." Naval soldiers rushed in, brandishing their weapons towards Arthas, who had just finished his strike. This sword-drawing technique nearly tore Arthas' leg muscles apart, and he was unable to move even slightly, feeling as if a weight of 10,000 pounds pressed down on him. The strike that stunned everyone delayed the gang members' reactions. By the time they rushed towards Arthas, a small cannonball shot out from Beiki's castle, weaving through the crowd and rapidly returning to its original form. Beiki. Arthas turned to see Beiki's sinister smile, his eyes widening in disbelief that he was being silenced in such a situation. At that moment, Beiki's face seemed to say to him, "Well done, little demon, eliminate a big trouble on my path to fame." Overexertion. Without time to catch his breath, Arthas, risking muscle rupture, used overexertion again, nearly causing his blood to burst from his muscles. So painful. Enduring the pain, he pushed his arm's strength and speed to the extreme limits of life and death, quickly grabbing a nearby naval soldier to shield himself. Boom. The massive explosion triggered by the bomb erupted instantly, sending Arthas and the naval soldier in front of him flying off the edge of the warship. Suspended in the air, he was met with a piercing ringing in his ears, unable to hear any sound. Shrapnel from the cannonball pierced into Arthas' abdomen, causing him pain to the point of near exhaustion, yet he still tightly gripped his weapon as he flew towards the ocean. Splash! He fell into the sea with the explosion. Who fired the cannon? Are they trying to kill their own men in close combat? Damn it, Arthas, who defeated the naval major, has been injured and fallen into the sea. It must be the Navy's doing. How despicable. The fighting on the deck continued, and some admirers of Arthas wanted to jump into the sea to save him, but could not find the opportunity in front of the Navy. Under the sea. Glub. In an instant of choking water, the ambushed and severely injured Arthas covered his mouth and nose, conjuring the golden finger. He desperately swam towards the inland. In the ocean, as his vision became increasingly blurry, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Using its mouth to grasp his clothing and its hands to hold his arm, it vigorously swam towards the inland. Who is it? He felt the strange creature was saving him, making strange calls. Until Arthas felt he could breathe again, he quickly and laboriously crawled towards the shore, smelling the salty sea air. In extreme distress, he asked Little AI, "Where am I on this island, Little AI?" Iberu Kingdom, eastern uninhabited beach host, eastern, where Luffy is. A dense coconut grove lay ahead on the beach, and the moment Arthas crawled into the grass, he lost consciousness. The shockwave from the cannon explosion injured his body. Shrapnel pierced through his abdomen and blood dripped onto the grass, but soon a furry creature pressed against him, staunching the flow. The rain soaked the mud, creating ripples. A sharp cold pain jolted the unconscious Arthas awake. As he moved his body, it felt as if he were being torn apart, and he let out a scream. "Ah, it hurts." His right hand, which had gripped the knife handle all day, finally released it as he sheathed it, muttering, "Beiki. I was wrong to think I could communicate with such a person. It was a miscalculation." Seeing the familiar little otter clapping its hands in front of him, he instantly understood what had happened. After adjusting his body, he gently stroked its head, saying, "You saved my life, little one." The otter happily clapped its hands, making cute sounds that did not seem strange to Arthas. The laughter of others in this world was already odd enough. The otter's sounds were nothing unusual. "Little one, I need to find some medicine for my injuries." As he spoke, Arthas placed his hand on his abdomen, forcefully prying something out. "Come out." The iron shard lodged in his body was forcibly pulled out, and blood immediately flowed down into the earth with the rain. Bandages. The chest pack tied to his chest had not been lost, and Arthas quickly used the remaining bandages to stop the bleeding. He then picked up his knife and stood up, walking into the island. He did not know who had won the conflict. After being ambushed by his own men, the Navy quickly repelled Beiki and successfully landed at the southern town port. The Navy major was also not dead. He had been severely injured by Arthas, but was rescued. One wrong step and you fall into an abyss. Arthas, undeterred, laughed loudly in the storm. Battling through the rain, he soon discovered a coastal village. The otter had been following closely behind him, and they arrived at a pharmacy. In the pouring rain of the night, Arthas stood outside the pharmacy, facing the doctor, who was observing the weather outside. "Are you crazy? Look at the wind and the rain outside, young man. Wait, is this guy injured? Seeking medical help?" Upon noticing Arthas, the village doctor immediately opened the door for him. "Thank you. I need treatment, doctor." Seeing the doctor willingly accept him, he took out some berry from his chest pack and handed it to the doctor, all his money, just to get cured. The doctor curiously asked, "What is your name?" "Arthas." Realizing he was wanted by the National Security Agency, he abruptly stopped. "Arthas." The doctor, seeing the amount of berry, invited Arthas to sit by the fireplace. "So, Arthas, how did you get injured? You have bruises all over your body." "I'm hurt, doctor. Let's not discuss the injury, just treat me quickly." The injury in his abdomen made Arthas feel a bit fearful. A primal fear for safety combined with a modern person's dread of serious injuries led him to believe that without timely treatment, he would surely die. However, this world of pirates was completely different from the one he had traversed. Everyone's vitality was different. "All right, let's first unwrap the bandage and stitch it up." The doctor took out a set of his tools and gestured for Arthas to lie down in front of the fire, saying, "This process will take a while and will be very painful." The doctor then brought out a dose of morphine and comforted him. "Once this morphine is administered, you will sleep. You just trust me, young man." Morphine is a potent painkiller that could help Arthas reduce suffering during treatment. "All right, go ahead, doctor." With that, Arthas closed his eyes to rest. He hadn't wanted to inject these anesthetics for fear of affecting his body, but now he felt there was no choice. Perhaps this is something one must experience during tumultuous times. The otter remained by his side, frantically learning human medicine while helping the doctor pass tools. "What a good pet, young man, so intelligent," the doctor praised. Thinking about how this creature could save his life, a smile naturally appeared on Arthas's lips. It seems that the loyalty of animals far exceeds that of humans. This experience made him and Beiki enemies. Arthas resolved to kill him, while he was still weak, even if it meant losing a member of the future supernova. To repay hatred with hatred and kindness with kindness is Arthas' absolute bottom line. Indeed, one must endure to understand. His previously naive thoughts of wanting to witness Beiki ruling the West Sea Crime Syndicate as a godfather were completely shattered at this moment. Evil people only make connections for interests. This principle stayed etched in his heart. While stitching Arthas' wounds, the doctor witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Under the microscope, cells invisible to the naked eye were rapidly multiplying and growing. Although slow, it astonished him, a doctor of many years. Is this self-cell repair accelerating? As long as the injury in his abdomen was cleaned and bandaged, it would definitely heal within 2 days, leaving scars. Arthas' constitution was not particularly special. This was also an effect brought by the growth talent granted by the Golden Finger. It was weak, but after tempering it could definitely become powerful enough to instill fear. The next morning, the doctor woke up from the chair by the fire and looked around, discovering that Arthas had already disappeared from the room. He had even covered Arthas with a blanket to prevent him from catching cold. Where is he? Just as the doctor was searching for Arthas, the breeze outside intensified along with the dance of blades. The doctor vaguely walked to the window, watching Arthas practicing his swordplay outside. Young Arthas, your injury has only been stitched up. Haven't you fully recovered yet? Is this boy a swordsman? But that constitution should be fine. It's nothing new. I feel uneasy if I don't train for a day. If he doesn't become stronger for a day, he will fall behind others. Right now, he could only be considered a high-level swordsman among third-rate ones. Arthas could rely on polarization to significantly enhance his strength and forcefully compete with those who were not much stronger than him. Shall I? What level am I currently at as a swordsman? Host, you are currently at a third-rate swordsman level 3, about to enter the second-rate swordsman standard. In theory, anyone fighting with a sword in this world should be called a swordsman, but the reality was not so. Swordsmen have their own arduous training, enhancing their strength while gradually honing their minds. Following this, Arthas stopped his sword movements and continued to ask the Golden Finger, what about my weapon? Shall I? Little good knife level 1, it can be upgraded to level 3, which requires strong forging skills. The host can learn forging skills to enhance their weapon level. Hearing this, Arthas suddenly realized, muttering to himself, that's right, I previously thought I could rely on others to help me. It seems it's time to improve my own living skills. Oh, what are you talking about to yourself, Arthas? The doctor, listening by the bedside, asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Do I have enough berry for the treatment? Enough. You can pay me 45000 berry. He'll only charge you 15000. This was acceptable considering he had suffered serious injuries. That, he continued to ask the doctor, can I learn medicine from you, doctor? Oh, are you interested in this field? Yes, I am a wandering soul. Having more skills is good for making a living. Arthas decided to leave the island and embark on a new journey after taking revenge on Beiki. Write down that guy's characteristics and send them to headquarters. Black hair, a scar on his left shoulder, a pure white sheath, and a jet black handle. The naval major Polis, whose body was wrapped in bandages, was stationed at the port of the eastern town to liberate the townsfolk. In front of the regular army, the mafia ruled by Beiki could only retreat to the west. No need to remember Major. Have you forgotten we already have his photo? Major? Of course I know. I meant the characteristics, you fool. Yes. If we allow that guy to grow, he will be a very formidable enemy in the future. Who exactly is he? Contact the Iberu Kingdom and issue a royal wanted notice to the 4 towns in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, as well as to the surrounding villages. We must deal with them here. But Major, that guy is really strong. I understand. Polis clutched his chest where he was injured. That's precisely why we must put an end to his evil deeds here. Understood, Major. There's one more thing. Call the security chief of the eastern town and find out why that boy is wanted. Everything has a cause and effect. He recalled what Arthas had said earlier and planned to investigate. Under Major Police Command, the naval soldiers searched the entire island, gathering intelligence in the 4 towns of the Iberu Kingdom. At this moment, Beiki, who was residing in the Western Mafia stronghold, was worried about Arthas' death. Everyone on the ship sent to confront the Navy had perished. Only the loyal members within his body had survived. In a nearby village by the deserted beach, Arthas had followed a doctor and studied medicine for 2.5 days. He raised his medical skill to level 1. Each life skill can reach a maximum of level 10. In the clinic, upon learning about the island-wide wanted notice, Arthas came to bid farewell to the doctor. Holding his bounty notice with a sea otter perched on his shoulder, Arthas approached the clinic's counter and placed the royal wanted notice in front of the old doctor. Old May, am sorry for deceiving you before him. Actually wanted by the Iberu Kingdom. It's all because I assassinated Lafitte and killed the guards he sent, otherwise Arthas wouldn't be wanted. So ultimately, it's still my fault for being insufficiently powerful. If I faced Lafitte now, I might not stand a chance. As he grows, others will grow too, and they are devil fruit users at that. The doctor frowned, picked up the wanted notice on the counter, and compared it with Arthas, exclaiming in shock, "Arthas, this must be a mistake. How could you possibly be a wanted criminal? I'll leave myself with 300 berries. The rest can be considered tuition for learning medicine from you." After placing the money down, he took his backpack and sword and left the clinic. The door creaked shut, leaving the doctor alone in the room, stunned. This was merely a random individual Arthas encountered during his adventures. There was no need to linger too much. Wanted, huh? After leaving the clinic, Arthas stood at the door, gazing up at the sky, with a smile, his body radiating the heat from today's training results. Since it's bound to happen sooner or later, I might as well start getting used to a life on the run now. You don't seem like an extremely evil person. As Old May rushed to the door and opened it, she exclaimed, "Arthas." Upon opening the door, she found that Arthas had already vanished. It's a torrential rain at midnight. Continuous storms were sweeping through the streets and alleyways of the island. In the western town, near the Mafia stronghold on the ancient streets, Arthas held a black umbrella in his left hand and was surrounded tightly by members of the Mafia loyal to Beiki with a sword in his right hand. He looked at the crowd, not a single familiar face among them, and spoke, "Call Beiki here. I want to know what it means to ambush me from behind." 23 people. Though it's a bit of pressure, it should be much easier without firearms, right? He stood still on the street, observing the number of Mafia members. In a luxurious mansion in the distance, Beiki was watching every move on the street through binoculars. He never expected Arthas to have survived the explosion. That was clearly the Navy's doing. Arthas. Listening to the Mafia's words, Arthas found it somewhat amusing. He recalled the continuously enlarging cannonballs and everyone present. Only Beiki's castle fruit ability could achieve this, firing cannonballs from his body that continually enlarged and exploded before him. His gaze quickly scanned the crowd, locking onto a guy holding a snail phone waiting for Beiki's orders. Calmly, he shouted, "Beiki, you've taught me not to easily trust anyone." "Hee, Arthas, that was just an accident, it wasn't my doing." Beiki did not evade Arthas' words and directly replied through the snail phone. "So the new wound on my abdomen was a misunderstanding. This scar on my face can be considered a gift from you." "That's right, the cannon was fired by the Navy. You sought revenge, but targeted the wrong person." "Ha ha ha, you really are something." Arthas laughed upon hearing this. The two spoke across the distance, realizing that Beiki didn't want to take responsibility, and he quickly moved through the rainy streets toward his subordinates. "So fast. Charge and take him down. Boss Beiki, he's attacking us." Everyone was stunned by Arthas' speed, thrown into disarray for a moment. "Forget it, just get rid of him." Beiki, seeing Arthas make a move, no longer pretended and directly ordered his men to eliminate him. What Mafia boss would allow a beast who could see through his thoughts to remain by his side? Let alone Beiki, who wanted to quickly dominate the West Sea and become the godfather of the Mafia. Quickly, several times faster than ordinary people, Arthas approached them. This time his blade was aimed not at their bodies, but at their necks. In the blink of an eye, he reached one person's front, dodged their weapon, and pressed the blade against their neck, making a deep cut. Cough. That person clutched their bleeding neck and fell into the heavy rain. "I was thinking of ruling all the islands of the West Sea Mafia with you, Beiki." Arthas moved swiftly and silently, easily dodging their attacks. He wielded his knife with ease while chatting with Beiki. "Damn it, Dot." The second attacker lunged at Arthas from behind with a knife, but upon noticing, he quickly stepped aside, calmly turning around to deliver a diagonal slash. The tip of the blade sliced through the air like a silver line, instantly bringing the attacker down, clutching their neck, trying to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Those rushing towards Arthas fell one by one, their chests slashed and necks severed, lying on the ground awaiting their demise. This was also his first fight alone against so many, yet he managed to kill them effortlessly. "Don't look, kids." Nearby parents in houses covered their children's eyes. They prevented them from witnessing Arthas' fluid movements as he slaughtered the 23 Mafia members. Blood splattered across Arthas' dark gray robe, turning it crimson. After eliminating them, he calmed down, standing in the pool of blood among the corpses and picking up the snail phone to contact Beiki. "Sigh, I have to spend money to wash the bloodstains again, Beiki." After taking down 23 people, he was slightly out of breath as he walked toward the gates of the mansion. After witnessing Arthas' strength, Beiki broke out in a cold sweat and proposed, "Brother, there's no need for this to escalate. Why don't you come back and I'll make you my second-in-command?" "Do you think that's possible? How do you not understand such a simple principle? Unless you can withstand the force of a cannonball, ha." The snail phone was hung up by Beiki, and he quickly dashed out through the back door of the mansion, his feet transforming into treads as he fled into the forest. In the forest leading from the western town to the central capital of the kingdom, the sound of rain poured down. Arthas moved through the trees, pursuing Beiki, who had nearly caused his death. "Beiki, I specialize in swordsmanship and physical training. Even with your tank-like strides, you cannot escape my grasp." As Beiki moved through the foliage, his face was drenched in cold sweat. He could not see where Arthas was only firing at the source of the sound in the trees. Why hasn't that bastard died yet? Could it be that the Marine shielded him from the blast? It was impossible. Even if someone stood in front, they wouldn't emerge unscathed from such a close explosion. Shaking his head and observing the surroundings, Beiki suddenly spoke up. Arthas, I didn't expect things to escalate to this point. I didn't expect it either, Beiki, Arthas replied, finishing his words on one branch before jumping to another to crouch. Bang. As expected, Beiki immediately fired upon hearing the sound. I wanted to see your prowess as the ruler of the West Sea. Bang. I didn't expect you to be secretly plotting to kill me, ooh, I have no thoughts of betrayal against you. Bang. As he emptied his magazine with continuous shots, Beiki felt a chill run down his back. Being with a mysterious guy like you makes me feel like my thoughts are completely exposed. That's only normal, after all, I know everything about you. What a... As he changed the magazine of his pistol, he saw Arthas leap out from the dense foliage, slashing his tank-like body and sending Beiki tumbling to the ground. This guy's body is so tough. No wonder he possesses the Steel City fruit. The blade sunk into Becky's skin, and a normal swing of the knife was unable to cut through his body. After discovering that Arthas's strike couldn't penetrate his skin, Beiki stood up and laughed. The Steel City fruit represents my body being as solid as a fortress. You can do no more than give me a scratch, Arthas. After stopping Beiki in the forest, Arthas stood 2 meters away, locking eyes with him. You might be right, Beiki. Arthas's eyes never left any part of Becky's body, always alert for the shrinking figure within him. This was Becky's only threat to him. But I will never let you go. What if he's a future supernova? How does it matter to take him down? It wouldn't affect the historical timeline much. Beiki loaded 7 bullets and asked, is this a new duel? This guy truly resembled a dashing young master, yet was also a diligent swordsman. Whose young master has come out to experience life? Up close, he must be untouchable. No, Beiki, Arthas replied calmly, gripping the hilt of his sword. This is our fight to the death. Having killed over 20 people, Arthas exuded a faint murderous intent that made Beiki feel uneasy. Beiki aimed his gun at Arthas's head, chuckling. How do you think you can outpace a bullet? The rain soaked Arthas's black attire, and his eyes visible through his bangs fixated on Beiki. For days ago, he could dodge Luffy's bullets. Now his strength had surged, giving him confidence. You could have become renowned in the West Sea, Beiki. Oh, what a pity. I will remember you as well, Arthas, Beiki said before pulling the trigger. Boom. At just 2 meters, the bullet was instantly evaded by Arthas's teleportation. Stunned, Beiki found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. A living person vanished before his eyes. Then he appeared in another position. The bullet struck the tree trunk, creating a dent. Impossible. Did he just move like an afterimage to another spot? How did he do that? Beiki was shocked. Once loyalty is betrayed, it will retaliate with full force, Beiki, Arthas said as he positioned his sword in front of him. The moment the bullet was fired, he activated his extreme evasion. Your background must be extraordinary, Arthas. Extraordinary. Both in this life and the last, he was an orphan, and what about his background? With such looks and innate charisma, how could he possibly be a survivor of the Piltovian Kingdom? Arthas laughed coldly, tracing the scar on his left cheek. If you don't shoot, I will advance. Just as he finished speaking, Beiki pulled the trigger repeatedly, tension rising. The power of extreme evasion exploded in an instant, causing Arthas's speed to surge. His body moved like a shadow in the rain, dodging bullets while sheathing his blade and closing in on Beiki. The muscle power in his right wrist reached the limit of what his body could bear, bolstered by extreme evasion. Blood vessels bulged beneath the skin as he suddenly drew his sword, striking at Becky's chest. Sword drawing technique. In that instant, all the figures burst forth from his body. As they expanded, one was cut down, preserving Becky's life. Arthas appeared behind him, swiftly turning again to sheath his sword. 2 strikes. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Arthas pierced through Becky's body once more. Beiki, in disbelief, felt intense pain coursing through his body. Kneeling on the ground, he looked at Arthas's back and lamented, damn it, you really went all out, Arthas. You should have a bright future ahead, Beiki. You even have a child waiting, what a pity. Are you some kind of fortune teller? As he watched Arthas approach, Becky's expression darkened with helplessness, until his chin was lifted by the tip of Arthas's blade, staring into the storm. After you die, you won't be rewarded by the Navy anymore. As he spoke, Arthas pressed the blade against the hard back of his head, gripping the hilt with one hand and pressing down the pommel with the other. Feeling the fear of death, Beiki suddenly roared in rage. Answer me, Arthas. Speak your last words. Who exactly are you? Those deep eyes seemed capable of seeing through one's thoughts. Oh, what kind of ability is that? Are you also one who has consumed a devil fruit? Can you really read minds? In response to Becky's question, Arthas merely gazed calmly at his desperate face. No. Once finished speaking, Arthas used extreme evasion to drive the blade through Becky's head. How could he possibly reveal his identity as a traveler? Sigh, it seems that during these 17 years, I will change the original timeline. Detected host has killed historical figure Godfather Capone Beiki. Reward sword drawing technique. Flash activated hunting reward function officially opened. Sword drawing technique flash. Don't tell me that what I used before wasn't sword drawing. Arthas pondered, pulling the blade from Becky's mind. Host, that was merely a rapid draw and slash. Sword drawing technique flash allows the host to pierce through enemies instantaneously, inflicting devastating damage along the way. Suspicious. Is that really true? Can it really pierce through enemies? Wouldn't that be a breach of the model? Just as Arthas was doubting this sword drawing technique flash, the memory of the technique began to flood into his brain, causing his previously calm expression to widen in disbelief. To test the newly acquired skill, Arthas found a tree in the pouring rain and stood beneath it. With his left thumb stabilizing the sword hilt, his right hand hovered about a decimeter away from the hilt. Taking a deep breath, Arthas concentrated all his strength. Bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly sank sharply, sending raindrops around him flying into the air, leaving Arthas in shock. I didn't move just now. All my strength gathered in my limbs. What is happening? Is this the effect of the technique? Arthas thought to himself as this seemingly impossible phenomenon truly occurred to him. A massive amount of strength was rapidly converging towards his limbs, and Arthas felt this powerful force growing serious. The strength that his body could not mobilize was all gathered at that moment. Sword drawing technique flash. Bang! The raindrops and air before him exploded instantly, and Arthas's whole body vanished from the spot, leaving a shockwave cloud in front of the tree. As the blade was slowly sheathed, the moment the hilt and sheath closed, a flash of light passed through the trunk of the large tree, causing it to split and fall behind Arthas. I breached the model, Shao AI. What the hell kind of technique did you give me? I just exploded through the air. At this moment, Arthas could no longer contain his excitement. With this technique, he no longer feared those much stronger than him. If Luffy were present, he could be defeated in a single strike. Washing the blood off his blade with the rain, he sheathed it and opened an umbrella as he walked into Becky's mansion in the western town. To set sail, Bailey needed to purchase a ship, and in this world, ships were the most expensive items. Even 17 years ago, a large ship cost tens of millions. In the heavy rain, the Navy discovered Arthas's trail, searching through the western town and reaching the ancient street outside Becky's mansion. This is all the mafia members killed by knives. Boris crouched down, inspecting the corpses of the deceased gang members. It was that boy who did this. Wait, isn't he with Capone Beiki? Report. The corpse of Capone Beiki has been found in the forest with a knife wound in the back of his head. What? Capone Beiki is dead. Correct, Major. This news indeed surprised the Navy, Major. It was obvious who was behind it. Previously, this young man worked alongside him to resist us. It seems that Beiji wanted to eliminate him, and after being revived, he was done away with. After all, we didn't manage to fish him out at sea back then. Report, Major Boris. The soldiers searching for Arthas saluted before the Major. We have discovered his traces in the Mafia's stronghold residence. Act immediately. Have the soldiers surround the residence. Around 100 soldiers armed with guns surrounded the residence where Arthas was located, sealing it tight. Inside the residence, he was searching for where Arthas was in the mansion. The otter ran to Arthas's side, patting his leg and barking insistently. What's wrong, little guy? Arthas turned to look at it and asked. It ran to the staircase, waving its hand to signal Arthas to follow. Reaching the staircase, Arthas noticed through the window that a large number of Navy soldiers had surrounded the residence. Even on such a rainy day, they still came. Following the otter to the 4th floor of the residence, they stopped in front of a bookshelf. It pointed at the bookshelf and shouted loudly. Behind there. The otter nodded in response. Arthas pushed aside the bookshelf, revealing a hidden door. It was wooden. Step back a bit, little guy. The otter retreated behind Arthas, hugging his leg. Then Arthas drew his weapon and struck forcefully at the door. With one slash, the door split in two, crashing to the floor. Before him lay stacks upon stacks of cash. It filled the entire wall. He had the money to buy a boat, but he couldn't carry too much. He casually grabbed 5 million berry and stuffed it into his backpack. The bag swelled up significantly. A small boat should be enough. This is 5 million berry. Compared to the prices of boats and other things, this was an astronomical sum. At present, Arthas needed a small boat to leave this island. The sound of footsteps in the staircase made him vigilant, and he quickly exited the room and headed for the corridor. Target spotted. Open fire. Is it really wise to use long-range weapons in such a confined space, Navy? Several people fired at Arthas in the 4th floor corridor, but he managed to dodge behind cover. A direct confrontation wasn't viable. He decided to negotiate with the Navy. Hey, I have a proposal. Let's talk after you're arrested and in prison. The soldiers decisively refused, not accepting Arthas's negotiations. This darkened his expression. Why won't you listen to reason? Outside the residence, Boris observed every movement inside the mansion. Before long, 6 men who had entered to search were thrown out by Arthas through the window. They landed on the rain-soaked ground, wincing in pain. The inside was too cramped. Even if they rushed in, he would take them all down. Navy outside, I have a proposal. Are you willing to listen? Arthas's voice echoed out, heard by Boris. Major, he wants to negotiate. Throw in a transponder snail and see what he says. A transponder snail was tossed into the house, and upon seeing it, Arthas instructed the little otter to retrieve it for him. Picking up the transponder snail, Arthas spoke, I have a proposal, Navy. Haha, let's hear it. Boris personally responded upon hearing his voice. In the eastern town, there's a sheriff who kills his underlings all day long. Perhaps you could investigate him. This news truly shocked Boris. The soldiers he had previously sent to inquire about the situation had yet to return. The major speculated and asked, I suppose he's the one who issued the bounty on you. Haha, don't say useless things. There are billions of berry in this residence left behind by the gangs. What? Boris was taken aback by this news. What does billions of berry mean in this era? It was enough to sustain a family for an entire lifetime without worrying about food, clothing, or shelter. The funds needed to establish a small navy base, or to build several fully equipped navy small warships. Are you tempted? Justice, Navy. Arthas teased. What are your conditions? Boris continued to ask, genuinely moved by this massive sum. If he could obtain it, the civilians of his island branch would enjoy a much more prosperous life. Whether it was expanding troop strength, acquiring weapons, or improving island security, everything could be significantly enhanced. The Navy major was tempted. Arthas continued, the condition is simple, you come in alone. No problem. The Navy major agreed without hesitation. Then he resolutely walked into the residence. He met Arthas on the 4th floor, and the two exchanged smiles. Haha, it seems the justice-spouting Navy cannot resist the temptation of money. Arthas shook his weapon over his shoulder, smiling as he continued to tease him. Where's the money, kid? In the room? Go check for yourself. We can negotiate after you've seen it. The major walked past Arthas and into the room. Haha, you're bandaged up quite a bit. It seems my knife is still pretty quick. So much berry. Upon entering the room, Boris was utterly stunned. The entire wall was piled high with berry bills. Let me go, all of this belongs to you. I only need a small boat to go out to sea. Buying your life with money. The moment he spoke this, Arthas stood before him, emanating a sense of lethal intent. Think carefully, I am not currently wanted by the Navy. Letting me go won't do you any harm. Arthas's gaze indicated to the Navy major to look at the berry in the wall. Such a large sum of money could definitely drive someone insane. This is the only way to avoid a brutal fight. Trust me, you won't regret it. If I call the cannon to come and level this house, how will you escape? Then how will you leave this house? Arthas's words prompted the major to realize. He awkwardly smirked and said, all right, I agree. Considering his own safety, the Navy major had no choice but to compromise. After all, who would want to go against money? Smart. Now have your soldiers clear a path out. Boris immediately contacted the soldiers with the transponder snail, calling off the siege and gathering in the spacious area outside the residence. He walked to the window and observed the situation outside. The Navy indeed called off the siege. Arthas stood at the window looking back at the major inside the room. In this moment, do you truly believe you are just? You are merely living for your own interests. He did not dare to confront the Navy major. Rather, he had exhausted his last bit of strength during the earlier trial and would be caught if he fought. Boris. The Navy major remained silent, turning to see that Arthas had already vanished without a trace. The thunderstorm roared at this moment, illuminating the dark mansion. I've been played, haha. The so-called justice of the Navy had long been trampled by the celestial dragons, devoid of dignity and glory. They are merely tools for the celestial dragons to sacrifice and maintain the balance of the world order. Zifa, you were right. Once a person becomes greedy, they forget their roots. Shall I? How many days of sailing are we from the nearest country to this island? The kingdom of Troya is a haven for many human traffickers and mercenary groups, about 7 days by ship. It seems to be another lawless area. In the forest, Arthas smirked as he moved toward the village near the northern town. It appears this world is particularly chaotic now. Unsurprisingly, there must have been a massive military operation to suppress pirates before the official history began. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many low-level pirates running rampant on the seas of official history. Summoning his virtual phone, Arthas looked at his information displayed on the screen. Host Arthas. Cultivation path, swordsmanship, second-rate, swordsman stage 1. Weapon Yasha, small sharp, blade stage 1. Life skills, thief level 4, rogue level 3, medicine level 1, culinary level 5. Sword techniques, draw and slash flash. Enhancement technique, polarization. It seems I need to learn forging and shipbuilding. I must learn anything that could be useful in the future. From the talent of learning medicine for the first time, he discovered that his learning ability was exceptionally fast. It seems the god of transmigration hasn't abandoned me. Arthas winced as the sea otter's claws dug into his shoulder. Don't grip my shoulders so hard. The little sea otter, unable to keep up with Alsace's speed, had its claws nearly embedded in his shoulder. Don't call out, I can't understand what you're saying. Are you sure you want to follow me? He looked at the little sea otter that had saved his life and didn't want to release it. The sea otter nodded with a smile, indicating its eagerness to follow Alsace. All right, but life with me will be very dangerous from now on. Upon hearing this, it displayed a serious expression indicating that it was not afraid. Then I'll call you Xiao. You're round and adorable. Hearing Alsace name it, the sea otter happily wrapped its arms around his neck. They dashed through the storm, running for about 3 hours before reaching the village near the northern town. After a brief observation in the bushes, Alsace sprinted into the village, having found no trace of the Navy. He was starving, completely soaked, and the blood on him had been washed away by the rain. Arriving at an inn in the village, his drenched long hair concealed his wanted face. What do you need accommodation? The receptionist was taken aback upon seeing Alsace for a moment. He looked like a drenched rat, and the floor was soaked. Yes, give me the best room you have. How much? The best room? That'll be 500 belly, sir. I'll give you 1,000 belly. I'll bring me plenty of food to my room. Placing the belly on the front desk, the server's previously lazy demeanor instantly transformed, and they eagerly responded, sure. Room 4 on the second floor, the best configuration in the village, and the food will be right up. I'll notify the kitchen. Receiving the key, Alsace continued to ask one more thing. Is there a master shipbuilder in this village? Yes, right next to the dock bar. All right. Let's rest today. I'll go find him tomorrow to commission a ship. Upon entering his designated room, he headed straight for the bathroom to take a bath. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, there was a knock on the room door. Sir, the sumptuous meal is ready. Xiao, go bring it in. The sea otter flew over and opened the door. However, as it attempted to catch the far too large platter for its body, it became trapped underneath. Seeing this, Alsace's expression darkened so weak. I'll train you to death in the future. Xiao. After personally bringing the food into the room, Alsace began to eat with his new pet. It was all seafood. Enjoy your meal, young master. If you need anything, just ring the bell. The server left the room. In a few days, I'll be wanted by the Navy. If you want to follow me, you must be useful. The sea otter stuffed food into its mouth, seriously listening to Alsace. Shipbuilding might take several days, so I can train it during this time. After the meal, Alsace lay on the comfortable bed and drifted into a dream, listening to the sound of raindrops outside. Morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the island that had been washed by the storm all night. Get up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Alsace yelled loudly at the little sea otter's ear, startling it into rolling and crawling under the bed. Listen, Xiao. After regaining its composure, Xiao stood on the bed, facing Alsace seriously. If you're going to follow me, I must make you stronger. Let's go special training by the sea. Around 8 a.m., after training for half an hour and spending 500 belly on breakfast, Alsace brought the exhausted Xiao to the shipyard by the dock. What? You want to build a 5 million belly ship? At the shipyard, Alsace, with the foaming Xiao, negotiated with the boss. Yes, it needs a bedroom, a living room, a sturdy mast, and sail, a kitchen, a warehouse, and other living facilities. This won't cost 5 million, young man. I don't need the best. I can save some for later use. Top configuration, use wood that can withstand bullets. For top configuration, that's about right, young man. Hearing Alsace's demands, the shipbuilders exchanged bewildered glances and agreed. In the following days after completing his training, Alsace learned shipbuilding from the shipbuilders with no navy or guards pursuing him. The reason lies in the eastern town. Hundreds of Navy personnel gathered outside the security office at the summons of a Navy captain teaming up with the kingdom's lord to hunt down Lafitte. During these days, several Navy men were hypnotized and killed by Lafitte, and the entire security office became his playground. Many civilians and all the guards became pawns in his game, like walking corpses wielding weapons against the Navy and soldiers dispatched by the state. His cruel actions far exceeded those of the mafia that wreak havoc in towns. Days later, on the northern seaside of the island, Alsace stood on a ship measuring 1,000 centimeters in length and 750 centimeters in height. It had 2 decks with the warehouse on the middle deck. The kitchen and living room were inside one of the cabins. The luxury bedroom had a large soft bed for Alsace to rest on, and the entire interior of the ship was lavishly decorated. It cost a total of 4.5 million belly to build, leaving 5.0 belly, which Alsace used to buy many essential supplies. Young man, don't you need a navigator to set sail like this? Alsace scoffed. A navigator. With his golden finger, he wouldn't need any navigator, not even navigation skills. No need, I am the world's strongest navigator. The shipbuilders sighed as they left the seaside, clearly not believing Alsace's words. Sigh, how short-sighted these people are. Alsace shook his head and approached the helm, summoning his golden finger and placing it on top. Let's set sail. To the kingdom of Troya, there's nothing to miss here. The food is sufficient for Arthas to last 2 months on his own, mostly consisting of long-lasting provisions. The fresh water will last for a month, allowing him to indulge freely. After setting sail, he trained with the little ball from morning until noon. The little ball lay on the deck with a look of disillusionment, unable to compare its physique with Arthas. "In this way," said Arthas, sitting beside the little ball and munching on some dried beef for energy, "we shall train in swimming, little ball, so no one can say I bully you." Is that for real?" Hearing this, it immediately flipped over, got up from the deck, and nodded vigorously at Arthas. Swimming is his strong suit. Rather than baking under the sun with Arthas, he'd prefer to swim freely in the water. Hehehe. Seeing the little ball agree, Arthas displayed a cunning smile. "Then plain swimming is too boring. Let's tie a rope to our bodies and swim with weights." The little ball, at that moment, it seemed to regret following Arthas out to sea, instinctively retreating a few steps against the ship's railing. The expression of utter shock filled it with fear towards Arthas. Just it, and the human before it, pulling such a large ship in the water. Even thinking about it seems impossible. "Don't be afraid, little guy. If you can beat me, you'll catch you a female sea otter for a bit of fun." Upon hearing about the female sea otter, the little ball instantly perked up, breathing rapidly, and recalled the scene of fleeing from other creatures that had bitten it in the water, losing its fear of such training. Clenching its little paws, it thought, at worst it would die. This human treats it well, maybe following him could lead to a different life. From morning until now, Arthas had completed 600 push-ups, 500 squats, and swung his sword 100 times, without damaging the blade. After training, Arthas began to check the blade, reassured once he confirmed there were no excessive cracks or extensions. It was all to prevent it from breaking again. It seems the quality of the Xiaoyang knife is indeed much stronger than that of the Swift knife. He squinted at the 3 patterns on the blade, pondering that they must provide tremendous resilience. Sheathing the knife, he gazed out at the vast blue sea ahead. 7 days. 7 days until I see civilization. What awaits me ahead? Sitting on the ship's railing, Arthas enjoyed the warm sea breeze while watching the little boat sail on its own. Soon the evening glow descended. In a state of relaxation, Arthas was dozing off when the little ball noticed many large ships gathering ahead on the sea. It hurried to his side to wake him. Groggily opening his eyes, the dazzling glow of the sunset hit Arthas' vision. "TSK. What's going on?" Had the sun already set? The sea otter pointed its paw at the gathering ships ahead, continuously calling out to Arthas. Turning to look, Arthas immediately recognized that it was a group of passenger ships. There were no pirate flags. It seemed to be a maritime banquet, an event hosted by the wealthy. Many floating platforms were connected, forming a huge banquet area in the sea with bridges between the passenger ships for easy passage. "Let's go join the fun." The golden finger, in accordance with Arthas, altered the course towards the maritime banquet. The small boat quickly arrived beneath the large ship, and Arthas threw the anchor and leaped onto the floating platform. The little ball, perched on his left shoulder, carefully observed the crowd. A banquet guard approached them and said, "Hey, outsiders must pay to join the banquet." "How much?" After sizing up Arthas' attire, which seemed peculiar to the guard, who didn't think he looked like a wealthy person, he casually quoted, 500 belly for you, 200 belly for the pet." Arthas took out 700 belly and handed it to him before heading towards the banquet on the ship. Inside the banquet, noble gentlemen danced with each other, creating a somewhat lavish and magnificent scene. He joined the maritime banquet, wildly eating and admiring the various enchanting dances. "Hey, you can't go up there, especially not with weapons." The guard attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Turning to check the floating platform where the boat was docked, he noticed another tattered, filthy, single bamboo raft had appeared. "Huh, whose is this?" A frail little figure with somewhat dark skin, dressed in a simple dress and with long hair, slipped past the guard's line of sight. Climbing onto the passenger ship barehanded, she quietly mingled with the crowd to steal food. A server delivering dishes to the table caught sight of her hungry figure beneath the table. With a gentle smile, the server squatted down and asked, "Little girl, which adult child are you? You can't behave this way." The little girl, hiding under the table, felt the warmth of the server's face and, taking a gamble, revealed her appearance from beneath the table. The server, who had originally appeared kind, immediately showed a look of fear, as if seeing a ghost, dropping the tray and food onto the ground. "Nico, Robin, why are you here?" "What a—" The commotion drew the attention of others. Seeing this, Robin quickly crawled back under the table, trying to avoid the situation. Wherever she went, any island or town, she would face countless disdain and fear. "What did you just say?" "Nico Robin is at our banquet." A heavily made-up noble inquired about the situation from the server. "That's right, my lord. It's definitely Nico Robin, the demon child with a bounty of 790 million. This news stirred up a commotion among all attendees at the maritime banquet, causing panic. "Quick, contact the Navy. How could that person sneak into our dining area? What are the guards doing?" "Nico Robin." Arthas, who had his legs resting on the dining table, was frowning while munching on a huge sauced meat leg. "Is it really that bizarre? Just one day at sea, and I encounter one of the most important figures in history. Quick, catch her." She's stealing food under the table. The panicking crowd gathered together, all fearing the curse and disaster brought by Nico Robin. Guards armed with weapons rushed to every passenger ship. Don't block the way. A guard bumped into Arthas only to be struck on the helmet by the bone in his hand, plunging into the sea. You're the one who's blocking my way. After saying that, Arthas squatted down and quickly scanned the crowd, and beneath the tables, soon spotting a frail figure. She was clumsily eating food in her hands. At the same time, the guard discovered her and grabbed her arm, pulling her out from beneath the table. Found you. It really is Nico Robin. Damn. Why is the demon child here? Arthas placed his hand on the sheath of his knife, grinning excitedly as he approached her. Let me go. I'm just a hungry drifter on the sea. Robin struggled desperately, but couldn't free herself from the guard's grip. You who brings disaster to everyone deserve no food in this world. You? Hearing this, Robin's heart turned cold. After fleeing for years since O'Hara's destruction, no matter where she appeared, she faced these cold words, never feeling the warmth and trust between people again. Instantly filled with rage, she bit down on the guard's hand. Ah, you little brat. The guard under attack tightened his grip on her arm, causing Robin to grimace in pain. Immediately, the guard's other hand clenched into a fist and swung towards her face. A blade swiftly sliced through his wrist, and he watched in horror as his own arm fell away into the air. Ah, my hand. The guard released Robin's hand, clutching his injured arm as he collapsed onto the deck, wailing in agony. Who are you? Are you here to aid the son of the demon? Yes, that's right. Nicole Robin was also seated on the deck, her eyes wide as she stared at the blade less than a meter away from her, along with Arthas' peculiar attire and his extraordinary profile. At the same time, a little sphere appeared beside Nicole Robin and gently patted her arm. Robin noticed and saw Arthas' sea otter waving at her. Who are you? Why did you save me? Robin instinctively asked Arthas. At that moment, she was only 11 years old, standing at about Arthas' waist height. Over a dozen guards approached, surrounding Arthas. Those who have shared similar experiences are the sole survivors of a certain island. Arthas first needed to ease Robin's wariness towards him, otherwise it would be difficult for her, who had suffered for so many years, to trust him. Shared experiences. The guards questioned Arthas. You bastard. Do you even know what it means to protect her? What? Arthas feigned ignorance, a look of disdain on his face as he drove the blade into the skull of the guard who had been gripping his wounded arm. He killed him instantly. This scene was shocking to Robin, who had seen many corpses before. She couldn't understand why Arthas would save her. Ah, he's killed someone. The crowded wealthy and noble guests screamed in terror. What was supposed to be a grand banquet had turned into a scene of murder. Get rid of him, guards. Get rid of me. He. Upon hearing this, Arthas smirked, his lips curling in contempt as he launched the first attack. He broke through several guards in front of him, charging towards the noblewoman who had ordered his execution. With his current strength and speed, he reached the crowded group in the blink of an eye and swung down at the woman. Let's see who dies first, you or me. With a swift thrust, he showed no mercy, delivering a fatal blow to the noblewoman's chest, causing others to hastily leap over the railing into the sea. The noblewoman fell to her knees, terror etched on her face as she collapsed, a deep gash carved into her body. As the guards behind him reacted, reaching for Nicole Robin, the little sphere fiercely stabbed at their hands with a fork. It had nearly no fighting power now. Damn little beast. The guards, enraged, swung their weapons towards the little sphere. In an instant, the wooden plank beneath Arthas shattered as he exerted force, and with a rapid strike, he sent the guard flying into the sea. Returning to stand in front of Robin, he lowered his stance and steadied himself, swinging his sword at the rushing guards. Polarization. The guards' weapons felt the immense force of Arthas, their expressions turning to pure astonishment. The guards attacking him were instantly repelled, crashing against the nearby ship's wall. So strong. Robin murmured, her eyes wide. You're Robin, right? My name is Arthas. He turned around, reaching out his hand to lift Robin from the deck, his face radiating a warm, gentle smile. I look forward to working with you. I look forward to working with you. Robin responded to the boy in front of her, unsure of why she did so. Will you trust me, Robin? You saved me. Robin, unable to trust anyone, unconsciously spoke this to Arthas. It was indeed quite naive of her. At her age, she shouldn't have experienced too much darkness of the human heart. After all, she was only 11. Arthas speculated, unaware that he was mistaken. In truth, Robin had already endured the suffering of humanity and its nature. Glancing around, Arthas spotted a warship approaching swiftly over the sea. He immediately extended his hand to Robin, inviting her. Come with me, I will take you away from here. Robin saw the naval ship too. If she were captured, it would be over. She had to trust Arthas for now. As she grabbed Arthas' hand, he effortlessly lifted her by the wrist and held her in his arms. Then the little sphere climbed onto Arthas' shoulder and swiftly leaped onto the ship's railing, bouncing back to its own small boat. Once back on his ship, Arthas immediately set her down and commanded, Get into the cabin, Robin, or it may not be safe out here with cannonballs and bullets. What about you? I'm fine, don't worry. He thought I must take the little Nicole Robin away. At that moment, Arthas was bursting with joy inside. She would be a member of the future protagonist's pirate crew, a person capable of influencing the world. He instructed little AI to steer the ship rapidly away from the floating platform towards the sea. Arthas, with his sword in hand, stood at the stern, watching the warship approaching in the distance. It really is you, Major Boris. Damn evil little brat escaping to the sea while I was hunting Lafitte. Open fire and sink him. Bang. The cannons aboard the warship fired at Arthas' small boat. To test the capabilities of his golden finger, Arthas fixed his gaze on the incoming cannonballs, showcasing his extraordinary driving skills as the ship swayed quickly from side to side. He automatically and accurately evaded all the cannonballs, and his serious expression broke into a smile once more. You should go back and think about how much bounty you should put on my head. Remember to be gentle. I've given you a big gift. Had it not been for the fact that Arthas couldn't carry that much bounty before, he wouldn't give him a single cent. After all, surrounded by hundreds of armed Navy officers, he had no capacity to break through with his current strength. Watching the small boat drift further away along with Arthas' figure, the Major was immensely shocked. A warship couldn't catch up to a small boat. He had no choice but to let the warship approach several large ships at the sea banquet, gathering information from them. Arthas had killed 1 noblewoman, 1 guard, and severely injured 8 guards. His behavior was extremely heinous. On the tranquil night at sea, Arthas opened the cabin door and walked into the living room, looking at Robin's silhouette, and spoke. We've shaken off the Navy, it's safe now. But I am the son of the demon. Protecting me means making enemies of the whole world. What does it mean to be an enemy of the entire world? It means that across the world there is no place to rest, no one to trust, no ship sailing in the same direction, and no place to breathe. Arthas understood the meaning behind this while Robin had been fleeing from it for 3 years. It was easy to imagine how bitter her life had been since the destruction of O'Hara. Seeing Robin's face filled with disbelief as if someone could help her in such circumstances, Arthas walked over to the cooking station and asked, Are you hungry? I have various ingredients here. Are you even listening to me? The Navy will kill you and take me to the government. Upon hearing Robin continue to question these consequences, Arthas interrupted her directly. I don't care. I only care that I saved you and must be responsible for you. Robin stood frozen in place, watching Arthas prepare delicious dishes at the cooking station. In a moment of emotion, Robin's expression returned to its usual vigilance. After all, she had a bounty of 79 million, a staggering sum for anyone in this era. Why would someone treat her well for no reason? The Arthas in her eyes at this moment seemed to want to warm her heart and open her closed inner self. Having endured countless betrayals over the past 3 years, she no longer trusted anyone. This left her with a deeply self-serving mindset, believing she could betray others at any time for her own safety. Even the Arthas who saved her was no exception. As Robin pondered this, she suddenly asked Arthas, Where are you planning to go, Arthas? Me. Arthas, who was cooking, turned to her with the frying pan in hand and said, I'm going to the non-allied country of Troy for an adventure. Upon hearing the word Troy, Robin's face suddenly twisted in disgust. Isn't that island the base for human traffickers? And with the Navy and government personnel trading there every day, this guy really wants to. Why would you go to such a dangerous place for an adventure? Robin's tone suddenly rose, her emotions evident. Because I have nowhere else to go, I drift wherever the wind takes me, Arthas casually replied, showing no concern about where he would go as long as it wasn't a naval base. After preparing 5 dried beef salad sandwiches for 11-year-old Robin, Arthas placed them on the table, saying, Take your time eating them. My little boat isn't very big, but it's enough for me to live on for 3 days. Thinking about nurturing. Abducting. He must. Looking at the mere 11-year-old Robin, Arthas' heart was filled with greed and excitement. He wanted to protect her and raise her, but this very gaze was mistakenly interpreted by Robin as that of a trafficker wanting to sell her. I suppose. As they reached the living room door, Arthas said to her, In 2 days the Navy will issue a bounty on me. 4. Robin wanted to ask why, but froze at the image of Arthas killing without batting an eye. Isn't it natural for someone like him to have a bounty on his head? Enjoy your meal, take a rest after you're done, and feel free to tell me anything. With a creak, Arthas closed the living room door, leaving Robin and the little ball in the room. I could have escaped on my own. Even if Arthas hadn't saved Robin, she could have successfully escaped using her flower fruit ability. Outside the ship, Arthas climbed up to the lookout on the mast with his bare hands and lay down, gazing at the starry sea. After killing, I no longer feel anything. The fear of killing has also disappeared. Indeed, one becomes a product of their environment. Arthas was not simple at this moment. His mind was working on how to make Robin trust him. After all, she was one of his favorite characters. He only wanted to be Robin's brother with no ulterior motives towards her. Their experiences were quite similar. Their thoughts were entirely different. Robin was contemplating betraying Arthas after using him, having never truly been sheltered by anyone during her 3 years of fleeing. It was all for her bounty of 79 million. Meanwhile, Arthas was filled with the desire to protect her at all costs, which in her eyes was merely for her bounty. Major Boris from the 320th Division was in the Naval office communicating with the Naval headquarters using a phone bug. Major Boris, have you personally verified the photos and information you uploaded? Indeed, Arthas is a very dangerous man who protected the child of the devil Nico Robin at sea. Understood. Immediately convene a meeting of the headquarters officers. The news quickly spread to every officer at the Naval headquarters in Marineford. In the vast square of Marineford, a Navy colonel dressed in brown followed closely behind a woman holding flowers. Suji, how many times have I confessed to you? You should be moved at least once. The woman walking ahead was Suji, sister of the Navy General and Chief of Staff Crane. The gathered officers included future world-renowned vice admirals, and Suji was publicly confessed to by Kaji in front of everyone. With an expression of social death, she did not look back, and even felt embarrassed to glance at Kaji. You two still seem to have a good relationship, Suji and Kaji. Haha, look at what you said. They were the geniuses of headquarters back then, of course. This meeting is about an incident involving a little brat in the West Sea. Oh, let us officers hold a meeting to decide on a bounty. All the majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels residing at the naval headquarters during this era gathered in the meeting hall to discuss Arthas' misdeeds. A noble from a certain kingdom in the West Sea was killed, and the Duke of the Kingdom was threatened, along with many wealthy individuals and merchants who were all terrified by Arthas during that sea banquet. The Navy lost several men to Arthas possessing the skill and strength to easily defeat a Navy major. Coupled with Boris' slander against Arthas, his bounty was ultimately set at 20 million berries. After the meeting, Suji grabbed Kaji by the collar and pulled him close, pointing at Arthas' photo, saying, Kaji, if only you had half of his handsomeness. What? How can a man as powerful as me lose to a pretty boy? I'm a proper soldier, Suji. Sai, it seems you really don't understand a girl's heart. But Suji, you're not a girl anymore. As soon as these words left his mouth, Kaji was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a threat of death as Suji's powerful fist came crashing down on him. With one blow, she sent Kaji flying crashing through the wall of the meeting hall and soaring dozens of meters into the air. Who are you calling not a girl? Oh, Sai, how many times has this been, Gumi? Fire Mountain, puffing on a cigar, asked a young lieutenant colonel who was balding. God knows that bastard Kaji will never learn. Although he's strong, his eloquence is indescribable. The headquarters will have to spend some money to repair the walls again. I never thought that even with the government promoting it so much, there are still people who dare to protect that Nico Robin. Dual-wielding swordsman Navy Lieutenant Colonel Gumi. Single-wielding swordsman Navy Lieutenant Colonel Fire Mountain. These future illustrious vice admirals were still in their formative years. After the bounty meeting, a large number of naval officers were dispatched to the West Sea, all disciples trained by Zifa. Additionally, an animal-type ability user major was sent first to hunt down Arthas. In the West Sea, as the sky gradually brightened, the little ball and Arthas had already taken down the sails and tied themselves to the bow, with ropes leaping into the icy waters. Training from 5 a.m. until 8 a.m., Robin slowly opened the living room door, groggily stepping out only to find no one in any of the rooms as she made her way to the bow. Looking at the exhausted sea otter little ball spinning in the water and Arthas, who was swimming forward gasping for breath, she asked, "What are you guys doing? Are you awake?" Arthas glanced back at Robin and replied, "Training. Are you hungry? No wonder you're so strong. It turns out you usually train with the ship as a weight." "I haven't eaten yet. There are still 3 sandwiches left on the table. Heat them up and eat." Stopping his swimming, Arthas untied the rope from Little Ball and lifted it out of the water onto the deck. His blood-filled muscles quickly regained some strength under his ability. "Actually, I don't mind as long as I'm full. That's enough for me." Robin had low demands for food. Next to her, Robin stared in shock at the aura and heat waves emanating from Arthas' body. Huff. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Training one project while absorbing the effects of another is simply different. Do you have special abilities?" "Special abilities?" He definitely cannot tell her that it is a gift from his golden finger. No, he would never reveal anything about the golden finger or his transmigration. Arthas stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before replying, "How should I explain this to you? You can consider it a special constitution. This constitution should be a compensation from the golden finger for all those years. After all, he had no specific goals before. Just to survive. What will you do when you reach that island?" Robin was worried about her safety, fearing she might be sold to human traffickers. "Well, I will learn weapon forging and shipbuilding skills. That shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Arthas was still unaware that his learning ability was now several times stronger than that of ordinary people. "All right." After giving a meaningful glance at the sea, Arthas smiled and entered the living room to prepare breakfast for himself. Seafood with beef paired with some fruit to replenish his nutrition. Robin sat across from him and began to eat. Noticing Arthas' gaze, she curiously looked up at him and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" His eyes seemed to see through everything, piercing into her heart, which made Robin a bit uneasy. It felt as if her innermost thoughts were laid bare with no secrets left. "It's nothing. I'm going to train after my meal. You can do whatever you like." Arthas' sympathetic gaze towards her past made him refrain from saying more. After the meal, Arthas took his knife and left the living room cabin to begin his training for the day. Swinging the knife, he knew that physical stamina could not be neglected. This was the arduous path of swordsmanship. 101. The sounds of training piqued Robin's curiosity, prompting her to open the cabin door and sit on the balcony, watching Arthas continuously swing his knife on the deck. "Is this the reason for your strength, Arthas?" Robin asked him. "This level is still too weak, though I don't consider myself strong at all." Arthas' target was to stand shoulder to shoulder with the future 4 emperors, or even surpass them, so he felt that being a second-rate swordsman was simply insufficient. "Do you have any family?" "Family? Ha ha ha, I've never had one." Facing Robin's inquiry, he did not shy away and directly replied, "But I think I should count as having a family now." "Who?" A little ball holding a fork with meat walked out from the living room. "It's the little creature next to you. An otter is his family." Robin looked at the otter at her feet, somewhat incredulous, and suddenly felt her cheeks flush. "It is indeed very cute." "Just like you write." Arthas' words made Robin's heart tremble again, but she quickly suppressed it. I am not cute." No one could believe this. It was her principle for survival. Sitting on the balcony watching Arthas train, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. During this time, Arthas kept glancing at Robin's attire, which was a very worn-out one-piece dress. After finishing his knife training, he approached Robin and said, "Once we reach the island, I'll buy you a new set of clothes. This brown dress is too dirty." "But no one will sell anything to me." Robin recalled how she had gone to the shop to buy food only to be treated like a monster. Only by interacting with the forces of evil could she ensure her survival, or using her ability to steal from others. "Haha, don't worry, with me around, everyone will sell you something. Persuasion through virtue is my specialty." The virtue he mentioned was not mere words, but the yasha in his hand. His training continued until noon. After completing the training standards, Arthas sat down on a lounge chair under the balcony's sunshade. "If you're hungry, just tell me, and there's fresh water in the living room, Robin." "Got it." After saying this, he drifted off to sleep under the sea breeze. Thinking about Robin's words, Arthas felt somewhat like a person lacking love. But it was precisely this lack of familial love that endowed him with an eccentric yet strong adaptability. He closed his eyes, allowing his fatigued body from training to rest. Until evening, he suddenly sensed a bad omen. As his strength increased, so did his senses. Being in contact with corpses allowed him to easily smell blood. Bang, bang, bang. Is that the sound of cannon fire? Arthas abruptly opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. A pirate ship was approaching within 100 meters of his small boat and fired a cannonball towards Arthas' vessel. "That's a pirate ship. We're done for." Robin's eyes widened in fear. She wanted to jump into the sea to escape, but as a devil fruit user she would drown. "Get inside the house." In an instant, Arthas was in front of her, drawing his knife and striking at the cannonball, which could not be avoided by the golden finger. He had no time to worry about the cannonball exploding in front of him. With one slice, he cleaved the cannonball that was about to fall onto the small boat in half, causing it to drop into the sea. Ahaha! Before the pirate ship even drew close, Arthas' expression had already darkened. The cacophony of cheers grew louder, indicating the opposing side was numerous. "Your sailing skills are quite good. You managed to dodge so many cannonballs." "Host, the ship has been intercepted by the pirate ship and cannot continue to the destination." The voice of the golden finger echoed in Arthas' mind. "Little AI, aren't you supposed to be powerful at sailing? Can't you forcefully navigate the instance for me?" He complained, but did not hear the voice of the golden finger again. After the notification sound ended, his small boat was intercepted by the pirate ship. Looking at the horde of crazed pirates on the side of the ship, Arthas became extremely vigilant, quickly scanning their waist and hands for weapons. The weapons in the hands of the pirates were all various blades and iron rods with no firearms. "Boss, that guy behind him is Nico, Robin." Only when a man wearing a pirate captain's hat and coat with a face full of scars appeared in Arthas' view did he see the troublesome pistol. "Should we fire? Should we blow this small boat to smithereens?" "Wait, that little brat seems to still have the will to resist, seeing how many of us there are." There were about 200 people on the entire ship, making Arthas extremely alert, tightly clenching his back teeth and staring at them. With his back to Robin, he continued, "Go into the cabin, Robin." Robin hesitated for a moment, but did not speak again, running into the living room and locking the door tightly. "Haha, so it really is that Nico, Robin. Looks like we're about to strike it rich this time." Hearing Arthas' words, the pirate captain burst into a wide grin. How dare someone associate with a bounty of 790 million? "Hey, little brat. A pirate on the ship drew a short gun wrapped around his waist and aimed at Arthas below his ship. Who are you to Nico Robin? Don't you know she's a wanted criminal worldwide? Who are you? After thinking for a few seconds, Arthas forcibly suppressed the fear within him, raised the corners of his mouth, and replied, I'm her brother. Oh, anyone who tries to take her will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. This answer shocked everyone on the pirate ship, their expressions turning extremely ugly. Are there other survivors from O'Hara? The government didn't report in the newspapers that she has a brother. Inside the cabin, Robin was eavesdropping on the conversation outside the window, stunned again by Arthas' words. Brother, I cannot trust anyone anymore. No matter what, I must not trust anyone again. Leaning against the porthole, I gazed at the deck outside, watching Arthas. Robin silently lowered her head. Now she could no longer trust anyone. At most, she would plead for the pirates to spare her life. She would do anything for them. With the sudden attack of the pirates, Robin had already envisioned the worst outcome. On the deck outside the porthole. Ha ha, as a member of the demon clan, how much bounty have you garnered now? Sorry, I have no blood relation with her. Hearing this, the pirate captain's forehead bulged with veins. It turned out to be a clueless young man who had expected something more. He pulled the trigger directly, intending to kill Arthas and deliver Robin to the government for the reward. With a bang, the upper deck of the small boat nearly shattered at Arthas' leg. In an instant, he utilized polarization to double his physical abilities. He leaped onto the pirate ship's side and knocked the pirate captain down in one blow. Falling onto the deck, he swiftly seized the two guns from the captain's hands and waistband. The crowd above made Arthas adopt an incredibly serious expression. So fast. Kill him quickly. Hundreds of burly men surrounded him in an instant, forming a circle in the center of the upper deck of the pirate ship. You pretty boy, you can't really think you can defeat all of us, right? Captain, this guy's face makes me a bit envious. Yeah, let's capture him alive and torture him to death. Arthas stood among the crowd, holding a handgun in each hand. Have you ever seen a holy gun ranger? Huh, what is that? He held the guns and executed a step forward, instantly flashing in front of a pirate. Bang! Arthas pulled the trigger, blasting the pirate's brain out. What? Arthas said after eliminating a pirate. Faced with so many people, he decided to go all out. At a speed too fast for ordinary people to react, the pirates instantly sensed the danger. Front row, rush up and bind him. The pirates surged towards Arthas. He flashed through the crowd, pulling the trigger to shoot heads. Until the bullets ran out, he had taken down 13 people with precise shots. Look at that fair face, yet so cruel. Cruel. I'm just defending myself. If it weren't for their attack, Arthas would not have committed such slaughter. However, he currently felt this was normal. If he did not kill the pirates, they would kill him, even torture him to death. All together surround him. Seeing Arthas' bullets run out, about 30 pirates in the front row stepped over their fallen comrades' bodies and approached Arthas. It was time to use that move, but it would consume a lot of stamina. With so many people surrounding him, Arthas' right hand slowly grasped the hilt of the knife at his left waist. The muscles in his wrist began to swell, reaching the limit of his current physical state. Then he drew the knife and made a 360-degree slash. Polarization blade drawing technique. With a thunderous roar, the pirates rushing towards him were instantly sent flying. Oh, they fell onto their comrades' bodies, knocking down all the pirates in the front row. What kind of monstrous strength is this? How vile. Using his full strength in a blade drawing technique made Arthas' chest heave up and down. My waist is disconnecting from my legs. Oh no, I don't want to die. Captain, please save us, we beg you. This move instantly bisected the 30 pirates approaching him. This scene made the other pirates tremble with fear, no longer daring to be careless. They all drew their weapons. Bastard. Such a cruel guy. Arthas raised his knife and began to slaughter, roaring, I will not die in this era. Coming to this world was no different from starting in hell. Hungry and desperate, he had finally made it this far. How could he willingly be buried by an unknown pirate crew? Even while wielding his knife on the pirate ship until exhausted, his fighting spirit did not wane. Dodging and blocking, he fought for half an hour. Nearly 100 corpses lay in front of Arthas, blood staining his clothes and skin. The continuous clashes between weapons had dulled the blade of his Yasha knife. Ha. Arthas leaned against the side of the pirate ship, slowly adjusting his breathing to recover his stamina. Who exactly are you, little brat, to have decimated my Scarface pirate crew like this? The pirate captain hid behind the remaining 37 pirates. Their morale was severely shaken, faces full of fear and unease. I am Arthas, a warrior awakened by the cruelty of the celestial dragons. His furious voice rumbled like thunder, shaking the hearts of the pirates, causing them to involuntarily take a step back. What are you retreating for? Seeing this, the pirate captain shouted loudly, he has no stamina left, he can't even stand. And not even close. Arthas replied to them. He had never imagined he would fight until his strength was completely depleted without defeating the enemy. Today's training had pushed his body to its limits. He fought purely on willpower. The red light of the setting sun illuminated the deck of the pirate ship. The pirates charged towards Arthas. Die, monster brat. The first pirate to charge at him swung a regular blade down towards Arthas. I will absolutely not die. Arthas roared in anger. Aiming for his neck, his right arm moved swiftly. Before the pirate's weapon could fall, he had already slashed his throat. With a thud, another pirate fell in front of him. 136. He had already killed 136 pirates, leaving 35 more along with the pirate captain, who stood over 2 meters tall, whose strength was still unknown. He had been hiding behind his subordinates, too afraid to confront Arthas. The total number of the pirate crew was 172. In this way, I can also be considered 100 kills, haha. Fighting was completely different from training. The stamina and mental strength consumed in battle far exceeded that of training. He was now running on empty, and each fight made him grow rapidly. Arthas could feel it. Captain, he doesn't look like he's exhausted. Oh, should we negotiate with him? Negotiate? After he killed so many of our brothers, how should we explain the souls that died at his feet? Hearing the captain's words, a pirate gritted his teeth and shouted, all together. Seeing this, Arthas picked up another knife from the ground with his left hand. Do you think I am? Even after killing so many, the pirates were still determined to kill him. He no longer held any hopes of escape, deciding to fight to the death, wielding a knife in each hand as he charged into the final crowd of pirates. The limit of my body is merely my beginning. Rushing in front of the first pirate in the remaining crowd, Arthas swiftly dodged his attack. He then swung the knife in his left hand, stabbing it into the pirate's left kidney, thrusting forward and taking down several others behind him. If I were to be killed by you nameless lackeys, what would be the point of my long journey of cultivation? His goal was to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule. He would never allow himself to perish at the hands of these unknown little pirates. Dragging his exhausted body through the final battle against the last few dozen pirates, Arthas's expression grew increasingly excited. He could feel the growth brought by the fight. Feeling the sensation of becoming stronger the more he fought in this extreme state. The noise outside the porthole grew quieter as Robin, who was in the lounge of Arthas's small ship, opened the cabin door. Hearing the roars of battle from Arthas, she climbed up along the side of the pirate ship. The little ball followed her closely. As she climbed over the railing, Robin's curious pupils gradually widened. The scene before her made her heart race. Limbs, blood, corpses, and Arthas, drenched in blood, was relentlessly swinging his blade as he approached the bow of the pirate ship. With each step forward, a pirate's corpse would fall at his feet. What is this? What's wrong? Am I making you sweat and unable to cope, pirates? Don't come closer. Don't come closer. When only one pirate remained of the nearly 200, the burnt boy collapsed in front of Arthas, his legs giving way. With his palms together, he knelt on the deck in despair, pleading, Don't kill me. The last rays of the evening glow completely vanished beyond the horizon. A gust of sea breeze swept across the pirate ship's deck, causing Arthas's long hair to flutter in the wind. He gripped a knife in each hand, his eyes glistening with sweat as he stared at the pirate captain. You think someone like you can kill me? It's an embarrassment to even leave a scar on you. With that, Arthas's right hand swiftly slashed towards the pirate captain's neck. The captain's head fell to the deck, and he noticed a figure behind the railing beside him. Robin was wide-eyed, taking in everything before her. In that moment, Arthas was at a loss for words. He had no idea what impression he had left on Robin at that moment. It certainly couldn't be a good one. The little sea otter didn't care about the corpses and ran from Robin's shoulder to Arthas's shoulder, showing no sign of fear. I had no choice but to kill them, Robin. Arthas discarded the knife in his left hand and slowly approached the railing, sheathing the already damaged night demon. Standing before Robin, he spoke solemnly. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. I'm sorry you had to witness this gruesome scene. After finishing off the pirates, he jumped onto the deck of his small ship, finally allowing his body to relax at that moment. The buzzing in his ears along with the spinning scenery caused his fatigued body to collapse onto the deck. Arthas. Robin activated her ability to summon her hand from the railing, forming a staircase towards the small ship. Head towards the destination, little AI. After struggling to utter those words, Arthas's body slumped down onto the deck. The reason he single-handedly fought against 100-strong pirates and exterminated them all was that they sought to kill him. Amidst the countless clashes of blades, every muscle in his body had been completely torn apart. Arthas, what happened to you? Robin approached him and supported Arthas's body. I'm a bit tired. By the way, can I be your brother? Robin did not respond as she had not fully trusted him yet, but gently nodded to comfort Arthas. They'll lie down for a bit. There's food on the middeck and in the refrigerator too. Saying this, Arthas closed his eyes. If you're hungry, just go eat. A wave of unprecedented drowsiness overwhelmed his mind, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Morning. Arthas's small ship had left the pirate ship after a night. A brand new Navy warship quietly arrived in the West Sea. At the forefront was a Navy lieutenant colonel. He had a chin much larger than normal, with a fierce and ugly appearance. Big Chin Lieutenant Colonel, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Let's move closer to investigate the situation. He had been personally dispatched from headquarters to apprehend Alsace to prevent the evil from spreading. He was also a Zoan fruit user. As the warship slowly approached the pirate ship, a pungent smell of blood invaded everyone's nostrils. The soldiers who boarded to check were so stimulated by the scene that they vomited their breakfast. Big Chin Lieutenant Colonel, it's all the severed limbs and corpses of the pirates up there, ugh. Upon hearing this, Big Chin Lieutenant Colonel leaped onto the pirate ship. The bloody scene shocked him. It was all done with blades with stabbings. It didn't look like a large-scale conflict between pirates. Was it that boy named Alsace? He was following the course provided by Major Boris. An analysis showed that except for Alsace, there was no one else around. A simple investigation revealed that Alsace's destination was the non-allied country of Troy. Big Chin Lieutenant Colonel returned to the warship and issued a sailing order: sail at full speed towards the Troy Kingdom route. That boy is right ahead of us. What a cruel character to tear so many people into pieces. Lieutenant Colonel Nico Robin is likely beside that boy. We must hurry to catch up with him. Don't worry with me here, he won't stir up any big waves. Big Chin Lieutenant Colonel was a master of the 6 styles. Currently, he only excelled in Jeppo and Iron Body. With the strength granted by the Zoan Devil Fruit, he was comparable to a rear admiral. And all admiral-level Navy personnel possess Haki. One can imagine how powerful he is. During his task in the West Sea, he was specifically dispatched to pursue Alsace. If even he couldn't catch him, headquarters would take it very seriously and send many powerful forces to capture Alsace. Immediately contact the Troy Kingdom, send out Alsace's bounty, and make it public. Understood, Lieutenant Colonel. With you leading, we will definitely capture him. In this era, it's not only pirates who are rapidly rising. The powerful vice admirals in the Navy are also quietly awakening. All were disciples taught by Zifa, the majority imbued with proper values. On Alsace's small ship, the glaring sunlight shone through the porthole as Robin slowly opened the door, standing by the entrance. She looked at Alsace, who was still unconscious, with an indifferent expression. He was so exhausted from that battle, more tired than ever before. As a result, he had slept through the night without any movement. Sitting on him won't help, little ball. He won't wake up for a while. Robin said to the little ball on Alsace. The little sea otter was actually carrying a medical kit, applying the sticky bandages he learned from the northern part of the Iberu Kingdom to treat Alsace. Awakening from slumber, Arthas still felt immense pain, and despite his remarkable recovery ability, he remained fatigued. You? As soon as he opened his eyes, Robin's voice reached his ears. Aren't you afraid of killing so many people? He intended to ask Robin if she was scared first, but instead he was taken aback by her question. Not afraid. I aim to rise step by step over their corpses. He was indifferent to notions of justice or evil. As long as he could grow stronger and win battles, nothing else mattered. Having learned from being betrayed by Beiki, he knew that losing again would be like plunging into an abyss. No matter how powerful or intimidating his opponents were, he would eliminate anyone standing in his way. This response left Robin somewhat astonished, perceiving Arthas as an exceedingly cold-hearted individual. She turned and made her way to the deck. Sigh. He sighed lightly, feeling that earning Robin's trust would be a challenging task. He spoke to himself. I will protect you in any situation, Robin, stemming from a sympathy born of growing up in solitude, though as a transmigrator who had experienced it once, he felt indifferent. In the era he arrived in, Robin's suffering was only just beginning. This resonated with him due to similar experiences, intensifying his desire to protect her. Hearing this, Robin turned to look at Arthas, feigning calmness as she asked, Why? Why are you being so nice to me for no reason? The turmoil within her was almost too much to bear, threatening to spill over into tears. 3 years of experiences had once again pried open her previously locked heart. Because we are the same kind of people. Upon learning the answer, Robin returned to the deck, forcibly holding back her tears. She wouldn't be moved until she fully understood Arthas' true intentions. After all, the island they were approaching was known to be a gathering place for human traffickers and various evil forces. Who knows, she might be sold in the next moment. On the deck, Robin had collected around 1,000 berries from the pirate ship, and with the money on him, they had a total of 1,430 berries. After several days of sailing, the small boat arrived near the waters of the non-aligned nation of Troya. Many fishermen were setting out in bamboo rafts to fish, and the bustling market ahead made Robin feel a mix of anticipation and excitement. Thinking about her background, her spirits fell again. She stood at the bow of the ship and turned to Arthas, saying, Arthas, you won't sell me to human traffickers, will you? The days they spent together had changed how Robin addressed him. Arthas was his nickname. Back in the Pilter Kingdom, neighbors and friends called him that. While checking his swordsman level, Arthas closed his status panel and responded to Robin, What? Are you afraid I will sell you? After the last battle with the pirates, his level had risen to second-tier swordsman level 2, and he had personally experienced the growth brought by extreme combat. With days of training and growth, he had now advanced to level 3. Continuing to train would lead him to become a first-tier swordsman, but he noticed that the improvements significantly decreased as he progressed. Seeing Arthas respond differently than usual, Robin grew worried. You really are planning to sell me to traffickers for a bounty? After changing into his clothes in the cabin, Arthas helplessly approached Robin and gazed at the approaching land. Didn't I say so before? What are you thinking? Gently patting Robin's head, he smiled softly. I promised to get you a change of clothes as soon as we boarded. I also need to find a blacksmith to repair my blade. His indecisive response left Robin apprehensive. The small boat slowly docked and Arthas dropped the anchor before jumping onto the pier to tie the boat securely. Docking fee is 100 berries. Here you go. Leading Robin into the town, the roads were muddy with black footprints and in disarray, while slaves tied with ropes were displayed like commodities for sale. A slave state. Upon entering the town, many people noticed Robin, who was hiding behind Arthas. He quickly found a blacksmith shop, took out the scabbard from his waist, and handed it to the blacksmith, saying, Master Blacksmith, can you help me repair this sword? The blacksmith drew the blade and inspected it. The front half of the edge was quite damaged. The quality is good, I can repair it, but it will be expensive. How much? Just tell me directly. The owner held up 5 fingers, stating a flat price, 500 berries. All right, quick to the point, little brother. After paying the owner, he continued to ask, when can I pick up the sword? I need it urgently. Tomorrow morning I will ensure it is repaired without damage. Good, thank you. After completing the commission for the blade repair, he took Robin into the bustling part of the town, arriving at a clothing store. Go pick something, Robin. Arthas unreservedly spoke her name, surprising the clothing store owner. He approached with a smile, and upon seeing Robin, he confirmed what he had suspected. It's really Nico, Robin. On this guest. The owner looked awkwardly at Arthas and tactfully said, we can't sell her anything in our store, it's illegal. Hearing this, Robin was already used to it. She looked at Arthas. He running a clothing store, but not selling clothes. Then I might as well just steal them. That's not appropriate, don't you know that girl is wanted all over the world? The owner stared at Arthas cold and sharp, gaze suddenly feeling something was off when he inquired about the clothing, confirming his suspicion. Isn't he the guy recently wanted by the Navy? A notorious criminal who dares to kill Navy officers. The clothing store owner gasped in fear, retreating repeatedly. You are. Continue picking, Robin, don't mind what others think. Seeing the owner's fearful expression, Arthas had guessed about his own bounty. Especially since his bounty notice had already been posted in public bulletin boards throughout the streets of the Troy Kingdom. He fixed a fierce gaze on the clothing store owner, making him too scared to utter a sound. Robin also picked a few outfits she liked, saying, Are you dressing me up to sell me at a good price? Even though they had grown clothes, she still felt particularly insecure. Such words left Arthas frowning, unable to comprehend why, after spending so many days together, she still regarded him as a trafficker. If it were someone else, he would have retorted, I've said it many times, Robin. He handed the store owner 500 berries and took Robin out. Walking openly down the street, he noticed a public bulletin board in the town. Arthas approached it. Seeing his likeness, photo, posture, and hairstyle all publicly displayed, he was slightly taken aback upon noticing the bounty of 20 million berries. A first bounty of 20 million berries. What a joke. They really want to kill me, haha. You too. Robin was stunned upon discovering Arthas wanted poster, believing his self-talk to be true. Seeing his bounty firsthand, Arthas was uncertain whether to feel happy or sad. Because just by this he represented absolute evil in the eyes of the Navy in this world. Noticing that he had drawn attention, he stood in the street and provocatively said, What? Do you want to take my head? Arthas, with a bounty of 20 million berries, alive or dead. A ragged thug charged at him, yelling, The 20 million head is mine. Robin shouts, You two go play elsewhere in town for now. He casually handed some money to Robin, wanting her to leave his side for a while to avoid being dragged into the brawl. After they left, a group of people surrounded the defenseless Arthas in the center of the island at the seaside town. Haha, I can't believe someone like you is worth 20 million berries. With malicious intent, they began by mocking Arthas, believing that someone with his appearance could never be worth such a large sum. Kid, what abilities do you have? Why not obediently surrender and offer your head to fill our pockets? Seeing their pale faces filled with malice, Arthas stood coldly in place. He was still somewhat afraid of killing. That was due to the instinct of a modern person. In this world where one would be killed if they didn't kill, he never thought of becoming someone else's victim. Even with empty hands, he could confront these ordinary people with ease. Arthas laughed disdainfully, pointing to his head. My head is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Such provocative words immediately elicited a response from those surrounding him. Charge. At the command of the leading man, more than 10 knife-wielding men launched an attack on Arthas. Suddenly the town echoed with the sounds of fists colliding. Within a minute, all the men attacking Arthas were beaten to near death, lying in a black mire in agony. Then he approached the man who had given the orders, his clenched fists soaked in others' blood, indicating the weight of his previous blows. If not treated in time, all the more than 10 people he had knocked down would inevitably die. As he neared the man, he threw a punch directly into the man's chest, causing him to spit blood, saying, "It seems you won't be able to take this head after all." Such a dominant act completely shocked the townsfolk on the island. However, Arthas did not care at all. Anyone daring to stand in his way, even if they were townsfolk, he would not hesitate to kill. To him, at that moment, the townsfolk became obstacles and enemies on his path to growth. Surely within half a day or a day the Navy would arrive on the island, but Arthas was not concerned in the least. He knew that to become strong quickly he needed to fight. His previous experience taught him that even at his limits he could not afford to fall now. The gains from pushing his limits far outweighed training, so why not enjoy the fight? After all, Arthas was already 37 years old. He no longer held the mindset of a child playing around. Once he adapted to everything in this world, he would have no restraints. Killing. Haha, he would no longer tremble fear or feel guilty. He had forgotten about the world where he had been oppressed by capitalism. Forget the youth named Gu Qingtian, who had worked tirelessly for life or death, who living freely in this new world was just fine, wasn't it? Pushing open the door of a tavern, he walked directly to the sink to wash off the blood on his hands. Then with a spirited demeanor he sat at the front desk and ordered, "Whiskey, please." The tavern was bustling, filled with unsavory characters, sizing him up, comparing him to the bounty on the wall. As he took a sip of whiskey, a man approached him and sat down beside him. 20 million. Is that true? You? Really? Another voice of doubt arose, causing Arthas, who had just taken a sip of whiskey, to feel anger swell within him. He pressed his left hand against the man's forehead and slammed him down to the ground. The front desk table was crushed by his strength, and the doubting man instantly bled from all his orifices, fainting beside him. After taking out the doubting man, Arthas took another sip of whiskey and coldly said, "If you dare to put on airs in front of me again, be careful that I might just kill you." "Causing trouble comes with a price, young man," the tavern owner said nonchalantly, demanding compensation. "How much?" 100 berries, please." This was within reason, and he naturally agreed to pay. However, the companions of the man behind him became more rampant. "That was our buddy. You can't just walk away without paying some medical fees." Another group of large, burly men approached him from behind. "With you bugs bothering me, the alcohol doesn't even taste good anymore." Arthas turned around, arms spread wide, leaning back against his seat to face them. "Which dogs are you? How dare you bark in front of me?" As these words left Arthas' mouth, he offended them again, and the burly men gritted their teeth in anger as they stared at him. "Fine, you're young and reckless and don't know your place. You won't leave this tavern today. Go call people. This guy is strong. Tonight we'll publicly execute him in front of everyone in the town at the slave trading platform." Upon hearing this, Arthas burst into laughter, covering his face. Through the gaps between his fingers, he looked at those who had provoked him. So eager to reincarnate. "Just right, I'll see how well I can fight without a knife." Soon a large group of the slave owners who provoked Arthas crowded outside the tavern. There were actually over 100 of them, all burly men. "The people are here, boss. Tie him up and let him pay the price for his arrogance with his life." Surrounded by enemies, he remained unfazed. In an instant, Arthas stomped his foot and rose from the front desk, delivering a straight punch towards a man who was half a head taller than him. The force was so great that a chi wave formed around his fist. Polarize, he silently activated the technique in his mind, doubling his strength. With a massive punch, several burly men weighing hundreds of pounds were sent flying out of the tavern, crashing into the group of slave owners. Arthas straightened up and stepped outside the tavern, surveying the pack of hyenas. 20 million. "I think the Navy has severely underestimated me. Do you think that just because you have this many people you can wear me down to the point where I can be defeated?" Having said that, he strode into the crowd of burly men, showcasing his astonishing martial skills. His fierce punches could knock down a huge man, twice his size, truly unparalleled. As the evening breeze swept by the town finally fell into silence, and the black mire beneath Arthas' feet turned dark red, hundreds of men lay rigid around him like corpses. The last time he faced 100 people, they were pirates. This time his strength had increased again, and these ordinary men could no longer withstand his blows. "A group of ants. You should be grateful I'm not holding a knife." With that, he turned and returned to the tavern front desk, slowly sitting down. His black robe was stained with congealed blood and fresh red liquid, not a drop of it his own, but all from those who had sought trouble with him. Back at the tavern, he looked calmly at the owner. "Where's my whiskey, boss?" It's coming right up." The tavern owner didn't dare to delay, promptly opening a bottle of fine whiskey to serve Arthas, until two small figures carrying a large bag of books crossed over the fainted crowd and entered the tavern. Robin approached Arthas' table, looking up at him covered in blood stains. "Did you get into a fight again?" "I'm just warming up." He raised the whiskey glass to his throat, summarizing the experiences and encounters of these years. To live freely in this world, one must be ruthless and cunning. Do as I do, think as I think. Unbound by any limitations or constraints, kill, if one wishes, living freely and effortlessly. Robin climbed onto the chair beside him, holding the books she bought, and slowly opened her mouth. Based on what you told me about the Navy, I've analyzed that they should arrive here tomorrow. What should we do? This pursuit is definitely not led by Major Boris. Once the bounty is issued, a more powerful Navy will come to suppress us. Arthas poured whiskey into himself, celebrating after the fight. Just in case, let's hide the ship in a secret place tonight to avoid being sunk by the Navy. Non-member countries have no Navy protection, so killing here does not violate any world government laws, but it will be a crime against the nation. I'll listen to you. She did not distance herself because of Arthas fighting. Instead, she felt a slight dependence on him. The sea otter climbed onto Arthas' shoulder, looking at the drinks on the bar and whimpering. No. Arthas sensed and refused, gesturing to the bartender, another glass of sea urchin juice and orange juice. The bartender immediately began to prepare. Having witnessed Arthas' bravery in battle, he dared not slack off. At the midnight seaside dock, Arthas touched the hull of his small boat, feeling hazy with intoxication. Shall we give you a name too? He stared blankly at the small boat, beginning to think. My weapon is called Yasha, so should my ship be named Yasha too? After the bounty, Arthas felt he could not escape his connection with Yasha. Yasha. After naming it, Arthas staggered back and lay on the dock's wooden floor. Seeing this, Robin hurriedly came to help him up, speaking in a flat tone. You've drunk too much, Al. Looking at Arthas' clear and clean face and his behavior over the past few days, she couldn't imagine that this boy would harm her. My past experiences have been really bitter. Arthas held his forehead, recalling various events since arriving in this world, stealing, rummaging through trash, surviving by all sorts of clever tricks, and finally, starting to make some progress. Al, you're drunk. Get up and sail the boat. I might have to deal with the Navy tomorrow. Arthas did not want to evade any Navy pursuing him, but his current strength demanded rationality. Actually, we could leave this island directly. Why are you so determined to fight the Navy? Robin was quite confused. I want to become stronger, Arthas said clearly to her. Extreme battles are the only shortcut for my physique. What a special physique. Does the aura change after training also apply? Robin's mind analyzed his physique. Let Shao AI steer the Yasha along the island's coastline into the island's river, entering the island's interior. Arthas carried out a box of rum from the middeck, lying at the bow, enjoying the beautiful night view, while continuing to drink, a variety of smiles appearing on his face. Inside the cabin, Robin's persuasion was ineffective. She quietly read in the cabin and gradually fell asleep. The river where they were was lined with forests and paths lush with shrubs. Such hazy intoxication, cicada chirping in the night, pleasant sea breeze, how intoxicating. After drinking, he felt his limbs strange, their strength much greater than usual, and his senses sharper than in a normal state. Is this another kind of innate power? Arthas held the rum bottle in his left hand and extended his right hand in front of him. I can't help but want to dance my blade in this state. His organs were not adversely affected by the high alcohol stimulation. The growth talent given to the host by Shao AI can continuously temper the body in any environment and state, making it the best talent for swordsmanship for the host. Is that so? Then how do you explain drinking? Arthas began to inquire about Shao AI. Alcohol can also be absorbed by the host. No matter how drunk, it will not harm the host's body. It can nourish the host's organs, serving as a unique training method. What? Arthas was startled, finding it unbelievable. Drinking too much alcohol is generally harmful to the body. It is usually consumed in moderation. Now he is immune to the damage caused by alcohol and can actually strengthen his body. Does this mean that if I drink alcohol all the time, I am constantly training? It can be understood this way. The host will also be stronger in a drunken state than in a normal state. I misunderstood you, Shao AI. You are not useless. Previously, he thought his golden finger was just a piece of junk, but after the main quest was activated, it was actually quite good. It seems he needs to carry a bottle of high-proof liquor every day. Under the night sky, sitting at the bow of the ship, Arthas gazed at the countless stars and the moon, pondering the strength of the Navy that would soon come to hunt him. Listening to the cicadas, he gradually fell asleep. The next morning at 5 a.m., the Navy arrived at the port of Troy, a non-member country, and the warships camped at the dock, where the Yasha was previously moored. A large number of soldiers raised their guns and began searching through the small town. They went door to door, inquiring if anyone had seen Arthas, whose wanted poster had yellowed in their hands. Lieutenant Colonel with a large chin patrolled the streets, carrying a massive shell-shaped weapon on his back, asking the surrounding soldiers, "Have you found any traces of him in this small town?" Colonel, the civil Navy quickly organizing the town residents' information rushed to him. "We have found traces of him." "Oh, where?" The expression of the large-chinned lieutenant colonel immediately became serious as he crossed his arms over his chest. He stood about 4 meters tall with a very burly upper body and thick beard. The Navy's duck-billed hat also had a music headset attached. According to the information provided by the residents, the civil soldier looked at the information written in his hand. He took out hundreds of slave owners' subordinates at the dock bar yesterday. Lieutenant Colonel was slightly surprised. Hundreds. Alone. It is simply impossible for an ordinary person to fight against 100. He concluded that Arthas' strength should not be weak. He got drunk here late at night, steering his own ship with Nico Robin towards the eastern coast, not seeming to leave this island. These pieces of information are indeed useful, prompting the large-chinned lieutenant colonel to walk towards the dock bar, ordering send some soldiers to search along the eastern coastal forests. Yes, no wonder the headquarters dispatched me here. This criminal youth seems very strong. Arriving at the bar where Arthas caused trouble earlier, he discovered that the bar was still operating in the morning, packed with customers inside. The large-chinned lieutenant colonel walked and reached into his pocket, pulled out a bag of berries, and the wanted poster, placing them on the bar. Inquire about some news. How much alcohol did this youth consume here? The arrival of the Navy silenced the drunken patrons in the bar. The bar staff stared at the bounty notice on the counter, immediately recognizing Assassin, who had previously consumed a considerable amount of whiskey here. He reported truthfully to the enormous Navy lieutenant before him. Yes, I saw him just a few hours ago drinking with Nico Robin. Are you absolutely sure it was Nico Robin? The lieutenant with the prominent chin doubted. After all, she was the child particularly wanted by the world government to be captured alive no matter what, and a survivor from O'Hara who could unravel the mysteries of the world. It's definitely her, sir. The bartender dared not tell a lie. That little girl is Nico Robin. The lieutenant stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before speaking. Anyone who spots her must report immediately to the Navy. You get me a bottle of whiskey first. Yes. About 2 hours later, near the river by the forest in the small town, Assassin's heart suddenly raced, causing him to open his eyes wide. Glancing at the virtual phone, he realized it was only 7 a.m. Taking a deep breath of the cool air, he quickly became alert and jumped onto the dirt beside the river. As he observed the forest's startled birds made him squint his eyes in caution. This is a bad omen. Could the Navy have arrived early? Hey, it seems there's a ship ahead. A soldier emerged from the bushes, spotting the nightshade. Assassin cast a sidelong glance at the group of Navy soldiers clad in blue trousers and white shirts, wearing duck-billed hats. Fully armed, they wielded long rifles and wore swords. Approximately 10 Navy personnel had searched this area, and all of them focused their gaze on Assassin, who looked exactly like the one on the bounty notice. They immediately raised their rifles, aimed at him, and shouted, "Don't move. Quickly contact Lieutenant Chubby. We've found the target of the pursuit mission." Just as a soldier reached for the phone bug on his body, Assassin charged toward them at high speed. This guy is fast. Fire. The gunshots shattered the silence, waking Robin, who was sleeping inside the ship. She cautiously opened the cabin door, only to find Assassin was not lying at the bow. She immediately shouted, "Assassin." After a round of gunfire, the sounds of bones cracking and screams filled the air. Hearing Robin's voice, Assassin, who was fighting the Navy, responded, "Stay inside, and don't come out, Robin. The Navy is here." Is this guy a monster? He can't be aimed at. A soldier caught off guard as Assassin rapidly approached was unable to fire and was forcibly controlled by his strength. "Lieutenant Chubby," Assassin whispered in the soldier's ear. "Is he the Zoan-type devil fruit user with a shell weapon?" Assassin was well aware of the plot and all the characters from One Piece. He knew everyone except for the extras. What he did not expect was that the one sent to capture him was a vice admiral from the Navy 17 years in the future. "Let him go, kid. Submit to the Navy's arrest, and you might still have a chance to reform." Ignoring the Navy's warning, Assassin directly snapped the neck of the soldier in front of him, then swiftly seized his ammunition and long rifle. He hid behind a large rock. The short rifle had 7 rounds, and the long rifle had 12 rounds, along with about 30 spare rounds in his possession. That was enough to handle the current situation, but the gunfire had already attracted the attention of Lieutenant Chubby from the small town, so Assassin needed to resolve this quickly. Leaning against the boulder, waiting for a brief moment of silence after the Navy's gunfire, he raised the long rifle and quickly poked his head out, instantly aiming at a soldier. Pulling the trigger, bang. A precise shot to the head. "Lieutenant, we've encountered the bounty of 20 million on the young man. Requesting support. Requesting." Bang. The communicator's tense shout was abruptly cut off as Assassin shot him in the head. 7 panicking soldiers remained. How can he shoot so accurately? Damn, we have all undergone rigorous training. That's not the point. Our bullets can't hit him. We will definitely be wiped out. With his increased strength, Assassin found it quite easy to dodge bullets hidden. However, every time he dodged a bullet, he would instantaneously use his polarizing speed to ensure he wouldn't be hit. You got that right. You all will be wiped out here. Alsace replied to the Navy soldiers, "My sword is still being repaired at the blacksmith shop, and the Navy hasn't investigated it there, so they don't know about it." Before each shot, Alsace's focus and concentration surged, and the enhancement from polarizing allowed him to easily crush this investigation team. The gun might be good. After shooting the last Navy soldier, he tossed the firearm aside. But in a real battle, this kind of thing is only useful against ordinary people. He ran towards his small boat, leaping onto the deck to reach the helm. "Oh no! My sword is still at the blacksmith's. Oh, I can't set sail." After hesitating for a moment, he felt that as a swordsman, he could never abandon his sword, even if it meant death. At the same time, he underestimated the Navy's search capabilities, hiding in vain. "Robin, do you want to come to the town with me, or stay here alone?" he asked Robin in the cabin. "There are Navy outside. They'll capture me." Robin replied, somewhat frightened. Upon hearing her response, Alsace returned to the shore, gripping the wooden board on the boat tightly with both hands. "Oh!" With a loud shout, he suddenly lifted the nightshade and dragged it directly onto the shore, then pushed it into the thick forest nearby. "Then you stay on the ship and wait for me to come back." Back at the river, he picked up 2 military knives and tucked them into his waist as backup weapons. Hearing that Alsace was leaving, Robin hurriedly ran out of the cabin, holding her ball. "No, I want to go with you. I'm scared on my own." Robin's timeline has already been altered by Alsace, and he also worried that she would be captured by the Navy if she stayed on the ship. After all, the Navy wouldn't dare to harm her or kill her, so Alsace decisively agreed to let her follow him. He concealed the small boat and started running through the forest with Robin. At this moment, Alsace was also uncertain about whether he could defeat the future vice admiral. This was 17 years ago. Even if the future vice admiral was strong, he should still be a rookie in the Navy at this time. However, thinking about the Zoan-type Devil Fruit user made him somewhat uncertain. In close combat, Zoan-type Devil Fruit abilities were indeed the most formidable. The Lafitte he had encountered before now seemed like trash in his eyes. The Navy had institutionalized training, and their strength was certainly formidable. In a dense forest, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow enveloped the running Alsace. "You are Alsace, right?" Upon hearing the voice, Alsace halted, standing still within the shadow, his left thumb resting on his sword hilt, ready to draw and fight at a moment's notice. Robin, who was following him, turned around to look at the trunk behind them and shouted with wide eyes, "Watch out behind you, Alsace." The lieutenant with the prominent chin grasped his shell hammer weapon with both hands, leaping into the air and swinging down towards Alsace. Indeed, it's Nico Robin. Truly the real deal. How effortless this has been. Noticing Robin's presence, he felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Alsace sensed the danger and swiftly drew his sword, turning to slash at the weapon. Bang! At the moment their weapons clashed, a faint shockwave spread around them. "A swordsman, huh?" In the power struggle, the lieutenant grinned widely, casually asking, "How rare indeed." The shell hammer came crashing down, and the blade in Arthas' hand bent under the weight. The heavy force instantly shattered the bandages wrapped around his wrist, and from his expression, it was evident that the impact had pushed him to his limits. "This is the lieutenant colonel." Arthas felt an overwhelming shock in his heart. After training for so long, he had exerted all his strength just to withstand a single strike from the future major general. Seeing that the military knife could not bear such immense force and was about to snap, he activated his polarization power, flooding his body. Where did he find such strength? The lieutenant colonel with the pronounced chin could hardly believe that Arthas' frail body had unleashed astonishing power in an instant. Could this be the explosive strength of a swordsman? The immense force repelled the assault from the lieutenant colonel, causing it to fall several meters in front of Arthas. The lieutenant colonel hoisted the massive shell hammer onto his shoulder, a look of disdain etched across his face. "True swordsmen are indeed rare, you wicked little imp. What happened to my subordinates? That scream just now was your doing, wasn't it?" After a single exchange, Arthas' breathing quickened. The lieutenant colonel before him was not comparable to the righteous words of Major Boris from before. He felt an immense pressure. "Hey, talk to me, kid. Associating with Nico Robin is enough to get you publicly executed." After gasping for several seconds and regaining his composure, Arthas steadied his gaze and faced off against the lieutenant colonel. Sweat beads unconsciously rolled down his forehead, and the military knife in his hand could not support a prolonged battle against the lieutenant colonel, yet he had no other weapon at his disposal. Arthas' companion Robin, holding a small ball, stared wide-eyed in shock. From the earlier exchange, she had realized just how vast the gap between the Navy and Arthas truly was. A victory was impossible. "Stay back, Robin, or I will deal with him," Arthas reassured Robin, focusing his gaze on the lieutenant colonel's imposing figure. It was evident from just that one exchange who was stronger. "You think you can handle me? Seriously?" the lieutenant colonel said, casting a glance at Nico Robin. If he could capture him, it would be a tremendous achievement. The government would not only promote him, but also take great interest in him. It seems you have nothing to say. I have nothing to discuss with the Navy. The lieutenant colonel ceased delaying and swung his weapon directly at Arthas. The massive hammer struck again, and Arthas readied himself for the imminent confrontation. The polarization power surged throughout his body as he swung the military knife to intercept the shell hammer. Clang! The heavy hammer was deflected in an instant, and the lieutenant colonel's hands, unable to withstand Arthas' sudden surge in power and speed, lost balance and were raised high. To think he could instantly enhance his strength and speed, achieving such a surprising effect. The lieutenant colonel was left in shock, utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to him, Arthas could only surpass his strength after activating polarization, and not by much. Seeing his exposed vulnerability, Arthas seized the opportunity and swiftly targeted his chest. Faced with the rapidly approaching military knife, the lieutenant colonel had nowhere to escape and braced himself, gathering all his strength. Iron block. As the knife's edge struck him, it shattered before Arthas' eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned at the sight of his broken military knife. As he prepared to draw another military knife, the lieutenant colonel's fist, as hard as iron, struck his chest. The most fatal flaw of a swordsman is that their combat power plummets the moment they lose their weapon. The lieutenant colonel shouted loudly. A wave of fist energy burst from Arthas' chest, propelling him backward. In midair, Arthas coughed up blood, experiencing this sensation for the first time in his life. His body felt as though it had been deprived of strength, crashing into a large tree and lying among the tree stumps. Cough. Blood flowed from his lips onto his chest. Straining to lift his hands, Arthas found it exceedingly difficult to muster any strength. Ugh! He let out a pained wail, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the advancing lieutenant colonel. Arthas! Robin hurried to his side to check on him, revealing an expression of deep concern after the destruction of O'Hara 3 years ago. At this moment, all that remained in Arthas' heart was shock and confusion. In the original story, weren't officer-level military personnel just fodder? Or was it that the old era had no particularly weak navy? If this strike had happened weeks ago, he would have certainly been killed by the lieutenant colonel. Seeing Robin's worried expression, Arthas forced a smile and pushed himself up. Cough, I'm fine, Robin. I promise to take responsibility for you. As he spoke, he noticed the lieutenant colonel's body beginning to swell rapidly, growing thick fur, and his human limbs transforming into those of an animal. It seems your strength isn't enough, kid. Hand over Nico, Robin, and he'll let you live a few more days. The lieutenant colonel's tone had transformed into that of a beast. Unlike Lafitte, whom Arthas had encountered before, who only had wings, the lieutenant colonel could fully transform into an animal. Suppressing the pain in his chest, Arthas sheathed his knife, his sharp gaze locking onto the lieutenant colonel's massive frame. I haven't done anything significant. How could I easily hand over the person I promised to protect for the first time? Looking at the beastly figure towering over him, he felt a pang of inexplicable fear. If only he had the Yasha in his hands, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Arthas thought to himself. At this moment, he truly understood the importance of a good sword to a swordsman. Listening to Arthas' words, Robin clenched her fists, feeling a moment of hesitation. Although they had only known each other for 7 days, Arthas had made her feel the warmth of humanity once more. Now transformed into the animal type, sea otter form, the lieutenant colonel's physique was incredibly imposing. As he approached Arthas, who was currently sheathing his knife and staring at him, he felt a monumental shift in the atmosphere. The surrounding trees and grass were swept by Arthas' surging momentum, causing the lieutenant colonel to halt his advance and declare, "Do you wish to oppose the world government? Do you understand what it means to protect this girl? I'm merely the first to catch up to you. There are many Navy lieutenant colonels, majors, and even CP agents rushing to the Troya African allied nations. Do you know why the Navy has deployed such a large force?" Arthas could hardly be oblivious. The world government sought to capture Nico Robin alive to decode the historical texts and unearth the secrets of ancient weapons. This was to facilitate the use of those weapons to suppress this turbulent era and stabilize it further. He did not provide the lieutenant colonel with an answer, for during their conversation his technique had already been charged. His limbs were filled with terrifying explosive power as he aimed at the lieutenant colonel. Flashed. Boom. The air exploded as Arthas charged forward. He's vanished. The lieutenant colonel, stunned at Arthas' sudden disappearance, felt a sharp pain in his chest. An explosive cloud burst behind him as Arthas appeared behind him, dragging his injured body as he swiftly turned and drew his knife, readying himself once more. When did this guy strike me? He found it hard to believe that he had already used the powers of the devil fruit to intimidate Arthas, yet he still bore such fighting spirit. Indeed, I cannot underestimate a swordsman. The lieutenant colonel ignored the slash across his chest and leaped up, swinging his shell weapon with both hands, sea otter heavy hammer. After transforming into an animal, the power and speed of the chin-down middle schooler were greatly enhanced, and the wound on his chest made him hold nothing back against Arthas. As the giant hammer swung down just moments before it was about to strike Arthas' head, he sensed unease from Arthas' eyes. In this situation, Arthas was already too preoccupied with himself preparing to draw his sword a second time. Activating polarization doubled the power and speed of the sword draw technique flash. The moment polarization was initiated, his muscles instantly swelled, and as he stepped forward, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web before collapsing violently, as if the earth itself trembled. Flashed. Boom. The second collision exploded the air, and the tearing of muscles without the relief of wrappings caused his speed to decrease significantly. Once again, he used the sword draw technique to slash at the airborne chin-down middle schooler. The Sea Otter heavy hammer technique collided with Arthas' sword draw technique flash. In that instant, the chin-down middle schooler's giant hammer was knocked away by Arthas' terrifying explosive power slipping from his grasp. As the blade struck his body, the chin-down middle schooler used a block of iron for defense again. The blade hit the middle schooler's body, and for the second time, he could not escape the fate of breaking. The chin-down middle schooler's animal form made the iron block even harder. The blade shattered again. Despite the first strike of the sword draw technique causing him to falter, the second strike could only graze his body. As Arthas' body penetrated the chin-down middle schooler's form, he hovered in the air wide-eyed in despair as he stared at the broken blade in his hand. From behind came the mocking laughter of the chin-down middle schooler. It seems the military knife cannot bear the power of your technique, nor can it break my iron block. Injured, the chin-down middle schooler executed the Marine 6 style's moonwalk, quickly appearing behind Arthas, delivering a full-force punch that sent him crashing into the ground. The ground instantly caved in, creating a pit, and Arthas' body lost consciousness lying in the center of the pit. Using all his strength to stand from the hole, his legs bled, trembling as he stood in place. With disheveled hair covered in blood, his eyes were vacant. Blood gushed from the wounds torn across his body, and in no time a large pool of blood accumulated beneath his feet. He could no longer see any chance of winning this battle. The chin-down middle schooler stood at the edge of the pit, blood flowing from his chest, as he looked down at the boy in the center, suddenly gripped by a sharp pain that made him crouch and clutch his chest. "It hurts so much, you bastard." The power of the sword draw technique, flash, did not spare him. Arthas' expression remained calm, his gaze deep and motionless as he suddenly closed his eyes. He found it strange, when facing death one does not usually wear such an expression. With his battered body, Arthas held the broken blade, filled with unwillingness. If only he had the yasha in hand, he could definitely rise again from adversity, but reality had no ifs. Not only was he trapped in such a desperate situation, but he had also altered the timeline of the person he liked, Nico Robin, forcing her to face the fate of being captured and killed alongside him. The Sea Otter's small ball detached from Robin's embrace, climbing onto Arthas' body, holding his head in an attempt to prevent the chin-down middle schooler from picking up his weapon and delivering a fatal blow. As the backshell giant hammer descended upon Arthas' head, Robin made a surprising move. She spread her arms wide, blocking the battered Arthas. "Stop." Boom. The chin-down middle schooler was startled, hastily halting his swing of the backshell giant hammer, daring not to harm Nico Robin, and asked, "Nico Robin, are you going to protect him? Let Arthas go, and I will willingly go with you." At that moment, Robin decided to give up her freedom and life on the run to protect the boy in the pit behind her. She also knew that the world government would not dare to do anything to her now. Hearing Robin's words, Arthas opened his ashen gray eyes, a tremor of extreme guilt washing over him, leaving him speechless. "What is it about this boy that makes you willing to give up your own protection, Nico Robin?" Even the chin-down middle schooler found it unbelievable. The girl who would do anything to survive from the Navy was willing to sacrifice herself for Arthas. She recalled the words of Saul to her and looked again at the bloodied Arthas, remembering how he had unconditionally cared for her over these past few days. No one had anticipated that things would develop to this extent, all because Arthas wanted to retrieve his weapon and set sail. In truth, Arthas wanted to retrieve his weapon to fight against the Navy, to break through the pursuit, and had not considered the current predicament. "I willingly go with you. I will absolutely not resist or run away along the way. I only ask that you spare Arthas' life." The middle schooler pondered Nico Robin's proposal when a large number of Navy soldiers rushed in, realizing that the battle had already concluded. The chin-down middle schooler contemplated Nico Robin's deal and deliberately asked, "Isn't it the same if I kill him and then take you away? Nico Robin, are you foolish? I will commit suicide. Even if you restrain my limbs with sea prism stone and block my mouth, I can still end my life. I am very useful to the government, right? I don't know what you want to capture me for, but if you lose me, you will also have a hard time explaining yourself." Robin's words caused Arthas' heart to twist in pain. At just 11 years old, she was already so mature, a testament to the cruel experiences she had endured over the years. "How do you intend to end your life?" The chin-down middle schooler asked curiously again, reluctant to let go of Arthas, caught in a dilemma. Robin replied with her wealth of knowledge. Holding your breath may lead to a decrease in oxygen levels within the body, resulting in a state of hypoxia. It could even cause the brain to become hypoxic, leading to consciousness disorders, coma, and other symptoms, which could be life-threatening. Even if I don't die, my brain will be damaged and knowledge will be lost. The chin-down middle schooler sighed to the sky. I truly cannot outsmart you, Nico. Robin, you are too clever. Seeing the chin-down middle schooler considering letting go of Arthas, a soldier hurriedly stepped forward. Middle schooler. But our mission this time is to take this brat back. Bringing back Nico Robin is far more valuable than him. Let's go. The soldiers did not dare to defy the orders of the chin-down middle schooler, taking Nico Robin away from the forest. At this moment, Arthas suddenly spoke. Don't think this matter is over. If you don't kill me, I will make you righteous folks regret it. Kid, you should really thank Nico Robin. Although I don't know why she wants to save you, I will not allow her to come to any harm. As the Navy departed, a severely injured Arthas stood alone in the pit, full of self-reproach. Dark clouds gathered above the island, and fine rain began to fall, gradually evolving into a heavy downpour that dripped onto Arthas. He gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, even tears welling up in his eyes. His mouth trembled continuously, and his teeth chattered, the anger in his gaze reaching a critical point never before seen. Not directed at others, but at his own weakness. Oh! He suddenly shouted angrily at the sky, his powerless knees collapsing into the wet earth as he roared. You are truly hopelessly weak, Arthas. What are you? What are you? He pounded the ground with his fists, lamenting his own weakness. Until his body could bear it no longer, he fainted, lying in the heavy rain. The intense emotions surged through his mind, and his first defeat after the crossing made him lose the ability to protect Robin. For him, it was simply a humiliation. The morning rain continued to pour, washing over the forest along with Alsace. For hours have passed since the onset of unconsciousness. At the town dock where the naval warship is anchored, the Navy is communicating with the CP intelligence agency using a telephone bug, while 11-year-old Robin is bound by handcuffs. With an expression devoid of emotion, she gazed at the heavy rain on the deck outside the cabin. Hey Solo, I suppose I've found a companion, haven't I? She still couldn't understand why Alsace treated her so kindly despite his innocence. That kindness allowed her to forget her experiences over the past 3 years, albeit briefly, and she genuinely saw the person Solo spoke of, finding Alsace quite naive. On the deck outside the cabin, a naval soldier reported to Lieutenant Chinchu, Sir, this rain will last about 12 days, and the warship might encounter severe storms and tsunamis if it sets sail now. That is not good. EY cannot fall into the sea. Lieutenant Chincho was already wrapped in medical bandages, the injury on his chest causing him unbearable pain. It was not an ordinary cut, it had damaged his tendons and bones. However, he possessed the extraordinary healing power of a zoan-type fruit, and he would recover soon. Then let's rest temporarily at the dock. The soldiers can take turns resting and go to the town for entertainment and drinking, but they must not neglect discipline. The investigation team has suffered total casualties with no survivors. The bodies have already been transported back to the warship. Understood. Dismissed. Yes, sir. The heavy rain that started early in the morning puzzled Lieutenant Chincho. Why was it pouring so heavily at this moment? He thought to himself, glancing at Nico Robin inside the porthole. Such a significant contribution could only be attributed to him. In the nearby forest by the town, in the place where the battle had occurred, Alsace woke up abruptly as rainwater submerged half of his head, making it impossible for him to breathe. The excruciating pain in his body was unbearable, forcing him to sit up laboriously and absorb the results of today's training. This absorption could only be performed once a day, regardless of whether he trained or not. After absorbing half of the results from the battle, his torn muscles and cold, fatigued body felt a slight relief. The sensation was akin to starting fitness training for the first time. After a multitude of movements led to muscle fatigue and tearing, he wanted to exert strength, but found himself unable to do so. But the world was different, and so were physiques. They could not be compared. It's 11 o'clock. He stood up, glanced at the time on his virtual phone, and walked towards the location of the Yasha. Carrying a bit of belly, he returned to the town, first dragging his battered body to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, who had already repaired the Yasha, looked at Alsace in bewilderment. Hey kid, are you alright? After the uproar he caused in the town yesterday, everyone knew about the bounty placed on him by the Navy, including the blacksmith. However, he did not wish to get involved in unnecessary and risky conflicts. Approaching Alsace with the sheath of the Yasha. Is it repaired? This sword is of good quality. It took me quite a bit of effort, but it's already fixed. Alsace's expression had undergone a complete transformation. He drew the sword from the sheath and inspected it to find no issues. Thank you, he said coldly, then took the sword and left the blacksmith shop, stepping through the rain on the street. Was it the Navy? Hearing Alsace leave, the blacksmith muttered to himself, no longer concerning himself with the matters of conflict. Along the way, Alsace saw slaves on the street, their necks shackled, lying bound for sale. What happened? Weren't you arrogant yesterday, brat? Who exactly did this to you? It couldn't have been the Navy, could it? Huh. Some slave owners and their subordinates, upon seeing the battered Alsace, immediately laughed in mockery, as if a hefty bounty had just walked through their door, showing no fear at all. The Marine said that Nico Robin willingly went with the Navy to protect this guy on the condition that they spare his life. Upon hearing this, Alsace stopped in the heavy rain. He had refrained from going all out in previous battles, always thinking about finishing without injury. Now it seemed how foolish that mindset was. In a world like this, especially at his current power level, how could he possibly solo without injury? If he was too afraid to fight desperately, he would only face defeat again. His gaze firmed, and in the rain, he tied his long hair into a ponytail before drawing the Yasha, walking towards the slave traders who had just mocked him. Huh, what are you going to do? Hey, are you really going to cause trouble in this state? The slave traders laughed as if they saw a huge bounty coming straight to them, showing no fear. Little did they know their excessive chatter had already placed them halfway into the gates of hell. Alsace had made a significant decision in his heart. If he hesitated to fight recklessly, nothing would protect him. From the slave traders, he learned that the warship had not yet departed, which meant Robin had not been taken away. He now had to use his life to rectify his mistakes and fulfill his promise to Robin. Holding the sword with one hand, he looked at the crowd. Can you say that again? This action made the other slave traders very displeased, and they all summoned their weapons to confront Alsace. I didn't like you last time. I didn't dare provoke you because of your fighting ability. But now you look like a beaten dog who still fears you. Let's take him down together, and we'll split the belly later. Alsace no longer concealed his emotions and immediately launched an attack on them. Suddenly, blood splattered the street where slaves were sold, and he cut through the slave traders, causing them to scream in agony. He cast aside his concerns about his injuries and fully immersed himself in combat, no longer thinking about escaping unscathed. As the battle began, the slave traders quickly realized something was off. Alsace was like a different person with a sword versus without one. Not a single strong man could withstand a single strike from him. The raindrops on the ground quickly turned red, dripping from the tip of the Yasha. Navy? Where is the Navy? Who will take this guy down? Damn it, why is he still so strong despite being injured? After the battle, what lay before him was a scene of corpses and the desperate cries of slave traders clutching their severed arms. Alsace walked past them with his sword raised, having lost interest in them, warning, anyone who stands in my way will be cut down by me. Saying this, he picked up a bottle of undrunk turbid liquor from the ground, 56 degrees, 750 ml, and emptied it into his mouth, then walked into a medical clinic to purchase a set of bandages. He wrapped bandages around his wrists, waist, shins, thighs, and even ankles tighter than before. Wait for me, Robin. How could I possibly leave you behind? Always concerned about his physical condition and safety, he could not imagine defeating a powerful being like Lieutenant Chincho. Based on his last battle with Chinchu, he inferred that Chinch's iron block would definitely not withstand the sharpness of the Yasha. He decided to drag this injured body to confront the Navy. Alsace strode alone toward the naval garrison at the dock, gulping fiery liquor down his throat as torrential rain lashed the earth around him. Drunken fervor surged through his veins, cloaking him in pungent fumes and hardening his gaze into unyielding steel. He approached the naval soldiers without hesitation. Only an indomitable resolve burned within him. When the sailors spotted him emerging from the downpour into the glow of their campfire-lit tents, astonishment froze upon their faces. What does that man want here? The commander already spared his life. His gait is unnerving. Something's wrong with him. Alert the commander, immediately. Clutching the trident-like Yacha blade, he seemed one with its edge. Intoxication flooded his mind like a storm tide. With each step, he carved sweeping arcs through the rain. The Yacha's blade gleamed coldly in the rain's licked light. A shimmer of lethal authority, unwavering resolve, and raw, unfiltered killing intent. Alsace's arrival triggered a rapid mobilization. Naval troops converged en masse upon the dock. Commander Broadjaw stood behind his ranks, watching Alsace's solitary, resolute figure cut through the rain. An aura of savage ferocity clinging to him like that of a beast marching straight toward death. It was as if he had already embraced mortality, and that unnerved Broadjaw deeply stirring even a tremor of fear. By the sea's breath, what in hell did he drink? Where is Robin? He bellowed, voice ragged with drunken frenzy, demanding answers from the stunned sailors. Fall back. This man isn't right. Stand clear. Broadjaw cast aside his justice cloak and strode forward, parting his men to confront Alsace's faceta face. I spared you once, boy, yet you dare return, dragging this broken body to its grave. Enough talk. He unslung the massive shell hammer from his back, intending to eliminate Alsace quietly now that Robin was absent. Meanwhile, Alsace's body, forged anew by alcohol's searing alchemy, grew stronger still. Seeing Broadjaw prepare for battle, Alsa's lunged forward blade, drawn charging headlong into the naval ranks. TCH, persistent pest. Even with a new weapon, what difference does it make? Broadjaw sneered, utterly dismissive of the injured youth before him. To walk beside someone like Nico Robin is to court inevitable ruin and certain death. Then died. Alsa's dropped low and exploded forward, blinking across the distance in an instant. There on the rain-soaked wharf of the coastal town, their clash reignited with brutal intensity. Crash. Their weapons collided with thunderous force. His strength has surged again. No, this blade hasn't bent, not even slightly. Broadjaw, still in his base form, felt genuine pressure mounting. His colossal hammer and Alsa's razor-edged blade blurred in frantic motion, yet no longer could he dominate the fight. His speed faltered, then failed entirely. He was now wholly outmatched. You've pushed me too far. This ends your naval career. Polarize. Alsa's fought with escalating ferocity, eyes blazing with manic exhilaration. Like a demon incarnate, his physical prowess surging beyond doubling in that very moment. Thwack! The shell hammer was deflected sideways in a single explosive stroke, sending Broadjaw staggering backward, nearly toppling over from sheer recoil. Die Navy. Alsa's retracted his blade in a fluid motion, gripped it with both hands, and thrust forward, driving the point straight into Broadjaw's broad, muscular torso. Bang! Nearby sailors, sensing imminent catastrophe, opened fire, forcing Alsa's to break his assault and twist midair to evade the hail of bullets. His gaze locked instantly onto the shooter. In a flash, his body traced a sinuous arc, closing the distance before the man could blink, and cleaved him cleanly down the center line. Here every sailor was his enemy, not just Broadjaw alone. Alsa's descended into the ranks like a whirlwind of steel, cutting down soldiers one after another. None could land a blow upon his lightning-swift form. Broadjaw steadied himself, watching Alsa's weave desperately through gunfire and encircling troops, staggering, yet never falling. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You can't possibly. Uncertain whether it was observation hockey, he dared not name it. With his men falling, he unleashed his power without hesitation. I'll end you all in one strike. Alsa's swept his blade in a devastating arc, clearing a wide swath of sailors, then leapt backward, poised before the ranks, drawing his blade inward for a charged strike. You won't succeed. Roaring Broadjaw, now transformed into his animal form, shattered the air with his charge, bearing the colossal shell hammer straight at Alsa's. Heh! A grotesque grin twisted Alsa's lips, his aura erupted violently, and the dock planks beneath his feet groaned inward. As Alsa's limbs swelled with coiled muscle, preparing to draw and strike, Broadjaw raised the shell hammer defensively before him. Bracing low, he roared, Iron Body. Unable to track Alsa's blinding speed, he defaulted once more to his ultimate defense. Let your blade shatter again, damn you. Draw and strike technique. Flash. Simultaneously empowered by polarization, Alsa's drew his waist-hung blade, his body dissolving into a streak of lightning slicing through every naval soldier stationed along the dock. A cataclysmic surge of force erupted. Heat waves suspended raindrops midair for seconds, while the razor-sharp kisslash born of pure will pierce straight through Broadjaw and every man behind him. The shellhammer split cleanly in two, rendered useless. Gah! Broadjaw, still in his transformed state, spat crimson blood, face contorted in utter disbelief. Iron Body, broken. Something he'd never achieved before. A sharp metallic shink echoed as the yacha slid home into its scabbard, locking seamlessly with its guard. Dozens of sailors collapsed behind him, expressions frozen in outrage and shock. Huh. Alsa spun sharply, exhaled hard, and fixed his aim once more upon Broadjaw. The sheer force of that strike had been uncontrolled. Yet in that moment he realized his slash had wounded bystanders too. Was it sword chi? He knew well that swordsmen of sufficient mastery could unleash aerial slashes more destructive than cannon fire. Cough, cough. You accursed wretch, what are you? Broadjaw knelt, teeth gritted on cracked earth, while behind him the coppery stench of fresh blood flooded his nostrils. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, otter fruit sea otter model, he didn't need to turn around to know the truth. His entire contingent had been eradicated instantly. Sea otters possessed legendary olfactory acuity, and he was precisely in that form. Clutching the wound bleeding steadily from his chest, he stared at the blood pooling in his palm, speechless with awe. Drawn strike techniques were meant for finishing blows, not sustained combat. Yet this youth wielded them repeatedly, relentlessly, utterly monstrous. Yet observing Alsa's trembling frame, he deduced the technique exacted tremendous physical toll. Curiosity edged his voice. What is your bond with Nico, Robin boy? Alsa's offered no direct reply. Instead, he focused, channeling every ounce of strength into a final decisive strike against this historic figure, and the bounty such a kill would yield. What bond? Merely protection. Robin herself had acknowledged him as her elder brother. I told you. So long as I live, this isn't over. Last time I sought this weapon. How could you ever hope to defeat me now? The alcohol evaporated rapidly from his pores amid violent exertion, his drunken haze receding, replaced by sharp, insistent pain. Yet he paid it no mind. What do you want with Nico, Robin? A mere pirate. Broadjaw turned on the rains-licked bridge, meeting Alsace's gaze across the storm. He was a Zoan, otter fruit sea otter model. Not so easily slain. Purpose. Does an elder brother require justification to protect his sister? Brother? Ha ha ha, ignorant fool. Do you have any idea what you're claiming? Ignorance lies with you. This was no longer a contest. It was mortal combat. Even if Broadjaw wished to retreat, the Alsas who now stood before him, fearless, unmoored, unbreakable, would grant him no such mercy. An indirect answer directly let Colonel Big Chin understand one thing: the long-haired youth before him was not afraid of power and the world government, and held great hostility towards the Navy. The reason was unclear. He observed every move of Arthas, whose aura was continuously rising, preparing to react the moment he drew his sword. Having already been wounded by 2 severe strikes and 1 light injury, he dared not be careless any longer. Just as Colonel Big Chin was contemplating, in the blink of an eye, Arthas vanished from his position and appeared in a flash. In that moment, he witnessed Arthas drawing his sword and slashing towards his waist muscles, while he used all his strength to stomp the ground, trying to evade with a moon step. However, he found himself moving at an extremely slow pace under the speed at which Arthas drew his sword. The blade sliced through the large muscle on the left side of his waist. Bang! After Arthas' second sword-drawing technique ended, the air exploded as Colonel Big Chin's legs struck the ground, and he heavily fell onto the bridge plank lying there. Arthas, who had pierced through him, also knelt not far behind, gasping in pain. The bandages on his thighs and wrists burst once more at that moment, and the intense pain returned to his limbs. Blood loss made his face somewhat pale, yet he immediately got up, drawing his sword, and swiftly walking towards Colonel Big Chin. In immense pain, Big Chin struggled to rise, realizing he could no longer stand straight. In less than a moment, his standing body tilted to the left, but the powerful vitality from his animal-type ability allowed him to continue fighting. In contrast, Arthas had used the sword-drawing technique 4 times in one day, and until then had not been injured. Now, forcibly using it with a heavily wounded body, he was almost at his absolute limit. Yet he had only one goal in mind, not caring about his own body. Arthas and Colonel Big Chin once again engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, and despite being severely injured, it did not change his steadfast resolve to save Robin. Even in death, he would not waver. Leveraging his speed advantage, he quickly inflicted numerous injuries on Colonel Big Chin's limbs. An hour later, both were exhausted and stood in the rain to rest. The ground was soaked with blood, and dying Navy soldiers littered the dock. Even so, Arthas maintained the sharpness in his eyes, staring at the equally injured Colonel Big Chin. If this continues, these soldiers beside you will not receive timely treatment and will perish. This statement struck a chord with Colonel Big Chin, who was also deeply concerned about the safety of his subordinates. He never expected to be forced into such a situation by Arthas. Arthas also understood that with his heavily injured body, he could not kill the man before him. Somewhat frustrated, yet his mind remained clear, he realized that not ending the fight would be unfavorable for him. His arms, gripping the knife, trembled uncontrollably, not out of fear, but because he had reached his limit. You say you are her brother. Colonel Big Chin could fight no longer. Then your full name should be Nicole Arthas, right? No, I have no blood relation to her. Arthas' response surprised Colonel Big Chin, even making him somewhat angry. Then why do you still desperately protect her? Do you not understand? She is a target of bounty for the world government and the entire world. The girl viewed as the child of a demon. Arthas chuckled at these self-righteous Navy officers, mocking them. Thus you are ignorant, merely a tool executing tasks under the celestial dragons. He was too lazy to explain, for the world government had created the Navy, claiming to be an organization of justice to maintain world order under the control of the celestial dragons. The Navy, of course, had no idea how twisted this world was. In their eyes, there only existed positions and relationships forever indoctrinated with a distorted sense of justice. Colonel Big Chin felt the intense pain throughout his body while observing Arthas, whose aura and momentum had not weakened in the slightest. Like a demon, he seemed intent on fighting to the death with him. Had it not been for maintaining his transformation, he might have already fainted. A mere child dares to discuss world affairs, you are not qualified. With an angry shout, Colonel Big Chin charged towards Arthas, ultimately wielding his sharp claws with all his might. Arthas halted to catch his breath, using his last bit of strength to grip the knife handle, waiting for the moment he approached, then striking the blade into his chest. He pierced through his massive body with one blow, then withdrew the blade, sheathing it at his waist as he walked towards the warship, coldly stating, "Without the resolve to die, why are you holding on?" Ugh. Colonel Big Chin vomited a large amount of blood, unable to maintain his beast form any longer, reverting to his original body and collapsing beside Arthas, his head hitting the bridge and falling silent. Detected host has hunted historical figure Navy Lieutenant Colonel Big Chin, reward 1 knife spirit enhancement stone. In the heavy rain, the pungent smell of blood enveloped Arthas' nostrils, and he inexplicably found a strange rune stone in his hand. Can this thing enhance weapons? It can turn the evil spirit Yasha into the host's knife spirit, which can refine the knife's quality by absorbing vital blood. Then doesn't that mean? Arthas held the enhancement stone as he walked towards the warship. Doesn't that mean it's like Yinma? Having a knife spirit from hell, does that give the knife its own consciousness? It can be understood this way. Once used, the Yasha knife spirit binds to the host, granting the host the power of ghostly energy. Then doesn't that mean I won't have to spend energy learning forging techniques? As long as I strengthen the blade through battle, it will suffice. Moreover, this thing, ghostly energy, isn't it Conqueror's Haki? This is like rewarding myself with Conqueror's Haki. It can be understood this way, but the host must train to truly awaken ghostly energy. However, there is one problem that worries Arthas. He continued to ask Xiao AI, if the Yasha attaches to the knife, it won't absorb my blood, right? It won't. It can only absorb blood after defeating enemies and cannot absorb any blood in its normal state. Cough, cough. Upon learning this news, Arthas wore an expectant smile, dragging his already exhausted and heavily wounded body to the ship's cabin where Xiao Qiu had been waiting for a long time. It had previously been called by Arthas to find Robin on the warship, but had not appeared. Xiao AI, you have directed my weapon towards the evolution path of the demon sword, which is just to my liking. Saying this, he used the enhancement stone on the blade at his waist. A ghostly aura spread around him like an evil spirit, then vanished. To verify its authenticity, he gripped the knife handle at his left waist. Immediately, he saw a fierce and terrifying hellish demon materialize in his mind, only to vanish moments later. You have now truly become Yasha. Drawing his sword, he sliced open the lock of the cabin where Robin was imprisoned and walked in. Seeing Robin crouched on the bed with her arms wrapped around her knees, there was a table filled with a sumptuous meal, but it was already cold. After her arrest, she had lost all appetite. She suddenly looked at the battered Arthas, who walked in surprised. Arthas, why are you here? The heavy rain outside drowned out the sounds of battle, so she was unaware of the conflict at the dock. Noticing that Robin's neck was shackled to the bed with an iron chain and her hands were bound with sea stone shackles, Arthas took a moment to catch his breath, then found the key on the warship to unlock her restraints. After unlocking, Robin hurriedly asked him, "The Navy? Where's the Navy?" Exhausted and not wanting to speak, he replied with one sentence, "Did I not tell you that I would be responsible for you?" With that, he directly lifted Robin onto his shoulder and walked out of the cabin. Robin looked at the Navy soldiers sprawled unconscious on the dock and the previously overwhelming colonel who had crushed Arthas, now also motionless, realizing what had happened. "You killed them all, eh? No, there should be survivors." Previously, when he killed Beiki, there had been a prompt for a kill, but this time it only indicated a hunt. Colonel Big Chin should not be dead. This also confirmed one point, which was that it was not necessary to completely kill a target. Defeating it could also yield rewards. Your body is trembling. I'm fine, I just need to get through a day. He could feel his body in an awful state, worse than ever before. Robin touched Arthas' back. It was sticky and his muscles were twitching. His clothes were completely soaked with blood and rain. "I'll put me down, I can walk by myself." She was very worried about Arthas at that moment. He seemed capable of moving, though his body trembled from fatigue. Arthas stopped, letting Robin down, his tone still resolute. "Robin, hold on to the small ball and stay behind me." After saying this, he crouched down and picked up a long spear from a fallen Navy soldier. At the entrance to the town across the drawbridge, many ragged slaves were waiting for him. Arthas' vision was blurred, and he couldn't tell if they were slave traders or slaves, so caution was inevitable. "I heard them say." Robin recalled the intelligence she heard on the warship. "Many Navy ships are heading towards this country." "Did the Navy say that?" Arthas asked, walking towards the town with the spear. "It must be the secret intelligence agency under the world government. After all, they were very eager to find Nico Robin." Just as Robin was telling Arthas about the intelligence of Brubru, sound came from a nearby, unconscious Navy soldier. It was the sound made by a transponder snail, indicating someone was contacting the squad led by Lieutenant Commander Big Jaw. "Don't worry." After checking his weapon, Arthas gently patted Robin's head with his left hand. "As long as I'm alive, no one can take you away. Unless it's a last resort and he has no choice but to part with her." Arthas would never let Robin fall into the hands of the Navy. Leaving the drawbridge, he entered the town. At this moment, he was straining his body, and even up close, he couldn't see the faces of the slaves in front of him. Holding the spear, he asked, "Are we still fighting? I swear this time I will definitely blow your brains out." "No," a freed slave stepped forward. "You misunderstood. We are here to thank you." After hearing this, Arthas tilted his neck, slightly feeling a bit strange. "We are the slaves that you just freed from those slave masters. We are not your enemies." Everyone looked at Arthas and the many unconscious and unidentified Navy soldiers behind him. Even a fool could tell it was unwise to oppose him. Are you slaves? Arthas lowered his weapon, protecting Robin as he said to them, if you want to thank me, then give me some medicine to treat my wounds. Horse. Some slaves immediately started gathering money and ran towards the clinic after hearing Arthas' request. We'll be right back. Please, you must accept our token of gratitude, otherwise we will feel guilty. I almost got sent to the Sabaody archipelago. It was truly terrifying. The slaves sincerely thanked Arthas, tears flowing from their eyes, as there was a secret on this island. That is, there is slave trading by the Don Quixote family here, and Arthas had discovered that smiley face tattoo several times. It seems that Doflamingo is still not a warlord and is currently doing business all over the seas. He thought to himself, and before long several slaves returned from the clinic with a package of medicine that was particularly effective for external wounds, personally handing it to him. Arthas took the package, feeling an unprecedented drowsiness wash over him, his eyelids incredibly heavy. You're seriously injured? Aren't you going to the clinic yourself? Is it really okay? No. He had received the slave's kindness and smiled faintly as he walked into the woods. He didn't know when the other Navy would arrive. He had to hurry back to the ship and set sail, leaving this place to find a suitable spot to recuperate for a while. Just one Lieutenant Commander Big Jaw made him feel how much weight the contemporary Navy carried. It couldn't be compared to the official history 17 years later. It was normal to suddenly remember, after all, Zephyr in his 50s was commanding the troops, so it was naturally different. You really gave me a hell of a challenge, haha. As he traversed the jungle, returning to the bushes where the hidden boat was, Arthas smiled bitterly as he looked at the Yasha, which was over 10 meters away from the river. Small ball, Robin, come help me push it. He could only seek their assistance as his body had reached its limit. The few of them began to push the boat, but it was mostly Arthas doing the work. Ow! Robin pushed against the side of the boat with all her strength, her eyes cast down at the slippery, muddy ground. I've never understood why you treat me so well, unconditionally, even almost risking your life for me. At this moment, Arthas truly wanted to tell her, it's because you are one of the characters I liked before I traveled here. Unlike the others in the Straw Hat crew, who either have invincible backgrounds or are royal science. Robin's experiences truly reflected the reality of this world, which gave him a sense of protectiveness before he traveled here, wanting to try to change her tragic experiences. Now it seemed that to keep Robin by his side, he had to improve his strength even more. He had to work harder than ever. The concept of work-life balance was no longer applicable. He had to give it his all. As he pushed the boat into the river, Arthas immediately collapsed, leaning against the side of the boat, clutching his chest in great pain, lowering his head and closing his eyes, planning to rest for a moment. This rest nearly caused him to pass out. Alan. Robin, seeing Arthas not responding and lying weakly in front of her, inexplicably felt a surge of fear. Don't scare me, Al. She approached Arthas, shaking his body repeatedly in the rain. Beside her, the small ball stood straight up on its legs, making soft, whimpering sounds at Arthas. Al. Al. Robin shouted desperately, and at that moment her voice sounded very faint in Arthas' ears. I just haven't been treated normally for a long time. After being wanted by the world government, I wandered for a long time, suffering greatly, until I met you at that banquet on the sea. Robin whispered in Arthas' ear about the inhumane treatment she had received over the past 3 years. As she spoke, she kept shaking Arthas. You made me feel warmth, just as Saul had told me before. I would meet someone who would protect me in the future. Ah, woo woo. As she spoke, she noticed that Arthas still showed no signs of life. Tears flowed from her eyes, accompanied by intense emotions. That person must be you, Brother Al. I'm begging you, don't let me relive the memories of losing friends and family. Oh, wake up. I was cold to you before because I didn't trust you. I'm sorry. It's my fault that don't die. The ground below where Arthas sat was covered in his blood until he heard Robin's cries. His heart suddenly jumped, instantly awakening his dazed mind. His eyes opened and all his senses returned as he saw Robin holding him, crying heavily. I was just tired from pushing the boat. I'm resting for a bit. Oh, what nonsense are you saying? Arthas reached out and flicked her forehead, standing up again. Hurry and get on the boat. Woo woo woo, all you idiot. Idiot, brother. Seeing Arthas wake up, Robin's face turned red as she cried. You should know she was still just an 11-year-old child while Arthas was already over 30. What did you call me? Arthas was a bit stunned. If it weren't for the pain in his body, he would really think he was dreaming. Brother. Hearing her call him that face to face for the first time made Arthas feel satisfied. He grabbed the small ball and walked towards the boat, saying, Hurry and get on the boat. The Navy might be arriving soon, and I can't fight like this. Treating someone sincerely and receiving emotional rewards in that moment truly made one feel ecstatic. Shall I help me locate a remote island far from the non-joining countries of the Troy Kingdom, and it should be discreet. I need to recuperate. Location successful, the safest island near the Kingdom of Troy Ret Village. Expected arrival time 7 days. Do you want to set sail? Set sail. Arthas placed the virtual phone on the helm. The small boat automatically raised its sail and sailed down the river towards the sea. Robin, I'm going to rest in the bedroom for a while. If you're hungry, make yourself something to eat. Arthas didn't wait for her agreement and directly entered the bedroom, removing his shirt in an instant. His mind felt like it was disconnected, and he collapsed in the bedroom, his eyelids heavy as he stared at the foot of the bed, losing consciousness. That boy is a madman who dares to risk his life. It hurts. My waist was slashed open by him. On the open sea beyond the neutral nation of Trolia, a warship bearing the world government's flag. A cross encircled at its four ends and center, cut through the waves. What? The CP intelligence operator on the line had messy pink curls and a pair of devilish horns atop his head. His face still bore the faint softness of youth. Fozu Fo, a man whose expression darkened as he gripped the Den Mushy's microphone. How is Nico, Robin? Didn't you say you'd captured her yourselves? He cared only for the mission's success, not a shred of concern for the Navy officers' pained cries echoing over the line. Nico, Robin has been rescued by him. We require immediate medical support. Commander Big Chin is dying. His body was pierced clean through by that boy. Big Chin, the one with the cleft jaw. Wasn't he an animal-type devil fruit user? How could he possibly be defeated? Fozu Fo was stunned anew. With Nico, Robin lost, and no good news in sight, the consequences loomed dire. This failure would surely draw furious reprimands from the celestial dragons. Damn it. Enraged, he slammed the microphone down. What in blazes happened? Just hours earlier, reports had poured in, victory after victory. Meanwhile, Arthas's small vessel had already departed from the coastal town of Trolia. Only one day had passed. At the harbor's edge, within 100 meters of the town's pier, 6 marine warships and 1 world government vessel converged upon the settlement in solemn, overwhelming force. They arrived only to find Commander Big Chin mortally wounded, his body broken beyond salvation, and mourned by the surviving soldiers. The shocking news reverberated across the entire fleet. As a high-potential devil fruit officer cultivated by the Marines themselves, no one had foreseen his death in this operation. In the Grand Line outside the Marine headquarters building, elite officers entrusted with maintaining order across the 4 seas gathered once more. A heavy, austere silence filled the hall. Even the 2 famously playful prodigies from headquarters stood grave and still. Suddenly, Fire Mountain slammed his fist onto the conference table, voice thick with grief and fury. Big Chin was a fine man. Just who is this Arthas? Kizaru's expression tightened with suppressed rage. His clenched fist rested heavily upon the table. While our admirals battle the 4 emperors in the New World, we've lost a vital comrade here, in the Com Belt. How could Big Chin, an animal-type devil fruit user, be killed? Amidst the somber weight of the moment, a young man with early onset balding entered the chamber, clutching a stack of documents. The dossier is ready. His name was Blanu, 39 years old, the Navy's foremost civilian scholar, famed for his razor-sharp analytical intellect, though utterly unremarkable in combat. The curtains were drawn, plunging the room into darkness. Then the screen flickered to life, revealing a massive, stark portrait of Arthas projected before every attending officer. Most of the Marines present would one day become legendary rear admirals, among them 17-year-old Smoker and 15-year-old Tashiji. Both had already consumed devil fruits and now sat rigidly upright, their eyes locked on Arthas's image dominating the screen ahead. Before we begin, please set aside your anger, Blanu said, standing before the screen, file in hand. This youth is no ordinary pirate, certainly not one of those senseless marauders who slaughter without cause. Weeks ago, the neutral nation of Pilto was forcibly erased, for reasons never disclosed. At this revelation, brows furrowed, deeper expressions hardening further. Few at Marine headquarters knew the Celestial Dragons were responsible. What they did know was that officers from the Celestial Dragons naval base in the West Blue had carried out the destruction. According to intelligence provided by an officer stationed at the West Blue branch, this youth, Arthas, was among the sole survivors of that fallen kingdom. Even the administrative soldier who'd once dismissed him as an insignificant child during mass conscription had never imagined that same boy would emerge weeks later as a pirate. That soldier was now dead, silenced by CP intelligence. That was a full-scale Buster Call bombardment. How did he survive? Faces around the table registered sheer disbelief. That remains unknown. Blanu glanced down at his prepared notes. Per testimony from Commander Big Chin's surviving troops, the boy spared every soldier before leaving the town, choosing mercy over massacre. Then why did Big Chin die? He was an animal-type user. His vitality was extraordinary. Fire Mountain could barely contain his outrage. His internal organs were pierced by the boy's blade. By the time he was found, it was already too late. Blanu pointed his pointer stick directly at Arthas's image on the screen. Next, he displayed photographs taken by a soldier assigned to document the skirmish. In one frame, Arthas executed a single lightning-swift II strike. so fast it left only a streak of light piercing straight through Commander Big Chin's torso. Blood erupted from Big Chin's chest, his face contorted in unbearable agony, undeniably struck by the technique. The soldiers present confirmed it. That flash of light was the boy himself. Zephyr, the Navy's swordsmanship prodigy, narrowed her eyes. That was IIE. This meeting has but one objective: to formally declare his crimes to the world and designate him a priority target pirate for immediate apprehension. He claimed Nico Robin as his sister, a direct violation of world government law. The government has issued explicit orders. He is to be hunted without quarter, no prisoners taken. The second phase of the pursuit against Arthas commenced immediately. Revised bounties, press releases, and logistical preparations followed swiftly. Upon adjournment, Zephyr and Fire Mountain volunteered personally to lead the hunt. Each took along a promising new recruit, Smoker, a Logia-type user, and Tashigi, a Paramecia-type user, as part of their field training. Fire Mountain acted from grief and fury over his fallen comrade. Zephyr, however, was driven by fascination, by that blinding, transcendent swordsmanship. She and Kizuru, both prodigies, promoted directly to captain rank, ranked above many rear admirals within headquarters. Soon a headline would erupt across the globe, an announcement that would thrust Arthas into infamy. In the Grand Line lay an island blanketed in snow, humming with festive cheer. Moored along its coast was a crimson ship crowned with a bull's head, its 3 sails billowing proudly. The very vessel once sailed by former Roger pirates renowned worldwide just 3 years after setting sail. 21-year-old Shanks and his crew were holding a raucous banquet on this winter-bound isle. Inside the tavern, Shanks, his fiery red hair vivid against the warm glow, sat cradling a toddler girl with striking redand white hair barely over a year old. Standing atop the central round table, he led the crew in singing the rousing anthem Bink Sake, electrifying the celebration. Outside the village, villagers stood frozen on the ice-glazed streets, gazing upward as messenger seagulls soared overhead. Thousands of free newspapers fluttered down like snowflakes. A red-haired pirate caught one midair and froze. It's him. Stunned by the staggering 100 million belly bounty, he sprinted straight for the tavern newspaper, clutched tight. He ran outside the tavern where Shanks was shouting at a man of about 2 meters tall with an imposing presence. Mr. Beckman. The man was dressed in a black-necked t-shirt, military green cargo pants, and black combat boots with a yellow belt securing a flintlock rifle at his waist. There's incredible news from the West Sea. He was Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Just as Beckman was about to light a cigarette, he heard the voice and looked at the newcomer running towards the street. What major event has occurred for so many seagulls to be delivering news? No, Mr. Beckman. The newcomer from the red-haired pirates rushed up to him, propping his left hand on his knee, panting heavily. You should see what's in the newspaper. He lit a cigarette and placed it in his mouth, reaching for the newspaper in the newcomer's hand to check someone really dares to protect that Nico Robin. After seeing the content, he was somewhat surprised and said to the newcomer in front of him, I already know. You can go back in and continue drinking. Inside the tavern, Shanks, who was happily singing, glanced towards the door and noticed Beckman's expression. He jumped down from the round table and walked over to a plump man holding roasted meat. Lou, keep an eye on Yuta. She's a musical genius. After giving the order, Shanks himself took 2 bottles of wine and walked outside the tavern, leaning against the door with Beckman on either side. Is there something going on, Beck? He raised a bottle to his mouth and noticed the newspaper in Beckman's hand. This boy might pique your interest. Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks and also took a drink. A Navy lieutenant colonel sacrificed himself while enforcing justice against pirates in the West Seas Trollaf non-alliance countries. The criminal claims to be Nico Robin's brother, challenging the world government, the evil youth trampling on the Navy's justice. Alsace. The newspaper also reported that the Navy had issued a bounty for hunters worldwide to hunt down Alsace. What do you think? Beckman took a sip of his drink and asked Shanks with a smile. This boy. The 21-year-old Shanks looked at the newspaper with a bounty of 100 million berries. 15 years old, 100 million berries. Shanks smiled. When I was 15, I was just an intern crew member of the Roger Pirates. Do you want to recruit him? Beckman continued to ask. Beck, I feel it's inappropriate. Shanks replied without hesitation. At this stage of our pirate crew, getting involved with Nico Robin would be extremely detrimental to our future. You're not wrong. I was thinking of having him join us as well. Beckman understood that it was perhaps too early to get involved with Nico Robin. But what astonishing news. This boy actually dares to publicly claim to be her brother. This boy won't live long, will he? The CP's secret organization under the government won't let him go. Ha ha, Beck. Shanks folded the newspaper and laughed heartily as he walked towards Beckman. He wrapped his arm around Beckman's neck. Beck, don't worry about expanding our crew. Yuta is going to sing today, and we need to celebrate her well. I really can't stand you. Because of Robin, he gave up on recruiting Alsace. Back inside the tavern, he still paid attention to the contents of the newspaper. In his heart, he thought that Arthas was just an impetuous youth who had not yet realized the reality. How dare he be bold enough to associate with someone like Nico Robin? In this early era of great pirates, apart from people like Shanks, very few knew the true value of Nico Robin. The path to Raftel's secret lies in gathering the 4 red historical road signs. He had no intention of giving up on adventure to fight for the great treasure. The world government also turned a blind eye to Nico Robin. The main purpose of capturing her now was to awaken the ancient weapons. As long as Robin did not interpret the historical texts, she posed no threat. Days later, on the vast sea of the West Sea, the Yasha was sailing smoothly. At noon, bright sunlight streamed into the clear waters, illuminating Arthas's face through the porthole. His neck suddenly moved, and instinctively he raised his hand to block the light, opening his eyes. "I'm so hungry." The first feeling Arthas had upon waking was that his stomach was empty. Looking up at the bright room and his large bed, he finally relaxed. "How long did I sleep?" After a brief moment of relief, he got up and walked to the cabin door, reaching out to open it. A vast blue ocean appeared before him, the sea breeze blowing through his long hair. The small ball was curled up outside the cabin door, sleeping. Upon catching Arthas's scent, it immediately let out a cute cry. "Go get me something to eat, little ball. Oh, I'm really hungry." Upon hearing Arthas's words, the little ball quickly ran towards the middle deck stairs. Bringing him his favorite drink and dried meat, Arthas stood on the platform, putting the food into his mouth. He discovered Robin sitting at the bow, reading a book, staring at him with a dazed expression. "Arthas." Her adorably dazed look lasted about a minute before she reacted and ran towards Arthas. She tightly hugged his waist. "I thought you wouldn't wake up until you started snoring." Arthas recalled how Robin sacrificed herself to protect him and smiled gently from the heart. "Thank you for saving my life." If it weren't for her, that blow from the lieutenant colonel with the large chin would have likely ended his life. He also thought to himself that he had shown mercy and didn't deliver a finishing blow, which meant he was even with that guy. "I should be thanking you." Suddenly remembering something, Robin took out a newspaper and handed it to Arthas. "You need to take a look at this, Arthas." A newspaper. Taking the newspaper, he carefully looked at its contents. The relaxed feeling in his heart instantly tightened. The bounty of 100 million surprised him, likely inflated 5-fold due to Robin's influence. The lieutenant colonel with the large chin couldn't handle it himself. Did he provoke the world government? Arthas laughed scornfully. "Is it really necessary to deploy such a powerful navy? Tachibana, Momoko, Fire Mountain, and Smoker and Tina are here too." The newspaper didn't hide the officers who came to arrest him, including the recruits listed. This made him feel quite troublesome. One was a natural type ability user. Even if not strong, he wasn't someone without presence that he could handle. The other was a superhuman type fruit user. Arthas still lacked the ability to cut through steel. "Little AI, how many days until we reach our destination?" "We will arrive at Ret Village in 2 days. The residents there are friendly and life is peaceful with no threats." "Just right, my body still feels." After eating, Arthas discovered that his body felt surprisingly refreshing. Having experienced such intense battles, after 5 days of deep sleep, there was not a hint of pain. "No, my body is even sturdier than before." This prompted Arthas to summon his virtual phone to check, discovering that his swordsman level had upgraded to first-class swordsman level 1. His body felt incredibly marvelous, as if he had entered a new tier of power. Drawing out the yasha from his waist, he noticed a large section of blade markings on the blade extending to the tip with markings on both sides. "What grade is the quality of my weapon now, little AI?" "Good sword level 1, contains the bound spirit of yasha, not easily broken, rolled edge chipped tip." Did it directly promote a large tier? It became a craft of good sword, 50 craftsmen. Upon hearing the news, Arthas felt a bit happy. "Robin, once we reach the next island, I need to calmly cultivate for a while. I will protect Arthas too. They wouldn't dare touch me." Arthas shook his head at her, feeling it was naive. Having learned from past experiences, the Navy would definitely not make the same mistake of letting him off. This meant that Robin's protective charm no longer worked. If he wasn't strong enough in the end, he could be killed by the Navy or captured and imprisoned, while Robin would forcibly be taken to the world government. Arthas's bounty had increased, viewed as a threat by the government, leaving him no choice but to grow stronger. 2 days later, under the afternoon sun, after enduring 7 days of storms, the yacht ship arrived at a tranquil island. The scenery on the island was picturesque, with lush green vegetation covering the hills, cliffs, waterfalls, and babbling streams, all set against a backdrop of azure seas and blue skies, truly breathtaking. "How long are we going to stay here, Al?" Robin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stood at the bow of the yacht ship, captivated by the beauty before her. There was no industrial pollution, nor the hustle and bustle of small towns and big cities. Only a quiet village and its simple villagers. Fishermen heading out to sea adjusted their hats, watching the yacht ship slowly approach the shore. After finishing his training, Arthas realized that the previous training had not significantly improved his abilities, and he came to stand behind Robin gazing at the island ahead. I don't know, that depends on when the Navy arrives. It seems like a suitable island for living. Perhaps here he could enjoy a period of tranquility without restraint. He gazed at the mountains and the dense forest at the foot of the cliffs, a potential place for him to cultivate his strength. The small boat docked at the pontoon, and Arthas dropped the anchor, stowing away the golden finger while securing the yacht's ships roped to the dock. Immediately villagers approached to greet them. Are you from an outer island? Merchants? Or something else? Facing the villagers' inquiries, Arthas replied directly, no, we are travelers. This village is relatively prosperous at the docking area with many buildings and recreational areas on both sides. Like the other islands, it has a marketplace, taverns, bakeries, and various shops to improve the villagers' living standards. As travelers, there isn't much fun in Ret Village. There's only this small village currently under construction. That's enough. Having a tavern is good enough. I don't seek any other entertainment. Arthas took the remaining 1-2 berry from Bailey. Soon a constable dressed in police uniform arrived at the dock. He was a middle-aged man about 2 meters tall with a fierce appearance. He scrutinized Arthas and was startled when he caught sight of Robin. You all come with me. To avoid causing panic among the villagers. It seemed that no one in the West Sea did not recognize Robin, which made sense as she was portrayed by the government as a bringer of misfortune and disaster. Arthas's left thumb subconsciously pressed against the knife handle. Noticing the constable bore no hostility, he halted his movement. The constable led Arthas to the village's security office. My name is Walter. Do you realize the trouble your kind who are wanted by the government bring to our village? In the security office, the constable introduced himself to Arthas and looked sternly at Robin behind him. I know. Arthas didn't want to explain much, pulling out a pouch of money and placing it on his desk. However, I need to stay in this village for a while. Stay for a while. Walter expressed concern that Robin might bring misfortune to his village. That's right, a place to settle down. This village has no place for Nicole. Robin, please. Just as Walter was about to say this, Arthas grabbed his collar. I am a pirate. I don't need your approval. If you are unwilling, I can resort to a bloodbath to intimidate you. Faced with such words, the constable showed no doubt, his face turning pale from fear. He was well aware of the content in the newspapers and understood that as long as there was no reckless publicity, there would be no trouble. I understand. Regardless of how long he could stay, if a stronger Navy or CP intelligence agency from the newspapers came, he would just run away, living a life of escape without restraint. If bounty hunters came, they would only die at his blade. During the day, Arthas cultivated in the forest, while at night, he drank heartily in the tavern, and under his protection, Robin enjoyed a period of peace in the village. From time to time, villagers saw a terrifying aura like a crescent moon emanating from the forest, causing large trees to collapse one after another. Several weeks later, the Sea of the West Sea. The ships of Burning Mountain and Shiwan Peach Rabbit docked together, holding a small meeting on the deck. On the table was a map of all the nearby islands not affiliated with Troyaf. Most of them were marked with red crosses, indicating that they had been searched without finding any trace of Arthas. After a month of searching, that boy hasn't left a single clue. Burning Mountain, holding a cigar, sat on a wooden barrel with a furrowed brow. The surrounding sea areas should be blocked by the branch Navy. He can't be too far from Troyaf. Why is it that a passionate man like you is bored with chasing enemies? Burning Mountain. Shiwan approached the table with a bowl of snacks, glancing at the map. He popped a snack into his mouth, analyzing the remaining islands on the map. There are still 7 islands left to visit. The other 6 all have trade resources with the kingdom. Shiwan licked the flavor off his slender fingers with sensual lips. Then he pointed to an island named Ret Village. Except for this island, which has little contact with the outside world, Ret Village. Smoke less, smoker. You're almost choking me to death. If you can't stand it, then keep your distance from me, Tina. Nearby, Smoker and Tina, who were following the practice at sea, were arguing forehead to forehead under the sun on the deck. Hearing Shiwan's analysis, Burning Mountain immediately got up from the barrel and approached the conference table. Are you saying he might have taken Nicole Robin and hidden on an uninhabited island? Isn't that common sense for pirates? Shiwan deliberately showed a disdainful expression, mocking Burning Mountain. You don't really look foolish, but also think foolishly, do you, Burning Mountain? Burning Mountain scoffed, glancing at Shiwan and continuing to stare at the sea chart. I am a martial artist different from you, Shiwan, with the guidance and care of Granny Crane. Granny. It should be elder sister. Be careful, she hears you and cleans you up. What does it matter? I call her that in front of her, and Granny Crane never blamed me. While chatting with Shiwan, Burning Mountain called over the commander on his ship and immediately issued sailing orders. Smoker. He did not forget to remind the intern who was bickering with Tina. You should leave, Smoker. Tina dislikes you. It seems they have already mapped out the route to the next island. If we encounter him on the next island, my barrier will definitely catch him before your smoke. That's uncertain, Tina. I am a Logia user. Watching the playful banter, Shiwan shook his head in exasperation, remembering the persistent confession from Chishiro Kaki. He leaned closer to the two, smiling. Don't worry, my sword will be the first to achieve merit before either of you. Huh. Both of them were startled and turned to look at Shiwan Peach Rabbit. Didn't you say for us to go first? I can handle that kind of guy alone. Smoker immediately retorted, his face filled with complaints towards Shiwan. Maybe not. Shiwan looked out at the sea, recalling the headquarters meeting regarding Arthas. During the meeting, Branu had also analyzed how hard Arthas worked on his cultivation. Now that a month had passed, that boy's strength must have increased significantly, right? In the twilight deep within the mountains of Ret Village, Arthas closed his eyes, allowing the small sphere to strike him repeatedly. Through his past lives' memories, he commanded it to assist him in training his senses. This was the observation haki, enabling him to evade attacks even when the enemy was unseen. After a month of training, the small sphere's training capability had become significantly stronger than that of an average strongman, its supple body now honed into a coordinated musculature. In contrast to Arthas, who remained slender, it resembled a walking cannon, instilling fear in ordinary people. Yet when it threw punches at Arthas, it held nothing back, even displaying signs of anger. Having followed Arthas for so long, it had yet to see the mother sea otter he spoke of. This is the fluctuation of attack aura, truly fascinating. With his eyes covered, Arthas wore a smile, marveling at the premonitions in his mind. Despite being blindfolded, he could distinctly sense a force flowing through his skin, perceiving everything outside. Throughout this month, Arthas's training had escalated to over 100 times the intensity compared to before, not in quantity, but in weight. The only shortcut on the path of a swordsman was to continuously enhance physical strength. Even with daily training, while carrying hundreds of pounds of weight around the island, performing various physical exercises, his body remained unchanged in its robustness, as if it were frozen, compressing within his small frame. The only change was his height, which had increased by 3 cm, now standing exactly at 1 meter 80. Small sphere, don't be so fierce. Your role in my heart is not for battle, but to rescue me when I fall into the sea in times of trouble. Mother Otter, it shouted loudly, struggling to pronounce the two words towards Arthas. This startled Arthas, who quickly caught its fist and asked, could it be? Your change in temperament these days is due to my failure to find you a mother sea otter. The small sphere nodded, panting in an arrogant manner, resentful towards Arthas. Well, that might be true. After all, you are male. How about I let you return to the sea for a few days to find one yourself? It shook its head vehemently, crossing its arms defiantly. Please, Arthas lifted it up. I can't breathe underwater, making it hard to find one. The small sphere leaped from Arthas's palm, immediately assuming a battle stance, waving its fists at him to indicate a challenge. Are you saying? Upon seeing the challenge from the small sphere, he frowned and said, if I defeat you, you'll agree to my request. The small sphere nodded, making adorable noises. Let's fly. Arthas showed no mercy, immediately swinging a punch towards it. The small sphere, unwilling to back down, jumped up and threw punches at Arthas. The moment their fists collided, the small sphere let out an unyielding cry and was sent flying towards the horizon. You little rascal, how dare you? He tore off the bandage over his eyes, and at that moment, as he opened his eyes, the world became much clearer. He was unsure whether this counted as observation haki, but he could now react to an opponent's attack the moment he sensed it, even with his eyes closed. Currently, his strength was at the level of a first-rate swordsman, stage 3A, with the ability to double his physical capabilities instantly. Once activated, he could easily slice through steel, and in normal conditions, he could unleash crescent-like slashes. He could cover about 100 meters, producing explosive power equivalent to that of a cannonball striking a human body. With a loud shout, he began to absorb the results of today's training, the immense change in his aura creating a shockwave around him. Even the trees bent under the pressure, almost snapping. After absorbing everything, he glanced at his level, which had not changed at all, leaving him puzzled. He had reached the peak of first-rate swordsman for a week. His training was also more rigorous than before, yet his strength refused to improve. He could not reach the level of cutting through steel. Returning to the village, he saw Robin and other children fighting and arguing from a distance on the street. Since arriving on this island, Robin had been looking for playmates. However, no child dared to play with her, which naturally bred dissatisfaction in her heart, leading to frequent fights with other children. You monster, we won't play with you. As the sunset illuminated the street, Robin spotted Arthas returning from the mountains, sitting not far away with a smile, holding a bottle of wine while observing. She unleashed her flower fruit abilities, easily beating up the other children, and rushed towards Arthas, diving into his embrace. A myriad of emotions swirled within her, unable to be expressed. She couldn't understand why even after a month others were still unwilling to play with her. Loneliness is the norm, Robin. People like them cannot endure solitude. If you're dissatisfied, just beat them up, who I'll bear the consequences. But I also want to live like an ordinary person. You will in the future. You will encounter a wonderful group of companions and live a normal life. Arthas lifted Robin with one hand, standing her beside him. Let's go back to the ship. What about you? Are you leaving me? Upon hearing this, Robin was taken aback. Arthas lowered his head, smiled at her without responding. He was uncertain if he could protect her under the repeated attacks from the Navy, especially now that the Assassination Organization CP had its sights on him. Arthas was no stranger to this situation, yet he felt incapable of fully protecting Robin. Parting was likely inevitable, or why not enjoy the present moment? Upon returning to the dock of Ret Village, Arthas noticed several unfamiliar ships docked. There were passenger ships and a large white ship. He also noticed some cleanly dressed men in Gothic-style suits scrutinizing him while holding bounty notices. With canes in hand and tall hats on their heads, they gave Arthas a sense of foreboding. Some of them appeared to be specially trained. They were not Navy personnel, but rather bounty hunters. After cultivating his observation haki, his hearing and vision had significantly improved, making it easy to notice such things. Nico Robin. It was only when Arthas heard one of them mumbling that he confirmed these individuals harbored hostility. After yawning, Arthas returned to the Yasha, spending an hour eating dinner with Robin during the twilight. He changed into his simple gray-black robe and walked with Robin towards the tavern, pushing the door open and entering as usual. As he surveyed the unfamiliar faces in the tavern, he approached the counter and said, "Old Deng has been replaced by sturdy young men. It seems many tourists have come to the village today. From time to time, a passenger ship comes, boosting our village's economy and bringing in specialties from outside the island. I'd like some black tea." Robin, sitting beside Arthas, also ordered a cup. The bartender poured it for her. "Is that so? Then what are the specialties this time?" Arthas's eyes sharpened. It wouldn't be the yellowed bounty notices they're holding, would it? After being noticed by the bounty hunters, they did not make any effort to explain or evade. They directly responded, "The bounty is 100 million berries. We didn't expect everyone to have been searching for you in the West Sea for so long before finally discovering your whereabouts." And then, Arthas held his glass, leaning against the bar, calmly observing them as he sipped his whiskey. "Now that you've found me, what can you rabble do?" An hour earlier, upon confirming that the target was indeed Arthas himself, the bounty hunters began plotting how to claim his head, scouring the village for intelligence. Among the passengers aboard this merchant vessel were CP agents scattered across the globe. The CP's clandestine intelligence agency first relayed the information to the Marines, then infiltrated the tavern disguised as villagers to gather further intelligence. "What can we do?" One bounty hunter, unable to endure Arthas's provocation, drew his weapon to strike, only to be restrained by his comrade. "Wait, and why? The target stands right before us, and let me negotiate with him first." And the man stepped forward unarmed and stood before Arthas with an air of absolute confidence, appraising him coolly. "Arthas, how about a deal?" And noticing the man's sidelong glance toward Robin, Arthas's gaze sharpened instantly. "Robin, close your eyes, and no need, Arthas. I've witnessed far crueler things." And Robin remained utterly calm, unfazed by corpses, as if such sights had long since ceased to unsettle her. At her words, Arthas gave a faint smile. And how long had he even been at sea? Since when had he begun fretting over Robin's psyche? Realizing Robin had endured far more than he ever had, he said nothing further. "And hey," the man, feeling insulted by Arthas's silence, grew angry. "I'm speaking to you. And I'm listening. What deal?" Arthas replied dismissively. "And wise choice." And as he spoke, the man pointed toward Nico Robin beside him. "Hand over this girl and my comrades, and I will spare your life." And before the words fully faded, Arthas's left thumb flicked the blade's guard, and in a flash his sword flashed free, severing the man's arm clean off. It dropped to the floor with a thud. Stunned silence fell over the tavern, and the man stared blankly. Only when crimson gushed from the stump did he scream in agony. "And this isn't negotiation, it's coercion." And Arthas drained the bottle in one swallow, rose from his chair, and planted his boot atop the man's head, pressing his face hard into the tavern's wooden floor. "Besides, do you truly think I'd hand over my sister to scum like you?" Knee's draw was blindingly fast. This man, CP operatives disguised among the villagers, broke into cold sweat, hearts pounding with awe. They fled the tavern, feigning panic as villagers. "And damn it, I told you to kill him outright." And Arthas showed no mercy. His icy gaze swept over them. "Non-combatants leave now. I won't hesitate to strike anyone who remains." In that instant, he entered battle stance. The very air thickened with lethal intent. And my arm. And the man groaned in agony, his face pressed into the floor. "And stop screaming, or your head will follow." And Robin watched silently. Over the past month, she had quietly strived to blend into the peaceful, ordinary life of children her age. Yet she discovered this world had already cast her out. Every underworld syndicate she'd once encountered had been eradicated by government agents. each death grotesque, each corpse horrifyingly mangled. So instead of Marines, bounty hunters have come. After issuing his warning, Arthas addressed those still lingering in the tavern. Had I not witnessed the world government's crimes with my own eyes, perhaps I too would be hunting bounties today. I presume each of you harbors ambitions regarding my head. Nee's gaze swept across the menacing crowd, cold, incisive, unyielding. After all, it's 100 million berries. How can one resist testing fate? This is the swiftest path from poverty to wealth. Naviri remaining patrons surged to their feet, weapons drawn, charging Arthas. Truly, kind words cannot sway the doomed, compassion cannot redeem the self-condemned. Within a minute, the tavern's brutal, one-sided carnage ended. Arthas emerged calmly, Robin at his side. Nee's lethal efficiency shattered every favorable impression the islanders had held of him. Overnight, he became a monster in their eyes. To the villagers, Arthas was now a ruthless pirate who killed without hesitation, completely forgetting that bounty hunters had sought his life first. It was as if in their minds only the man who endures a beating without striking back qualifies as virtuous, while any act of self-defense brands him irredeemable. I still think, Robin, you'd be better off reading less of this. I've seen just as much as you have, Arthas. They walked the street together, and Arthas offered no rebuttal, because it was simply true. Indeed, he had witnessed far fewer corpses than she had. Sigh, my whereabouts exposed, trouble stirred. What else can be done? He led Robin toward the Yiksha, resigned. We must depart this tranquil island. In the west, blue held countless uncharted shores. He bore no sentimental attachment to any single place. Hey, Arthas, I'd like to visit the flower country. They say it's breathtakingly beautiful. In the flower country, Arthas recalled, was the sole nation in the one-piece world infused with Huaxiao aesthetics and a formal member state of the world government. He stroked his chin and thought, I remember, doesn't it harbor a legendary pirate? And their conversation, of course, was overheard by hidden CP agents, though Arthas, for all his skill, failed to detect them. The leader of the Hachibo Navy. Yes, he currently serves as the flower country's naval commander. Let's replenish fresh water, then set sail once Shirchio returns. Where did Shirchio go? Robin asked. Went to find a mother otter. Robin, fine. The ship carried ample provisions, but fresh water was critically low, requiring immediate resupply. This month's life in the village had cost Arthas 90,000 berries, much of it spent enrolling Robin in courses she loved, enabling her to explore passions freely. Dancing classes, village academy lessons. Yet Robin spent most of her time immersed in books, or attempting tentatively to forge friendships. That night, by the harbor shore, having refilled the cistern, Arthas sat atop the Yiksha's deck, wine in hand, gazing up at the full moon. A CP agent crept silently beneath the hull, and was immediately sensed. Wandering endlessly, without hearth or home, his eyes locked onto the agent below, and now hunted by men like you. State your purpose. Merely a conversation, no hostility intended, the CP operative replied. A conversation. Arthas frowned. What possible subject could warrant it? The girl beside you. She will become the calamity that destroys you. Robin again. What was wrong with these people? Why had the world abandoned a child so utterly? Arthas sipped his wine, letting its burn sear through his chest as he listened intently. I urge you, part ways with her now. Otherwise catastrophe after catastrophe shall descend upon you. Ha ha ha. Arthas burst into wild, unrestrained laughter, his chest heaving with each peal. Calamity. Only relentless calamities can temper me. Whoever you are, your words hold no meaning, and I will protect her by every means within my power. No one on this vast sea yet knows Robin's true nature, or the terrifying trials awaiting her. Nonly Arthas, the transmigrator, knows them all clear as day. He had walked this world for over a decade. What remained to fear? I see. Is this your heartfelt vow, to shield her? The CP operative spoke like a harbinger of doom. If I fall in this calamity of protecting her, then it merely proves I was never enough. He delayed departure only to await Shirchio's return. Understood. May your night be pleasant. Who are you? Upon seeing the man leave the boat, Arthas immediately questioned. Such calmness was not typical of an ordinary person, let alone a bounty hunter. He seemed like someone who had undergone special training, and he had also detected some hidden auras around him. CP, the man replied without attempting to conceal his identity. Government's dogs spread throughout the world. He thought to himself, already aware that his whereabouts had been exposed. The man took out a transponder snail from his pocket and spoke. There is no room for negotiation. This boy's determination to protect Nico, Robin, is unshakable. Please give instructions. Kill him and complete your mission. As the command came through the transponder snail, the man immediately raised his hand, gesturing towards the nearby dark eaves, alleys, and streets. All those hiding in the shadows emerged, all disguised as villagers gathering information during the day. Not a single familiar face among them. Arthas sensed that something was off and immediately drew his sword, leaping from the rooftop, shattering the ground as he charged towards the man's body. "They'll kill you first." With a swift motion, his sword pierced through the man's body, causing the man to spit out bright red blood, dying on the spot. Just like a pawn, a tool, he had to execute the mission, even at the cost of his life. Gunshots rang out nearby, with over 10 bullets flying towards Arthas. He moved lightly, effortlessly dodging round after round of bullets. When the gunfire finally ceased, CP intelligence personnel appeared beside him, their faces drenched in cold sweat, yet they had no choice but to draw their weapons and fight. 14 dogs. Arthas counted, and then sheathed his sword, preparing to attempt a new technique he had developed. "What is your purpose in approaching Nico, Robin? What does it have to do with you?" Arthas's muscles bulged as he violently slashed the air around him in a 360-degree arc. The blade's aura was visible to the naked eye, forming a disc that rapidly expanded around his body. The CP personnel nearby were instantly sliced by the blade's aura, collapsing to the ground in agony. The entire process took no more than a second, leaving them no time to react. "I shall name this technique blade draw slash," drawing the blade in place, killing, invisibly compensating for the flaw of having to charge at the enemy to test the law with my body. However, I realize that no one has been able to react to the blade drawing technique yet. Currently, my polarized power has been increased to twice its original strength. With the blade drawing technique enhanced to twice its current level, it would be difficult for anyone of the same level to withstand it. After decisively eliminating the CP personnel, he sheathed his sword again. When he reached for his wine flask at his waist, Arthas discovered it was empty. He had no intention of causing panic in the village and planned to drink from his own stash, leaving behind the CP personnel who were left to die. Little Ball is out enjoying the night again. He wondered if he was passing his carefree attitude onto Little Ball, finding it amusing to paint a bright picture for the little guy. Arthas laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected by the dying CP personnel outside. Returning to the Night Demon, he picked up a bottle of unopened wine and opened the cabin door to find Robin reading under the light. "Al, you killed someone again." It was unavoidable. Robin certainly understood such matters. She had previously witnessed those who took her in, wanting to use her, disappearing one by one. "You smell terrible," a strong, pungent scent of alcohol. Robin pinched her nose, wrinkling her face. "Of course, I've been drinking all day long. Drinking can refine the organs and gradually enhance physical strength, so I must drink." After checking that Robin was fine, he left the cabin. Back on the deck, feeling the strange power flowing within him after awakening the observation haki, he pondered, "Is this wondrous flow of energy within my new body haki? I'm not sure if it's armament haki or not." Soon he sat cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes in meditation. He calmly felt his mental state and the flow of haki within his body. If it is indeed observation haki, Arthas had roughly grasped its usage, able to predict the enemy's next attack while closing his eyes. However, there was another force within him that he could not control, flowing freely throughout his body. The aura is observation haki. The momentum has reached a certain level, and when manifesting, it becomes armament haki. Intimidation is conqueror's haki. Arthas already possessed 2 of these 3, aura and momentum. But now he could only capture the aura and could not transform the momentum into his attack or armor. "Damn it, I can't control the momentum within me at all." After trying for a while with no effect, Arthas stood up, grumbled a complaint, and walked into his bedroom to sleep. About half a day's journey from Ret Village on the sea, 2 warships were quietly approaching at full speed. The next morning, after receiving intelligence from CP, the warship was in a flurry of activity. Fire Mountain and Peach Rabbit stood at the bow of their respective warships, with Smoker standing behind Fire Mountain and Tina behind Peach Rabbit. The morning sea breeze rustled the Justice cloaks behind them. Ji-Yuan glanced at Fire Mountain in the distance and shouted, "Hey Fire Mountain, are you already impatient? I hope that bastard who killed Big Jaw hasn't escaped. If I catch him here, I'll burn his bones to ashes." Fire Mountain tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression serious as he stared at the distant dock. On the morning dock, many tourists and residents gathered, watching the corpses of the CP personnel that Arthas had taken down last night. The incident of a death would undoubtedly cause panic. The Navy's warships are coming. This is trouble. Real trouble. The arrival of the warships caused the villagers and tourists to disperse. The tourists all returned to the large passenger ship, and the villagers retreated into their houses in the village. Asleep, Arthas was awakened by the commotion. He opened his cabin door, stretching and gazing out at the sea. What the hell? 2 warships sailed parallel about 200 meters away, startling Arthas and banishing all his sleepiness. My. Peach Rabbit was the first to notice him, his long hair and black robe catching her eye. Could that guy be the one we're looking for? Why are all the handsome guys becoming pirates? Upon seeing him, Ji-Yuan was stunned by Arthas's appearance. "Did you see that?" Tina was also taken aback by Alsace's looks and immediately mocked Smoker on the nearby warship, saying, "Smoker, if you had that kind of long hair and aura, how great would that be?" "I'm not some sissy. Damn it, you did that on purpose to provoke me, didn't you, Tina?" Smoker retorted angrily, having never seen someone dressed in a robe with long hair giving off such a powerful aura and haki. What they didn't know was that this had nothing to do with being effeminate. It was just Alsace dressing in his favorite ancient style, which people in this world had never seen. "Enough noise, that man is an enemy, a kill-inside enemy," Peach Rabbit said somewhat helplessly, her expression turning serious. Just thinking about Alsace's killing actions made her set aside her thoughts of trying to seduce him. After all, her previous missions relied on her beauty to seduce pirates, but even so she could not deny her genius strength in the Navy headquarters. On the other hand, Fire Mountain gathered strength in his legs, launching himself towards Alsace. "Hey, what are you in such a hurry for, silly Fire Mountain?" Seeing the battle was stolen, Peach Rabbit pouted in annoyance. While complaining, she also ordered the warship to quickly approach the shore. "Little AI, I wish you had the function to predict enemies' appearances." Just awakened Alsace swiftly drew his sword on his ship, channeling energy to slash towards Fire Mountain from afar. The tip of the sword radiated a cold light, the sword aura breaking through the air like an irregular spiral dragon rushing towards him. Fire Mountain's lieutenant was startled, his eyes wide. "That's a flying slash." The reports didn't mention he could perform flying slashes. He immediately raised his weapon to block in front of himself. The flying slash collided with his blade. The immense force of the strike knocked Fire Mountain from the air into the sea, though it did not cause him any harm. The giant loudspeaker on the warship began to blare. "Lay down your weapons, the pirate Alsace. With a bounty of 100 million berries, you are surrounded by the Navy and have nowhere to escape." Alsace's gaze was resolute and cold as he faced the two warships sailing towards the sea, tightly gripping the long knife in his hand. "Who wants to escape? Set sail and leave this island, Captain. Our lives must be secured." The crew quickly started the passenger ship, fearing that the warship would bombard the dock. Unexpectedly, the young man at the bow of the small boat, holding a knife against the Navy, was the one who publicly protected Nico Robin a month ago with a bounty of 100 million berries. Something feels off. Arthas warily observed the sea boiling beneath the burning mountain, the water bubbling as if it were boiling. After observing the rabbit from the warship, he felt no worry at all, but rather quite relaxed. The temperature of the water beneath the dock was gradually rising, and suddenly he saw the figure of the burning mountain in the water, wielding a burning blade, as if a dragon leapt from the sea, swinging a strike towards him. "Give it to me." Facing the high temperature, Arthas remained unfazed, and his sharper gaze reacted in an instant. He gripped the handle of his knife and swung with all his might from right to left, facing the weapon of the burning mountain, charging towards the Yasha. Bang! As the blade clashed, the burning mountain felt a sense of disbelief at Arthas' strength, his body flung into the air like a baseball, crashing into the town. "Don't bring your burning knife onto my ship." The burning mountain crashed into the villagers' homes, the immense force allowing him to pierce through two houses before rising from the rubble. His face showed an undeniable shock as he recalled the terrifying power of Arthas, which had expanded twofold in an instant. Naval forces. The villagers embraced each other, watching the burning mountain approaching the dock with his knife. Arthas faced the warship and warned, "If you dare to fire and destroy my ship, I swear I will show no mercy to any of you." Clearly, such a warning was futile, as the cannons at the front of the warship immediately aimed at the Yasha. Just as the commander of the warship ordered the cannons to fire, they were halted by the rabbit. "You all go, disperse the villagers, leave that guy to us to arrest." As the warship was about to dock, the rabbit stopped the cannon fire. Like Kaji, she was an officer who loved the common people, a genius from the naval headquarters. Little did they know how twisted their belief in justice really was. On the Yasha, "Don't come out, Robin, don't show yourself." Upon discovering Robin wide-eyed at the cabin window, he warned her. Seizing the opportunity while the Navy was unaware, Arthas spoke to her. Robin, however, was already filled with guilt, feeling that if this continued, the only one who cared for her, Arthas, would also die at the hands of the Navy. In the 3 years she had been with various factions, none could survive the continuous assaults from the Navy and the CP agencies. Fear blossomed in her heart, worrying, and she had already envisioned the scene of Arthas being killed by the Navy. This was Robin's mindset, always thinking the worst of any situation which was tied to her experiences. "Hail, have I brought you misfortune?" Her eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at the female Navy on the warship. Having read many books and newspapers, how could she not recognize the famous Guillaume Tell? A swordsmanship genius from the naval headquarters, capable of matching the 3 current natural element generals with her skills. "What are you saying? Stay quiet in the cabin, I will defeat them all to protect you." After giving this command, seeing that the warship did not fire, he leapt onto the dock. A large number of Navy soldiers rushed from the warship towards the village, surrounding him completely. "Spread out, soldiers. Don't surround him, go evacuate the villagers. The rabbit issued another order, having learned from the CP spies about Arthas' lethal swordsmanship. Understood. The soldiers broke into cold sweat, worrying for their lives before the battle even began, especially since he was a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Is it you? The one who got Tina to scold me. Smoker pushed through the crowd, coming close to Arthas. Sissy. Tina saw her words successfully provoke Smoker's inner feelings, covering her face and snickering at the side, yet up close Arthas was anything but. Instead, the cold expression beneath that face radiated a terrifying aura that instilled fear without a fight. Damn it. At this moment, the Burning Mountain stepped out from the house he had just smashed through, holding his head as he approached the dock, saying, "Be careful, you two. Something about this guy is strange. It's all my fault." Inside the rear cabin of the Yasha, Robin watched helplessly as Arthas was surrounded by the Navy, feeling an insurmountable guilt. If it weren't for me, Al would definitely not be in this situation. The Navy had yet to strike, and after all the villagers on the dock were evacuated, Smoker finally spoke up. "Is it okay? I can't wait to punch that infuriating face." Colonel Guion nodded in agreement. "Quickly use your smoke to suffocate him, Smoker." Tina stood by, unsure if she was encouraging or mocking. Arthas, seeing so many historical figures appear and being surrounded by a large number of Navy soldiers, didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. This reward was hard to obtain. He suddenly chuckled excitedly. Perhaps this was the predicament of protecting Robin. "What are you laughing at, you evil little brat?" Arthas sheathed the Yasha, and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked open. "You don't need to know. Bring it on, whether you all attack together or one by one. I will defeat all of you." "Such ignorance." The rabbit replied coldly upon hearing this, reaching out to stop the furious Burning Mountain. "Let Tina and Smoker go test Arthas first. After all, they needed some practical experience in their training." "Stop being so arrogant." Smoker shouted angrily, his forehead veins popping as he swung his fists wildly at Arthas. "Don't think that victory in battle comes from words." Smoker rapidly swung his arms at Arthas, trying to showcase the fastest punching speed with his current strength. Yet he found that each punch was effortlessly dodged by Arthas, leaving him feeling anxious as his punches kept missing. While building up power and dodging attacks, Arthas began to move his feet. Bang! The ground where he landed again cracked, and Smoker was startled into a cold sweat. "What are you doing in that stance? Aren't you going to counterattack?" To verify his thoughts, Arthas planned to strike quickly while he was not paying attention. After all, without armed hockey, hitting a natural element user was impossible. "Stay behind me, Tina." The rabbit noticed something was amiss and stood in front of Tina. "That guy's so small and frail." The Burning Mountain assessed Arthas' build-up. Where does such powerful strength come from? No wonder he was able to take down the Big Chin. "If all you can do is dodge, you will eventually be captured by me, you little pretty boy hiding behind a woman's hair." As Smoker finished mocking, a dangerous signal surged through his brain, and his fist was repelled by the aura of Arthas' attack. Seizing the moment, Arthas drew his sword, unleashing terrifying sword energy that spread and struck Smoker's body. "This guy?" The rabbit observed this and instantly drew her famous sword from her waist, blocking in front of her and deflecting Arthas' sword energy. Boom! The cold sword energy spread widely, shattering the buildings in the village, and everyone within Arthas' attack range was drenched in cold sweat. The moment Smoker's body was hit, his brain sent out a danger signal. In pain, he let out a scream, transforming into white mist that instantly enveloped Arthas. Did he hit? Arthas was uncertain, but he indeed saw Smoker's pained expression in that moment. The battle was about to erupt at dawn, catching even Arthas off guard by the swift arrival of the Navy. Surrounded by thick white smoke, he merely observed, capturing the essence of Smoker. Effortlessly channeling the uncontrollable force within him, it gathered in his left hand. "It's useless. I am a natural type user who has consumed the smoke fruit. Your attacks cannot harm me." After activating his ability, Smoker did not launch an immediate attack, but rather waited for Tina to join the fray. Tina left the side of Shizuka and extended her arms outside the smoke ring created by Smoker. Iron feather trap. Countless iron branches extended from her arms, quickly contracting towards the center of the smoke ring. White fist barrage. At the same time, Smoker coordinated with Tina's ability, launching a frenzied assault from within. As fists made of smoke relentlessly assaulted him, Arthas swung his sword directly, cleaving through each fist, scattering them in midair. The black pillars tearing through the ground also revealed themselves. Arthas attempted to leap out of Smoker's domain, but was thwarted by him. "Excellent combination technique," he said, standing motionless at the center, awaiting the approach of the iron pillars harder than steel. In an instant, Arthas activated polarization and swung his blade towards Tina's iron bars. With his fluent and rapid blade movements, all the iron branches intended to bind him were instantly severed. Arthas bellowed, straining to draw upon the uncontrollable force within him, and surged towards Smoker's location within the smoke. Smoker was taken aback, unable to comprehend how his position was exposed. After all, he's from the West Sea. It's normal not to understand the powers of the devil fruit. You cannot touch me. Ugh. As he spoke, Smoker felt Arthas' grip suddenly tighten around his mouth. Rendered speechless, his head was suddenly lifted high and slammed into the ground. Cough. The immense force forced Smoker to cough out blood, which sprayed from Arthas' grasp. What happened when your mouth was blocked? Arthas swiftly adjusted the position of his blade, locking the tip onto Smoker's untransformed head and decisively thrusting down. In an instant, concerned for Smoker, Tina kicked quickly from the side, forcing Arthas to defend himself and redirect his blade towards her leg. Clang. The sound of steel colliding echoed as Tina's leg met Arthas' blade. I told you not to let your guard down. Tina struggled to resist as she shouted to Smoker beneath her. If you fall, don't even think about getting up and being a nuisance. Arthas felt the energy in his left arm about to vanish, unable to gather more. Reacting immediately, he pressed down hard on Smoker's head, causing the dock surface beneath him to sink drastically. A large pit formed, knocking Smoker unconscious and stripping him of consciousness. With his awareness, Arthas did not want a natural type to hinder his battle, especially one with almost no offensive capabilities. After knocking Smoker out, he swung at Tina, sending her sliding back unsteadily across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Arthas decisively stepped forward, aiming to strike her. Utilizing double the power of polarization, enhancing his physical abilities. Boom. An explosive force erupted around him, creating an invisible shockwave triggered only in the split second his blade descended. Indeed, Arthas aimed to cleave her without holding back, simply because she was a woman. In an adversarial stance, she was the enemy, and enemies obstruct his path. Eliminating them swiftly would bring him joy and rewards. This guy is strong. Tina felt Arthas' murderous intent, a wave of fear engulfing her heart as her expression turned utterly terrified. The power surged tremendously at the moment he swung his blade. Peach Rabbit was shocked to witness this, as Fire Mountain had already vanished from sight. That's enough. Fire Mountain's massive figure shattered the air, appearing before Tina in less than a second, his palm tightening around the grip of his blade as he swung it at Arthas. His anger towards Arthas transformed into fiercely burning flames wrapping around his weapon. The clash of strikes with Arthas erupted into a fierce struggle. Your training is over. This guy is not an enemy you can contend with. Tina collapsed onto the ground, staring at Fire Mountain, her protector, and quickly retreated from the battlefield towards Smoker. And can you? Arthas gritted his teeth, countering him as he exerted force with his arms, pushing Fire Mountain back. The intense heat of flames on the island caused a slight sting to his skin, while Fire Mountain seemed unaffected, making the flames on the island burn even fiercer. A naturally wicked and arrogant brat. Fire Mountain's anger surged, and the flames on his blade became even more ferocious. He held nothing back, striking Arthas and launching a series of hellish slashes. Arthas took steady breaths, stabilizing his stance while quickly swinging his blade to face the oncoming attacks. How dare you kill Major Big Chin? That man, like me, is a disciple graduated under Teacher Zephyr. Fire Mountain's eyes gleamed with madness as if ignited by the bloodlust of battle. His movements grew faster and fiercer as if he aimed to shred Arthas into pieces. The high-temperature flames on his blade seemed poised to incinerate his bones. The results of a month of training were manifesting, but Arthas was still somewhat shocked. The beings of this era were extraordinarily powerful. Instantly, during a moment of vulnerability in Fire Mountain's attack, he rapidly counterattacked. The swift dance of blades on the dock left the soldiers in awe. Battles between swordsmen were exceedingly rare. Such encounters were few and far between, yet they unfolded before their eyes. He refused the truce and charged at me, allowing me to pierce him. I had given him a chance to survive. I will burn your bones to avenge Major Big Chin's sacrifice. Seeing Fire Mountain consumed by rage, Arthas chose not to say anything further. In the rapid clash of blades, he unleashed a strike of blade energy, sending him retreating more than 10 meters. Haha. Arthas panted, recovering his stamina, noting that Fire Mountain appeared even more exhausted than he was. He found it strange that he had defeated Smoker, yet received no reward from Little AI. Did it mean he had to wait until the battle was over? He set aside his suspicions, focusing all his attention on his surroundings. The soldiers could potentially shoot at him. He could not afford to slack off, especially since he faced 2 Navy personnel alone. Behind him, Tina retreated with the unconscious Smoker, realizing they were no match for Arthas. Are you alright, Fire Mountain? Do you want to switch out? Peach Rabbit shouted. That guy likely wields hockey, but be careful. Shizuka, wait for me a moment. I must slay this brat. Fire Mountain deflected Arthas' flying slash and strode past Shizuka towards Arthas. Slay me. Upon hearing this, Arthas once more sheathed his sword, lowering his body to form a direct attack stance aimed at Fire Mountain. Let us see who slays whom. With a thunderous sound, his leg muscles tensed, causing the ground beneath him to crack extensively. Compared to a month ago, his sword-drawing technique was even more terrifying. As for the fight, he could face it calmly. But upon hearing someone say they would kill him, Arthas would undoubtedly feel a surge of righteous fury, showing no mercy. The movements are different. Could it be the stance of a direct blade charge? Ji Yuan Tao 2 sensed all of Arthas' strength beginning to converge. Taking another glance at the burning mountain nearby, he unleashed his unique swordsmanship, igniting the blade with fierce flames. The flames on the island roared like a raging tiger, and in an instant a slash of fire flew through the air, shaking the ground fiercely at the dock. The stones on the ground were all splashed up by the terrifying force, stirring up a whirlwind of flying rocks and sand. The fiery slash in midair was suddenly cleaved in two as a fierce and sharp gust appeared before the burning mountain in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at the moment Arthas drew his blade under the burning mountain. He didn't even have time to shout the name of his sword technique. In that instant, Ji Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted like needles, and at the same time, he gritted his teeth and took action. This guy intends to kill the burning mountain directly. Ji Yuan Tao 2 swung the famous blade in his hand, in an instant moving as fast as a phantom. A deafening roar followed. The clash of the blade generated a shockwave that swept everything away. The immense force caused the nearby sea to churn violently. The blade that suddenly appeared before him startled Arthas. He glanced at the figure dressed in a pink top and shorts, revealing her thighs with a zipper on her chest that exposed an alluring cleavage. After he fully executed his sword technique, he didn't expect that someone could instantly withstand it. And it was a woman. He knew Ji Yuan Tao 2 was a future candidate for a general, but he never expected her to be this strong at just 17. In the eyes of the burning mountain, time seemed to return to normal as he noticed Ji Yuan Tao 2 suddenly appearing beside him, using her blade to block his fatal strike. He was forcefully pushed back behind Ji Yuan Tao 2 by the impact, struggling to believe in shock that he had almost been taken out. What a decisive fellow. Ji Yuan Tao 2, who blocked Arthas' sword technique, suddenly exerted power with her right hand. The gap in strength was instantly visible to the naked eye. The terrifying strength of Ji Yuan Tao 2's arm made Arthas feel pressure like never before. He had the upper hand against the burning mountain, but now he was using all his strength to resist Ji Yuan's grappling. He gritted his teeth, his right arm's muscles bulging under the immense force, even causing Arthas to let out an uncontrollable scream. Fly! Ji Yuan, who was grappling with Arthas, felt his arm's strength deplete. With a sudden lift, she hurled Arthas directly from the dock into the village. The sound of consecutive explosions rang out, and Arthas, like a bowstring released, crashed into the buildings while clutching his head. With a single slash, she displayed her heroic poise, sending Arthas flying with overwhelming force. The female soldiers cheered, deeply impressed by both Tao 2's strength and beauty. What just happened, Ji Yuan? What just took place? The burning mountain hurriedly asked. That guy's blade charged straight at you. You almost got taken out, burning mountain. Ji Yuan blocked Arthas' unrefined sword technique. Her right hand trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Thank you, your observation, Haki, is indeed impressive, Tao 2. Burning mountain. Ji Yuan pointed at the Yasha ship docked at the pier. Nico Robin is inside. Take people to apprehend her while I deal with the trouble of this mission. Having been sailing in the West Sea for a month, she was greatly shocked by the sword techniques she had longed to see. They were worlds apart from the rumored samurai's Kaido, resembling a terrifying blade technique that pierced through a person like a flash of light. Draped in a cloak of justice, Tao 2 approached the house that Arthas crashed into. Medic, come quickly, if Smoker has fallen into a deep coma. Seeing Arthas being pushed back, Tina shouted at the nearby soldiers while guarding Smoker. In the village, due to Ji Yuan Tao 2's terrifying power, the walls of over a dozen houses were pierced in succession by Arthas' body. He was trapped within a shattered wall, spitting blood and barely able to move. Surround him, repent under the power of Colonel Ji Yuan Tao 2 pirate. The soldiers quickly surrounded Arthas. Instead of being angry, Arthas laughed, the corner of his mouth smeared with thick blood. This era is indeed filled with countless strong individuals. Are there no weaklings among the officer ranks of the Navy? He did not complain, his expression filled with excitement. All becoming top-tier swordsmen, yet none could shake the future candidate General Tao 2. He observed the mixed group of male and female Navy personnel beside him. Seeing Ji Yuan Tao 2 approaching, everyone instinctively made way for her. Can you still move? What an astonishing fellow. Tao 2 looked down from above, gazing at Arthas, who was stuck in the wall. We will take Nico, Robin, but do you have any final words? He was curious about what Arthas had experienced to harbor such hatred for the Navy. Ji Yuan Tao 2 at this moment had not yet come into contact with the ugly side of the government. She was still a beautiful young woman devoid of any charm. Hearing Robin's name, Arthas suddenly pulled his arm out from the crack and stood facing Tao 2. Final words. Have you become so confident as to make me speak of final words? Saying this, Arthas took out a bottle of high-proof liquor and gulped it down, his emotions suddenly turning extremely frenzied. He began to laugh maniacally. Even if you possess a bit of observation haki and have not yet mastered armament haki, you cannot escape death. Ji Yuan Tao too could sense the chi within Arthas' body with her observation haki. Thus, she clearly understood what Arthas had used in their previous battle. I must say he is a rare genius, but too bad he is a pirate. Is protecting Robin going to bring such great trouble? Attracting an almost unbeatable enemy. Without waiting to regroup, Tao Tu launched an attack. Arthas had no choice but to block with his blades swinging wildly in a desperate defense. Each strike felt incredibly heavy, weighing down his body. The quality of Ji Yuan's weapon was worlds apart from the current Yasha. Useless. Arthas laughed maniacally, sounding like a madman. If you don't kill me, you will never take her away. Why protect Nico, Robin? What does she have to do with you? Ji Yuan continued to swing her blade at Arthas, beginning to feel some doubt. Under the vast authority of the world government, almost no one dared to protect the demon child in such a manner. Why was this boy before her willing to go to such lengths for protection? She also sensed something unusual from the clashing of blades. Although Arthas appeared to be defending with difficulty, with each clash her own arm was pushed back by a tremendous force. Before she could await an answer, she suddenly noticed that Arthas' strength had doubled. Is that all the power you have, Tao Tu? Although far exceeding the Burning Mountain and the others, he absolutely could not easily crush me. He seized the right moment during the clash. With a force surpassing Ji Yuan's current strength, he unleashed a blade energy during the clash, causing the energy to explode between their weapons. The blade energy, sharper than during his battle with the Burning Mountain, burst through the air forcefully, pushing Ji Yuan Tao Tu back. An unparalleled aura spread from Arthas as he crushed the ground beneath him, lowering his body and charging towards Ji Yuan Tao Tu. He transitioned from defense to offense. He unleashed a force of double polarization, raising his blade towards Ji Yuan Tao Tu with all his might, and shouted the name of his self-developed technique, Soaring Dragon Flash. The overwhelming power of the Shiwan Peach Rabbit was absolute. A single strike could deflect his sword techniques and then send him flying. There was no doubt that the strength of the Shiwan Peach Rabbit far surpassed that of the current Arthas. However, during the battle, if he could withstand it with the power of polarization, it indicated that he had the strength to fight back. As the Peach Rabbit forcefully blocked the sword aura unleashed by Arthas, she noticed him lowering his body and appearing directly in front of her. The overlapping blade and sword aura propelled her into the air, causing the Shiwan Peach Rabbit to briefly lose her balance. In that moment of suspension, Arthas unleashed another powerful flying slash resembling a dragon's head aimed at the Peach Rabbit. At that moment, the Peach Rabbit was deeply shaken by Arthas's combat intellect. In less than a second, she lost her previous dominance and instead found herself on the receiving end of his counterattack. You? The Peach Rabbit's face flushed with anger as she held her sword defensively against the powerful flying slash, her previously calm expression now showing signs of unease. The slash struck the blade of her weapon, pushing her towards the sea. Arthas, slowly descending, used the momentum from the flying slash to push himself upwards, then swiftly retracted his sword, aiming at the airborne Shiwan Peach Rabbit in the distance. Without giving her a moment to react or even breathe, his strength surged, doubling in an instant. The terrifying explosive power accumulated rapidly, and he seemed to transform into a shooting star, dashing 100 meters before swiftly drawing his sword to slash at the Shiwan Peach Rabbit. The blade light burst forth above Ret Village, penetrating the Shiwan Peach Rabbit's body and leaving a wound. Blood spilled from the wound, causing the Peach Rabbit to grit her teeth in pain, completely losing her balance. After executing the Tunglong Flash, Arthas had no intention of letting her go. This move, though draining a significant amount of his stamina, placed a tremendous burden on his body. Wait, what are you doing? The Peach Rabbit, enduring the pain, heard Arthas laughing maniacally in the air. Below is the sea. Are you crazy? If you unleash such tremendous power and dive down, you will be crushed by the water pressure. Who cares? You. The Shiwan was left speechless by Arthas's crazy behavior. Even if you are strong enough to defeat me, you still need to breathe underwater. Besides, you just got injured. The water pressure will definitely be unbearable for you, haha. He did not stop there. As he descended from the sky, he collided with the Shiwan, dragging her down into the sea with him. The Shiwan's injured body had not yet recovered, and after a massive splash of water erupted, she completely lost the will to struggle. Bubbles constantly escaped from her mouth, and her arms were tightly gripped by Arthas as they sank deeper. She could only keep headbutting Arthas in the deep sea. What does it matter if one is strong? As long as they can be defeated, any method works. Arthas's gaze was resolute as he felt the darkness and increasing coldness of the water below with the pressure mounting. Cough. The immense water pressure squeezed his body, and before the Shiwan Peach Rabbit could feel discomfort, he was already experiencing it. Blood continued to flow from the wound on the peach rabbit's body into the sea. Just as she was about to react, a devious idea surfaced in Arthas's mind. It was a move that could instantly suffocate the peach rabbit and cause her to lose consciousness in the sea. He leaned close to her cheek, making her widen her eyes in confusion. Then, he forcefully blew all the oxygen into her nostrils. Ugh! This caused the peach rabbit to convulse and struggle as she completely suffocated and drowned in the depths of the sea. Releasing the drowning peach rabbit, Arthas used the last bit of his strength and the oxygen in his body to kick up through the sea, propelling himself hundreds of meters upwards. During this time, he almost lost consciousness, but in a daze he surfaced and gasped for air, coughing up seawater. Cough, cough, how dare you fight against me? Drown you. After eliminating the greatest threat of the Shiwan peach rabbit, he swiftly swam towards the shore. Upon returning to the dock at Ret Village, he found Robin already under the control of several Navy soldiers. Where is Lord Shiwan Peach Rabbit? The soldiers were startled to see the drenched Arthas. Who knows? She should be dead. Arthas spat out another mouthful of blood, the earlier water pressure having inflicted considerable damage on him. Upon hearing this, all the Navy soldiers raised their guns and aimed at him, while the soldiers on the warship immediately set sail towards the location where the two had fallen into the sea. You must have used despicable means, you bastard. Despicable? Arthas chuckled at this. I'm a pirate. Isn't it normal to be despicable? Hand over Robin, or I will fight to the death and cut you all down. Just as Arthas was boasting, a slash erupted from the sea behind him. Without any warning, the slash pierced through his back, leaving a ghastly wound. Arthas, as if all his strength had been sapped away, immediately collapsed onto the uneven ground of the dock. The peach rabbit emerged from the sea holding her buzzing head and continually vomiting seawater. She is a genius woman from headquarters, the sister of Vice Admiral Crane. Seeing Arthas defeated, Hua Xiaoshan approached from behind with his sword, staring at the disheveled Arthas. How could someone like you possibly defeat her? Oh, you damn man. How dare you blow air into my nostrils? The Shiwan peach rabbit regained her composure, enraged and shouting from a distance before using Moonstep to run towards the dock. Robin, watching Hua Xiaoshan's knife about to stab down the bloodied Arthas, quickly sprang to his feet, severely injured, and with one slash sent Hua Xiaoshan flying, causing him to lose balance midair. Dragging his body, which was in extreme pain, he utilized the power of polarization to swiftly retract his sword, aiming at Hua Xiaoshan in the sky for a slash from afar. You can't take advantage of my misfortune. The razor-sharp sword aura struck Hua Xiaoshan, heated, exploding on his chest right before the eyes of all the Navy soldiers. Hua Xiaoshan's piercing scream echoed through the sky, and he subsequently fell to the ground motionless, shocking everyone around. Lieutenant Colonel, don't touch me. Robin was held by the soldiers, not yet cuffed with seastone handcuffs, and saw Arthas returning to protect her, bloodied from the battle. She no longer hesitated or fell into guilt and remorse. Immediately, she used the ability of the Hana no Mi, causing countless arms to sprout from the bodies of all the surrounding soldiers. Then, there was a cracking sound as bones shattered and the soldiers collapsed to the ground. Alb! She ran to Arthas's side, using the power of the Hana no Mi to pick up the weapons on the ground and aim at the nearby Navy soldiers. Well done, Robin. This was the first time Arthas saw her use her abilities in battle, realizing that even without him, she could have escaped from that sea banquet a month ago. As Robin approached, he did not embrace her, but instead stood protectively behind her, watching the furious Shiwan peach rabbit return to the dock. I seem to have pissed her off, huh? You damn man. How dare you blow air into my nostrils in such a water pressure environment? The peach rabbit was furious, undoubtedly angry enough to want to kill Arthas. But upon seeing Hua Xiaoshan, who had fallen to the ground and lay motionless, she hesitated. To be honest, Arthas, unconcerned about his injuries, flashed her a charming smile. I actually wanted to blow into your mouth, but I didn't have the hands to pry open your lips. You bastard. After teasing her, Arthas pointed his sword at her, his gaze sharpening again. You also retaliated with a sneak attack, didn't you? As he spoke, an inexplicable, terrifying aura erupted from his body, leaving the peach rabbit and the surrounding soldiers stunned. It was a chilling and eerie presence that suddenly made the air around them feel cold. His aura had become markedly different from before. The imposing aura was terrifying, as if a malevolent ghost stood among the naval troops. Colonel, I believe we must join the battle and take him down. Indeed, Colonel, we must eliminate this chilling figure immediately. The naval soldiers trembled slightly, aiming their guns firmly at Arthas, awaiting the command from Shiguantao Rabbit. Al, your back is bleeding. Robin wanted to find something to stop the bleeding, her heart aching at the sight of the wound. How could Al be injured? The black robe was unfurled, and his upper body slowly revealed a lean and slender frame to everyone present. Hey, naval forces. In this situation, he paid no heed to Robin's warning, still smiling as he faced the Navy. There's a child next to me, Is it really okay to shoot like this? Shouldn't the battles between men and the Navy exclude children? Ahead, Shirguan Tao Rabbit clutched her abdomen where a gash from a sword strike had bled profusely in the sea. Her face was somewhat pale, and she no longer held back. Answer me why insist on going against the grain when you could avoid trouble by not protecting Robin? Shirguan tore a piece of fabric from her cloak to bind her abdomen and staunch the bleeding. Sensing something strange in Arthas' aura, she noticed it was continuously expanding outward. Could this strange aura be the reason for the icy air surrounding them? Faced with Shigwen's words, Arthas naturally understood that bringing Robin along would lead to endless troubles, but he glanced at Robin and smiled gently. How could he abandon the promise he had made? Abandoning her would violate the principles by which Arthas lived. Once those principles were gone, he felt he would no longer be worthy of being human. I said it, an elder brother protects his younger sister without needing any reason. Robin felt touched by these words, but she knew in her heart that she would eventually become a burden to Al. Or perhaps she was already a burden now. Knowing the answer, Shirguan no longer hesitated and launched a relentless assault on Arthas with her blade, her demeanor shifting to one of unwavering determination. I came from the Grand Line to the West Sea to ask you one thing. Tao Rabbit swung her golden perlo with terrifying force, her voice growing quieter. She wanted to know what had happened to that kingdom. It seemed that her injuries did not affect her combat strength. In contrast, Arthas' blade was struck each time, bending significantly. What could a woman with such backing have to say to me? Arthas was surprised. He knew all about Shirguan Tao Rabbit, but this was their first meeting since his arrival. What happened to the country you survived in? What did the celestial dragons do? The conference discussing your origins was abruptly interrupted by the higher-ups. The meeting that had led to Arthas being offered a bounty of 100 million berry did not conclude normally. The soldier providing them with information was suddenly assassinated. What happened to the Perlth territory? Why was it destroyed in war? War? Though life there is impoverished, there has never been a war. Huh. Arthas snorted as if he suddenly understood everything upon hearing Shigwen's words. The celestial dragon's methods of covering up the truth from the Navy were rather laughable, weren't they? Faced with Shigwen's full attack, after a brief clash, Arthas was flung away by her blade, crashing into the wall of a nearby building. His back suffered a jolt, his arms went numb, and he knelt on the ground, one hand plunged into the earth. He gasped for breath. It's hard to believe that you are only in your 20s and possess such incredible power. He spoke to Shirguan. It seemed he had already felt his limits. The results of a month's training were starting to show. He could easily handle the burning mountain, activate his peak state, and even engage in a back and forth with the current genius Shirguan Tao Rabbit. Now, with both internal and external injuries, doubts about his path began to emerge. Touching the severe pain on his back, Arthas glared at his palm. Is the path I chose already the end? Then you are the only survivor of that country. Shirguan pointed her golden perlo at Arthas, sensing that his fighting spirit had completely faded moments ago. At this moment, he knelt on one knee like a useless person gripping the hilt of his sword. She was curious. Can you tell me what happened? My sister has never said much to me, urging me to focus on honing my strength. I really want to know the answers about the world, the mysteriously vanished countries, and the sudden emergence of war. The government is now mining for platinum lead in the prosperous town of White City in the North Sea, reaping substantial profits and widely promoting it to the world. Hurry up and take him down, Tao Rabbit. No. Arthas doubted the path he had chosen for about a minute, then suddenly clenched his fists and reignited his fighting spirit. This is just right, continuously tempering my body, and will relying on this talent to forge the strongest version of myself. No matter how many injuries I sustain in this battle, victory is destined to be mine. His fighting spirit has returned. What a peculiar fellow. Hey, I'll give you 10 seconds to tell me. Shirguan began counting down, not believing for a second that Arthas could defeat her. I can only tell you. Arthas' eyes no longer held confusion. He no longer felt that geniuses were invincible, nor did he see protecting Robin as a burden. Everything was a path of his choosing, so let suffering and disaster sharpen him. The justice you believe in is merely a fabricated lie to obscure the truth. What do you mean? What does this have to do with justice? One day when you realize the truth, you'll understand how deceiving the two characters behind your cloak are and how much innocent blood they have stained. Moreover, you must be some noble princess of a certain officer, right? According to this world's views, you were born to receive a certain fixed education, yet you take this education as a glory. Now, realizing that on the path to pursuing this glory, some aspects are different from what you sought in your heart, and then you want to work hard to find answers and the truth. How ridiculous! Get lost, I won't tell you anything. Arthas had observed from Shirguan Tao Rabbit's emotions that when she was upset, she would become angry, and when angry, she would vent, a true favored child of the great family. Moreover, a key figure like Crane in the Navy regarded her as a sister. One can only imagine. Yet her beauty was undeniably captivating. Her figure was also of the highest caliber, truly unparalleled. Shiguan wielded her blade, angrily swinging it down at Arthas. The edge of the golden perlo contained heavy power aiming to strike Arthas' head, but he swiftly dodged by sidestepping. Shiguan was momentarily stunned, twisting her wrist to reapply force as she cut towards Arthas. Bang! Arthas stomped down on the golden perlo, pinning it to the ground. Genius, have you ever been defeated? How could I possibly have been defeated? I have never failed in any mission to this day. Shiguan Tao Rabbit used all her strength to lift Arthas off her body, pulling her golden perlo from the ground. Looking back at Arthas, she noticed he had already sheathed his sword and was gathering energy. The speed at which he moved from dodging to preparing was terrifying. I will not pursue any so-called justice like you, and then fall into confusion about justice. I am who I am, living freely in the present, doing as I please. Anyone who obstructs my growth or threatens those I wish to protect will be completely severed by me. Let this blade carry your genius confidence to its destruction. A chilling ghostly aura accompanied by Arthas' determination to fight to the death surged from the blade into his body before being released outward. Just from his overwhelming presence, Shiguan saw a malevolent spirit appear behind him. The malevolent visage of the evil ghost lord is fearsome and fierce, instilling dread in all who behold it. It is merely a phantom conjured by the imposing aura of Arthas, not a reality. A chilling aura gradually enveloped Shiguan Tao, causing the surrounding soldiers in the village to collapse in fear, unable to raise their weapons. What is that strange phenomenon? At this moment, the overwhelming presence of Arthas filled her with confusion, as his strength seemed capable of matching her own. Why did this guy suddenly become stronger when he was clearly at a disadvantage in the earlier battle? What had happened to him during the recovery of his fighting spirit? During this time, Arthas came to a realization. He felt free, unbound, and able to do whatever he wished. As long as he did not betray his own heart, nothing in this world could bind him. His mindset had undergone a seismic transformation. The explosive enhancement brought on by polarization instantly doubled Arthas' physical capabilities. Ignoring the risk of bursting, he forcefully maximized the power of polarization. The power spread evenly throughout his body in an instant as Arthas launched an attack on Shiguan Tao. At the moment the blade was drawn, he, shrouded in darkness, pierced her body like a flash of light. The ground did not tremble, nor did it collapse as it had when he was gathering energy. It was as if the sword technique had entered an entirely new realm. He anticipated the timing of his strike, yet failed to catch his speed. Ugh! Shiguan Tao, with her sword raised before her, suddenly felt a chill coursing through her body, involuntarily arching her back. She glanced back, hearing the sound of blood splattering from her body. I can't move, it's not my blood. Tao assessed her condition, realizing that besides being unable to move, she seemed to be largely unharmed. It's mine. Arthas stood straight behind her, allowing blood to spurt from his body as he slowly sheathed the blade in his right hand. The moment the blade was sheathed, Shiguan Tao felt a heart-wrenching pain radiate through her body. The blood from her chest erupted like a fountain, splattering into the air and forming a light rain of blood that fell over the docks of Ret Village. Shiguan Tao collapsed, leaving behind soldiers who were in shock and admiration of her. Colonel, are you joking? Meanwhile, a pool of blood began to accumulate beneath Arthas' feet, and his arms ached with pain. He was astonished by Tao's strength during the earlier battle. Even a top-tier swordsman pales in comparison to the genius of the Navy. However, he could easily defeat an officer of future Rear Admiral caliber like Fire Mountain. He also realized just how extraordinary the talent granted to him by his golden finger was. Steadying his breath, Arthas absorbed half of the gains from the battle, allowing his near-bursting body a moment of respite. As he absorbed, a slight shockwave emanated around his body. He walked slowly towards Shiguan, who still clutched her sword, blood trickling from her lips. Arthas crouched beside her and smiled, still trying to hold on. You genius. Shiguan had never felt such humiliation, but her injuries prevented her from rising to continue the fight. Ultimately exhausted and giving up the struggle, she lay on the ground saying, "Just kill me, you have won." She thought of the commander of this navy, the strongest existence, and her downfall had extinguished the will to fight in the other soldiers. Arthas hesitated. In the future, he would need to overthrow the world government, and relying solely on one person's strength would likely be insufficient for the confrontation. He needed allies' strength and formidable combat power. And someone like Shiguan Tao, who was now confused about justice and seeking the truth, would make for an excellent assistant. Fine, I'll kill you now, then declare that the illustrious genius of the Navy, Tao, the sister of Vice Admiral Crane, is nothing more than this. He stood up, revealing a mocking expression as he placed the blade against Shiguan Tao's forehead. But he did not truly intend to kill her. Instead, it was a means to intimidate her, to provoke her deliberately. Killing Shiguan Tao now, with Crane likely to pursue him for revenge, would be tantamount to suicide. There were many reasons. Shuan turned a shade of deep anger and then lay on the ground shaking her head furiously, gritting her teeth and refusing to look at Arthas. The feeling of failure in her first attempt was still fresh, especially at the hands of a newcomer from the West Sea. Shuan Taodu closed her eyes, feeling great reluctance in her heart. With a ding, the tip of the night demon blade fell into the blood pooling from her wound. It was as if the night demon sensed Shuan's blood, absorbing it through the blood channel on the blade until it filled and soaked into the blade. So that's how it is refined. Just after absorbing the blood without suffering any harm, Tina activated her fruit ability and launched a surprise attack. The iron bar struck Arthas' already exhausted abdomen, sending him flying over 20 meters away from Taodu. I haven't been defeated yet, you crazy guy. This strike caused the stoic Arthas to double over, hot blood surging from his throat. Cough, cough. He hastily pressed his palm against it, blood seeping through the cracks of his hand and dripping to the ground. What is happening? Arthas was somewhat confused. He had absorbed the gains to relieve his fatigue. Yet as he realized, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Lost too much blood. He was focused on the battle, intent on defeating the Navy without worrying about his own wounds. He suddenly reached behind him where flesh had been torn apart by a slash, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. From the looks of you, it seems you're at your limit, Tina said to Arthas, waving her hand for nearby medics to hurry to her side and tend to Shuan Taodu's wounds. Limit? Me, eh? Arthas' words became weary, even he couldn't believe it. Who's at their limit? In an instant, he forced himself to endure the discomfort and once again displayed a vibrant demeanor. Seeing Arthas rallying himself, Tina furrowed her brows, sensing danger. There are still hundreds of soldiers here. If you act recklessly, it could be a matter of life and death. Moreover, your whereabouts have been exposed. CP combat personnel will arrive soon. Can you withstand them, who are well-versed in the 6 styles of the Navy? In order to ensure her safety and allow others to evacuate, Tina had to think carefully for their sake. Having witnessed the entire battle, she was unsure of how much fighting power Arthas had left. With concerns weighing on her mind, she suggested, let's leave this island. A temporary ceasefire would benefit both sides. Waiting for the next wave of Navy support, they could take him down immediately. All right then. Arthas seemed to have been waiting for her to say this, agreeing without hesitation. Damn. Bang. One soldier, unable to bear the humiliation, immediately aimed a shot at Arthas' head. Alert, he quickly turned to dodge, casting an angry glance at the Navy soldier. Stop. Do you want us all to be killed by this guy? But he's heavily injured and lost so much blood. If all of us charge together, we can definitely take him down. Haha, you can certainly try. Arthas struggled to lift the blade, forming a throwing grip aimed at the Navy soldier. Hey, we already reached an agreement. Don't attack again. During the conversation, Arthas suddenly noticed that the night demon ship moored at the docks had inexplicably vanished, now sailing away into the sea. Robin. Seeing Robin standing at the stern, he shouted, "What are you doing? I don't want to put you in danger, Arthas. You are the best and kindest brother I've met in 3 years, and I'll always remember you. You are also the first person to treat me so well since the destruction of O'Hara. If I continue to stay by your side, I fear you will die before me." Having been silently observing the conversation, Robin realized the gravity of the situation. She held a pair of earrings made in the likeness of Arthas and turned to pilot the first ship away. You underestimate my resolve to protect you, Robin. Robin firmly decided to leave, lowering her head as she departed from the bow of the ship. The small boat drifted further away, gradually disappearing on the horizon. Nico, Robin has been on the run for 3 years, living in betrayal all along. You protect her, but in her heart, she merely uses you. With 2 wounds bandaged by the soldiers, Taodu gazed weakly at the azure sky and spoke, and you are just one of those who have been used and then discarded by her. The Navy began to recall soldiers on the island, all boarding the 2 warships they arrived on, carrying the unconscious Huashishin and the recruits away. Taodu, standing over 2 meters tall, was assisted by Tina as she passed by Alsace, saying, "Next time we meet, I will never let you go. I remember your name, Alsace. Get lost, little pink rabbit. Don't forget that I spared your life." Suddenly reluctant to leave, she stood by Alsace, looking down at the small figure before her, and said, "You." "Colonel, let's go quickly," Tina urged. Just you wait." The emotions displayed by Shuan Taodu were entirely that of a spoiled little princess. However, in terms of swordsmanship, he was indeed much stronger than Alsace. Without the explosive technique of polarization to enhance his physical capabilities, he would undoubtedly be defeated and captured. The warship left the dock, and among the war-torn village's docks, only Alsace remained a solitary figure. "Forget it, let's consider the first ship as a farewell gift." Alsace felt stifled. Robin being by his side was indeed a burden, yet he still had to wait for the little ball to return, relying on its keen sense of smell to locate her. Leaving had to be in person, he couldn't sneak away. That ship was treated like a treasure by Alsace for sailing. Now Alsace possessed nothing but a tattered black robe, a sword, and a wine flask hanging from his waist. All his bellies and other belongings were on the nightshade. My ship. The villagers of Ret Village returned, seeing the pierced buildings and sighing in unison. Perhaps this is the fate of us common folks, but at least it's finally over. Hey, that boy with the Navy Tata is sitting at the door of the clinic. Isn't that injury too severe? You've stained the entrance red. The doctor of Ret Village recalled that Arthas had not harmed any villagers during the month he spent in the village and was rather amiable and helpful, so he hurried over. With the villagers' return, the village slowly resumed its operations. They repaired houses, rebuilt the docks, and the local customs were relatively simple compared to other regions. Although you are a pirate after spending a month together, I feel you aren't bad, Arthas. I've lost so much blood. I can barely hold on. Arthas' voice was extremely weak, his eyes glazed as he clutched his sword in response. The doctor took him back to the clinic for treatment, but the scar from Shiwan Taota's flying slash would never heal. It would scab and leave a scar. Near Ret Village, the warship left the village, and the soldiers hurriedly contacted the naval headquarters. No, this disgraceful news cannot be published. It would tarnish the Navy's reputation. Taotu stood on the deck of the warship, using the snail in the mast to communicate with the headquarters. It's hard to believe, Colonel Shiwan, that you actually lost to that kid. I will inform Admiral Kong about this. I don't care who you inform. The fact is the fact. I don't need to hide my defeat. The snail on the other end remained silent for a long time, failing to respond. Thank you for your efforts on this mission. I return to base and leave the rest to the CP Secret Intelligence Agency. Damn it. You didn't let me say anything. Taotu was immensely angry but soon calmed down. Looking towards the departing direction of Ret Village, she said, those guys wouldn't spare even civilians for their mission. Referring to the cold-heartedness of the CP agency, where common folk and even kings of non-allied countries were not included in their mission agreements. As long as they hindered the mission, they would be eliminated without exception. The news of Taota's defeat was sealed, but the truth reached the officers at headquarters. A day later, the military daily of the West Sea, the Seagull, once again brought news to the world. It was filled with praise for Shiwan Taotu and her army, detailing the injuries they inflicted on and subdued Arthas, spreading throughout the entire West Sea. Not a hint of disgrace to the Navy was mentioned. In the afternoon twilight after the battle, in a densely populated street of Ret Village, Arthas sat bare-chested, holding his sword. He looked miserable. With no money, no ship, and no place to stay, he was in utter embarrassment. With a long sigh, he pushed himself up from the ground, saying, the ground serves as a bed and the sky as a blanket. Without any rewards, I've wasted my ship. Robin is gone. What do you mean by that? Little AI. Hunting requires complete control over the opponent's life through the host rather than winning through negotiation, so there are no rewards. You are in my head, right? I'll beat you to death. Arthas struck his head repeatedly in the twilight street, venting his dissatisfaction. What kind of broken rules are these? You didn't clarify anything in advance. Little AI, but the host didn't ask. Little AI. I told you if I die, you die. Now I'm broke and severely injured. Hurry up and give me some bellies for living. After Arthas' persistent requests, the Golden Finger finally yielded and granted a consolation prize. Feeling the host's dissatisfaction, awarded a consolation prize for battle, a black robe of eternal durability. Is it useful? I want to improve to enhance my own abilities. Even 1,000,000 bellies would suffice. Can resist all cold heat and can withstand one attack. Once triggered, the black robe will lose its heat and cold resistance. Quick, give it to me. Upon hearing it could resist any attack and withstand cold and heat, he thought if he encountered someone like Akiji or Akainu, what's there to fear? Instantly, a brand new robe appeared on him, replacing the damaged clothes from battle. After feeling cold for a day, he immediately felt a wave of warmth. Does this mechanism mean that I will trigger it every time I am attacked? Yes, even a child sneak attack counts. Little AI, you trickster, are you trying to make me unable to be attacked? It can be understood this way. Once the robe loses its function, it will turn into an ordinary piece of clothing. Sigh, I'm hungry. I finally understand you. Arthas with his sword walked towards the forest, intending to hunt an animal to satiate his hunger. A day had passed since the battle, and the CP had not shown up at all. Alas, truly pitiful. The villagers shook their heads upon seeing Arthas' self-harming actions. He must have been struck in the head by the Navy. Just as that villager was about to turn and leave, he felt a chill behind him. What did you say? Arthas suddenly appeared behind him. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously, Arthas. Robbery, hand over your money. Robin was no longer by his side, and he had reverted to being alone. There was no need to adhere to those laws or regulations anymore. There was also no need to consider whether it would affect Robin's mindset. You can't rob, you have an agreement with the constable. Bullshit agreement. Ooh, I'm a pirate. When have I ever followed agreements? 2, don't have any money. Are you giving it or not? Don't force me to use virtue to persuade you. Arthas pressed his sword against the villager's throat, scaring him into quickly pulling out money. It's just 500 bellies. That's enough. The robbed man had a wife and child. His life was not very affluent. He was somewhat familiar with the overall situation of the village. In the twilight, he leaned against the 500 berries he had earned and enjoyed a meal in the village, his body wrapped in medical bandages as he staggered into the forest. I must hunt to earn rewards. He now regretted it. If figures like Smoker Tina and Peach Rabbit would eventually harbor discontent toward the world government. Not killing was also within reason. He felt a surge of anger from the burning mountain, yet he did not slay it. In the forest, Arthas tracked the scent of beasts fixated on the screen of his golden finger. Why haven't I improved? He gazed at the screen showing a first-class swordsman level 3, lost in confusion. The battle with Shigeyama Peach Rabbit was no easy feat, yet he hadn't progressed to a steel swordsman. However, after absorbing Peach Rabbit's blood, the Yasha had advanced to good blade level 2. The blade was now sturdier than before. Staring at the golden finger, Arthas momentarily lost his focus. As he walked, his head bumped into a soft, yet hard, massive object. A bear. Arthas took 2 steps back and looked up at the enormous brown bear before him, which stood on its hind legs, roaring in anger as if its territory had been invaded. If he had seen it before, he would have been scared and run away, but now his heart was calm. The hair on his forehead was blown by the bear's roar as Arthas clenched his fist and struck at its throat. I'm already full of anger. He increased his strength, lifting the bear's 2-ton body with his right arm. The brown bear. Suspended in midair, the brown bear was bewildered, unable to close its mouth in disbelief at the sight of a human. Consider you a gift. A brown bear's worth is far more than 500 berries. However, I don't like owing people favors. It seems like robbery, but it's not borrowing whatever. After the 2-ton brown bear was subdued, Arthas single-handedly grabbed one of its legs and walked back to the village. It was already night when he returned. Under the moonlight, a loud crash resonated. The villagers who had just been robbed by Arthas heard a commotion inside their homes, opened the door, and saw Arthas sitting on the bear's body waving at them. Hey, do you still have berries? You? I already gave you my wages for today. Are you even human? Do you still want to rob me? The man gritted his teeth, clearly angry and reluctant. This bear is a gift for you. Arthas noticed a woman inside, tightly holding a child. She was the man's wife. For me, eh? The man was suddenly shocked, hesitantly reaching out to touch the bear, which lay still. Really? There are conditions. What conditions? As long as they are within my humble means, I can agree to anything. A brown bear's worth could sustain his family for a month or 2. How could he not agree? Just then, under the night sky at the dock, a ship bearing the flag of the world government quietly approached. Arthas's gaze was fixed on the lights of the ship above the dark sea, his eyes sharpening as he moved his still recovering body. He had intended to ask the man to get him a small boat, but now it seemed unnecessary. Get everyone in the village to gather and run up the mountain for safety. Huh? Why? The man found it strange, but Arthas had already dashed from the brown bear toward the dock. On the street, Arthas hurriedly ran onto the dark dock's ramp. I was just worried about going to sea without a boat. The world government's warship drew near, showing no hesitation like the Navy, its triple cannons immediately aimed at the entire RAT village. Bang, bang, bang. 3 cannonballs were fired simultaneously, and Arthas instantly drew his sword, unleashing a flying slash. The crescent-like slash flew toward the sea, severing the 3 cannonballs in midair, causing them to explode on the spot. On the bow, Fuzz noticed something was amiss, leaping into the air and charging directly toward Arthas at the dock. What's happening with the Navy? The news in the newspapers seems inconsistent. Who are you? Upon seeing his appearance, Arthas's eyes widened. Not because he was shocked, but because he saw a reward coming right to him, causing his eyes to redden as he unleashed the killer instinct of a hunter. I am CP9, a genius proficient in the 6 styles. Without hesitation, Fuzz crossed over 100 meters of sea in seconds, unleashing a hardened punch aimed straight at Arthas. With a loud boom, Arthas blocked with his sword in front of him, his body shaken by the powerful force, sinking slightly. The dock's ramp, already damaged from a previous battle, cracked extensively. You actually blocked my attack. Arthas gave him a wicked smile, and a terrifying force erupted from his wrists as their powers canceled each other out, both taking a big step back. Having grown stronger than before in his normal state, why was he still a first-class swordsman? Arthas couldn't understand why. What was certain was that the higher he climbed, the harder it became to advance. You are seriously injured. Oh, I can tell just from the bandages on your arms. Fuzz said seriously, but why isn't the Navy arresting you? A guy like you doesn't need to know. Arthas bared his teeth, his gaze fixed on him as if he were prey. Just remember, you won't survive tonight. Bang, bang, bang. The cannonballs came again, causing Arthas's brows to furrow as the villagers began to realize something was wrong and started to evacuate. The cannonballs landed in the dilapidated buildings of the dock, erupting into deadly sparks. A wave of heat immediately spread through the village, flames shooting up into the sky. Are these lowly citizens going to protect you? Then they must die along with you. This guy was strange, sending a chill down the spine. Fuzzfrez's gaze did not leave Arthas as he observed him sheathing his sword. The cold, somewhat insane smile on his face made him feel a sense of fear. Slash. Arthas rapidly drew his sword and slashed down, creating a blade of about 2 meters that tore through the air, rushing toward Fuzzfrez at a speed hard for ordinary people to react to. Fuzzfrez was suddenly taken aback, swiftly raising his leg to counter. Storm Foot. This is Storm Foot. Can it unleash slashes without a sword? Arthas understood the strength of the 6 styles, and witnessing it firsthand left him in shock. The explosive force from Fuzzfrez's leg created ripples in the air, and the fierce slash surged forth. However, its power was not as great as Arthas's blade energy. At the moment of collision, it was easily sliced apart, simultaneously weakening a significant portion of Arthas's blade energy. Iron Block. Seeing no way to evade, Fuzzfrez steadied himself and braced against the blade energy. One thing I can confirm is that I am much stronger than most of you now. Many historical figures today are still in their growth phase, so it's normal for their strength to be lacking. In contrast, Arthas, blessed with the talents given by his golden finger, was incomparable to when he crawled and rolled around. In just 2 months, he could already compete with contemporary naval geniuses. Is this arrogance or confidence? You haven't even scratched me at all. Fuzzfrez brushed off his suit as the world government's warship docked. Arthas was indifferent, unaware if observation hockey could detect the difference in strength between him and others. From this government warship, he sensed no threat, including Fuzzfrez. Almost losing his sanity, he said, I really want to know what kind of reward I'll get after killing you. To ensure the rewards extend beyond the confines of this world, he personally inquired with the golden finger. The rewards are random, with no limitations pertaining to any world. Useful items will be distributed according to what Arthas requires. Don't move. Quickly raise your hands and surrender. A multitude of soldiers armed with guns disembarked from the warship. While shooting, they issued a warning to Arthas. Arthas, with his agile movements, twisted his body in synchronization with the trajectory of the bullets, effortlessly dodging the projectiles in the air. In the past, he would have felt a sense of novelty. Now, having grown stronger, he realized that the bullets of this world seemed to move in slow motion, making them easy to evade. At present, there is only one thing that worries him: the possibility of Fuzz possessing the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. If he had consumed it, it would be quite troublesome, given Arthas' mastery of the 6 styles. His body was still in the recovery phase, and Arthas did not wish to exacerbate the damage with polarization. Damn it, why can't the bullets hit him? So annoying. Arthas suddenly swung his right arm towards the crowd of government officials, unleashing a flying slash from his sword, charging toward them. He swept through a large area, instantly slaughtering them. If only I had Conqueror's Haki, I could fight with ease. Conqueror's Haki. Fuzz was greatly shocked, unable to believe that this guy from the West knew quite a bit. Don't get in my way. Arthas' pupils widened in anger as he quickly retracted his sword and unleashed a powerful draw, sending a wave of sword energy radiating outwards in a 360-degree arc. The sheer force was beyond what an ordinary CP officer could withstand, instantly clearing away the soldiers surrounding him. What technique are you using? At this moment, Fuzz couldn't hide the shock on his face, realizing he couldn't even see the speed at which Arthas wielded his sword. He noticed the sword energy that appeared out of nowhere, charging towards them. He raised both hands in front of him, attempting to block with an iron block, but still suffered from the pain inflicted by the slicing energy. It's just a draw, haven't you seen it before? Arthas said nonchalantly. A draw? That should be a swordsman's finishing move, right? There's no way it's something used continuously in battle. Perhaps, Arthas said as he swiftly stepped on the ground and charged toward Fuzz. I'm a bit special, I suppose. There was no one left on the warship. The government's forces were significantly outnumbered by the Navy. Arthas thought to himself. The dock under the moonlight was littered with ordinary CP agents in black suits lying on the ground. Finger gun draw. Fuzz launched a minuscule shockwave from his fingertip, instantly striking past Arthas' face, nearly tearing his skin. Cough. He was momentarily stunned, shocked that a shockwave could be fired from his finger. The speed was several times faster than the flying slash. Rapid fire. Seeing his tactic succeed, Fuzz smirked disdainfully and unleashed a series of finger guns aimed at Arthas. Having been hit once, Arthas concentrated, predicting and dodging the trajectory of the tiny shockwaves. In an instant, he closed the distance to Fuzz, unleashing all his strength to thrust upward at him. He aimed to launch him into the air, executing the dragon's ascend to conclude the battle. But the next moment, Arthas' eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Fuzz's body began to swell, growing animal, first similar to that of the previously seen major with the large chin. His pink hair rapidly lengthened, and his already 3-meter-tall frame expanded further. He transformed into a gigantic monster with horns towering before him. Iron block, empty wood. This was the Zoan-type cat fruit, ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form. He had consumed a devil fruit. The moment Nightshade encountered his suddenly swollen chest, the immense rebound force caused Arthas' arm to throb with pain. His body instantly lost balance at low altitude. Arrogance comes with a price, little brat. Fuzz bared his fangs and lunged at Arthas' shoulder. Splat! The sharp teeth tore through skin, penetrating into Arthas' left shoulder, the flowing blood gradually staining the white bandage red. This felt very strange to him. Whether it's a draw or an don't you dare compare me to the Navy. Fuzz noted that Arthas, who had been bitten, immediately retaliated. His right hand still clutched the sword, tightly stabbing it toward Fuzz's neck. Huh. Arthas chuckled darkly. Does it not hurt your teeth? Arthas utilized 0.5 times polarization, increasing the speed of his sword swing. The sensation of being bitten by Fuzz's black robe felt wrong, as if he had bitten into some repelling force emanating a metallic taste. It felt as if it wasn't Arthas's blood. This deadly thrust forced Fuzz to release Arthas, quickly twisting his neck to evade, and then he punched Arthas from the air into the village. The impact on the right hand of the black robe immediately resulted in a fracture matching the sensation he felt when biting Arthas. You bastard. Cough. My teeth. My hand. Bang. Arthas crashed into a wall and instantly fell to the ground. Beast, are your teeth and hand okay? Arthas, unharmed, calmly approached him. Just a moment ago, when his body was struck, it triggered his only life-saving chance, effectively consuming the special reward granted by the Golden Finger. Once triggered, it seemed to invoke some kind of rule-like power, forcibly reflecting Fuzz attacked back onto himself. What did you do? Why did my hand break? Ha, I did nothing, just hit you. The ancient species ability of a beast, Arthas mocked him. This made Fuzz feel as if the short swordsman before him was toying with him, leading him to mistakenly believe that he and Arthas were not on the same level. One by one, Fuzz's teeth fell from his mouth to the ground, unable to raise his broken right arm to swing. With only his legs and left arm functional, his combat strength naturally plummeted. Who exactly are you? Me. Arthas turned the hilt of his sword, directing the blade of Nightshade upward as he charged directly at Fuzz, offering no chance for respite. I am the hunter. The one who specializes in hunting scum like you. Iron block. Seeing Arthas' speed surge, closing the distance in an instant, Fuzz once again used iron block for defense. Dragons ascend. He immediately unleashed polarization, slicing through Fuzz's iron-like body and launching him into the air with one blow. Where do you get your strength? Oh. Fuzz screamed in agony as his body was sliced apart. Arthas quickly sheathed his sword, tilting his neck to look cool as he locked onto the injured and unbalanced Fuzz in the air. I'm not arrogant, nor am I self-confident. I simply possess an unwavering mindset and willpower. CP9. Gathering all his strength into his right hand, Arthas unleashed a splendid dragon head flying slash. Even as he faced death, he struggled, utilizing iron block to harden his body, once more attempting to see if he could withstand it. After Robin left, I had no reservations. Arthas' wounds and bandages instantly tore open as he exerted force. He executed the draw technique, transforming into a flash of blade light, his sword piercing through Fuzz hybrid form. Subsequently, both fell from the moonlit sky to the ground. However, Fuzz became a corpse while Arthas stood as the one who had slain him. Upon landing, his legs buckled, kneeling on the shore in immense discomfort. His body felt as if it would burst, and the injuries from the battle 2 days ago reopened. My body is going to explode. Detected host hunting historical figure, CP9 secret intelligence operative Fuzz ancient species, Zoan-type, devil fruit, user reward technique, Highland bloodline. What did you say? Master Yi's ultimate move? Before Arthas could be astonished, a surge of electricity instantly paralyzed and trembled his whole body, rushing straight to his brain. This truly is the bloodline of the plateau. The technique memory that entered his mind left a deep impression on him. He knew well the tremendous enhancement that came with activating the plateau bloodline. Even more astonishing was that this technique, apart from consuming physical energy, posed no risk of bodily explosion or side effects like polarization. We're done for. Just as Arthas was recovering his strength and pondering whether to activate the plateau bloodline to give it a try, a large number of villagers from Ret village noticed the absence of fighting sounds. Hundreds of villagers emerged from the burning village towards the dock. Women held children while men stood in front watching the scene unfold, including Arthas, whose wounds from the battle had yet to heal. You have killed so many world government personnel, or we will be annihilated. The fear of the world government was buried deep within the hearts of every commoner in this world. Indeed, you are a harbinger of disaster, Arthas. We certainly cannot harbor pirates, but it's too late now, or we will be eliminated by the people the government sends in the name of justice. Seeing the villagers in such terror, Arthas first climbed aboard the warship to inspect it. He discovered bamboo rafts and small boats which he immediately picked up and dropped into the sea, splashing water high. You should replace the canvas on this warship, then make some modifications to remove the positioning signals and cables. It should be able to carry you to the next island. The villagers exchanged glances, and finally the constable stepped forward to ask, "What if the government comes asking?" I will take responsibility. They want to know where you're going. Go find a new island to settle down." Arthas passed through the crowd by the sea, heading back into the village alone. "Leave that small boat for me. I need to wait for the little ball to come back." How could Arthas possibly abandon the sea otter that dared to give up its own life to follow him, one that would share life and death with him? Moreover, he needed its keen sense of smell. In the original world, sea otters could smell human traces from 8 kilometers away. In this world, it should be several times, or even dozens of times more effective. And the little ball was an amphibious creature. "I have a question for you, Arthas," the constable asked, heavily looking down at the ground without turning to face Arthas. "Huh?" Arthas glanced back at him. "What? You've killed so many people in the past few days. Oh, aren't you the least bit afraid that their souls will come to seek retribution from you? They were also human, with families and beliefs. Dying in broad daylight on this island, their souls will not find peace." He chuckled at such words, but did not deny the existence of souls in this world. "First of all, I am a pirate. There is no such thing as justice and mercy. If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I feel it is not enough to kill them 1,000 times. As for the so-called their souls seeking retribution from me, you mean those wrongful death spirits? I am not afraid of them at all." Upon hearing Arthas' words, the crowd suddenly knelt down collectively with the constable. They clasped their hands together, sincerely praying to the sea. "Nika will surely liberate this world. Please forgive us for associating with such a deeply sinful person. Nika, Luffy." Arthas' eyes sharpened. This was the first time in 2 months of traveling the seas that he saw someone praying to a liberating warrior. Fuzz-Fr had already been killed by him, and 6 years later the person transporting the rubber fruit would also change. He did not know if the timeline would be disrupted or automatically repaired. Anyway, since he came to this world, Luffy would not be the main character. This was inevitable, and besides, even if Arthas liked Luffy, he would not deliberately spoil his journey. However, his grandfather Carp was a different story. Having witnessed the destruction of the Valley of Gods and being hailed as a hero by the government for aiding and saving the celestial dragons who slaughtered nations every 3 years. Sengoku Carp, these people were not good in his eyes. The majority of the Navy was full of deceit. The justice of the Navy in this world was in his eyes nothing but hypocritical devils. Of course, not all Navy personnel lacked justice. At least those ignorant of the truth were still carrying out what they believed to be true justice, such as the aspiring truth-seeker Peach Rabbit. The villagers lit a bonfire and began to dance the Nika dance, performing their final prayer ceremony. The legends of the world. It seems like all of you know about the existence of the god Nika. Will he really bring you liberation, as your prayers claim? Arthas questioned. The government strictly prohibited discussing anything about Nika. Anyone found talking would face obliteration. Get lost. We were living just fine on this island before you came. Since you arrived, The constable, furious, shouted at Arthas in an instant. Arthas quickly stepped up to him, grabbing his collar and lifting him off the ground. "I don't care what you do. I am a pirate. There is no such thing as justice." With a powerful throw, Arthas used his strong wrist to toss him 100 meters out into the sea. If prayer worked, this world would not have suffering. If praying to gods worked, there would be no wars or nations being destroyed. The person who created this legend just wanted you to carry this belief and live on. Do you believe that one day someone can liberate this world? To be praised, sung about, and learned from as an example. Ha ha ha, such a person will never appear. Seeing Arthas so disparaging the belief in the Nika legend, no one dared to refute. Everyone feared that Arthas would draw his blade and start a massacre, but he would not do that. Believing in an ethereal and illusory legend is far less freeing than living in the present. The gods you pray to will not protect you. To overthrow the world government, he must ally with the revolutionary army, so he will definitely engage with Luffy and the others. Currently, his strength was not able to accomplish much. The government warships went missing and all geniuses were defeated. Arthas' name stirred a sensation within the naval headquarters. Noon. At the massive dock square of the naval headquarters, Vice Admiral Akiji's ship slowly docked as he returned to the headquarters from the New World. He stepped down from his warship wearing a blindfold on his forehead and yawning while holding a deck chair. "I need to go check out the abandoned warship. You all settle down," Kazan instructed his subordinates. Back at headquarters, he wanted to confirm one thing. That was the shocking incident he saw in the news. Someone had dared to publicly protect Nico Robin. At the abandoned warship location of the naval headquarters, Kazan arrived, his left hand holding his justice coat and his right hand holding the latest newspaper. "Allah, Mr. Carp, are you still punching away at the warship day after day? In front of a huge abandoned warship, a very strong man with graying hair and over 60 years old was continuously punching at the front of the warship. Kazan, you brat. Is your body doing well, mister? Carp. Akiji spoke respectfully to the elderly man not far in front of him. I'm doing well. Oh, I didn't expect this incident to bring you back, Kazan, you brat. Of course, I want to personally investigate Nico Robin's situation in the West Blue. Kapu stopped his punches, wiped the sweat off his body with a cloth, and walked up to Akiji to ask, has Sengoku agreed? Not yet, but I have already learned about the situation. Once Peach Rabbit returns, I will personally go and capture that guy from the West Sea. Hearing about Peach Rabbit's defeat, that guy seems quite angry, haha. Kapu suddenly burst into laughter. I can't wait to head to the West Sea with the other Academy-level officers. The genius Shuan Peach Rabbit has fallen, and the Navy headquarters has once again dispatched forces to the West Sea. Well, in any case, I will take a break at the headquarters for a while. Upon returning to the headquarters, Akiji briefly understood the situation and felt anxious about Robin. At that time, when Robin was released at O'Hara, he wanted to see if anyone would dare to challenge the government's authority to protect her. After more than 3 years, has someone finally appeared? Mr. Kapu, I just came to visit you. Please continue your training. Akiji hurriedly left, fearing that Kapu would start lamenting about his family. Now Kapu is gradually aging past his 60s, and the trivial matters in his heart are increasing. I still have many things I want to talk to you about, hey Kazan kid. I'm a bit tired, let's talk next time, Mr. Kapu. Akiji thought without a second thought that Kapu would definitely start complaining about the Revolutionary Army. That organization was founded by his son Drago, operating globally, recruiting soldiers, and specifically targeting corrupt kingdoms. Damn, Kazan. Are you even unwilling to listen to my grievances now? What a waste of these years I've spent teaching you. In the future, all renowned vice admirals will be dispatched to the West Sea, aiming to eliminate him before Arthas' reputation rises. This time the leader is none other than one of the two great geniuses, Chafunkaji. A natural-type devil fruit user, he is stronger in physical combat than Shiwan Peach Rabbit and heads to avenge Peach Rabbit. In the West Sea at Reit Village. In the sunny coastal depths, the sea otter Little Ball is happily returning from overseas, but before reaching the dock, he smells a pungent scent of blood and the smell of corpses. He finds it strange, wondering what has happened. Just as he is about to approach Ra Village, he suddenly turns around in the water and sees a familiar figure with red eyes and a devilish smile charging towards him. Little Ball is startled in the water, quickly speeding up, but unable to escape his fate of being caught. Splash! The person is none other than the menacing Arthas, who grabs him by the scruff of his neck and bursts out of the water. Long time no see, Little Ball. Upon realizing it is Arthas, Little Ball does not let down his guard. He feels that Arthas' expression is so fierce that it seems he wants to roast him and eat him. In the next moment, Arthas, almost without saying a word, clenches his fist and strikes Little Ball on the head. It's been 4 days, you bastard. Arthas scolded while hitting, visibly angry. Do you know how many people I had to take down because you returned late? Little Sea Otter Little Ball holds his head with his hands, looking innocent. Until Arthas calms down and throws Little Ball onto a bamboo raft. This is the last time. I won't give you long vacations again, little guy. Little Ball innocently agrees, tears of innocence welling up in his eyes. After a brief moment of nostalgia, he climbs up on the bamboo raft and discovers a pile of CP corpses at the dock. He also notices the white bandages on Arthas and the absence of Robin, shaking his head repeatedly. Don't look for her, Little Ball. Robin has quietly taken our ship away. Moi. Upon hearing Arthas' words, Little Ball scratches his head and sniffs the sea with his nose. He immediately detects the direction of Robin's lingering scent. He walks behind Arthas, who is unloading barrels, and informs him of the path. Shao AI, can you navigate according to its directions? Yes, but it needs to be at the bow of the ship to guide us. Upon hearing this, Arthas immediately picks up Little Ball and places him at the bow. Alright, let's set off immediately. Not long after the bamboo raft leaves Reit Village, Arthas notices a massive shockwave in the sky sweeping over his head. What is that? Arthas, sitting on the boat, instantly recognizes this power. It is the ability of Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit. On the island, Bartholomew Kuma, who has arrived at the village, holds a transponder snail. That man has already set sail, Drago. Go try to recruit him, Kuma. Our organization needs someone who dares to confront the government. Understood. Bartholomew Kuma puts away the transponder snail, locks onto Arthas' bamboo raft on the sea, and suddenly slaps himself with his pawpaw palm. He transforms into a shockwave, again disappearing from his original spot. On the bamboo raft, Arthas furrows his brows, becoming serious, his left hand forming a sword finger to activate his Highland bloodline, while his right hand rests on the hilt of his Yasha blade. In an instant, he predicts where Kuma will land and swiftly draws his sword, swinging it towards the tail of his bamboo raft. Boom. A strong wind rushes in as Bartholomew Kuma's enormous body seems to teleport, emerging from the air to block the sunlight as he stands atop the bamboo raft. Alpha's right. He speaks, gently standing straight and motionless on the bamboo raft. His massive body and weight do not tilt the raft, as if he is very light. State your intentions. Kuma notices Arthas' extreme vigilance and calmly states, the leader of the Revolutionary Army Drago specifically sent me to recruit you. Are you interested in joining the Revolutionary Army? I am not interested for now. Alphas, seeing no hostility from the other party, sheaths his sword and declines. Why not? Aren't you doing anti-government activities as well? The Revolutionary Army will surely overthrow the government in the future. Joining the Revolutionary Army would also bring you many benefits. It's like asking a person who is used to being alone to suddenly integrate into a big family. He would find it very uncomfortable. I've seen the number of corpses at the dock. If this continues, the government will keep hunting you down. How long can you hold out when isolated and helpless? Joining the Revolutionary Army not only provides protection from the masses, but also, Kuma's questioning is deadly to ordinary people. Facing wave after wave of assassination attempts from the government, an ordinary person would absolutely be unable to withstand it. But Alphas rudely interrupts him. Perhaps we will stand together against a common purpose in the future, but right now I have things to do. Gaining Robin's trust is the priority, showing her how determined he is to protect her. Even if he has to leave, he must say it to her face. He cannot flee or betray her suddenly. Will you still be alive by then? Kuma notices the injuries on Alphas. Do you need me to help you expel the pain? Thanks for your kindness, but I don't need anyone else to bear my pain. This guy can be recruited later, but he needs to do something unforgettable for him. Alphas thought. Kuma was surprised, realizing that Alphas understood his abilities very well, and he couldn't see through what kind of person he was. The only thing he knew was that Alphas was reclusive. Goodbye, Alphas. The Revolutionary Army will always welcome you to join. The departure of the bear caused Arthas to relax his left finger. Perhaps by joining the Revolutionary Army, he could cultivate in an excellent environment and grow gradually. However, he did not like the idea of being constrained, becoming part of a rebellion or mercenary force across the world. Once he was bound by such restraints, he would no longer be himself. The bamboo raft drifted in the West Sea for 2 weeks, following the guidance of the little ball's sense of smell and the invincible driving skills of his golden finger, quickly locating Robin. That is the Yasha. The weather was pleasant with fluffy white clouds. Close to an island, Arthas stretched out his tongue, exhausted from the weather after days of hardship. Wind and rain battered him, hunger and cold pursued him along Robin's sailing route. At that moment, under the sun, he bit into a fresh fish caught from the deep sea, saying, "If I can't catch up, I'll have to live a wild life like you, little ball." He truly regretted letting the little ball go to sea to find the mother otter. Arrived at West Sea Plaga Island, a town rife with evil forces, a lawless zone of the West Sea 2A. Now that civilization was reached, who still wanted to eat raw food? As the bamboo raft, worn down by over 10 days of storm, finally reached the shore, the dragon's spine in the center of the raft broke in half and slowly sank to the seabed. Arthas jumped onto the town's coast, patting himself on the stone road. My ship, my ship." He immediately ran towards his Yasha. Wait for me, master." The little ball pedaled with its hind legs, swinging its arms and following closely behind under the gaze of the crowd. Sea otter, running on land. They looked like two lively treasures, leaving the townspeople at the port in a daze. After sailing for 2 weeks on a shabby bamboo raft, Arthas faced various storms and harsh weather, which made him realize the importance of a good ship. Boarding his ship, Arthas checked briefly. Everything on it was almost intact. Little ball. The little ball, following in Arthas's footsteps, was panting with exhaustion behind him. Smell where Robin is. Let's go find her. The little ball sniffed and quickly found Robin's scent in the town. Hey, you bastard, don't run onto someone else's ship. At that moment, a man at the port shouted at Arthas while holding a bottle of liquor. Your ship, oi. Huh. This is obviously our ship. The drunken man looked wild, unwilling to admit before Arthas that the Yasha was his ship. Your ship, oi. Arthas stepped forward, his expression turning cold. Who gave it to you? A gust of wind brushed past the man's cheek, seemingly driving away his drunkenness, and he stared in shock at the suddenly appearing Arthas. What does this have to do with you? Get off the ship quickly, or I'll kill you. This ignited a murderous intent in cold-hearted Arthas's eyes. He reached out and grabbed the man's collar, then hurled him out to sea like a javelin. Bang! The air exploded as he threw the man, who vanished like a cannonball, into the distant sea. Little ball, next time you see someone so arrogant, just punch him in the forehead. Let's find Robin. No, let's first observe what she's doing from the shadows. Arthas was curious about how Robin's life on the run was. The people and places she encountered were all part of the dark forces in this lawless zone. After cleaning off the dirt on him, Arthas took the little ball to the town for a sumptuous meal. Without a penny, he pointed the tip of a knife at the neck of the restaurant owner in town, paying with virtue. He also conveniently swiped a case of high-proof whiskey from the restaurant as a throat-burning drink to pass the time. Nightfall came. In a grand mansion where a powerful noble on the island resided, the socialites began to disperse after a lavish banquet. Several nobles who controlled the island's economy, drunkenly swaying like brothers, prepared to return to the mansion to rest. Suddenly, they noticed Robin, who had not left the banquet, appearing before them dressed in servant's attire with an innocent expression. Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest, her large eyes fixed intensely on the four men before her. "Ah, the banquet is over, little girl. What are you still doing here?" Second Wheelflower. With the words coming from Robin's mouth, two arms sprouted from each of the four men's shoulders, causing them to immediately split apart and fall to the ground in fright. "What is this?" "Arms." The arms hugged their heads and violently twisted in one direction until their necks contorted and their cervical vertebrae snapped, at which point Robin released them. "Is this the life you want to live?" As she prepared to leave, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Turning around, she saw the little ball climbing up to the roof of the mansion, holding a bottle of wine. Under the full moon on the roof, Arthas sat in a black robe and started drinking from the bottle the little ball handed him. Only then did Robin realize it was Arthas himself. "Help the dark forces assassinate the nobles on the island, let them take control of the town, and then watch them be wiped out by government officials before your eyes." "Ow!" Robin lowered her head in guilt, only to blink and find Arthas standing right in front of her. "Aren't you worried about them being taken out by the government? Are you worried about me? Is it because I am innocent to you, harbor no ill intentions, and never use you for anything? Brother, I just fear that one day you will die before my eyes." "All right." Arthas walked around Robin. "So while I was fighting against the powerful Navy, you quietly took the Yasha and left me behind." "No." Robin immediately denied the fact that she left Arthas behind. "I was fighting bloodily and you left without a word. Do you know how many government warships came after Ret Village?" Suddenly a group of men entered from outside the mansion wielding large knives, their pale, fierce faces disturbing. "Robin, is the mission completed?" "Time is up." Arthas looked at them, then turned to Robin. "Working for them, assassinating, do you like this kind of life? Answer me, my foolish sister." A tall pirate approached, surrounding Robin and Arthas in the center with a mocking expression that did not bother Arthas. "I am a disaster, Al. I am afraid of losing you, that's why." "That's not an excuse. I told you that you underestimate my determination to protect you. Do you think I have any ill intentions toward you, such as getting closer to you and then betraying you?" But Robin's emotions became somewhat unstable as she was questioned. In this world, who is willing to risk their lives against fate for someone they barely know? "My previous life felt like a dream, completely unreal." Arthas naturally understood Robin's words, as in this world, besides family, one could not find anyone else willing to give for no reason. "Do you like this kind of life now? I have found you again. All I need is your answer. If you say you like it, I will leave immediately and never disturb you again." Robin couldn't fathom why Arthas had been with her simply because he liked her before his reincarnation. After 3 years of hellish experience, a sudden beam of light pulled her back, giving her hope for a better future. For a moment, Robin simply couldn't accept it. "Ha ha, brother. Could it be that you are the one mentioned in the West Sea newspaper openly provoking the government to protect Nico, Robin's child? How ridiculous. A girl like that can only be used to, you understand." The pirate captain, wearing a captain's hat, suddenly raised his large sword towards Robin. "I will eradicate you completely, ha ha." In an instant, as the massive blade swung down, a sharp pain shot through the pirate captain's abdomen. Arthas landed a punch on his stomach, the force penetrating through the pirate's flesh and killing him instantly. Then he seized the captain's clothing at the abdomen and hurled him into the sky. The scene unfolded so suddenly that the other subordinates were left in shock. A living person was thrown away on the spot. Their captain. "Little Ball, take them all out. Don't let them disturb my conversation." Little Ball appeared from the side and kicked a pirate down instantly. Then, pressing him down, he unleashed a flurry of punches to knock him out. A sea otter can be this strong. What a joke. The pirates, though reluctant, found themselves at a disadvantage against the diminutive Little Ball, who was only about 1 meter tall. Soon they would be dealt with by its steel-punching fists. After taking care of the pirates, Little Ball celebrated by patting its own paws. However, Robin, who had her head lowered in front of Arthas, was already trembling. "My fate will drag you down into hell too." Robin's words made Arthas sigh as he squatted in front of her. That is also an excuse, not an answer. Under Arthas' relentless questioning, Robin couldn't hold back her tears and shouted, "How could someone like you possibly exist in my world? Just like you swore to take responsibility the moment you first saw me. People like you only exist in beautiful fantasy stories, right? How could I exist in the reality of hell?" The outburst of suppressed emotions allowed her to express everything she had held within in front of Arthas. These words merely made Arthas listen coldly before he remarked, "But the person you fantasize about is right in front of you, waiting for your answer." Feeling incredulous, Robin's heart stopped, her eyes widened, and the turmoil within her was stronger than when Arthas had protected her. Looking up at Arthas under the moonlight, her eyes filled with tears that she could no longer contain. Arthas hadn't expected Robin to take so long to respond, glancing at the full moon in the sky. "Hurry up, Robin, why is it so hard to give me an answer?" When Arthas looked at her again, he noticed her face was flushed, looking at him like a snotty child. "You are definitely an idiot. Brother Arthas, that's an insult, not an answer. Why did it turn into insults? Would she answer or not?" Arthas watched Robin think for a moment before she ran forward and hugged him tightly. "Is this the answer? Or just another show of affection? I can't feel at ease unless you say it yourself, Robin. What if there was another betrayal at a critical moment?" Arthas had no idea how to extricate himself, and the enemies he would face in the future would only grow stronger. Before Robin could respond, Arthas heard her heart-wrenching cries blossom in his embrace. She cried while calling him an idiot. "You can think of me as an angel sent to take care of you. Yes, that's right." The more she said such things, the louder Robin cried, her tears soaking Arthas' black robe. "I will truly die. I will truly lose you, Wu. Even if you are not by my side, I have already been entangled in your fate, and I will face endless pursuit too. Take me out to sea, brother Arthas." Robin opened her heart to Arthas like a snotty child, expressing her true feelings. After waiting for a long time, Arthas finally heard those words. He flicked her forehead with his finger, pushed her away, and walked out of the house. "Let's go, my foolish sister. Don't think too pessimistically about everything." Although at that time the world seemed to be its truest form. "Hell, maybe only hell can temper me. If we are to separate, it should be my proposal." Arthas pondered. "I'm hungry. I haven't had a decent meal in many days." Robin activated her powers, retrieving a suitcase filled with berries from the noble house. She followed in Arthas' footsteps. This time she completely opened her heart and entrusted herself to him. Under the moonlight, she found her light and belonging. She fully entrusted her entire being to him. The noisy and chaotic streets of the town were filled with debauchery and vulgar desires. It was hard to imagine that Robin grew up in such an environment. Indeed, no decent person would accept her. The town resembled a sinful place devoid of the Navy order or any enforcers of peace. The streets were filled with troublemakers. Arthas took Robin and dodged various street fights, entering a bar called Bond. Isn't this the little brat who previously threatened the restaurant owner with a knife? Don't cause trouble in our Bond bar. Your so-called moral persuasion doesn't work here. Faced with the warning, Arthas simply chose a corner to sit down. "What would you like to eat?" The bartender, smoking a cigarette, came over with a menu. Meanwhile, the thugs fixated their attention on the suitcase Robin held. "Bring out the best food, all of it." "No problem. Do you have berries?" Robin patted the suitcase. "Yes." "All right." A lavish supper was quickly served on the table. The other patrons were puzzled. They grew angrier with each bite and could no longer contain themselves, rising to shout. "Damn it. Why do I have to eat in the same bar as this stinky kid? The drinks have become childish. Come on, let's teach him a lesson. I'm not going to that kid's table. And there's an animal with him. It's really ruining the mood for drinking." "Little Ball." Arthas gave a glance to Little Ball, who was lying on the table. He immediately understood and rushed out to deal with the provocateurs. However, due to the exhaustion from the previous battle, he was beaten brutally by the thugs. Tears streaming down his face, he complained to Arthas. "Arthas, calling an animal to fight. Are you even human?" The next moment, a blade of energy slashed through the entire bar's eaves. "Oh!" The cries of the provoked thugs sounded like thunder. The blade of energy exploded in the bar, raising a cloud of gray smoke. When the smoke cleared, Arthas lowered Robin's head and slowly sheathed his sword. "Ashamed little brat, in the future avoid calling for the mother otter, lest you hurt yourself." But upon reflection, it wasn't bad to have captured Robin when she was young. Now she was only 11 years old, very cute. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beautiful lady, and having such a younger sister made Arthas feel very satisfied. The eaves of the bar in the town collapsed under the strike of Arthas' blade, affecting the surrounding buildings. "Are you a monster?" The man who uttered these words suddenly found Arthas cutting through the dust, stabbing directly at his neck before swiftly withdrawing the blade. "Next time, practice your language skills properly before causing a ruckus, will you?" Even in a drunken stupor did he think he could insult someone to their face and still live. His current identity was not that of a righteous messenger. He would not spare such lowly thugs. Seeing several men taken down by Arthas, the crowd dared not speak out. After the meal, Arthas returned to his ship, the Nightshade, reuniting with Robin and Little Ball. On deck, he looked seriously at Robin and Little Ball and began, "Robin, I've thought about what to do if we encounter an unbeatable existence where protecting everyone becomes nearly impossible. The only solution I can think of is for me to stay behind, allowing you to leave alone, understand? Not just abandoning me without a word to endure the dark life on this island." Regardless, Arthas felt this was a necessary path in protecting Robin. Even so, at the last moment, he had to be responsible for Robin's safety, no matter what happened. "I only bring darkness to those around me. am afraid of losing you. I've been through too much, brother. The word brother was uttered with increasing warmth, filled with emotion, no longer as cold as before. Now Arthas gazed into Robin's dark eyes, wanting to tell her that he understood her better than she understood herself. He stepped in front of Robin and flicked her forehead. Ouch! Darkness cannot consume me. Robin, of my existence will rebel against the darkness. Saying this, he squatted down, a mischievous grin on his face as he stared at Sea Otter Little Ball. Little Ball tilted his head in confusion, not shying away from Arthas' gaze. You must also train until ordinary people cannot defeat you, little one. Little Ball confidently stretched out his muscular arms in response to Arthas. In short, to put it simply, as long as I stand before the enemy, your safety is assured. Once I give the order to separate and fall into an irretrievable situation, you must seek your own hope for survival. Until now, the battles had felt very challenging. Fuzz's death was due to the special reward granted by the Golden Finger, which was this very outfit he wore. His life-saving chances were depleted, and now he could no longer feel resistance to the cold. However, the quality remained high. Alright, I need to check if there are any issues with the Nightshade. You all do what you need to do. In the West Sea, the ships led by Tao Tu and the ships of T-Pig drew closer. Shizhong, are you alright? Are you hurt? Dressed in brown attire and a righteous cloak, he hurriedly jumped onto Shizhong's ship's deck to greet her. His tone was urgent, filled with concern. Having been injured by Arthas' blade weeks ago, she had been doubting her swordsmanship and her talent. Her confidence was shattered, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. That guy's swordsmanship is utterly unrespondable. His perseverance and unyielding mindset are invincible. Shizhong sat upright on the deck of her ship, lounging under a sunshade with tables and chairs. Her eyes stared vacantly at the sea, filled with self-doubt. Medical bandages wrapped around her abdomen and chest, permanent scars left by Arthas. He was also the only pirate who had left a mark on her. Tina, what happened to her? Kaji asked Tina, who stood behind Shizhong. Colonel Shizhong's confidence has been shaken. Suddenly, the more Shizhong thought about it, the angrier she became, turning to Kaji and the Navy crew. No way. Who pushes someone into the sea during battle and then blows oxygen into their nose? Bastard! How dare you touch my Shizhong? That evil little brat is for me to teach a lesson. See. Shizhong was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape in surprise as she stared at Kaji. When did I become yours? Akaji suddenly felt awkward and shifted the topic. I heard Smoker and Fire Mountain are heavily injured. Have they recovered these days? Yes, Smoker has also suffered a severe psychological blow. Tina pointed to another ship sailing alongside Shizhong and Tao Tu's ship. Having regained consciousness, Smoker trained frantically on the deck day after day. His gaze was filled with self-criticism for his own weakness. What about Fire Mountain? Is he alright? His injuries are severe. He has 2 deep cuts on his chest, and the scars cannot be healed. But how can a 15-year-old brat from the West Sea be so powerful? Kaji developed a slight interest in Arthas. Like Shizhong and Tao Tu, he was regarded as a genius by this report. He had not suffered any defeats at sea so far and had not harmed any innocent civilians during missions. It is rumored that he cherishes civilians so much that he would rather injure himself than risk their safety with abilities directly related to the Earth. Behind Kaji were several lieutenants skilled in the 6 forms, and this time the troop deployment reached an astonishing number of thousands. The fleet consisted of around 7 ships, all officers trained by Zifa. Sigh, what a heartless guy. Shizhong touched the terrifying scar beneath her chest with the bandage. Feeling somewhat angry, she bit her lip, recalling her experience at the port of Leyte village. Such humiliation. I promise, Shizhong. Kaji suddenly kneeled before Shizhong, declaring, I will use the bounty of 10 million berries for that little brat's head to exchange for your true heart. You are a good person, Kaji. Shizhong's lips twitched, but it has been almost 20 days since the last time. He has probably become stronger. Kaji looked at Smoker on the nearby ship, another natural-type user who had suffered such a blow. He quietly asked Shizhong, could it be that guy has already mastered the haki that can touch devil fruit users? When Smoker fought him, I sensed that aura within him very briefly, but he made the right choice and knocked Smoker out on the spot. I will definitely avenge you, Shizhong. Kaji looked seriously at his comrades behind him. This time, he has nowhere to run. The news of the murder of CP9's Fuzz has shaken the government. What? Fuzz is dead? Shizhong was taken aback upon hearing this news. Yes, the CP5, taken over by Spandam's son, has sent many combat and intelligence personnel to the West Sea. Does Arthas have any intelligence? Where is he? Yes, you know the intelligence capabilities of CP, but once dispatched, there is no news they cannot uncover. He is currently on Plaga Island, that lawless area where pirates gather in the West Sea. I will not return. I can still fight. Fire Mountain needs to recover. Let's go together. You. Upon hearing this, Kaji felt somewhat moved, finally willing to go on a mission with me, Shizhong. No, I want revenge. At the port of Praga Island, under the clear sky, Arthas noticed that many people on the shore were occasionally casting glances in his direction. The last time such a situation occurred was a month later in Ret Village. Now just a few days after arriving on the island, he was being targeted again. A storm is about to arrive, please prepare accordingly, host. As doubts lingered, the voice of the golden finger in his mind made Arthas feel that something bad was about to happen. We should set sail as soon as possible. Staying on this island is becoming increasingly unsafe. Robin pointed out the dark clouds approaching from the sea. The once clear weather began to wind up, growing from a gentle breeze to a strong gust, causing the directional signs on the port to rattle loudly. Every storm is an ominous sign. Could this dark cloud cover the nearby sea? Set sail. Arthas showed no hesitation in wanting to stay longer and immediately approached the helm, summoning a virtual phone to place on it. Supplies had already been replenished, and there was no need to worry about Bailey. The crowd at the port made him uncomfortable. His entire being was on high alert, eventually focusing his gaze on a red-haired young man in a restaurant. That guy looked very familiar. As the ship gradually departed from the port, it quickly left the island with the wind. Not long after the storm arrived, 8 massive warships immediately descended near the coast. The pirates on the island had no time to react before being caught in a barrage of cannon fire. A fierce battle ensued, sparked by the sudden arrival of the Navy. The ground on the island seemed to be manipulated like a series of brown rainbows crashing down upon the town, forming countless towering earthen cliffs. What's going on? Could the intelligence of the espionage agency be wrong? After clearing the evil forces on the island, they met with the CP agents on the island, discovering several familiar faces. No, that guy named Arthas set sail before the storm arrived. Then why didn't you stop him? The Navy members were perplexed. How could CP agents watch a pirate provoking the government escape right in front of them? Such a thing would never have happened before. Due to Arthas's decisive actions on the island these days, they did not take action to preserve themselves. After all, a vice admiral of the Navy had already been lurking on the island without acting, and they had no need to take risks. Waiting for arrangements. Don't be angry, Jaji. A man suddenly spoke while sitting outside a restaurant at the port, pouring coffee into his cup. Jaji recognized the man sitting outside the restaurant at a glance and walked closer in shock, saying, "You are Vice Admiral Tianjung, Director of the Investigation Department." Ji Yuan Tao too was also taken aback. "Yo." Tianjung greeted the Navy members. He appeared serious and calm, with short red hair, wearing sunglasses, and disguised in civilian clothing among the crowd. "If you are here, doesn't that mean that the facts of that guy's crime have been uncovered?" "Yes, that's right." Tianjung took a sip of coffee and continued, "All the results have been investigated, but you don't need to know the truth yet. This incident occurred during the hunting game of the Celestial Dragons, and publicizing that event could be problematic. But why don't you directly capture him here? Because my task is only to investigate all his criminal experiences." Tianjung spoke about Arthas triggering the power of his plateau bloodline. "What?" Jaji immediately retorted, showing some anger. How could a vice admiral not capture a pirate and claim to only be responsible for his scope of work? Thinking about it, being from the Civilian Investigation Bureau, which lacked the combat power of other vice admirals, Jaji felt somewhat relieved. "Your ability to collide with him is the best, Jaji. That guy has been meditating and training at the dock these days, as if mastering hockey." As he spoke, cold sweat inexplicably appeared on Tiansheng's forehead. He had never seen anyone cultivate so quickly, able to control their momentum within a short time, converting it into the attacking means of hockey, which was truly terrifying. In any case, Jaji Yu and Tao too need to be careful. His next destination is the Flower Country. Be wary of the 8 Treasure Water Army and don't provoke them. Seeing the seasoned veteran Tianjing, who had experienced countless major events, break into a cold sweat while talking about Alsace, Jaji had no choice but to take this mission seriously. "Understood, Vice Admiral Tianjing." Without waiting for the storm to subside, Jaji set sail with the warship. The route was to the Flower Country, which would take about 5 days to reach. From Major Boris to Lieutenant Colonel Big Chin, then to you and me, that boy's incident seems to have become uncontrollable. He corresponds to the common signs of the rise of the great pirates. Don't you feel it's somewhat similar? The Navy and the government are unable to control their growth. Now the only tricky matter is the water army of the Flower Country. Led by Qing Jiao, the 8 Treasure Water Army cannot randomly massacre innocents in the allied countries. The army they command will undoubtedly be restricted. By the way, seeing Jaji leave, Tianjung suddenly called out loudly, "Jaji, be sure to pay attention to the green energy reactions around that guy. When he points his sword at someone, it will expand with a green energy response. Don't scare me. One moment he seems like a demon, the next he has strange energy, and then hockey. If I don't fight him, how will I know if I can capture him? Practice will yield results. Oh, why overthink it?" 8 warships set off into the storm, leaving Tianjung and the CP5 staff discussing on the silent island. Such matters should be the government's fault. that bloody game should not continue to be held. He sternly reprimanded the CP-5 civilian leaders. It is hard to believe that a boy posing a threat to the government slipped through during such a slaughter game. At that time, the island had already been bombed to ruins. Who would have thought someone would survive? The CP position is much higher than that of the Navy, and Tianjin no longer dared to retort. If a hidden massacre event continues to occur in the world, it will inevitably leave hidden dangers. On the stormy sea, thick clouds hung low and the ocean churned. On the nightshade, Robin watched Arthas meditating in the storm outside the cabin. What kind of person is he? I really want to understand Arthas's heart more deeply. Inside the cabin, a small ball was training its body with the dumbbells Arthas had specially bought for it, responding to Robin's words with a whimper. A human liked by small creatures can't be too bad. Being by his side means I won't have to perform dissecting corpses, shows assassinations, and other tasks anymore. As long as I'm by Arthas's side, it feels like I'm saying goodbye to my past life. Knock, knock, knock. Robin knocked on the cabin door and asked, "Brother, what is your zodiac sign?" Scorpio. He concentrated all his energy into his right wrist. Arthas saw the invisible power of armor. His fists became harder than steel, and his attack power increased significantly. Indeed, momentum could transform into armed color. He thought to himself, the meditation over the past few days was not in vain. Refining one's mindset was also part of enhancing strength. Why do you ask this, Robin? Are you planning to prepare a surprise for me? During the moment of becoming stronger, he also had to consider Robin's emotions. Robin calculated Arthas' birthday based on the zodiac chart. There are probably still 23 months left until November. It's nothing, I just want to know what date your birthday is. Now Robin's behavior seemed somewhat unusual compared to her previous indifference. Or perhaps it was her true self within. You could have just asked directly, my birthday is November 21 ST. It's just a birthday, what's so remarkable about it? Arthas had never experienced the blessing of a birthday. He didn't understand its significance. Alright, I think I've grasped the method to control the armed color. I just need to practice continuously. He dragged his drenched body back into the living room. Then I will give you a big gift on that day. A surprise, huh? Arthas smiled at her face. A surprise. Ha, having you is the surprise. No other ceremonial sense is needed. He didn't want any surprises. He just hoped there would be no scares. Looking at Robin's adorable, dazed expression, Arthas understood. In this world, having strength to genuinely care for someone is the way to win their hearts. And this so-called strength includes only two things. One is personal power, and the other is wealth. Arthas simply had a meal to replenish his nutrients and began to contemplate his future plans. To overthrow the government, one must have power and connections, plus a strong subordinates, which he found a bit difficult to acquire among the populace. He could only target well-known historical figures. In the next country they would reach, there was a heavyweight figure he could hunt. That would be Qingjiao, a man capable of wielding the three-color armed color. Perhaps he could ask him for help in mastering the armed color. Robin, the Flower Country, is a member nation. The Navy does not dare to cause widespread destruction there. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Flower Country is the overlord of the West Sea. With strong military power, robust economic capability, and the title of a land of etiquette, their technological strength is also the strongest in the West Sea. What's wrong? Do you want to stay in that martial arts nation permanently? If possible, I might try to make friends with them and even get hired by them for tasks and such. Even pirates like Qingjiao were forcibly sheltered by the Flower Country, free from interference from the world government. One can imagine how powerful the Flower Country is. If you want to be a pirate kingdom, be a thief. If you want to be part of the member nation, then be part of the member nation. There must be something fishy going on. Apart from the nation's strength, Arthas could not think of a second reason. The only concern was the assassins sent by the government. Commission. Assassination. Robin crossed her arms over her chest, her expression suddenly shrouded in shadows. I excel in that. The powers of the flower fruit blossomed in Arthas. Arthas immediately flicked her forehead hard, scolding, "Idiot, don't use me as a test subject when you suddenly turn dark." Ouch, you idiot, Arthas. Young Robin had a certain cuteness to her. If spoiled, would she turn out to be a completely different person when she grew up? Looking forward, his excited heart quickly settled down. He shook his head and suddenly felt. The adult world is truly filthy. Cough, cough, even if I'm dumb, I'm still your brother. There are probably not many people in this world as smart as you. I'm hungry, I want to eat 10 sandwiches. Make it yourself, I want to train. You? Sigh, love is indeed fleeting. Seeing that Arthas did not agree with her, Robin could only read a book while using her powers to make food for herself. Love? You're so tiny, do you even know what love is? Arthas asked curiously. Robin sighed, her expression suddenly turning frightening. There are times when there are assassinations of wealthy, noble couples. Why do you always feel that I have experienced so little, brother Arthas? Because I'm older than you. Driven by competitiveness, Arthas stubbornly spoke. In some matters, Robin indeed had more experience than Arthas. She placed her book upright on the table, covered her face, and shifted the topic. Seriously, brother, you are the most handsome person I've ever seen. Her tone softened, making Arthas sense something unusual. Approaching the table, he abruptly opened her book. He saw an unforgettable scene. There stood Robin, her cheeks blushing and glowing, looking exceptionally adorable. The two stared at each other in silence for over 10 seconds. Brother, Robin also came back to her senses from the earlier gaze. Being with the boy in front of her, she seemed to forget her identity and situation. Robin, do you have a cold? Arthas reached out his palm toward her. This made Robin's heart race even more. Gently brushing her forehead, Arthas tilted his head in surprise. But she wasn't even sick. Why was her face so red? Hearing the word cold, Xiao immediately ran to a nearby cabinet and brought the medical supplies to the table. She turned off the cooking station and used her powers to bring a plate of sandwiches to the table, responding, "No, I'm not." Then she picked up a sandwich and started eating. The widow's clean, transparent black eyes contained a hint of thin anger. By the way, Robin, you can train your abilities to do other techniques appropriately, such as the Marine 6 styles or armed color. You will be very powerful in the future. After giving her instructions, Arthas left the cabin. Damn, was she really abducted by an adult trafficker? The earlier seen as a transmigrator with rich experience. How could he not know what it was? But she was only 11 years old. Leaning against the cabin door, his gaze turned icy as he tilted his head and let the rain pour down on him. Continue with the meditation training. Arthas became restless due to the previous events. He couldn't focus on meditating again. It was also the first time he had developed wicked thoughts about Robin. He transitioned from meditation to physical training. I'm over 30 years old, what am I thinking? Arthas swung his sword on the deck. But in this world, I'm only 4 years older than her. To secure a child bride for my future. Thinking of this, Arthas slapped his own face hard. Damn, you little dear in love. Don't distract me when drawing my sword. A loud roar couldn't deny the wicked thoughts. Behind him in the cabin, Robin and Xiao squeezed their heads together, watching the flustered Arthas. What's wrong with brother? Xiao shook his head, indicating that he did not understand Robin. Robin also became somewhat anxious and sat back down at the table in the living room. A smile graced her lips, her earlobes flushed, and ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. She touched her left ear, adorned with an earring crafted in the likeness of Arthas. Suddenly at a loss, she remained dazed for a long time, stiffly stating, I shouldn't think these thoughts. I cannot fantasize about such things. These things cannot happen to me. The tragic experiences made Robin refute her own thoughts. In her mind, a bloody memory flickered like a light amidst countless betrayals and darkness. The light illuminating her was none other than Arthas, yet it seemed as though the darkness was engulfing him. It won't happen. My brother will not die, absolutely not. Though her heart fought fiercely against the fear, she still dreaded the insurmountable mountain of the government. She remained fearful that her fate would bring harm to Arthas. Enjoy the present and do not ponder the future. The words of Arthas surfaced in her mind when she was gripped by fear. Once her emotions settled, she thought of a perfect birthday gift. For a swordsman, a sword in its sheath would undoubtedly be the best gift, right? In the underworld, there's the trading treasure tree atom. If I use that to craft a sword sheath for my brother. Now in early September, Robin had already begun preparing for Arthas' birthday gift. The treasure tree atom was quite valuable. Even a tiny bit could buy a village. However, the suitcase she had snatched contained a full 200 million Bailey. Robin, I've thought it over. Just as Robin was pondering, Arthas pushed open the door from outside. When we reach the Flower Kingdom, we will find a craftsman to make an earring using your likeness. Robin was taken aback, her cheeks turning crimson. From now on, as your brother, I must also have a token to carry with me. All right. Robin appeared somewhat nervous, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. She watched as Arthas picked up the little ball. The little ball too. I will hang the tokens of both Robin and you. Robin will hang mine and yours, and the little ball will hang ours. This isn't that a token of love? A token of love. This is a token of responsibility towards you. Robin's voice was somewhat awkward, even stuttering, as she looked up, feeling lost. A token at the very least can help people remember this brief time spent together. The leisurely life at sea on the way to the Flower Kingdom once again strengthened the bond among the three of them. Robin gradually became more optimistic, influenced by Arthas. She embraced the free belief of living in the moment no matter what happens. In the Flower Kingdom, at the shipyard in the eastern port town, ships from all over the world filled the docks. Travelers, wanderers, and trade vessels showcased the strength of the Flower Kingdom. The port was guarded by soldiers from many countries, each appearing much stronger than the average person. Yet the close combat weapons they wielded lacked firearms. This docking spot is quite valuable. Are you really going to buy it? At the edge of the port in front of a shipyard's roll-up door, Arthas was discussing with the port manager. How much? 50,000 Bailey per month, during which national-grade shipwrights will maintain the ships. 3 months docking for 3 months. No problem. After handing over 150,000 Bailey, he left the shipyard with Robin. Arthas gave Robin some disguise, ensuring no one would recognize her. There are so many people in the Flower Kingdom, brother. On the coast leading to the port town, people from all over the world walked by. The area was bustling with activity, and the public order was good. It was unlike the vulgar chaos of Plago Island. From his previous life's memories, Arthas knew this was one of the countries infused with elements of ancient China. There was also a daughter kingdom of the Amazons in the windless zone. Looks like I can finally find a place to catch my breath. This time Arthas did not plan to leave anytime soon. Even if the Navy comes, they would have to search for him in this vast nation for a long time. While the life of fleeing on the sea was great, it could become tiresome over time. He needed to absorb some of the human atmosphere. The bustling streets echoed with the resounding voices of the people. Upon entering the town, Arthas immediately took Robin and the little ball to find a craftsman for earrings. 5 earrings were made, symbolizing the 2 people he cared about most. Afterward, Arthas pinched his ears. On his right ear was the earring resembling Robin, while the left ear bore the likeness of the little ball. The little ball felt a lot of pain covering its pierced ear and complaining. I want to go to the historical library of the Flower Kingdom, brother. Just don't reveal your real name under my disguise. No one will recognize you. Parting ways with Robin, who was interested in history, Arthas walked down the street with the little ball. The little ball, now standing at 1.30 meters walking upright, drew astonished gazes from the crowd. A sea otter walking upright, ha ha ha, you taught him well, little brother. The architecture in the port district was somewhat westernized, yet the interior of the island completely showcased the ancient appearance of China. Even the clothing was of an ancient style. This further convinced Arthas that the elements here were indeed from ancient China. The guards are truly strict. Is this really the West Sea? He began to doubt it. In a place like the West Sea, this was probably the only area where gangs would not dare to stir up trouble on the streets. Little one, what do you want to eat? Arthas patted the little ball's shoulder and asked. The little ball gestured with its paws for the food it liked: sea urchins, abalone, clams, and more. Too troublesome? Let's go straight for a seafood feast. Sea otter, little ball. After months of restraint, they finally arrived at the long-anticipated big city. He and the little ball found a seafood restaurant in the eastern port area and indulged in a feast. With the increase in strength, Arthas' appetite had notably increased. I want to inquire about something, boss. He stuffed a large piece of shellfish meat into his mouth. What is it, young man? Where is the 8 Treasure Navy stationed? Their family is in the capital. Why do you want to know this? Curious about their reputation. The leader of the 8 Treasure Navy is a world-renowned pirate, yet also a hero protecting this country. As expected in a pirate nation, they held such titles for pirates. Presumably the 13th generation pillar, old Kai was still an 80-year-old child. He has 2 grandsons, one of whom is 8 years old and a martial arts prodigy. It is said that whoever can defeat him will gain the favor of Qingjiao. The people on this island mostly wore martial arts attire. Martial arts culture is very popular. Oh, just an 80-year-old child, can't any adult defeat him? Arthas asked curiously. Every time someone challenges him, they get beaten to a pulp. The seafood restaurant owner noticed the sword at Arthas' waist and continued, however, challenges cannot use weapons, it must be barehanded. Is it due to the age difference? Upon hearing such news, Arthas' interest was piqued. He had been on this island for 3 days, which meant the Navy would arrive in 2 days. A new battle was quietly approaching Arthas. Noon. The duel. Begin. In the opulent and picturesque courtyard of the mansion, Assassination sent Xiao Qiu to challenge the grandson of the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, the Violent Group. He engaged in combat with a chubby child dressed in martial arts attire wielding a wooden stick. The challengers are getting stranger and stranger, Grandpa. How can a river otter be here? Ho ho ho, Kai. There are even more bizarre things beyond the ocean. Qingjiao, with a kindly expression, sat cross-legged with his hands together. He did not open his eyes to look at Assassination under the eaves across, but focused on his grandson's duel. Xiao Qiu was evenly matched with the 80-year-old Kai. Seeing that Qingjiao was ignoring him, the socially awkward Assassination took the initiative to approach and speak. He walked around the corridor, but was stopped by the guards. Let him through. Qingjiao instructed his subordinates to let him pass. When Assassination reached Qingjiao, he was relatively polite and prepared to ask for his guidance, but Qingjiao spoke first. Little brat, you better hurry up and take Nico Robin out of the Flower Country, or it will bring great disaster to the Flower Country. Qingjiao opened his eyes and glanced at Assassination, whose smile had vanished, noticing that the friendly aura around him had completely disappeared, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Don't blame the world for being heartless. You chose a path of abyss by protecting that little girl. After finishing your duel with my grandson, take Nico Robin and leave the Flower Country immediately, otherwise I will personally capture you and hand you over to the world government. In a world dominated by the sea, the leader of the water army could almost be regarded as the highest-ranking general. As the chief general of the flower country Qing, Zhao naturally had to protect the interests and peace of the nation. Alsace's smile completely faded as if he had been doused with cold water, reverting to a cold demeanor. The more he hoped to establish relations, the greater the disappointment. Huff! Alsace took a deep breath watching Xiao Qiu being defeated by the 80-year-old Kai. Then he comforted Xiao Qiu and stepped into the ring himself. Under the gaze of everyone in the Qing Jiao family, he grinned at the child in front of him. It seems the land of etiquette is just a hollow title constructed on a facade of hypocrisy. He ultimately thought too much, believing that this country would be any different from others. Bring it on after this, Grandpa will still reward me. Kai held his stick in his right hand, positioning it behind him in a martial stance, while Alsace's gaze was fixed on Qing Jiao at the chairman's seat, devoid of any respect. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Kai and delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing Kai to spit blood and be sent flying out of the Qing Jiao family's mansion. This action left everyone stunned. You've picked the wrong person to mess with, Qing Jiao. Alsace drew his sword and pointed it at Qing Jiao. I came to ask you about your hockey, and yet you want to say you'll capture me to hand over to the government. Grandson, Qing Jiao exclaimed in shock as he flew into the air, catching the severely injured Kai, who had been knocked out by Alsace's punch. The shattered impression was gone, and Alsace no longer had any expectations of them. Alsace reached out with his left hand from the weapon rack beside him and took out a second sword, gripping it firmly in his hand. Leader, the family subordinates took the injured Kai away, retreating as Qing Jiao instructed. Little brat, I think I've been quite merciful by just letting you leave this country. Now it seems I have to twist your head off and present it to the government. Qing Jiao was furious, his thick hair now streaked with gray floating upward. Before he could act, Alsace maximized his strength, holding the swords with both hands, and began to swing them in place. The air around him was obstructed by the blade's swing, gradually forming a sharp vortex, and a tornado generated by brute force erupted violently within the Qing Jiao family of the flower country. The tiles of the houses were lifted into the air by the terrifying airflow, structures continuously shattered, and even the family members were caught up in the massive tornado. This was his first time actively causing trouble, not due to being doused with cold water, but because Qing Jiao's attitude had completely shattered his expectations. The family mansion was destroyed significantly by the powerful tornado, and the commotion in the capital quickly attracted the swift support of the National Guards. You're a pirate too, and you want to capture me to hand over to the government. Be careful, or I'll ensure your 8 treasure water army is completely wiped out. Facing such arrogant words, Qing Jiao decisively struck out at Alsace with a punch. The punch missed, and Alsace reacted quickly to evade the disparity in strength, preventing him from confronting Qing Jiao head-on. Qing Jiao had roamed the seas for many years, and it was the first time he had encountered someone like Alsace. However, in his attempts to persuade Alsace, he had mentioned wanting to personally capture Alsace, words that undoubtedly carried the greatest hostility towards Alsace, who had come to visit. This little brat is incredibly fast. Alsace, dodging to Qing Jiao's right side, swiftly thrust his right wrist towards his abdomen. Ding! The tip of the sword accurately struck, but was blocked by suddenly appearing black skin. In the next moment, he was directly thrown out by Qing Jiao's wrist, but it was not serious. You little bastard. Who do you think you are messing with? The oppressive aura from within Qing Jiao burst forth, a crimson lightning flashing before Alsace. The aura spread beyond the family mansion, affecting the citizens outside. Is that Conqueror's hockey? Alsace grinned at him unaffected. Seems like it doesn't work on me. Qing Jiao's large body leaped into the air, his gleaming head aiming down at Alsace, hands together as he rocketed down. 8 rush, fist martial head. Alsace condensed his sword finger with his left hand, unleashing a Highland bloodline technique, his speed soaring as he fled the Qing Jiao family mansion. Qing Jiao himself was like a meteor crashing into the mansion, creating a massive shockwave that spread outward. What was that? Rising from the ground, Qing Jiao was astonished. Just now he saw Alsace almost instantaneously embrace Xiao Qiu and disappear from the mansion. The National Guards arrived late, armed, and upon arrival found only Qing Jiao standing angrily in the courtyard. Ramen, tell Ramen. That little brat protecting Nico Robin has invaded our country. Qing Jiao ordered the National Guards. What? Initiate a citywide search. He has come, and Nico Robin should have come too. Ramen is the name of the king of the flower country. King Ramen of the flower country. Returning to the bustling streets of the city, Alsace sneered. I believe that in my current identity, I should not hold too many expectations towards anyone, nor can I trust anyone. Except for the Revolutionary Army, he understood one thing: without power the whole world could be his enemy. But he did not care, for he would step over the corpses of those people one step at a time to reach the peak. The guards quickly conducted a citywide search, and Alsace took Xiao Qiu to a black market. This encounter made Alsace realize that his fate had already plunged into the abyss of Robin's hell. On the street, he involuntarily laughed a mad laugh. Ha! His laughter frightened those around him, causing them to distance themselves, as if he were out of place in this world. Little Ball, he crouched down and patted the little ball's fluffy head. Wait for me in the sea. If you're hungry, go catch some fish to eat, just survive in the sea for now. As a creature saved by Arthas, it currently obeyed only the words of Arthas and Robin. Just now he had caused a ruckus in the Flower Kingdom's violent group, the 8 Treasure Navy family, using a move called Tornado, while also humiliating the grandson of Qingjiao in front of him. Undoubtedly, he had committed a capital offense. With what was about to happen, having Little Ball by his side would undoubtedly become a burden. First, let Little Ball leave and Arthas would slowly navigate through the people of this country. No matter where I go, it feels like I'm stuck in a dungeon, getting harder and harder. Is this the price of protecting Robin? Am I destined to be one of those who perish after coming into contact with her in the history of pirates? Now he felt deeply for Robin's plight, finally understanding what it was like to be disliked wherever he went. Even fellow pirates showed him no mercy, fearing the authority of the world government. After parting with Little Ball, Arthas entered the black market alone, vigilant against everyone around him. He wasn't worried that Robin would be recognized under his disguise. After all, the bounty on Robin was from when she was 8 years old, and now she was an 11-year-old girl. 3 months seemed too long to wait. While he was lost in thought, a man dressed in white cloth and wearing a strange mask passed by Arthas. In an instant, he felt the man swiftly launch a whip kick at him from beneath his clothing. Storm kick. The sudden strike grazed Arthas's chin, slicing through the massive wall above and the street. The power of the storm kick was immense. The man aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Dodging the attack, Arthas gritted his teeth, locking eyes with the masked man's gaze, and drew Yasha, striking with all his strength. Polarization. The moment the blade struck his body, Arthas directly enhanced his physical capabilities with double the polarization power. Boom. The forceful counterattack caused the man to cross his arms in front of him, overwhelmed by the doubled strength of Arthas, kneeling and unable to stand. Another iron piece. The purity seems a bit different from the previous lackeys. Arthas twisted the blade and swung it down fiercely, directly cutting through the skin on the man's arm, slicing through the mask along with it. The man's injured face quickly distanced itself from Arthas, blood dripping from his arm and face onto the ground. Only those from the CP secret agency could use a deadly move like Storm Kick. The one sent to assassinate Arthas was named Gissamanda, soon to be known as a member of CP0. Such individuals were generally well versed in the Navy's 6 styles, which qualified them for assassination missions. Where is Nico, Robin? You should be by her side at all times. Why should I tell you? Arthas quickly formed seals with his left hand, green energy swirling around his body. The Highland bloodline activated, speed erupting to its peak. He instantly reached in front of the man and struck down with his blade. The strange technique left Gissamanda in shock. Based on the analysis from intelligence reports, the boy before him was completely different from what was recorded. Reaction strength and speed were all beyond what an adept combat intelligence agent could compare to. Claw gun, iron wall. Facing the lightning-fast slash, Gissamanda immediately hardened his right finger with iron as he grabbed the blade when it struck his body. The collision of the two forces created a shockwave that sent all the stalls and people in the black market flying. Monster! Run! My stall! Guards! The guards maintaining order are over there. The people in the black market momentarily forgot that they were all walking down the path of crime, panicking and fleeing. Cough! Just one moment of contact, Gissamanda felt Arthas's strength far exceeded his own. Even the superhuman physique cultivated under the government couldn't withstand such terrifying pressure. Arthas tightened his wrist, quickly retracting his blade and aiming directly for Gissamanda's forehead. Under the influence of the Highland bloodline, Arthas's speed with the blade was nearly flawless, but the rate of physical consumption was not to be underestimated. You can't take me down in one strike. Do you know what you are to me? Arthas retracted his blade while in the state of the Highland bloodline. His eyes, which reaped lives, locked onto Gissamanda, slightly lowering his torso to target him. The task doesn't include idle chatter. Gissamanda swung his leg in the air. The air exploded as he kicked, unleashing a massive vacuum slash that tore through the walls on either side of the black market. The stone walls shattered, sending debris flying throughout the black market. What a pity the tool didn't even get to say its last words. Accompanied by the buildup of energy, the ground beneath Arthas began to crack. In an instant, he drew his blade, unsheathed it, and executed a powerful and swift flying slash, pushing the CP's Storm Kick towards him. Storm Kick Chaos. Gissamanda unleashed several consecutive Storm Kick slashes, layering them upon the fierce collision attacks in front of him. At the same time, he noticed the cracked ground spreading beneath his feet. In a flash, Arthas stepped out with his blade drawn. The surrounding green energy emitted from the activation of the Highland bloodline directly shattered the two layered slashes, scattering them into the air. Like a bolt of lightning, he appeared before Gissamanda, causing his cold expression to begin to twist. In less than a second from coldness to fear, the Yasha blade slashed diagonally through his body. Boom. The power of the Highland bloodline dissipated. Arthas held the back of his blade towards him. Victory and defeat had already been decided. You are merely one of the souls on my path, a worthless tool. Unable to move, Gissamanda felt his upper and lower body separate at an angle, spitting out large amounts of blood, unable to even scream. He could only lay uncontrollably on the cracked surface of the black market, waiting to die. Absorbing his essence with the tip of the blade and refining the Yasha blade, Arthas quickly left without looking back. Detected host hunting historical figures, CP Intelligence Agency, Assassin, Gissamanda, Future CP0, a reward, Ghostface Shura. Additional note: Shura Ghostface has the ability to unleash negative emotions to increase strength, making the host incredibly brave and fierce in battle. Is this to have all 6 paths of evil spirits come upon me? According to the current needs of the host, the power is also limited to the scope of this world, so there is no need to worry. I need Shura. Little AI sensed that the host frequently fell into a frenzy mode during battles, and the characteristics of Shura matched the host quite well. In that situation, who cares about injuries? If I don't go crazy, won't I wait for them to kill me? Intentionally reminding the host, after wearing it, the more extreme the thoughts, the stronger it becomes. All negative emotions will transform into the host's power. Am I extreme? He was left speechless by the golden finger, but the reality seemed to be just that. In that previous injured state, Arthas wouldn't care about his own life or death, only wanting to crush the enemy before him. He became overly excited, enjoying that process, laughing madly, letting go of all concerns in battle. The mask that appeared in his hand was a powerful demon visage adorned with 2 short crimson horns. It won't erode my will it? Absolutely not, but it requires energy to be replenished. When fully charged, it is red, and when out of energy, it is ashen gray. That's good as long as it doesn't touch my bottom line, or if I don't fall into a desperate situation, I shouldn't have to wear it regularly. Now that it wasn't needed, Arthas fastened it to his waist and left. Gissamanda's life card has burned out. He is dead. We initially thought that the boy was just a small whirlpool in the West Sea, but it seems we underestimated his strength. The fighting over at the capital has lasted the whole day. We can only wait for the Navy or that green pepper to take action personally. From day to night, the trouble caused by Arthas's landing for the first time has swept across the entire Flower Kingdom. The National Guards deployed have been kept on their toes all day long, not until around 1 a.m. did they finally cease. In the eastern port town, Robin returned from the historical museum in the capital of the Flower Kingdom, filled with disappointment. She did not uncover any historical questions. She wanted to know only the glorious history of the Flower Kingdom's continuous victories in war and information about the kings of past generations. Hurry home, little girl, we are hunting down the pirates who attacked the Green Pepper family. Oh, okay. The corpses and guards along the way did not recognize Robin as she moved through the town unnoticed. Noticing that there were wanted posters of Arthas plastered everywhere since the capital. Under the moonlight, Arthas, who had been pursued by the guards for a whole day, held a jug of wine in his hand. Drinking alone on the rooftop of the central district of the eastern port town, waiting for Robin's return. The flickering lights, the beautiful night scene in the bustling city, what does it have to do with me? Even in the dead of night, this prosperous nation remains bright and bustling with people. In the past, Arthas would quietly sit in the busy streets listening to the complaints about the trivialities of life. But now he must tread carefully to avoid the sudden appearance of strange people or assassins. This is due to his lack of strength. If he were powerful enough to instill fear in others, he could appear openly anywhere. Brother. Robin, using the power of her flower fruit ability, detected Arthas's location and quietly called out to him from under the eaves. I told you no one would recognize you. After all, my disguise could be called a form of witchcraft. Aren't you supposed to visit the Green Pepper? What trouble did you stir up? How can you stay here for 3 months now? He said you were a disaster, so I demolished his courtyard. This? Robin laughed at his response, and then asked, what about the little ball? He's in the sea. Arthas jumped down from the eaves and walked leisurely down the street with her. Robin noticed the bloodstains on Arthas. He had undoubtedly killed again. Her gaze fixed on the red mask at his left waist, she curiously asked, what is that red mask at your waist? Azura. Azura. What Azura? The ghost mask of Azura, one of the 6 paths of evil spirits. He told Robin directly what it was without any concealment. This? Robin was somewhat surprised. Brother, your sword is already one of the 6 paths, the Yaksha. How can you have another Azura? Do you really possess the ability of Azura? That is a very terrifying evil spirit, the head of the hellish devils. Robin, who often reads books, naturally also read about mythological stories to relax and pass time during boredom. Yes, I do. All of them. Brother, you aren't an evil spirit that came out of hell, are you? Then I must eat you. Despite being extremely indifferent to outsiders in the dark streets at night, he and Robin played happily. They continued to have fun until they reached an inn near the sea in the eastern town. Let's go in and get a room to rest. Tomorrow, we can continue to explore and play in the city. Hey brother, I also want to open my heart to you. I want to uncover the truth of history to make the deaths of the scholars from O'Hara and my mother meaningful. This is also my dream. Keep it to yourself, oh don't tell anyone. After saying this, Arthas pushed her toward the front desk of the inn. Welcome young lady, would you like a room? Is there a room available? Yes, there is. Facing the receptionist's hospitality, Robin turned back to look at the door, realizing that Arthas had already vanished outside the inn, having jumped onto the eaves. Seeing Robin like this is surely because Arthas has changed her reality and experiences. After all, which girl hasn't had a naive side in her childhood? After taking a sip of the fiery liquor, he looked up at the starry sky and sighed. What is the reason for my stagnant strength? He summoned his golden finger, looking at the still impressive rank of a first-class swordsman level 3. He clearly felt that his strength had surpassed this level by a lot, and had also mastered the basic observation color and was barely able to use armed color hockey. Yet his level remained stagnant. Could it be that normal strength is still not enough to cut through steel? The quality of the sword is good. Sword level 3 today. Arthas has made it absorb a lot of blood and refined it. Can I soon be promoted to Great Blade? To test whether he had the ability to cut through steel, Arthas left the seaside inn. He found an iron drill in a weapons shop, drew his sword, and struck it with all his strength. Ding! A sound of iron ringing echoed. The blade could only leave a deep mark on it, unable to cut through. This is strange. I could easily cut through when entering polarization. Logically, having first mastered the basics of armed color hockey and being able to subtly utilize its power should make cutting through iron quite easy. Is there a problem with the swordsmanship? Is his mindset not steady enough? Calming various doubts, he stood quietly in front of the anvil of the blacksmith's shop, closed his eyes, and raised the yiksha with one hand. Even before a swordsman, a piece of iron can be observed for flaws. As long as he finds the right moment to exert force, he should be able to cleave through steel. He stood in place for a long time, immersed in his swordsmanship mindset, and raised the blade to make a sweeping motion. The second attempt did not produce the ringing of iron. The anvil remained still without any movement. He then swung at a nearby leaf, and the blade slid off the leaf, causing him to smile. What a strange world! The yiksha can cut through steel, yet cannot slice through a leaf as thin as paper. He then picked up the wine jug, shook it, found it empty, and decided to buy another bottle, while also grabbing some meat. He leaped onto the eaves, leaving the blacksmith's courtyard. The blacksmith, awakened by the commotion, came out to check and found that the anvil he had forged was already split in two. My anvil, that little brat's doing it. Don't let me catch you, or you'll pay for it. Flower Kingdom King's treasure. The reason for the destruction of the family estate is that the King Ramen agreed for the green pepper to temporarily stay in the treasure. Inside, the green pepper anxiously guarded the bed of his 8-year-old grandson Kai. My dear grandson, how vile! Your grandfather will surely avenge you. So strong, grandfather, that guy is super strong. The frail Kai's mind was filled with the image of being punched and spitting blood by Arthas. Not only did he not complain, but he also began to recognize his strength. After all, the adult martial artists who challenged him had never won against him, and now suddenly being defeated by a yet-obedient adult boy left him unwilling to accept. Leader, the young master's injuries have stabilized. You don't need to stay here specially. After sending out guards to hunt down Arthas, the green pepper had been by Kai's side all day. Now that he was stable, he finally left. He left the room where Kai was recuperating, opened the door, and jumped outside, leaping to the top of the treasure, activating his observation color to search the town. The observation color cannot find those without hostility unless they suddenly ambush from the dark or detect a strong aura in an instant, otherwise it is impossible to locate them. This is also the reason why Arthas escaped a disaster in the Piltover Kingdom. That aura, where is it? The green pepper's observation color hockey spread throughout the country, suddenly sensing the sudden surge and disappearance of aura in the eastern port town. Damn, Brett, I've already been hurt once by that bastard carp and retreated. You forced me. After leaving his grandson, anger consumed the green pepper's mind. Unable to calm down, his entire body tightened with muscles itching to move. After locking onto the location, he leaped into the air, his glaring head aiming at the far-off eastern port blacksmith shop. 8 burst fist, martial head charge. Bang! He stomped the air, charging straight towards the direction of the port town. Never mind. I'll buy another one tomorrow. Just as the blacksmith shop owner turned to head back indoors for the night, a sharp rending sound sliced through the air in the distance, arresting his attention. He looked up, and his eyes widened in shock. Xingjiao's massive 5-meter frame plummeted like a meteor into his backyard. With a thunderous boom, the courtyard floor instantly caved inward, forming a colossal crater. The shockwave shattered every window in surrounding buildings. The owner was hurled backward, wounded yet unharmed. Cough, cough. You're the Marine Fleet Commander. Where is he? That accursed brat's aura was just here. Qingjiao swept his gaze across the yard and probed with his spiritual sense, but found no trace of Arthas. He began searching the port town. Not far away, Arthas stood before a street-side grill stall holding an open box of roasted meat and directing the vendor to pile more onto his plate. The distant commotion caught his notice too. Is it ready yet? Hurry, fill my box. Though wanted posters bearing his face plastered every corner of the Flower Kingdom, a slight adjustment to his long hair and subtle change in appearance rendered him unrecognizable to the populace, as if they suffered collective face blindness. They simply failed to recognize him. Young sir, you're about to buy out my entire stall, cried the night market grill master, frantically roasting meat for Arthas. The meat sizzled slower than he devoured it. A murderous aura, familiar yet. Qingjiao. Arthas glanced toward the spot he'd just passed moments earlier. Moments later, Qingjiao stormed into the night market, enraged beyond measure, sensing Arthas's presence amid the crowd. Brat, I know you're here. Come out and face your death. This time Arthas did not flee. Instead, he stood firm, fully prepared, confronting the challenge head-on. Qingjiao. So the Marine Fleet Commander graces our humble night market this late. Could it be true, then, that someone truly raised the Qingjiao family manor? The townsfolk scattered instantly, unwilling to draw near the furious giant. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a 500 million belly bounty, feared and revered alike. Even the grill vendor hastily pushed his cart away. In the end, only Arthas and Qingjiao remained, facing each other across the empty plaza of the port town's night market. Ha ha! Arthas smiled faintly at the seething Qingjiao and finished the last bite of roasted meat. You wretched brat! You destroyed my manor and nearly killed my grandson. Snap! Once certain it was truly Arthas, Qingjiao clasped his hands together on the spot, gathering immense power while glaring with unbridled fury. I had intended to pay you a courteous visit to seek your counsel, yet you dared threaten me. Then forgive me. I shall begin by demolishing your manor. Shall I call you ignorant or merely delusional? Your feeble strength is but an ant's whisper before me, boy. I will shatter every bone in your body. Qingjiao's unleashed aura stirred the air, sparking gales where none existed. An ordinary person would have been flung aside by the sheer pressure wave alone. His dark robes billowed violently in the rising gust. And how do you know I possess no resistance against you? Arthas murmured, hand tightening instinctively around the hilt of his blade. He was neither ignorant nor arrogant, nor blind to the chasm between himself and Qingjiao. Even facing this elderly warrior whose mind occasionally wandered with age, he remained lucid and resolute. He resolved to test a single technique. Perhaps in combat he might grasp the essence of Haki itself. Only then could he stand unafraid before even the most invincible Logia users. Just another fledgling upstart. I shall shatter your illusion of dominion over the seas. Qingjiao extended his neck and charged forward with explosive force. In that instant, both anticipated each other's next move through Kinbunchika Haki. A dense black aura coalesced over Qingjiao's gleaming bald pate, rendering his skull impervious. Arthas crossed his blade before him, only to realize upon impact how vastly inferior his strength was against this elder. He could deflect, but not withstand. Sparks erupted as the blade scraped across Qingjiao's smooth, hardened scalp. Arthas pivoted sideways, using the momentum to hurl Qingjiao crashing into nearby buildings. Walls crumbled, but Qingjiao surged forth again, utterly unfazed by their prior clash. His speed eclipsed bullets, vanishing from sight, then reappearing in a blur from a blind angle. You're concentrating Haki into your head, aren't you, eh? Arthas whispered, right hand gripping the hilt, left hand braced behind the tip of his blade. Boom. At the moment Qingjiao's skull struck the blade, Yasha bent sharply, nearly snapping, launching Arthas skyward in a violent arc. How many such ignorant brats have I crushed? Countless. What a pity. I had hoped to forge ties with you, even with your Flower Kingdom. I came to meet you, a renowned figure, only to be cast out and threatened with death to my face. Qingjiao's hornhead strike proved overwhelming. Arthas could not resist. His body slammed through successive walls, absorbing the brutal concussive force. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his inner spirit into his back, dampening pain and mustering resistance. His eight-strike fist aura radiating outward actually disrupted Qingjiao's momentum and even diffused shockwaves into the surroundings. It sent ripples outward. Aya! Qingjiao roared in fury, then jerked his neck upward with terrifying force, launching Arthas high into the air. Planting himself firmly on the town's earth, Qingjiao raised his clasped hands and glared upward. Eight-strike fist. Martial horn shatters bone. Cough. Arthas felt dazed from the blow, yet as he began descending, he twisted midair, sheathing his blade and locking his aim on Qingjiao, surging upward. Flashed. In an instant, he became a descending blade of light, striking Qingjiao's skull with Yasha's edge as the elder gathered power for his ultimate technique. The devastating downward force of his aerial drawcut was met hidden. Qingjiao's haka-covered skull absorbed the impact without yielding. Unbelievable. Even having attained the rank of cutting steel swordsman first rank, he could not pierce haki in its natural state. Arthas had known haki's power in theory, but only now in visceral combat did he grasp the true magnitude of Busashoku, haki's battlefield supremacy. He unleashed the explosive thrust of his drawcut once more. The ground groaned, cracking wide across a vast radius. Ugh! The staggering impact rattled Qingjiao's skull, yet he acknowledged Arthas's skill. Do not mistake this for resistance to my horn strike. But aren't you bald? Where exactly is this horn? That barb ignited Qingjiao's wrath. His body trembled, then launched Arthas skyward once more. It's all Garp's fault. He buried my treasure beneath the glaciers. Damnable. Daring to dredge up these wretched memories. Midair, Arthas lost balance. Eyes widening as Qingjiao surged upward below him. He slashed forward, a flying slash, using its propulsion to twist aside, narrowly evading the lethal headbutt. He felt pressure unlike any before. Not even Ziyuan or Momonga had pressed him so fiercely. To him, Qingjiao loomed like an unscalable mountain. Yet the next moment, Qingjiao too lost equilibrium, and both plummeted from 100 meters. Arthas used the residual force of his flying slash as cushioning. Qingjiao struck the ground head first, blasting a crater deep into the earth. He landed atop a rooftop, clutching his face. Fighting with your skull. No wonder you suffer severe senility in old age. Let me test myself against one who stands shoulder to shoulder with Admiral Garp, the living legend of the Marines. Perhaps, awakening his Highland bloodline would let him hold his own, even briefly. He had possessed the Highland bloodline for nearly a month, yet never once summoned the full might of Master Yi's ultimate technique. Now he knew the time had come. Even if that failed, he still held one final trump card. He leapt from the rooftop, abandoning all pretense of playfulness. His gaze sharpened, his right hand clenched the hilt with iron resolve, and his very aura transformed. My fate in this world is absolute victory, or annihilation. You are merely another mountain I must scale. In this world, battle was his sole joy, and the only crucible capable of forging his rapid growth. Even in defeat, ambush, or assassination, he would never excuse weakness. Nor was it arrogance that led him to confront Qingjiao, master of all three haki. It was pure trial by fire, to measure firsthand the gulf between himself and such titans. Qingjiao crawled out of the pit, rubbing his head as he looked at Alsace. The atmosphere around him, influenced by Alsace's aura, turned chillingly cold. How did the atmosphere suddenly shift from playful to so frosty? The emotions from the earlier fight were nowhere to be felt. What on earth happened to this guy? As a pirate from the era of great pirates, Qingjiao naturally sensed that something was off with Alsace. Are you preparing to go all out, little brat? His full attention was on Qingjiao, offering no response and launching no attack. Now to strike at someone so adept in domineering energy would be akin to seeking death. Only by waiting for Qingjiao to attack could he dodge and have a chance to inflict damage. Don't think that by suddenly putting on an act what happened in the day can just be forgotten. After finishing his words, Qingjiao clenched his palms together and then released them into a furious punch aimed at Alsace. The speed was astonishing, reaching Alsace's front in an instant, but he dodged it. Alsace swiftly sidestepped, moving to Qingjiao's right side, swinging a wrist larger than his own towards him. However, Qingjiao had already anticipated this familiar trick. His right arm, wrapped in domineering energy, swung fiercely. The force was so great that the knife fork blade striking his wrist bent significantly. Alsace was further pushed back by Qingjiao. While being pushed back during his glide, he quickly formed seals with his left hand to activate his plateau bloodline. A green energy wave emanated from his body, dramatically increasing the strength, density, and resilience of his limbs. The most terrifying aspect of the plateau bloodline was not just this: the green energy swirling around Alsace could be manipulated. Those energies transformed into human-like figures attacking Qingjiao. That energy can actually take the form of your likeness. Qingjiao frowned as he looked at the plateau bloodline phantoms rushing towards him, utterly shocked. A devil fruit user. I named this move Phantom Slash. Alsace stood still, consuming stamina to continuously manipulate the energy to clash with Qingjiao. This way he could engage the avatars generated by his plateau bloodline hidden without risking harm to his true body. However, the stamina consumption was immense. At his current level as a steel swordsman, Alsace felt quite exhausted. The Phantom Slash collided hidden with Qingjiao's fist. Instantly, a sharp shockwave spread widely from the point of collision. In less than a few seconds, the Phantom was shattered by Qingjiao's domineering fist, dissipating into the air. Little brat, I truly underestimated you just now. I didn't expect you to be a devil fruit user as well. No wonder you're so arrogant. A user? What are you talking about? As expected, a force beyond one's comprehension is always thought to be a devil fruit ability. Arthas smiled decisively at him, manipulating the surrounding green energy to drift behind him, forming a human shape identical to his own. Then they both assumed a stance for drawing their swords. Just then a large armed National Guard arrived, surrounding their area tightly. You all don't come any closer. Qing Jiao gestured to stop the guards from approaching the energy range of the plateau bloodline. Leader Qing Jiao, it really is you stopping the wanted criminal. Hee. Seeing Qing Jiao momentarily distracted, Arthas smirked deviously and instantly vanished from his spot with a drawn sword. Bang! Qing Jiao, who was greeting the guards, was simultaneously pierced by the phantom and Arthas's true body, leaving 2 deep gashes on his plump belly. Oh, damn brat. This scene reminds me of a master's words. Arthas did not stop, charging straight into the encircled guards of the Flower Kingdom. Activating his plateau bloodline, he moved like a phantom, performing incomprehensible maneuvers among the enemy ranks. Hundreds of guards nearly collapsed in an instant under his swordsmanship, utterly without any ability to retaliate. Everyone, including Qing Jiao, was left dumbfounded and shocked. In just a brief moment, the shadows of the swords were left filled with the corpses of the Flower Kingdom's guards falling to the ground without warning. As Arthas continued to slay through the ranks, his excitement grew and he shouted his famous line, "Though the enemy is many, each strike shall be severed." The guards standing before him were all regarded as enemies. The guards didn't even catch a glimpse of Arthas's figure before they fell in a heap, one after another, into pools of blood. What's wrong with you? Hey, where are the people? Why did they all suddenly fall down? The commander looked puzzled and very shocked. He had no idea what had just happened. He only felt a wave of green sword energy pass by, and the guards fell one by one. By the time Qing Jiao snapped back to reality from his shock, he quickly locked onto Arthas's position and charged towards him with a decisive punch. Arthas, panting heavily, laughed. You should really pay attention to the wounds on your body, old man with dementia. Originally, I came to visit you, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Quickly dodging Qing Jiao's punch, he utilized the speed of his plateau bloodline, disappearing from Qing Jiao's vicinity in an instant. Having taken advantage, he naturally had to retreat and conceal his aura, re-entering the throngs of the Flower Kingdom's people. One person can take on an army of monster. The surviving commander stood dazed among the pile of corpses, drenched in sweat and filled with panic. Oh. Qing Jiao stood there in fury. That rookie, just starting out, who does he think I am? Since setting sail, it was the first time Arthas actively stirred up trouble in a country killing so many people. There was only one reason: the true nature of this country disappointed him. Plus, Qing Jiao had the audacity to say right in front of him that Robin was a disaster. Respect turned into hostility, offering him no chance to change the situation in the blink of an eye. Yet Arthas realized that engaging in a death struggle with Qing Jiao would only lead to his own defeat. The gap in domineering strength was too vast. After breaking away from the battle, he blended into the crowd of night owls, gaining some insight into the customs of the Flower Kingdom. The farmers at the bottom of the social ladder worked daily only to cultivate land, using their harvest to pay off the heavenly taxes to the state. Under the restrictions of the world government and the laws of the Flower Kingdom, most laborers lived barely scraping by. By day, they toiled like oxen, and only at night did they find joy in drink and merriment that truly belonged to them. The divisions of 369 were omnipresent. Even beneath the flourishing facade of the Flower Kingdom, there lay unknown scenes. Choosing the path of piracy allows one to escape the constraints of this grand framework at the cost of being hunted by the Navy and wanted by the government. In the early morning, near the inn where Robin stayed, Arthas returned drunkenly. Is this not the same? Everyone is choosing their own life paths within the framework set by the strong, with very few rising to wealth. It seems I have chosen a very correct path. He reached the inn and leaped through the window of the 3rd floor where Robin was located, pushing the window open and stepping inside. He looked at Robin, who was asleep on the bed, gently caressing her cheek. Your existence is not a disaster nor a sin. Then Arthas leaned against the bed with his sword and fell asleep. Robin, who was awake, opened her eyes wide and said nothing. Hot tears streamed down, soaking the blanket. Brother, I conducted an analysis. Tears of gratitude filled Robin's eyes. She could not understand why Arthas was so kind to her, but after his 2 desperate acts of protection, a bond of kinship had already formed. You haven't fallen asleep. Arthas felt a bit awkward. Years of experience had made Robin perpetually vigilant, as she noticed him the moment he entered through the window. Robin got out of bed and leaned close to Arthas' ear, saying seriously, if we haven't caused any trouble, we could stay in this country for quite a while. But now I feel we must leave. Arthas hesitated, thinking that if they hadn't caused any trouble, perhaps they could negotiate with the Navy. It seemed impossible now to enhance their life skills in this prosperous nation. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would become. But we've only been in this country for less than a day. This is the life of a fugitive. If the decisions made first will be changed immediately. Robin's words were not without reason, and this time Arthas decided to listen. It's my fault, then let's go. One day is one day, let's go back to the ship and sleep. As dawn broke in the Flower Kingdom, the two immediately set off for the port. Upon arrival, they found that it had already been sealed off by the elite soldiers of the nation and higher-level combatants. The Green Pepper, having been duped by Arthas, personally commanded the Navy to seal off all the ports of the nation and confiscated all the ships. Near the eastern port, Arthas leaned against his waist and gazed at the heavily guarded port in the distance. Impulsiveness is the devil. This saying can only be understood through personal experience. He thought to himself, but he had no regrets. Robin, sensing something was wrong, said, "So many soldiers, we are going to be trapped here." After observing from a distance for a long time, the sky was completely bright. The port townspeople, summoned by the royal soldiers, rushed to the docks. "That is my ship." In light of this, the son of the demon arrived in the Flower Kingdom on this ship, bringing disaster to our nation. A general clad in brilliant silver armor, holding a torch, stood at the gathering place of the crowd, speaking loudly. Soldiers poured oil onto the Yasha. "We must destroy this ship that carried the son of the demon, driving misfortune from our country. Oh, burn it down and destroy everything related to that son of the demon. No wonder I've been so unlucky lately. It turns out it's the misfortune brought by that Nico Robin. Life has been terrible lately. It was her that brought it." The townspeople loudly called out, venting all their recent misfortunes onto the Yasha. They continuously cursed and slandered Nico Robin. The Yasha was forcibly dragged out from the dock by the soldiers of the Flower Kingdom and burned in front of the port townspeople. This scene made Arthas want to draw his sword and fight. But the presence of the Green Pepper left him feeling powerless. Tired brother. Robin beside him lowered her head, feeling like a sinner despite having done nothing. She sunk into despair. "Remember, their misfortunes are not your fault at all. But I really seem to bring disaster or calamity wherever I go. It's all the fault of the world government. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much about it." Arthas comforted Robin, suddenly worrying about the little ball and looking towards the port surface. Just as the Yasha was engulfed in flames at the port, the little ball surfaced from the sea. Its eyes were teary and wide, staring at the burning Yasha. It did not know what had happened. Its mind was filled with only one signal: to protect at all costs, to guard the only ship it had ever sailed with humans, which held fleeting beauty. It rushed into the crowd, punching and kicking at the soldiers, but could not stop the fact that the Yasha was being burned by flames. Where did this beast come from? Quick, get it. The emotions of animals are pure, unlike humans who are entangled in complex interests. The impulse to protect the ship quickly got it, surrounded by the soldiers of the Flower Kingdom. Reluctantly, it lifted a soldier who had been knocked out, facing the Yasha, making whimpering sounds. "It is the sea otter that challenged my grandson before. It is that little brat's pet." The Green Pepper, bound with bandages around its stomach, stepped out of the crowd of soldiers and approached the burning Yasha, its hostile gaze fixed on the little ball. In the distance, Arthas covered his face, surprised by this sudden situation. He did not expect the little ball to fight for the ship and the soldiers. "Robin, you go back to the town first. What about you? I will go rescue that little guy." He knew it was time to face the consequences of his emotions. He jumped off the roof, briefly stretched his limbs, and quickly ran towards the port by the sea. His speed increased, driving his plateau bloodline to create resistance in the air, forming a shockwave that surged around him. The Green Pepper immediately sensed an unusual aura and turned to look. The screams of soldiers suddenly erupted. A soldier was sent flying into the air, startling the crowd. Some civilians let out horrified screams and hurriedly fled the scene. Many others, however, remained in place, waiting for the Green Pepper to step forward and punish Arthas. "It is him. That guy who claims to be Nico Robin's brother. Quick, stop him." We can't stop him. How could the terrifying power enhanced by the plateau bloodline be stopped by ordinary people? The elites of the Flower Kingdom who stood in his way also could not escape being blown away. In the blink of an eye, Arthas reached the little ball's side, extending his left hand to scoop it up and wrap it around his arm in an instant. The heavy fist of the Green Pepper also came crashing in, appearing on Arthas' left. This time Arthas let out a fierce shout, his right hand instantly condensing all the momentum of his body into his right arm. He struck back with force, no longer retreating. The two attacks collided instantaneously, creating a shockwave that sent surrounding soldiers flying. Even the flames consuming the Yasha were nearly extinguished. "Is that hockey? I haven't seen you use it at dawn." The Green Pepper looked at Arthas, whose entire right arm was wrapped in black substance. But it was still not perfected, making him realize that Arthas had not fully mastered hockey. The Green Pepper immediately threw himself into the battle, secretly vowing not to let the one before him escape this time. 8 Burst Fist. When the Green Pepper shouted these 3 words, a power far exceeding Arthas immediately engulfed him, putting him completely at a disadvantage. The impact from the collision did not balance in the center of the fist, but instead tilted towards Arthas' back. In less than a few seconds, he was slammed into the ground by the green pepper, suffering the shock of the 8 burst fists spreading and colliding within him. Blood poured from his clenched teeth. Arthas' expression turned extremely painful, triggering the plateau bloodline to manifest a green energy phantom which darted towards the green pepper at lightning speed according to his will. The powerful collision immediately knocked the green pepper back from above Arthas. Run to the sea, you silly boy. Arthas quickly got up despite the pain and threw the little ball towards the sea. Without my command and call, do not come out for any situation. The little ball thrown into the sea felt a bit reluctant, but could only comply. It suddenly understood that Arthas was saving him. The green pepper swung a punch at the phantom, shattering it in the air to stabilize its position. The general of the land of Wano immediately came over to investigate the situation. Green pepper commander, are you okay? It's fine. I want the crowd to see with their own eyes that I will kill him to remove the threat. With this, he steadied himself as the green phantoms produced by his Highland bloodline were flung away. After being injured, Arthas stood upright, wiping the blood from his mouth, and smiled at Qing Jiao. Before gaining his growth talent, a punch like that would have probably killed him. But now Arthas' exterior was not only resistant to blows. His internal organs, refined by alcohol, had also become very strong. Otherwise, the explosive impact from the 8-wave fist earlier would have shattered his bones. What are you laughing at? Qing Jiao swiftly threw another punch. Arthas drew his blade, the Night Stalker, and dodged to the side as he burst through the air. He slashed toward Qing Jiao's muscular arm. I laugh, and what are you? A pirate with a bounty of 500 million, acting as the righteous leader here. What do you know, you little brat? Ding. The blade sparked as it scraped against Qing Jiao's domineering hand, trailing along his fist and cutting into the ground. The sharp blade split the earth, embedding itself into the surface. Seeing this, Qing Jiao violently swung his domineering arm, attacking Arthas with his knee. Enough talking, I know you can't counter. Let's have a good fight. If I can deal with this guy, the greatest threat to the Flower Kingdom will be eliminated. Arthas quickly crouched down, dodging Qing Jiao's powerful arm. Then he pulled his blade from the ground and thrust it toward Qing Jiao's chin. Cough. Qing Jiao was startled. Faced with Arthas' sudden surge in battle awareness, he immediately reacted. He pressed his chin down, charging toward the blade with his bald head, deflecting Arthas' thrust. Boom, boom, boom. The air exploded 3 times as Arthas' movements resembled a ghost slipping past Qing Jiao, creating distance between them. The world is my enemy, but with one blade, I shall break them all. The morning breeze blew, causing Arthas' long hair to fly. He grasped the Shura demon mask tightly, his eyes fixed on Qing Jiao. What does it matter how strong you are? Victory in battle is determined by the person, not merely by the clash of strength. Ha 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 ha. Qing Jiao laughed heartily, finally showing some semblance of strength, but power is power. The gap cannot be bridged by a mere mask. Just as he spoke, an incredibly bloodthirsty aura spread out. It was as if the surroundings were shrouded by some terrifying creature. It felt as if something had suddenly descended, causing panic among the crowd as their bodies trembled in the cold air. What happened? Qing Jiao stammered. Because the aura from earlier was the terrifying pressure generated when the Shura demon mask merged with his face. Higidama. Arthas felt power surging through his body. He trembled with excitement, roaring as he held the blade. His voice became deep and powerful. His eyes not only sharp, but also filled with a fierce, violent, and murderous aura. Ahahaha. He was so excited that he lost control and laughed madly. This display left Qing Jiao in shock. Feeling Arthas' terrifying surge in strength, a strong, unquenchable fighting spirit arose. Kid, who exactly are you? Why did your strength increase so terrifyingly the moment you put on that mask? Facing Qing Jiao's questioning, Arthas clutched the mask and laughed madly. He underestimated his own negative emotions the moment he donned the mask. Time seemed to rewind to when he had crossed over. All the negative emotions and thoughts from his past life and this life were all ignited. Now, wearing the Shura demon mask, he definitely had the power to battle Qing Jiao. Damn, haha. I still underestimated the extremes within my own heart, the darkness. After donning the mask, he realized he was not a person of justice. His consciousness became clearer than before, having endured suffering without weariness. This was the path of the Shura. But now Arthas seemed more like the true Shura. The mask allowed him to drop the pretense and obey the darkness within. Like a demon god standing opposite Qing Jiao, the crowd and soldiers around were already terrified, their faces filled with fear. With a bounty of 100 million berries, it seems the Navy really doesn't miss price. Qing Jiao, who had maintained the upper hand, grew cautious. His previously senile methods had been completely cured, and he was extremely serious. Arthas pointed his blade at him. Before I exhaust my strength, let's see whether you can withstand my strikes, or if I fall first. Arrogant. 8-wave fist weapon head spin. Qing Jiao clasped his hands together, balancing on the pointed tip of his head, spinning rapidly like a top. Ha ha ha! Alsace, yearning for battle, was exceptionally excited, directly charging at him with his blade. Wild dance. Qing Jiao also launched his own attack. In a high-speed spinning posture, he madly attacked Alsace. In the fierce collision with Qing Jiao, he displayed extraordinary bravery, showing no fear. The powerful impact spread across the entire town. A magnificent battle unfolded before the townsfolk and royal soldiers. How is this possible? Why is that man evenly matched with Qing Jiao? Is the 61-year-old Qing Jiao really getting old? Boom. An explosion echoed across the eastern port town by the sea. Qing Jiao's rapidly spinning body was sent flying into the air by Alsace's polarized power with a single slash. The resulting winds ripped apart numerous houses near the seaside port. The power compared to before was completely different. It felt as though he had entered an entirely new realm. The moment had come. He swiftly sheathed his blade, his eyes under the mask locked onto Qing Jiao in the air. Forget it. Dealing with you in one strike is worth destroying this port. Before Qing Jiao could gather strength for his technique, Alsace quickly drew his blade, unleashing a flying slash several times larger than before. It was large enough to engulf Qing Jiao, rapidly soaring into the air. Qing Jiao, with his slender legs entwined in dominance, kicked at the slash, deflecting it into the town. With a thunderous roar, the slash severed several houses, creating chaos. There's already a gap in strength. Who said you could gather your killing move? After speaking, Alsace sliced rapidly several times. The powerful flying slash soared into the sky, attacking Qing Jiao frantically. With each ultra-fast swing of the blade, his right arm grew increasingly strained, losing much stamina. Where on earth did you obtain this power? Using the powerful defensive mechanism of the 8-wave fist, he blocked all the flying slashes. Qing Jiao had become utterly enraged, powerful dominance surging to the surface of his skin, covering his head completely. He plummeted from the sky like a meteor, breaking through the atmosphere as he charged toward the port by the sea. Drill Dragon. Polarization. Alsace gritted his teeth, battling beyond the limits of his own body, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The doubled polarized power flooded his body in an instant. Like a fierce dragon soaring, he smashed the ground as he charged toward Qing Jiao. Blade technique flash. Drawing the blade near Qing Jiao's dominating head, he unleashed a full-powered slash. Boom. Above the entire Flower Kingdom, it felt as though shockwaves of spatial impact were blooming. But it only lasted for an instant. Qing Jiao, who crashed into the ground and created a massive pit, hurriedly crawled out. Touching his bleeding head, he was extremely worried. This is blood. A horrifying scar was revealed on his bald head, visible to everyone. But it seemed he was otherwise unharmed. In the air, Alsace, wearing the mask, breathed heavily, releasing his Highland bloodline. A phantom charged toward Qing Jiao from above. The phantom punched Qing Jiao's bleeding head. It sent him flying, soaring at low altitude. During the flight, Alsace's real body quickly appeared beside him. With a stab aimed at his heart, he shouted, "Die for me." The forceful tip of the blade shot forward rapidly, but was clutched by Qing Jiao's domineering fist, blocking it. Cough. Seeing this, Alsace instantly kicked him into the ground. Freeing his left hand, he hammered down on Qing Jiao's head, sending the dazed Qing Jiao crashing into the ground, stopping his flight. Ugh. The punch pierced through his steel-like head, causing Qing Jiao to freeze. Alsace's right hand tightly gripped the hilt of the blade, unable to pull it out no matter how he tried. With a furious roar, the demonic aura surged from the blade, swirling around the body of the blade. Burn my beloved ship, slander my sister, I will make you pay with your lives. The darkness within him was something he couldn't even believe himself. The moment he donned the Shura demon mask, it felt as though all negative emotions were magnified. However, he still maintained a sense of coldness, rationality, and clarity within. He was not blinded by the temporary strength. Nonetheless, he intended to wreak havoc in the Flower Kingdom, leaving it in unrest. The demonic aura spread around. The green energy phantoms created by the Highland bloodline slaughtered among the soldiers who had just defamed Robin. No matter how many of these guys he killed, he felt nothing. On the ground, Qing Jiao, crushed by Alsace, stared wide-eyed in shock, lost in a daze. An evil spirit. What has happened to this guy? Qing Jiao's head was gushing blood, continuously defending against Arthas' relentless attacks. With his domineering armor, his state becoming dazed and confused under the influence of the ghostly aura. Arthas, swinging his left fist wildly towards Qing Jiao, grew increasingly excited. But no one could see the joyful face hidden beneath the Shura demon mask. Ghost. Evil spirit, someone save us. That boy is a monster. Run. Don't let that green shadow with a knife touch you, or you'll die. The energy phantom emitted by the bloodline of the plateau surged through the crowd, causing them to collapse in unison. In the distance, Robin immediately intervened, crossing his hands over his chest to activate the abilities of the flower fruit. Flowers bloomed, growing from Arthas' shoulder, wrapping around him, Brother, don't kill civilians, you can't kill civilians. Hearing Robin's counsel, the phantom weaving through the crowd stopped moving slowly, dissipating into the air. They are blaming all the misfortunes in their lives on you for no reason. Let's retreat, brother. The small ball has already been saved. Arthas halted for several seconds, then concentrated all his power into his left fingertip, swiftly thrusting it towards Qing Jiao. The 61-year-old Qing Jiao let out a terrified scream, his vital point, grasped, momentarily releasing the Yasha blade before being lifted by Arthas and thrown into the sea. Old Deng, you can harden every part of your body, but I never expected that I would sneak attack your vital point right. With the enhancement of armed color domineering, inflicting damage on Qing Jiao would require exhausting all one's strength to succeed. However, exerting all one's strength also meant that the body would suffer backlash. The earlier strike that had cut through his head had already consumed much of his stamina. A damaging move is still a move as long as it secures an advantage. Arthas wouldn't care. Seeing this scene, Robin's heart skipped a beat. Brother, you're really ruthless. I haven't lost my mind, and my desire for battle has just been amplified infinitely. In fact, it was more than that. The negative emotions once he donned the Shura demon mask amplified his power to the point where he could contend with Qing Jiao. But unexpectedly, the sudden surge in power left Qing Jiao in a stunned and passive state. If another underhanded move was added, even an experienced Qing Jiao would break defense. Arthas stood up and looked straight at the Yasha, retreating from the eastern port town of the Flower Country. In front of Robin, Arthas removed the demon mask from his face, hanging it at his waist. The mask had turned a dull gray. It was as if he had lost the right to use it and needed to cool down. The temporarily enhanced power also returned to normal. The ghostly aura was even more intense than before. At the entrance of the forest leading to other regions, Arthas knelt on one knee in the mud, gasping heavily. Recalling the terrifying ghostly aura that had erupted when he donned the Shura demon mask, even more fearsome than before. Was it because of Shura? It is well known that Shura belongs to the fierce and combative ghost gods with a heavy aura of slaughter. Had it not been for Robin's persuasion just now, he would have likely slaughtered all the people in the port town. That uncontrollable impulse felt like the dark side of human nature had been infinitely magnified. It's terrifying. I can even feel my power growing stronger, my emotions becoming more agitated. Arthas spoke with some excitement. If he hadn't taken off the mask, he would have likely fought to the death in his combative state. His mind indeed hadn't been consumed. He could exercise self-control. It seems Xiao AI is indeed reliable. Brother, are you okay? Robin squatted down in front of Arthas, looking at his sweat-drenched handsome face after the battle, wanting to reach out and touch him, but hesitating, repeatedly extending and withdrawing her hand. So handsome. No, brother, where are we going? Such small gestures were naturally noticed by Arthas, who directly grabbed Robin's hand and placed it on his face. Brother. No, if you want to touch, then touch him, your brother, and it's only right to spoil you. Her eyes held a hint of shyness, a slight blush blooming on her cheeks as she asked, where are we going next? A bit nervous, unsure where to look. You little girl, what are you thinking? After a moment, Arthas stood up and walked towards the vast plain beneath the towering peaks. Seeing Arthas enter the forest, Robin quickly shook her flushed face and hurried to catch up. Wait, brother. Where are we really going? The Navy is about to arrive. Wherever you want to go, live in the moment without thinking about the future. But let's listen to you. Let's buy a boat and set sail first. You are so stubborn. The distance to the Phantom seems to be only about 20 meters. Crossing that distance will make it automatically dissipate. Brother, you're so handsome. I'm your brother. How can I not be handsome? I still have over 190 million berries in my hand. Let's find a village to buy a boat. All right, I'll listen to you. Following closely behind Arthas, Robin continued to bicker with him as they leisurely made their way to the next area of the Flower Country. This experience made Arthas understand that ships cannot dock at any affiliated country's dock. He had foolishly paid a stopping fee of 1500 only for the ship to be burned by the national soldiers. Before coming, Arthas had intended to negotiate with this country and help them in some capacity, but now it seems all that has gone to waste. Impulsiveness is the devil. He has finally understood this saying. Shall I locate a safe seaside village for me? Ooh, I want to buy a ship. Location successful, located in the Flower Country, southern Kuluo fishing village. Brother, your abilities are truly strange. But you're not a devil fruit user. Why do you have so many peculiar abilities? Hearing Robin's words, Arthas suddenly halted, spun around, and scared Robin. Because I am a messenger sent from hell. Robin looked speechless, not feeling any fear as she stared at Arthas. You're so childish, Alch. Arthas twitched his mouth, instantly left speechless. You know I only act like this in front of you. I'm very indifferent to others. If I don't like you, I won't tease you anymore. I'm not like that. I certainly like you, but it just feels a bit strange. Is it because of the experiences? Arthas continued to walk forward, fully aware that Robin's psychological maturity surpasses her age by far. In this world, sometimes age does not represent everything. It is quite common for children under 10 to kill, revealing its brutality. Crossing through the forest, listening to the morning's birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers until the sun rose at noon. Arthas and Robin arrived at a secluded seaside in the southern part of the flower country without guards or patrols. Robin stood under a large tree on a small hill at the southern forest entrance, using her abilities to gather intelligence about the village. The village ahead has no guards, brother. We can go by a boat. He stood behind Robin, feeling the warm sea breeze. Gazing out at the vast ocean before him, his mind seemed to be brewing something. Is this hunt asking me to kill everyone I should? Starting with those within my reach, he thought. Then he glanced at Robin in front of him, unable to believe that she had experienced countless tragedies of cannibalism and murder, yet still maintained her original kindness. Perhaps Robin's 20 years of suffering had only been 3 years before she was ambushed by this time traveler. Let's go casually buy a boat and escape this country for the next one. He no longer thought much isn't escape just like this. Plans will always fall behind changes. Robin walked down the mountain path ahead of Arthas. There is nothing wrong with kindness, Robin, but being kind to those who insult you will only make them more arrogant. What should we do then? Killing civilians would attract the Navy's attention, making our journey extremely difficult. Wouldn't that make it harder for you, brother? Arthas, wanting to convey his thoughts, smiled upon hearing Robin's words. Suddenly a wave of pain surged in his chest, a lingering injury from the green pepper's punch. Without the talent bestowed by the Golden Finger, he could hardly imagine how he would fight against these monsters. At 11, Robin understood everything. Her words encompassed maturity and even concern for Arthas. Robin turned and saw Arthas bowing his head, tightly gritting his teeth in discomfort, and asked, "Are you all right, brother? What's wrong?" "It's just a sign of becoming stronger, nothing to worry about." As he absorbed the gains from the battle, he realized that his growth was even less than the limits he had reached after previous battles. He glanced at the Shura demon face at his waist. He immediately understood that the improvement from utilizing the power of the Shura demon face was negligible. Upon entering the seaside village at the foot of the mountain, the first thing they did was find a shipwright. "Do you have any boats for sale, boss?" Arthas shouted as he entered the shipwright's shop. The old man lying behind various sawing tools glanced at Arthas while puffing on his pipe, saying, "Yes, which type do you want?" "One with a cabin as long as it can sail." "Do you have the money?" Hearing this, Robin directly placed a handbag filled with nearly 200 million berries on the counter and opened it. The bills inside the bag gleamed like golden legends, dazzling the old man's eyes. "Yes, of course. We just completed a travel boat recently, but it only has one cabin." The old man's attitude underwent a dramatic change. Why are people everywhere like this? They light up at the sight of money and disdain it when they see none. Arthas thought to himself. Soon the boss personally led them to a humble seaside dock. "This is it. Take a look at the specifications." They walked to the outside of a boat with a cabin, and Arthas took the boat specifications from the boss. "Oak, 600 centimeters long and 400 centimeters high. That's right, very sturdy, able to withstand significant storms." "How much?" "Fixed price, 2 million berries. I won't charge you more, young man." Previously, the yacha was built for 4.5 million berries using the best materials and all top configurations. Now there was no choice. Of Arthas did not want to delay. "Deal? They'll give you 2.5 million to prepare all the necessary sailing supplies, food, fresh water, bedding, etc. "No problem. It will take about half a day to prepare. You can explore the village in the meantime." Buying a boat was like throwing money around. A bad boat could waste millions on a single voyage. After giving orders, the two left the shipwright's shop. Reaching the coast, Arthas crouched by the water and called out the name of the small ball. "Robin, I wanted to recruit many people to form a huge organization, but now it seems unnecessary." "Is it because of me, eh?" Robin responded. Arthas flicked her forehead, teasing, "It's precisely because I pamper you that I don't plan to establish a faction." In truth, this was indeed largely related to Robin. Building a faction required a stable place to develop slowly. Protecting Robin was undoubtedly a dead end for establishing an organization. Unless they took her to join the Revolutionary Army. Joining the Revolutionary Army meant daily activities across the world, participating in numerous uprisings and wars. Robin covered her head, not angry, but asked a question that left Arthas speechless. "Brother, do you think we will be separated?" "I really enjoy this traveling life." Arthas paused in thought for a moment and replied, "If that time really comes, don't be confused. Just live on, and we will meet again." If Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, or any monster-level navy from this era came, with his current strength, he had no idea how he could escape. Just thinking about Akainu, who is merciless towards pirates, made him shiver. If Akiji came, his chances of survival would undoubtedly be the greatest. After all, it was him who let Robin go. If he pursued, he wouldn't kill everyone. However, how could a powerful rear admiral capable of destroying nations come to the West Sea to capture him? A shadow emerged from the sea, and the small ball's fluffy head popped out, happily paddling towards Alsace, making a whimpering sound. All right, we're all set. Let's play in the village for half a day. At the Navy headquarters located in the Grand Line, the only current Admiral Sengoku's office, Aokiji received Sengoku's orders and personally arrived at the door of the Admiral's office in the Navy headquarters. With blue skies and white clouds, several seagulls flew over the Naval headquarters building. In the enormous office, a middle-aged man with a black afro and glasses sat at his desk. He was robust and upright, dressed in a black suit adorned with numerous honor badges. The only admiral of the current era, the wise General Sengoku. He was with the naval hero Carp. Ha ha ha. Bastard. You, the ambassador of the Navy's image, the hero of justice. After training, every day you come here to drink tea. Don't mind it, Sengoku. A voice filled with a cheerful atmosphere emerged from within, immediately followed by a stern reprimand from another. We're all just old bones now. You bastard. You let me bear the security of the entire sea alone. The 4 seas, the 7 warlords, and countless riots. That seems to have nothing to do with me. You were the one who wanted to become an admiral, haha. Sengoku, who was buried in a mountain of paperwork, clenched his fist, the veins on his forehead and knuckles bulging. The next moment, he randomly grabbed an empty ink bottle from his desk and threw it at Carp. Get out of here. He never expected that he would be the only admiral in the era of great pirates. The reputation of the wise general resounded throughout the world, and almost all of the burdensome affairs in the military fell on him. The pressure was immense. Creak. At that moment, the door was opened by Aokiji. Carp easily caught the ink bottle, and his face was splashed with the remaining ink inside. He was about to start an argument with Sengoku, but suddenly looked foolishly at the door outside. Kazan. Well, am I coming at the wrong time? Aokiji lazily scratched the back of his head. No. Don't mind that bastard. Oh, let's talk about your application to investigate Nico Robin in the West Sea. Sengoku shot a fierce glance at Carp, instantly becoming serious. Do I need to avoid this? Sengoku. Carp wiped the ink off his face with a cloth. No need, didn't you already know? The Navy's Iron Triangle Vice Admiral through Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Sengoku had almost no secrets from each other. As close as best friends, Sengoku had no one else to vent to and often met with Carp alone. It goes without saying that there were no secrets between them. 3 years ago, O'Hara was annihilated by the Buster Call, a joint operation carried out by Kainu and Kizuru. Aokiji settled into the chair before Sengoku's desk. At the time, I bore full responsibility before the world government. Now you wish to volunteer for this mission in the West Blue. The sin I committed with my own hands must be resolved by those same hands, Admiral Sengoku. The atmosphere in the office instantly thickened with gravity. Only Garp, seated nearby and idly observing like a bystander, remained utterly unperturbed. Denied. Sengoku flatly rejected Aokiji's request. I am reassigning you to the New World Front, to confront far more dangerous pirates. The pursuit of Nico Robin will await the return of Kaku and Shuri. Only then shall we decide. Sengoku had long known it was Aokiji who allowed Robin to escape. History would not repeat itself. How could he possibly allow such a mistake to happen twice? But Aokiji began to protest, yet swallowed his words beneath Sengoku's unassailable authority. There is no but Kazan. Anyone may undertake this mission, except you. I summoned you here precisely to deliver that order in person. Then who do you intend to send? As I said, we wait for Kaku and Shirahoshi to return, then decide. Sengoku stood unwavering, his resolve unshaken by even a trace of doubt. Aokiji withdrew a classified report from Spandam and rose to place it before Sengoku. Sengoku took the document and scrutinized it carefully, only to break into a cold sweat at its contents. What a... Aokiji has been defeated by him. Incredulity exploded from his lips. What a... Garp froze mid-sip, teacup, suspended eyes snapping toward Sengoku. The veracity remains uncertain, but this came directly from CP5, lending it considerable credibility. Even a strategist of Sengoku's caliber could not suppress his astonishment. What on earth had transpired? That very youth, once left half dead by Vice Admiral Momonga, had ascended in power with terrifying speed. Yet what none knew was that Arslan had merely toyed with Aokiji, unleashing full force as mere spectacle. True victory remained far beyond his grasp. To CP5, however, Aokiji's failure to subdue Arslan and his subsequent casting into the sea constituted unequivocal defeat. If he bested Aokiji, does that mean he has mastered Haki? He was only issued a bounty 3 months ago. Kaku possesses exceptional ability and formidable physical prowess, but against a powerhouse like Aokiji, he still falls short. If Arslan overcame Aokiji, then Kaku and Shirahoshi are certain to return empty-handed. Kazan pressed further, implying that only naval monsters like themselves stood any chance of capturing Arslan. Has he been concealing his strength? Sengoku pressed. Unknown. But unrest now grips the Flower Country. Numerous civilians have been slain before witnesses, including many soldiers of the royal army. A sharp pain pierced Sengoku's temples. He had once dismissed this as a minor incident, yet now that minor incident unsettled him deeply. He pulled out Arslan's bounty poster and stared intently at the photograph. How could Akiji possibly fall to someone like this? Slamming both palms onto the desk, Akiji declared loudly, "Send me Admiral. My powers leave him no avenue of escape." Sengoku paid no mind to the breach of protocol. His gaze remained locked on the photo, lost in analysis. Yet no matter how fiercely he strained his intellect, he could not fathom how Arslan had overcome Akiji. In terms of operational efficiency, Akainu and Kizaru surpass you, Kazan. Damn it. You dispatched that ruthless brute to the West Blue. Countless innocents will perish. Kazan flared with indignation. His attitude toward Kizaru remained tolerable, but the mere suggestion of sending Akainu ignited his fury. He was still young, his temperament raw, and easily ruled by emotion. Calm yourself, Kazan. Kaku and the others have yet to return. You rushing now changes nothing. You haven't been briefed on his massacre in the New World, have you? Let me make it clear, Admiral. Everywhere lies ash bones reduced to dust by magma. In that instant, Sengoku realized Akiji had undergone a profound transformation since O'Hara, though it had remained latent until now. His once fervent absolute justice had mellowed into something lazier, more detached. Withdraw, Kazan. Resentful and scowling, Akiji stormed out, defeated not by force, but by Sengoku's quiet insistence. Once Kazan departed, Garp immediately remarked, "Rare to see Kazan so fervently proactive after O'Hara. What's gotten into that boy? Get out, Garp. I have work to do." Across the West Blue, 8 warships cut through the waves at full speed. On Kaku's flagship, every other captain converged upon him in coordinated assault, yet not a single blow landed. Shuri wiped her blade aboard her own vessel, muttering, "How tedious you are, Kaku. Challenging them is less a fight than an exercise in condescension." Ha ha ha. You'd fare no better, Shuri. Though I'd go easy on you. Kaku evaded his fellow officer's strikes with ease, taunting her deliberately to provoke a response. "Fine, but you may not use your devil fruit ability. I'll fight you barehanded." Never mind. I'm just stretching." At the mention of forfeiting his devil fruit power, Kaku instantly backed down. Against peers he could hold his own, but facing Shuri unarmed, that was suicide. Brrrr. A den mushi aboard Kaku's ship rang shrilly. A sailor hurried to the mast and answered, "This is the West Blue Fleet under Captain Kaku. Put him on the line." "Yes, Admiral." "Captain Kaku, the Admiral wishes to speak with you." Sengoku's stern voice crackled through the shell, compelling the sailor to snap upright, spine rigid. On the deck where combat had raged moments before, silence fell like a shroud. Bare-chested and glistening with sweat, Kaku strode to the den mushi. "Admiral, what is it?" "Akiji of the Flower Country has been defeated by that youth. Exercise extreme caution on this pursuit." "What a—" Kaku recoiled in disbelief, Sengoku himself calling solely to relay this news. The revelation struck at Kaku's confidence. This mission to the Flower Country suddenly loomed far more perilous. "Should you wish to turn back now with your fleet, I grant you permission, Kaku." Sengoku's voice returned, calm, measured, yet unmistakably challenging. To Kaku it resonated like a gauntlet thrown, in insinuation of inadequacy. "I am a Marine Admiral. To retreat without even citing my objective, with so many men under my command, would stain my honor irreparably." "Then good fortune be with you. I have already ordered nearby bases to prepare supplies. Should provisions run low, proceed to any branch for resupply." "Understood, Admiral." The den mushi clicked shut. Across the deck, every officer stood rigid, stunned into solemn silence. "Impossible. I fought him myself. He lacked the strength to defeat Akiji." Shuri was the most shaken among them upon hearing the news. In any case, Admiral Sengoku's warning elevates this mission's difficulty to the highest possible tier. The battleship led by Jiaji sailed for several hours from noon until dusk. Upon learning of the defeat of Qingjiao, the officers and soldiers were anxious about the mission. The telephone bug rang again. Jiaji went to answer. "What is it now?" "This is CP5 lurking in the Kingdom of Flowers. The mission target is in the remote Kaido in the southern part of the Kingdom of Flowers, and we have had a conflict with a large number of our personnel." CP5. Please, Navy, come quickly for support." The sounds of fighting, the clashing of metal, and the chaos of battle echoed in Jiaji's ears. "The battleship has arrived in the waters of the Kingdom of Flowers. It will reach the territory in an hour. Please hurry. The target is about to escape our control." Lurking in the shadows, the spies disguised as Arthas pursuers launched a human wave attack as he attempted to leave the Kingdom of Flowers. On the coast of Kaido, the re-prepared small boat was ready to set sail. Robin crossed her arms, serving as an auxiliary with her Hanina, Nomi, to intercept a large number of CP5 spies arriving from other areas. Nico Robin cannot be taken away, as she must be brought back to the world government, where all her value will be extracted before execution. Ding. Arthas, wielding a blade, fought against a commander who appeared to be a CP spy at the village's harbor. He was a master fully proficient in the 6 styles. His iron-like fists clashed continuously with the blade in Arthas' hand. Extract. Why do you always think you can control her fate? In a fit of rage, Arthas unleashed a force from his wrist that instantly sent the master of the 6 styles flying. After being knocked back, he quickly executed a powerful flying slash. The speed of the flying slash was incredibly fast, and the man fighting Arthas could not evade it. He raised his hands defensively. Bang! The slash collided, cutting into his skin and forcing him backward. No one dares to defy the world government. Arthas gripped the hilt of his blade. The blade pointed upwards, and the tip aimed at the ground, targeting the man. All his energy concentrated at the tip of the blade, emanating a terrifying aura, as if he and the blade were one. Then why not go to the New World and challenge Whitebeard, see if you can provoke that old man. With that, Arthas instantly vanished from his original position, charging towards the CP Master, who was blocking the flying slash. The CP Master, unable to free his hands, could sense the danger, but could not defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as the blade's gleaming edge pierced through his body. Ugh! The over-amateur long blade of the Yasha completely penetrated the CP Master's body, causing him to freeze. The shockwave spread within him, his internal organs ruptured by Arthas' immense force. Although I am not a good person, Arthas pulled the blade from his body, shaking off the blood. I am still much better than you emotionless tools. Lord Spandam. Thud. The man's eyes were filled with blood, and in his dying moments he reached out, as if to grasp Arthas, but was evaded. He fell to the ground, unmoving. This move resembled a draw technique, but instead of retracting the blade, it used the initial motion of the draw for a violent thrust. Commander. Others saw the man killed and immediately raised their guns to fire frantically at Arthas. Bang bang bang. With focused energy, Arthas predicted the trajectory of the bullets, dodging wildly while advancing towards them with his blade. Little ball, get on board, let me handle them. I want them to know that they are not the only ones who can judge others' fates. Arthas revealed a wicked smile, using his strange agility and swordsmanship to weave through the crowd of CP spies. Blood stained his black robe, and the Yasha in his hand continuously absorbed blood, refining the blade. Everyone was proficient in at least 1 or 2 of the Navy's 6 styles. No one else could compare. The world government's member states were filled with secret spy organizations. Even this small village he arrived at had one. Earlier that day, he had discovered a beautiful barmaid at the dock tavern, intending to enjoy himself and pass the time. But upon realizing she was an undercover spy in the tavern, he created this scene. Killing you 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. The millions of people in the Pilt Kingdom have been used as points by you scum. Oh, I will treat you as points too. Continual killing allowed the Azura mask at his waist to recharge. Because after using the Azura mask, one must obtain energy through battle and slaughter before using it again. The blade slashed down from his chest. The flying slash wildly swept through the enemies. The Arthas held no mercy for these people. 1, 2. He mentally counted the number of people he had killed. You bastard, do you want to go against the government? Protecting Nico Robin brings you no benefits. Arthas swung his blade, not responding to the group of people approaching with murderous intent. He danced his blade through a hail of bullets, leaping through the explosions of cannon fire. Fierce and valiant. It was as if he was settling scores, treating this organization under the world government in the same manner. Tornado slash. Mid-swing, he quickly retracted with one hand. The immense force caused the blade to tear through the air, creating a swirling gust that rushed into the crowd. More than a dozen spies were sent flying by his slash, soaring into the lush mountains. After eliminating the CP combatants pursuing him, it took about half an hour, and the paths on both sides of the forest outside the village were filled with their corpses. Arthas calmly emerged with his blade, shedding his bloody black robe to reveal his blood-filled muscles. He held a telephone bug that contacted the Navy and dialed. This is the naval fleet near the waters of the Kingdom of Flowers. Do you have any intelligence? A fleet. Arthas was somewhat surprised. The Navy sent to capture him was actually a fleet. Nothing much. The enemies have been dealt with. Come to Kellyukin to collect the bodies. Arthas responded to the Navy soldier on the other end of the telephone bug. What, that boy was killed by you? Hurry up and collect the bodies, or they will start to rot. After hanging up the telephone bug, Arthas directly discarded it and walked towards the beach to his newly purchased boat. Boarding a boat much smaller than the Yasha, he approached the helm and placed his golden finger on it. Set sail. Oh, I want to rest well. The small boat quickly left the village, sailing towards the sea beyond the glow of the sunset. Brother, I've thought about it. Since you want to establish an organization, you can't be delayed because of me. What is it, Robin? Back on the boat, Arthas began to clean the blood from his body while Robin had already devised a plan for building the organization within a few hours. We can use this money to buy a huge ship and then go around the world to recruit people. You mean to not root ourselves on land, but to establish ourselves at sea. Exactly this way it would be very difficult for the Navy and the government to hunt us down. Plus, with your strange sailing ability, it would be completely unsolvable. This little girl is quite clever. After praising her internally, Arthas patted Robin's head. All right, let's do it your way. He agreed directly, as there were many powerful individuals in this era waiting for him to recruit. Positions, task assignments. Everything can be under your command. No. You've completely misunderstood me, Robin. Arthas brushed the grime from his clothes, flicked Robin aside, and leaned against the ship's railing, closing his eyes to rest. The organization I intend to build shall rival any power in existence. Wait. A sudden flash of insight struck him. Something had just occurred to him. Back when I fought Shizuka Mamusa, I clearly sensed her wavering faith in justice. And beneath it all, that unmistakable petulant charm of a princess. Ha. Robin saw straight through Arthas's thoughts and grimaced in disgust. Absolutely out of the question. She is the younger sister of a Marine Fleet admiral. She'd sooner die than join a pirate crew. First capture her, then gradually cultivate affection, slowly reveal to her how grotesquely twisted the glory she pursues truly is, and ultimately turn her against the world government to become one of us. It will work. I dream of waking each morning to find a mature woman beside me, not clutching blankets like some bizarre fetishist. It won't work, Robin insisted, shaking her head again. I'm your elder brother. I say it works, and it does. She's a Marine brother. So what if she is? She's still human, Arthas replied, opening his eyes and brushing back his bangs with theatrical vanity. Besides, she did feel something for me at the time. Vanity has no place here. She only wanted to haul you back for credit. Robin tried to rein in Arthas's rationality, utterly unaware that his resolve had already hardened beyond sway. As the two argued, the small dog suddenly barked urgently, pointing its snout toward the distant sea. What is it? Together they turned toward the horizon indicated by the dog, and there, gliding silently across the waves, loomed a colossal warship. That's... Arthas jolted, fully awake, his pupils dilating as he stared at the woman standing atop the warship's bow. Shizuka Mamusa. She's really come. Upon learning of Arthas's clash with CP, the Marines had immediately deployed 8 warships to encircle the coastal waters near the Flower Kingdom. Yet news of the Koro village incident had already reached Kaji. This is Shizuka Mamusa. Target vessel sighted fleeing the Flower Kingdom. Sink him, Shizuka. Majestic and unyielding, she appeared once more, her bearing as sharp and commanding as ever. Hanging up the den mushi after contacting Kaji, she instantly assumed command of the fleet's assault. This time, however, she showed no leniency, immediately ordering broadside cannon fire upon Arthas's tiny vessel. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons roared in unison, soldiers scrambled to reload. Stepping into the warship's cabin, Shizuka Mamusa seized a loudspeaker from the communication tower and shouted across the waves, "You will be arrested, by my hand alone." At the stern of his vessel, Arthas unleashed furious flying slash attacks to deflect the incoming shells. Why on earth would I let you arrest me? Am I insane? Shizuka froze, realizing her misstep. No, yes, I will arrest you myself. You who embody evil itself. A defeated foe, I even spared your life. Yet now you dare claim you'll arrest me. Arthas's voice boomed so fiercely it carried hundreds of meters, sending Shizuka stamping furiously in fury. You infuriate me, you man who scarred me. Enraged, Shizuka Mamusa launched herself from the warship using the 6 powers. Commander, our plan is ruined. She's completely overtaken by emotion. Using moonwalk, she soared from hundreds of meters away, closing rapidly above Arthas's new vessel, then drew her blade and cleaved downward, unleashing a colossal, awe-inspiring slash. She's a monster. Robin and the little dog stared wide-eyed and paralyzed as the blade carved a blinding arc through the night sky, aimed to split Arthas's vessel cleanly in two. Don't destroy my new ship. Arthas roared, thrusting his arm skyward, and sent the entire slash hurtling into the ocean. The shockwave slammed his vessel downward, sending a violent plume of water into the air. This is the ocean, you madwoman. How do you expect to fight here? Mad. Humph, so you dare call me mad. Shizuka Mamusa seethed, her fury deepening with every word. She recalled the incident at Rado village, when Arthas in a frenzy had hurled her into the sea. Who truly was the mad one? Or perhaps you, a Marine, dare lose your composure before a pirate? I will kill you, in the name of justice. Hearing the word justice, Arthas's expression sharpened, suddenly grave. Justice? How grotesquely warped your version of justice truly is. Do you even realize? Silence your nonsense. You've slaughtered countless Marines. yet still dare argue with me? Shizuka Mamusa propelled herself forward with moonwalk descending like a falling star, her blade drawn, her body coiling as she shattered the air beneath her feet, hurtling straight toward Arthas's vessel for a decisive strike. Then must I be the one to die, eh? To shield the fragile vessel from impact, Arthas unleashed a full force slash directly at Shizuka Mamusa. The colossal slash, 20 times the height of Shizuka's own form, engulfed her instantly. Sparks erupted where the blade met the sheer force, yet she resisted with raw strength, forcibly deflecting it into the ocean. So I am the one who deserves death. Little princess. Arthas materialized behind her. Sensing his presence, Shizuka whirled, her eyes reflecting his figure within their depths. When did he appear? Does he possess Rokushiki's shave? No, he isn't green. Could he be a devil fruit user? Impossible. Devil fruit users cannot swim. A phantom born of his Highland bloodline delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, launching her from midair into the sea. An explosion of water surged high into the air. Oh ho, don't rise again from the depths with another flying slash ambush. Arthas stood poised, blade ready, eyes locked on the churning surface. True to expectation, seconds later a crescent-shaped slash, over 10 meters long, burst upward from the sea, aiming to sink the vessel. Arthas drove his arm forward with explosive force, deflecting it once more. Ball, go. I'll take her down to the abyssal depths again. Let's see whose constitution prevails now. Ball plunged headfirst into the water. And me, brother. Robin instantly grew uneasy. Robin, you stay aboard. Wait for me. I'll render her unconscious and bring her back bound. He dove knife first into the sea and immediately spotted Shizuka Mamusa ascending rapidly, using shave to explode through water pressure while holding her breath. Arthas smiled at her beneath the waves. Like a serpentine water dragon, he charged, slashing downward with lethal precision. Glug-glug-glug. Shizuka countered with her own blade, their expelled breath forming rising streams of bubbles. Glug-glug-you. Her eyes widened in shock as Arthas, using brute force, swapped positions with her, surging above her, then unleashed double polarized force, driving her violently downward into the crushing dark. A second time. The first time was because I couldn't defeat her, risking everything to try. This time it was entirely because Arthas wanted to use this method to knock her out. As an amphibious creature, the little ball immediately swam behind Shuan Taoru, pulling her just as cloak and accelerating down into the depths of the sea. The water grew deeper and the pressure became increasingly heavy, until Shuan Taoru could no longer bear it. Her left hand released the hilt of the knife, and she delivered a series of blows to Arthas's head. Her eyes felt like they were going to burst from the pressure of the water. Is this woman made of steel? She could still move. Now Arthas's strength had grown far beyond that of the village of Ret. He stared at Shuan Taoru's jade lips, a thought arising in his mind. Seeing Arthas approach her, cheek Taoru's eyes widened, and she instinctively wanted to evade, only to find that she could not break free from Arthas's strength. Feeling powerless, the knife in her right hand couldn't push Arthas away, and her left hand was also restrained by Arthas's freed arm. In such a situation where despair could lead to a life-threatening situation, Arthas moved closer to her face, suddenly parting her jade lips. As he took her lips, he realized a serious problem. He couldn't blow air into her mouth. That would mean sharing oxygen with her. Did that benefit her? At that moment, Shuan Taoru stared blankly at Arthas, completely stunned. Is this person really a pirate? Clearly, in this situation where she was affected by the water pressure and losing strength, he could easily kill her with his knife and float to the surface. But why was he kissing her underwater? Throughout her life, no one had dared to treat Shuan Taoru like this. The next moment, she closed her eyes and felt Arthas suddenly blow into her nostrils, her brain instantly overwhelmed with the sensation of drowning. Ugh! The fantasies in Taoru's mind turned to bubbles, and she lost consciousness in an instant. After knocking Taoru out, Arthas waved for the little ball to swim up quickly. He too would soon be unable to hold on. The little ball pulled Arthas rapidly up to the surface of the sea. After an unknown amount of time, it relied on its sense of smell to locate the small boat where Robin was bringing the unconscious bodies of Taoru and Arthas. With a splash, it surfaced. It immediately grabbed the ship's railing with its claws, seeking help from Robin on board. The Navy's cannonballs exploded in the water, the sea boiling and the small boat swaying. Robin heard the little ball's voice and peeked her head over the side of the ship, watching as the little ball held the unconscious Arthas in its mouth, while her left hand grasped the unconscious Taoru. What on earth did you do in the water? Robin immediately pulled them up onto the deck. Ow! What happened to you? Before she could wake the already exhausted Arthas, Robin immediately turned to Taoru. The two words behind her pure white cloak made her feel a bit scared, casting a shadow over her. Quick! The rope! Little ball, the rope! Tie her up! The only usable rope was the iron chain from the ship's anchor. The little ball and Robin lifted the unconscious Xuan Taodu to the stern of the ship and bound her hands behind her back with the iron chain. Her feet were also tightly bound, allowing them to finally relax. It's really happening, we've really kidnapped her. Robin exclaimed, staring at the stunning beauty over 2 meters tall. Water was still continuously gushing from her nostrils and mouth. Her drowning appearance contrasted starkly with her looks and figure, making it seem utterly abstract. The little ball took Taoda's golden dagger sheath and blade from her waist and carried them into the cabin. Little ball, what exactly did you do underwater? After placing Xuan Taoda's sword down, the little ball brought Arthas into the cabin and settled him on the bed before coming out to explain to Robin. It pouted, mimicking how the two of them had been, and pressed against the wooden floor of the cabin, telling Robin what happened. Sigh. What? A kiss? The little ball nodded in response to Robin. Since it couldn't speak human language, it could only gesture. Kiss. Does he have this habit too? No wonder he often wakes up holding the blanket tightly. The Navy's cannonballs were becoming increasingly distant, unable to hit the small boat. Return Colonel Tauda, you bastard pirate. Under Arthas's navigational skills, the small boat quickly escaped the Navy's pursuit during the night. No matter how they shouted, they could not catch up to the shadow of the small boat. With the target lost, the warship had to return to the southern port town of the Flower Kingdom to regroup with the forces led by Jachi. On the ship of Taudu, the female soldiers boarded the port like lost souls. What happened? Where's Xuan? T-Pig Jachi stood with his hands on his hips, eagerly waiting for good news about Xuan Taudu. But seeing the dejected expressions of the female soldiers, he felt uneasy. Colonel Xuan, she was captured by that boy. We really did our best, Colonel Jachi, but the warship couldn't catch up to that small boat with only 2 sails. Xuan was captured. This news was undoubtedly a calamity for T-Pig Jachi. Since the era of great pirates began, it had either been the Navy capturing pirates or pirates killing the Navy. Where has there ever been a case of pirates capturing Navy personnel? The female soldiers lined up in the port's open space like children who had done something wrong, feeling very guilty. It's not your fault. That guy is too cunning. My Tauda, damn it, Kongming. He shouted at one of the lieutenants. Yes, Colonel. A short-statured Navy soldier, holding a feather fan, stepped forward from behind him. Analyze the escape route of the pirate Arthas. Where is he likely to head next? This is infuriating. T-Pig Jachi was extremely angry, his hair standing on end. In less than 10 minutes, a simple conference table was set up at the port. The Navy lieutenant named Kongming began to analyze the next island Arthas would reach based on his escape route. Olap Island, Kamla Island, and further ahead is the only core city near the Upside-Down Mountain. Surely he will not go to the Upside-Down Mountain. So he will definitely dock at those 2 islands. Exactly. Lieutenant Kongming stroked his chin, analyzing with his mind. As a pirate, he would likely head to the entertainment city of Kamla, while Olap is the trade center of the West Sea, with many government officials. Surely he wouldn't go there. 8 warships will be divided into 2 teams, resupplying in the Flower Kingdom tonight and setting out at dawn. As they discussed the battle plan, the Spicy Pepper of the Flower Kingdom's violent group personally led the 8 treasure navy here. Be alert. Thousands of soldiers were drenched in cold sweat at his arrival. Ho ho ho. It seems that it's not Carp. Spicy Pepper smiled benignly, observing the Navy group. He teased upon discovering Carp was absent. Bounty of 500 million berries. Spike. Spicy Pepper, what are you doing here? I am now the hired commander of the Water Army in the Flower Kingdom, and I have no hostility towards you. Of course, if Carp were here, just pretend I didn't say anything. Wasn't he defeated? What is going on? T-Pig Jachi looked at the medical bandage on Spicy Pepper's head and his awkward walking posture with his legs clamped together, feeling somewhat strange. Hey, Spicy Pepper, what's wrong? Why are you walking with your legs clamped? Jachi curiously asked him. The justice you believe in is utterly distorted. The Navy's justice is nothing but a ridiculous lie. The howling sea breeze slapped against Xuan Tauda's cheeks, and her numb body gradually regained consciousness, her mind awakening. The whispers of Arthas echoed in her mind, slowly rousing her. Huh. As she groggily opened her eyes, she first heard the sound of Arthas training with his sword. As her arm moved slightly, she immediately heard the clinking sound of iron chains. Xuan Taudu suddenly opened her eyes wide, realizing that her limbs were tightly bound by iron chains. Panic began to rise in her heart as she scanned her surroundings, catching sight of Arthas swiftly slashing at the sea from the stern of the ship. Muttering to herself, my mind is so chaotic, what am I truly adhering to? The morals of my past life. Suddenly, Arthas noticed Xuan Taudu waking up and glanced at her, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. Oh, the little princess of justice, you're awake. Let me go? Either kill me, or let me go, you evil pirate who slaughters the Navy. How could I possibly lose to someone like you? Damn it. As Xuan realized her predicament, she tried to struggle against the iron chains, continually shouting at Arthas. You have your uses, so I won't kill you. Arthas stopped swinging his sword. He crouched in front of Shuan Tauta, looking into her eyes. I didn't expect such power, yet your mouth is so exquisite it's breathtaking. You. Let me tell you, a soldier can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Upon hearing this, Shuan immediately pressed her lips together to hide them. Is this something you can decide now? I can do anything to you, and you won't be able to resist. Shuan Tauta remained disdainful, her tone unyielding. If capturing me is merely for such crude amusement, how could your little frame withstand my torment? Standing over 2 meters tall, Arthas appeared like a child before her. Naturally, he wouldn't engage in such behavior. However, Tautu's provocation made him feel somewhat insulted as a man. I can jump higher than you. Speaking of torment, is there anyone in this world who understands torment better than I do? Observing her now, Shuan was just over 20 years old with a tattoo on her leg. She also had a beauty spot on her face which was not appealing, making Arthas consider forcibly removing it. Vulgar, despicable, and blowing air into my nostrils, you wretched person. 2A. Shuan spat at Arthas, but he dodged. I'm a pirate, so your insults sound more like compliments to me. Saying this, Arthas curiously placed his hand on her thigh, noticing it was indeed sturdy. Of course, it only looked thick from his height. From Shuan Tauta's perspective, it appeared perfect. Enduring the humiliation, Tauta bit her lip and closed her eyes. But in the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. Upon closer inspection, it really is robust. Beneath the fair and tender skin lies well-developed muscle. You. Such words were undoubtedly insulting to a beauty like Shuan. She was often praised for her figure and looks. How could they turn into ridicule in front of this boy? I'm only 15. By the way, will I grow to over 2 meters in my 20s? Will I see you differently then? What exactly do you want to do? You neither kill me nor humiliate me. Are you mocking me? Shuan spoke somewhat impatiently. I want you to give up the Navy and follow me to become a pirate. Dream on. I'd rather die feeding fish by jumping off this ship than follow you to become a pirate. Faced with Arthas' sincerity, Shuan Tauta outright rejected him. Such a response did not surprise Arthas. If she had readily agreed, he would have suspected it was a trap. What's so good about justice? Or rather, what's good about the Navy? To protect the people from being invaded by pirates like you, who bring fear to the world. Hearing Shuan's righteous words, Arthas couldn't help but chuckle. So that's what justice looks like in your eyes. Facing the youthful Shuan Tauta, who resembled a peach, Arthas pretended to be natural, a paragon of virtue. Yet his hand remained on her thigh, pinching it. What about it? Then why do you doubt the justice you profess to believe in? Arthas questioned again. What does it have to do with you? It's as if you're interrogating me. Shuan Tauta felt a whirlwind of emotions. Facing the serious Arthas before her, she couldn't feel any malice, which prompted her to respond to his questions. If it were any other pirate crew, she would never speak a word. In the future, she would be immensely powerful, a female swordsman. Killing her would be a waste. Arthas looked at Tauta, thinking to himself. My country was slaughtered by the celestial dragons as a place of entertainment, with millions of lives ruthlessly taken by them. Oh. Shuan Tauta was stunned upon hearing this, unable to believe such things could happen. Well, don't be surprised at what I tell you next will fry your little brain. Yet this boy before her was the only survivor of the Pilt Kingdom, making his credibility extremely high. Now the military's educational curriculum mostly taught how to protect the celestial dragons and obey them. They are the creators of the world. The Navy must spare no effort to serve the celestial dragons, ensuring the safety of these deities of creation. Without the celestial dragons, humanity would not exist in the world today. Like a myth, even the slightly clever soldiers wouldn't believe it. Clearly, Shuan Tauta was one of the clever ones, as she had long realized many things were amiss within the Navy. Whenever she had questions, asking Admiral Crane in the Navy yielded no answers. Now she understood the truth behind the sudden destruction of the Pilt Kingdom. Her heart was engulfed in confusion, perplexity, and bewilderment. Do you think ID believes such brainwashing words? Have you heard of their triennial entertainment games, including the likes of the 5 elders and the divine knights participating? You. How do you know? I asked if you had heard of it. In an instant, her attitude changed. Shuan Tauta stared intently into Arthas' eyes, as if gazing upon an omniscient prophet. It felt as though he not only understood her, but also knew everything about the world. A woman's intuition sent shivers down her spine. The name of the 5 elders was merely a rumor within the military. Including her, many high-ranking officials had never seen them. I've heard of it, but it was merely an event where the celestial dragons descended to the lower world. An activity. Shuan Tauta realized something was off in her words. Yes, months ago that event took place in the non-member state of Pilt. I curled up in the basement listening for days to the sounds of screams and the explosions of cannon fire. A once operational kingdom had become a wasteland with corpses strewn along the coast. Shuan Tauta's pupils contracted, her heart trembling. Her eyes were filled with denial of the facts. If it were you, how would you view the current world government? Is it because the non-member state didn't provide them with benefits, didn't pay them heavenly gold, Then every 3 years they can randomly select a non-member state around the world to conduct a merciless hunting game. Arthas pushed Shiwan's forehead, but couldn't wake her from her shock. Poor creature lost in the framework constructed by the world government, now feeling incredulous after learning the truth. Fortunately, you met me Arthas in your youth who revealed the truth of the world to you, saving you from discovering the reality. When you grow old, your beauty fading, and you attain the rank of vice admiral. Out on the sea under the sun, the small boat sailed steadily with the wind. At this moment, the dazed Shiwan did not understand the value of the justice she upheld, as if trapped in a scheme to serve the government. Wait. Shiwan Taodu snapped back to reality, shaking her head in shock. Shouldn't the pitiful one be you? Moreover, what does my fading beauty have to do with you? Of course it matters. If you were an old woman, I'd toss you into the sea to feed the fish. I'm a fan of beautiful women, or even women. I raised myself. Hearing this from inside the cabin, Robin's body suddenly trembled. Oh, so your intention in protecting me was this, Arthas? Her voice echoed from inside the cabin. Nonsense. I'm a paragon of virtue. Have I ever coveted beauty in the past few months? Arthas was speechless, unsure how to explain to Robin. Previously lacking strength, he had worked madly to improve. Now with newfound power, why not enjoy it? Shiwan, unable to absorb this information all at once, could only slowly analyze Arthas' words. She casually added, you scoundrel. So your real purpose in protecting Nico, Robin, was this. Don't think I believe what you just said. Faced with the pressure from Robin and the captives, Arthas merely responded with a smile. Being despicable is a part of strength. How could you possibly understand? He truly regarded Robin as a younger sister with no thoughts beyond that. In this journey, a man and a woman, along with Arthas's whimsical thoughts as a time traveler. Something always felt off. Hey, where are you going? You can't just leave me tied up like this. Seeing Arthas leave, Shiwan struggled fiercely against the chains binding her. Are you kidding me? Arthas glanced at her, saying, things are different here than in the Navy. You are a captive after all. You bastard. Think carefully about what I just told you. Shiwan was at a loss for what to do. It was her first time being captured. Her first time being treated this way. Her first time realizing she didn't know what was real, or just the seductive words of pirates. But at this moment, she felt that everything Arthas said matched with the history she knew. How can you trust the slanders of a Navy man? I really don't mean what I just said, Robin. I know. Brother. I understand. I'm sensible. Huh. What do you understand? I really just see you as a sister. Locked in chains at the ship's stern, Shiwan listened to another round of argument in the cabin and immediately added fuel to the fire. Nico, Robin, he is a pirate. You have to believe that pirates have malicious intentions. Oh, I've seen pirates slaughter islands, even small ones like you suffer the same fate. What about the Navy then? Robin, overcoming her fear, looked at Shiwan with intense emotion and exclaimed, didn't they destroy O'Hara? Isn't that slaughter? The scene of O'Hara's destruction 3 years ago was still vivid in Robin's memory. The fear of the demon destruction order penetrated to the bone. The government forbids researching history. The scholars on that island violated the taboo. So they were killed by the Navy's demon destruction order. We are also unarmed civilians. Have you ever shown mercy to the common people? Shiwan was at a loss for words in the face of Robin's emotional questioning. The girl labeled as the son of the devil turned out to be as frail as an ordinary child. This made her even more suspicious of what unknown secrets the world government held. There are other places that can interpret history, not just O'Hara, like the Wano country in the second half of the Grand Line. Why doesn't the Navy go after them? Wano country has unknown strong military power. This answer made even Shiwan feel that something was amiss, as if the government was specifically targeting weaker nations for slaughter. Nations without military might and powerful protection will face annihilation for violating the laws of the world government. Arthas stepped out of the cabin and found Robin on the verge of emotional collapse, immediately grabbing her wrist. Hypocritical. The Navy that bullies the weak knows what they're saying. He never expected Shiwan to get into an argument with Robin, nor that the usually emotionless Robin would suddenly be on the brink of breaking down. Shiwan lowered her head, unsure of what to say. The Nico Robin that the government and Navy had failed to capture was completely different from the rumors. She shifted her gaze from Robin to Arthas, not knowing what kind of magic this boy possessed that could transform a girl who had betrayed countless organizations and could even sell her own nature into the current state. Stop talking, let's go inside and rest. Arthas. Robin dove into Arthas's comforting embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Do you understand what I just said? It's precisely because O'Hara lacked military power that the world government could destroy it so recklessly. Bullying the weak. The law of the jungle. In this world dominated by force, how could Arthas not understand? While calming Robin's emotions, he returned to the cabin and settled her down, placing the small ball beside her. He stood alone by the ship's railing next to Shiwan, gazing out at the sea. What? I don't know about those things. Shuan whispered, sounding very innocent. Alsace drew the yasha from his waist. The blue patterns on the blade were even more vibrant than before. The reason I named this sword yasha is that I can wield it to bring disaster to one side, and also use it to judge all evil. This is the duality of the six paths demon yasha. Suddenly, she saw Alsace pointing the tip of the sword at her, and panic set in. The sudden hostility shocked her. The sword's tip lifted Shuan's chin, forcing her to look up. The flickering cold light in Alsace's eyes made Shuan shiver. If you're going to kill me, then do it. She quietly closed her eyes, calmly accepting the reality before her. This woman is truly stubborn. However, it seemed she was indeed affected just now. In the future, she would become the only female swordsman at sea. Think about whether what I said to you is true, and then consider joining me to turn this world upside down. Alsace wanted to let Shuan go. He understood that a longer line would catch a big fish. But he couldn't, having captured her so painstakingly. How could he let her escape? There's too much information. Oh, I can't accept it all at once. Shuan did not reject Alsace's proposal, nor did she feel lucky. Now her heart was in turmoil, lost in the justice she believed in. Speaking of which, your lips are really soft and tasty when kissed. Shuan's lips were the first Alsace had ever seen that could glow naturally. It was extraordinarily magical. Could lips really shine in the sunlight? Little AI, help me locate an island. Location confirmed: West Sea Entertainment City, Canra Island, a place of chaos inhabited by celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. Alright, let's go to this island. A few days later, Alsace's small boat arrived at Canra in the West Sea, an entertainment city filled with the smell of corruption. As the small boat docked, Alsace immediately saw various shops at the port area filled with ragged men in suits. Their faces were dirty and unkempt. Over the past few days, Shuan had watched as Alsace gradually learned to wield armament hockey. The training done in the army paled in comparison to Alsace's cruel training. Shuan's strength ranked at the top tier of a steel cutter, while Alsace had already surpassed her. He had become an armament swordman, mastering the basics and jumped levels directly on his golden finger. So many gambling houses. On a clear day, just after landing at the port, Alsace saw a group of slave traders' ships docked. Hurry, these three little girls are Amazons with good potential. They can definitely be sold for a good price. Amazons, the nation of women. 3 of them. This year happened to be the year when the future Empress Boa Hancock was kidnapped by slave traders. Damn, what a coincidence. He watched as a group of slave traders hurriedly ran towards the city center, carrying 3 burlap sacks. On this island, there are celestial dragons. Alsace glanced at the color of the ghost mask on his waist, which was fully charged. He was now caught in a wave of emotional turmoil, which was not visible on the surface. To confirm his thoughts, he gripped the hilt of his sword and rushed towards that slave trader. He swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and cut open the sack right in front of the slave trader. 3 unfamiliar faces adorned with snake-shaped earrings appeared before him, leaving him greatly disappointed. They were not Hancock's 3 sisters from his childhood. Little did he know Hancock had already been sold to the Mariewa slave prison by the slave traders months ago. Then the entrance to the port city was surrounded by slave traders. He immediately ordered Robin, behind him, Robin, start the ship and leave this island at once. Brother, what are you going to do? I am going to cut off the heads of those self-proclaimed gods, Alsace replied, adjusting his attire. He tightened the waistcloth bag around him and stopped the long sleeves from flapping. He was ready to face the upcoming battle. Killing celestial dragons is a great taboo in this world, yet he felt no fear. It was not recklessness or impulsiveness. Rather, it was to declare to the world government that celestial dragons are not gods. They can die just like anyone else, they will bleed, and they are even inferior to ordinary people. This action would undoubtedly elevate his status from a pirate to a threat more terrifying than Robin. He considered the consequences of killing a celestial dragon, but cared little. In this era, the world government and the Navy had not clearly indicated that attacking a celestial dragon would mobilize the admirals. According to his calculations, that law seemed to have been enacted after Akainua Kiji and Kizuru became admirals. Damn, brat, what are you doing? If you want to run quickly. This place is about to become a bloody world, Alsace said, ignoring the slave trader and addressing the 3 unfamiliar little girls. Thank you. You can't let them go. We barely managed to bring them from the calm belt, risking our lives. One of the slave traders attempted to chase after the escaping Amazon girl, but was immediately pierced through by a sharp flying slash. The onlookers, dressed as the wealthy elite, immediately panicked at the sight. Killing a celestial dragon. The emaciated Gion Momotaro, weak from hunger, had originally been tasked to target Alsace. If he could take out the celestial dragon on this island. Even with her sister backing her, the government would never forgive her. Stop him. I will lose my job and be assassinated by CP. Gion Momotaro, wanting to shout, fainted again from hunger. Her once graceful demeanor was now gone, replaced by a disheveled appearance. The little ball heard the command and immediately waved at Robin from the ship, signaling her to hurry up and start the ship. After an unknown amount of time, Momotaro suddenly awoke at the stern of the ship, glancing around at her surroundings. She realized that the small boat had already left the port of Canra Island and explosions and flames erupted from the port city. The battle was thus initiated by Arthas. "Eat, brother said not to let you die," Robin said as she stuffed a piece of bread into Guyon's mouth and gave her a drink of milk. With her hunger alleviated, Guyon widened her eyes to gaze at the distant city. "It's over, he's a madman." "Nico, Robin, why don't you stop him? Don't you understand what harming a celestial dragon means?" In response to Guyon's words, Robin silently took away the plate of food she had brought her. "I can't stop what brother intends to do. It's over, that city is doomed." Upon hearing the news that Arthas intended to kill the celestial dragon, families of all sizes in the Canra Entertainment City mobilized their family troops to stop him. They were almost plunged into a frenzy of slaughter. Nearby, several Navy bases with heavy troops quickly dispatched reinforcements. A battle that would make Arthas infamous worldwide was quietly unfolding. As night fell, Admiral Chibuta's warships appeared near Canra Island, watching the distant city ablaze. His face was astonished and filled with shock. "I can imagine he is very insane, but I didn't expect him to be insane to this extent. Is he really just an ordinary pirate?" The 4 warships unloaded their useless heavy artillery and sped up their navigation. The soldiers on the 4 warships were fully armed and on standby. The moment the warships reached the shore, over 2,000 soldiers rushed into the most crowded areas of the city. A towering earth wall rose up as Chibuta activated his ability and charged straight towards the battlefield. From high above, he observed as numerous residents and gamblers frantically ran towards the seaside, desperately trying to escape on small boats. No one wanted to get caught up in this deadly conflict. In the center of the city, along the only route to the Celestial Dragon family, soldiers from the family controlling the island's wealth fearlessly shot fiercely at Arthas. Countless bullets and cannon fire were all blocked by the blade in Arthas's hand. "I only kill celestial dragons. Those who block my way shall die." A horizontal flying slash was unleashed from Arthas's hand, quickly clearing the debris on the street. The cries of despair echoed everywhere. He resembled a demon from hell, resolutely determined to slay the celestial dragons. Even if one is frightened and terrified, the consequence of killing a celestial dragon is the city's destruction. "So how could we let you kill him? Can't you think of us, you madman? Then why don't you consider me? If you kill the celestial dragons, I can take you under my wing to fight against them together. He is truly insane. Let's all shoot him down." At that moment, Arthas exhibited no morality, swinging wildly at nearby houses. His sharp slashes severed several massive buildings, eliminating everyone hiding inside who dared to obstruct his path. "I say again, I only kill celestial dragons. All bystanders must step aside, or I will treat all of you as accomplices of the celestial dragons and slay you all." No one dared to take a step back. They even risked their lives and continued shooting at Arthas. What awaited them was naturally Arthas's merciless blade. Compared to the immediate threat, they feared the gods of the Red Earth continent even more. That fear had seeped into their bones, leaving them unable to resist. In misery and lamentation, countless ants perished beneath Arthas's blade. Finally carving a path through the sea of people, he walked towards the enormous castle before him. Like a demon descending to the world with no reason at all, simply because celestial dragons existed on this island. "Stop!" Arthas turned to see a massive mud pillar in the sky, as if it were being controlled and heading straight for him. He tightened his grip on the blade and swung it fiercely. However, the flying slash collided violently with the figure standing at the front of the mud pillar. Within seconds, the flying slash was deflected by the sheer force of the figure's physical prowess. Boom! The mud pillar crashed down violently, causing the ground to tremble, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The soil seemed to be manipulated by Chibuta, covering the nearby civilian houses with a thick layer of mud. Chibuta emerged from the mud, blocking Arthas's path once more. "Brat, your audacity is beyond measure." This was the first meeting between Chibuta and Arthas, and his first words were a reprimand. Sheathing his sword, Arthas stood tall. Gripping the hilt tightly, his eyes, resembling those of a demon, coldly gazed at the suddenly appearing Chibuta. "Heaven? What is your heaven? Celestial dragons? Stop your nonsense. Where have you taken Shirahoshi Momonga?" In around the city, block buildings rapidly transformed under his power. Soft earth hardened into granite, denser than steel, forming a vast battlefield that cordoned off civilians. And he withheld attack only to ensure Shirahoshi Momonga's safety. Delicious, soft, and supple. And without further words, Arthas deliberately provoked Chopper Kaji with incendiary remarks, provoking an immediate assault. His aim was to gauge the opponent's abilities and devise a way to defeat him. In gazing at the surrounding granite, he felt utterly outmatched. In what kind of power could so massively assimilate and command nature itself? The stone fruit. And the earth fruit. In was granite, even classified as earth. In questions flooded Arthas's mind. Granite, after all, surpassed steel in hardness. I've confessed 71 times, and failed every time. Yet you some brash pirate brat succeeded in, don't misunderstand. I only kissed her out of necessity. I still retain a measure of humanity. Humanity? A pirate beast like you possesses no such thing. And yet another pre-battle monologue. Naval officers spouting self-righteous platitudes, cloaking themselves in moral authority as if ordained by heaven. Don't you see? Arthas mocked his righteousness, his face twisted with disdain. The virtuous never prevail. The ruthless alone seize dominion over all. Then witness for yourself. Does my power possess enough tyranny? Across the urban district where they stood, Chopper Kaji manipulated countless granite pillars, rigid as bedrock yet fluid as soft fries, launching them toward Arthas in relentless waves. They erupted from ground and sky alike, one after another, crashing down with seismic fury. And Arthas, merely mortal flesh, relied solely on observation, haki twisting and weaving his body to evade. But soon he sensed something amiss. The very earth beneath him began shifting, coiling upward like grasping tentacles seeking to root him in place. The land itself seemed fused with Chopper Kaji, offering seamless offense-defense and even subjugation. And boom, boom, boom. Massive granite columns hammered the ground, detonating with thunderous concussions. Is my power tyrannical enough for you, beast? Phantom. His Highland bloodline activated instantly, a violent burst of emerald energy coalescing into a razor-swift blade shadow surging straight toward Kaji's core before he could react. Thud. The blade shadow struck true. Kaji staggered backward, rooted momentarily in shock. The phantom strike could not penetrate armament haki, and had Arthas infused it with haki, he could have pierced Kaji's body outright. What was that green afterimage just now? And Kaji steadied himself, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared across at Arthas, who continued slashing, effortlessly parrying his own powers. He could scarcely fathom what force enabled one to conjure a tangible, autonomous doppelganger, identical in strength to its master. And this is truly endless. Armament haki, engaged, in black armor, surged up Arthas's right forearm, flowing seamlessly from wrist to hilt, then surging along the blade until its entire length darkened into pure obsidian. As he swung again and again, granite, harder than steel, shattered like brittle glass, cleaved into jagged fragments. Against the haki-wrapped edge, even granite crumbled like parchment. Armament haki, engulfing your blade. Unbelievable. You've grown this strong in such a short span. With a single thunderous slash, a crescent wind blade erupted, shattering every granite pillar in its path. Shards rained down like stormwater, plummeting silently onto the streets below. No regeneration, no terrain reformation. Strange, isn't it? Arthas flashed him a feral grin. What did you do? Since you pledge loyalty to the celestial dragons, prepare yourself for the consequences. The shattered granite refused to reassemble, and there was only one explanation: his ghost chi, capable of suppressing devil fruit regeneration even mid-battle. Its effect was especially potent against elementalized abilities. In the dead of night, the terrain of Kanra town was influenced by the abilities of Chatuanjiaji. He aimed to keep the civilians at a distance during the battle to prevent casualties from the impact of the conflict. Why hasn't the Navy arrived yet? What on earth are they made of? In the massive entertainment fortress behind the battle, decorated with golden interiors, a celestial dragon held a telescope, dressed in a spacesuit with an oxygen mask resembling a fish tank, gazing at the battle ahead, which was barely visible. My lord, the Navy has already landed on the island. As for why they haven't arrived yet, it must be because they were stopped by that guy not far below. Thousands of them, and they can't even handle a little brat. What a bunch of useless fools. If this continues, this city will have no value at all. Please calm down, the Navy will resolve the issue. The subordinate of the celestial dragon, holding a communication snail to contact the Navy, was quite humble, continuously comforting and pleading to stabilize the celestial dragon's emotions. Continuing to send distress signals to the Navy atop the largest entertainment venue in the West, the celestial dragon frantically made profits alongside gamblers and the nobility who controlled the city's power. As usual, it meant playing with slaves and enjoying luxurious lifestyles, living a life akin to that of deities among the common folk. On the city's shore, a large group of Navy soldiers clad in white seagull uniforms were steadily disembarking onto the island. Hurry, quickly land and follow the officers. That brat is really insane, daring to openly kill a celestial dragon. A multitude of reporters risking their lives followed the Navy soldiers into the battle zone. Such a monumental news event could fill their pockets to the brim. They would endeavor to gather as much information as possible, knowing they could sell it to various interested factions later. About half an hour later, over 2,000 soldiers assembled outside the granite barrier formed by Chatuanjiaji. Navy Lieutenant Colonel Kong Ming, holding a feather fan, stood outside the granite wall, sweating as he looked up at the peak. I anticipated he would come to this city, but I never expected he would dare to lay a hand on a celestial dragon. All the Navy personnel were solemn, their faces ashen, relying on the closeness of their comrades to feel a sense of safety. The granite wall under Chachuan's ability opened a massive door. All the lieutenant colonels rushed into the battle domain of Arthas and Chachuan. The soldiers followed closely behind. Quick! As soon as they entered the domain, everyone heard Chachuan's furious shout. Tina, quickly use your powers to seal off the surroundings. Turn the area into a cage. The shockwave from the fierce battle reached everyone's ears along with his voice. This news left everyone in shock. Upon receiving the command, Tina swiftly activated her abilities, turning the outer perimeter of Chachuan's granite domain into iron-barred cages. Boom! Arthas, who was clashing fiercely with Chachuan, unleashed a powerful strike, sending him flying over 20 meters, standing still while slightly panting and scanning his surroundings. He widened his eyes as he watched thousands of fully armed soldiers rushing towards him from behind. The sheer size of the 1,000-strong force was overwhelming, making it hard for Arthas to contain his shock. He took a deep breath to regain his stamina, his expression calm and indifferent as he looked at the more fatigued Chachuan. Jiaji. To catch just one person, you've dispatched soldiers capable of suppressing a small-scale war. The Navy's usual tactic was to use the sheer number of soldiers to exhaust the enemy's strength before sending in powerful officers to subdue them. Jiaji breathed heavily, responding. After all, you're not just any ordinary pirate lackey, though everyone has some regard for you. A large number of Navy soldiers surrounded Arthas. The surrounding space was filled with steel-reinforced square areas. Moreover, the granite tentacles, seemingly harmless like soft soil, were in fact deadly. The vast setup was solely targeted at Arthas. Surrender, brat. Impel down will provide you with a cell to spend your life in. It's you again, little girl. Arthas scanned beyond the crowd, spotting a young girl with pink hair and a youthful complexion. It was Tina, who was about the same age as him, spreading her arms and continuously reinforcing the iron bars for defense. In this overwhelming encirclement, how do you plan to win? I really can't figure it out. 6 lieutenant colonels squeezed through the crowd of soldiers, standing at the forefront, alert to Arthas. Seeing one of the 6, Arthas suddenly tilted his head, staring at the Navy lieutenant colonel holding the feather fan. What is your name? I am Kong Ming, lieutenant colonel of the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing the name, Arthas stomped his foot hard on the ground, a chilling aura causing the granite beneath him to break free from Chachuan's control. It instantly spread through the surrounding air, making the atmosphere feel extremely cold. Arthas raised his right hand with a sword, his left hand forming a sword gesture to unleash his Highland bloodline technique. Soon a thick green energy swirled around his body. Chachuan, stationed opposite Arthas, immediately issued a combat order. All lieutenant colonels stand in front of the soldiers. Be cautious of the green energy around him. I can't move. What is this aura that makes my entire body feel cold and numb? Damn it, I clearly have consciousness and my mind is clear. Why can't my body move? Some of the Navy, enveloped by the ghostly aura, began to show symptoms of rigidity and paralysis, shaken by the terror of the ghostly energy. Unlike the Conqueror's haki, the ghostly aura did not directly stun the enemies into unconsciousness. Instead, it plunged weaker foes into boundless fear, rendering their bodies immobile. Of course, the external impact on stronger opponents was still minimal. He stood at the center of thousands, appearing exceedingly small. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, he revealed a disdainful, cold smile. Kong Ming, do you really think you are worthy? Damn pirates, how dare you insult the righteous Navy? With a flourish of his feather fan, Navy Colonel Kong Ming immediately commanded the soldiers to charge. Other colonels followed suit, giving their orders. In the next moment, the thunderous sound of numerous soldiers' footsteps surged forward, brandishing their sabers towards Arthas despite their fear. When I arrived in this cruel world, I thought everything would go smoothly, that I could quickly acquire everything I desired through the information gap. Arthas decisively charged into the sea of people, clashing with thousands of Navy soldiers. Wherever the blade passed, it became a tempest of dissipating lives. How dare mere pirates spew such nonsense? Oh, die pirate. The well-trained Navy soldiers did not retreat, but instead charged at Arthas, whose aura of malevolence enveloped them. The colonels trained by ZFA took the lead, and the soldiers' morale surged. They firmly believed that even in such a terrifying atmosphere, they could contribute to defeating the super newcomer from the West Sea. The friction of the blade created a visible wave of sharp energy that pierced through every Navy soldier who approached him. He moved through the soldiers like a shadow, his eyes cold and indifferent. But as I grew up, abandoned and cast aside, crushed by the world's cruelty and legal sanctions, I realized that living in a destitute country meant survival depended on desperately filling my stomach. In battle, Arthas constantly reflected on the more than 10 years since his crossing. He trained hard, experiencing the stark contrast between the royal nobles and the commoners. Before his golden finger fully activated, going hungry twice a day was common. His initial physique was inferior to most ordinary people, but he gradually surpassed them through training. It was only when he began to despise, to scorn the Pilta kingdom, to scorn the oppressive laws of the world government, and to scorn everyone else. He felt that everything in this world revolved around those nobles, the powerful families. And then his thoughts awakened, his restless heart stirred. He saw the truth of a world that did not align with his heart, even more twisted and dark than the original world. Thus he began to step onto the path of crime and survival, no longer fearing the legal systems of any country or world. Before that, Arthas was still somewhat moral, always an ordinary person who obeyed the law, often hiding his unmatched beauty beneath messy long hair. He lived as a scruffy person, crawling stealthily to avoid being abducted and sold as a slave to serve the whims of the nobles. And you are the accomplices of the beasts that have caused the world to be what it is today. 80% of the blame for the current state of the world lies with your navy. And yet you speak of justice while trying to stop me from killing them. In the midst of the navy, he appeared as an invincible war god, swinging the night demon in his right hand. Continuously seizing firearms, aiming at the heads of navy soldiers, he slaughtered them indiscriminately. Nonsense. The navy protects the lives of the common people, preventing you damned pirates from invading. They are the very embodiment of justice, yet the justice that has evolved from your mouth seems to have become evil. In this cage of granite and iron bars, even with no weak soldiers present, even as each could barely withstand a single blow from Arthas, they still charged forward with their convictions. But faced with Arthas, who was determined to eliminate the celestial dragons, the outcome was naturally the merciless edge of his blade. With each death, each soldier, a pillar of support, was lost in some household across the world. Arthas understood this, yet those so-called righteous men who obstructed his path would all be cruelly slain by him. These people were not worthy of him using the Shura demon face, not even using his full power against Cha Tunjaji. Arthas flicked his blade, sending over a dozen soldiers flying, then immediately straightened his body, gathering all his strength to stop and prepare for the next strike. He observed the aura of the only threatening individual, as well as the movements of the surrounding rock walls and iron bars, to prevent any sneak attacks from Jiaji and Tina. The soldiers approaching him were instantly cut down by the illusions created by his plateau bloodline. The soldiers who barely reached him found their bodies weak, their strikes slow and ineffective. The colonels, whose combat power far exceeded ordinary people, broke through the illusions to approach him. Just as they were about to get close, 5 colonels sensed that something was amiss. Then let all of you, the embodiments of justice, die. Feeling the colonels closing in, Arthas swiftly drew his blade, unleashing a sudden unheralded strike that spread blade energy 360 degrees around him. The range was extremely wide, and the terrifying blade energy was nearly impossible for ordinary people to defend against. The 5 colonels raised their sabers to block in front of them, but were all knocked back along with their weapons by the blade energy. Wherever the blade energy passed, the sounds of falling Navy soldiers echoed. Hundreds of soldiers were crushed in an instant. Yet the continuous wave of soldiers behind them charged at Arthas as if there was no end. Haki's soaring slash, and that terrifying strange power. This guy cannot be allowed to live. He will definitely be a great threat in the future. Damn it, why can't we shoot him with guns? In the army, a soldier lamented in frustration due to the restrictions of battle. Colonel Kongming looked at him. If every soldier uses their guns to shoot, by the time that pirate falls, you will have already killed each other. In this atmosphere of mutual fear, the soldiers all hoped their colonel could take down Arthas. But shortly after, the colonels who had engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Arthas were sent flying from the central combat area towards the edges, crashing against the rock walls and iron bars, spitting out blood. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the vibrations emanating from the center as the solid ground began to crack wide open. What's happening up front? The soldiers in the back row were clueless. Oh no, that guy is about to unleash a terrifying slash. Journalists risked their lives to take pictures behind the crowd of soldiers, sweating profusely under the terrifying aura. They saw Arthas in the center, gasping for breath, the air around him trembling from the force of his impending strike. Polarization blade draw slash. A colossal wave of blade energy accompanied Arthas's furious shout, piercing through everyone's waists in an instant. The soldiers standing in the front of the cage were all cleaved in half by Arthas, crying out in agony, while those in the back were spared by the residual wave of blade energy. The densely packed crowd fell to the ground, including the shattered camera lenses of some journalists. The blade energy extended too far, losing strength. It did not break through the iron bars of the cage created by Tina. Yet this strike plunged the cage into silence. Thud! Arthas's blade tip embedded itself in the ground as he knelt, feeling extreme discomfort. His black hair lay on the ground as he gasped for air. His chest heaved violently, clearly exhausted from a massive expenditure of energy. After a brief rest, he smiled and stood up. Since you want to protect that beast, let me destroy your laughable justice. In the Flower Kingdom, he experienced that impulse as the devil, but when facing the celestial dragons, he was not impulsive. He was determined to kill these beasts regardless of the consequences, even if it meant descending into hell. Off the coast of Canra Island, the small ball lay on the ship's railing, gazing towards the direction where Arthas was. Bound by iron chains at the ship's stern, Shurgantao Rabbit bowed his head and closed his eyes, saying, "There are 3 naval bases nearby, and 4 naval headquarters ships carrying 2,000 elite soldiers are rushing to provide support. Do you know what that means?" Nicole Robin. Brother has given advice. No matter what he intends to do not persuade him again. Under the moonlight, Robin gently caressed the sea breeze on the small boat, testing the wind's direction, which was blowing towards Canra Island. The wind was strong, meaning that all the navies coming to support would be even faster. That city has hundreds of thousands of residents. Once the celestial dragons are killed, do you know what actions the world government will take with the navy? Robin's heart trembled as she certainly knew what would happen and calmly responded, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Seeing Nicole Robin's cold indifference, Shurgantao Rabbit disdainfully gritted his teeth. Is it really okay to be apart from him? This question touched Robin's heart. After all, she had finally found someone to follow, yet would she have to disappear under the encirclement of the navy and the government's interference? Though to this day she still couldn't understand why Arthas would protect her, nor had she heard him state the reason. While immersed in her emotions, Robin suddenly heard a splash. The small ball departed without a word, diving into the sea and swimming towards the island. Small ball. Even animals have such feelings for him. If you could free me, Nicole Robin, I could save him from this disaster along with the people of that city. You can't truly see me as a fool, can you, Navy? He will die. Shurgantao Rabbit's eyes widened in alarm, gazing sharply at Robin, constantly observing her emotions. Using her ability to sense emotions, she discovered that Robin cared deeply for Arthas and genuinely wished to stop the celestial dragons from being killed. She couldn't confirm whether the celestial dragons' crimes were real, but she felt that Arthas hadn't lied to her these days. Do you still not understand? That man has already been influenced by your fate. As the strongest shield of the new generation navy, he has no chance of winning against the overwhelming forces in a war of attrition. Robin felt a strange agitation about her own fate, her restless hand revealing her inner worries. My fate. Her fate had long been altered by Arthas. One could say that her destiny had largely shifted onto Arthas. Gently touching her earrings, Robin's heart wavered. Her cold, dark heart, bred from betrayal, was gradually softened by Arthas's gentleness. Returning to some innocence typical of an 11-year-old child, she also began to long for a normal life. It's up to you, Nicole Robin. Seeing Robin hesitate to respond, Tao Rabbit stopped persuading and continued to close his eyes and rest. You will see a corpse. If he truly succeeds, I will lose my job. That would be fine, as she could finally pursue the freedom in her heart and give up her military career. She thought to herself that under Arthas's reckless actions, she had already set her goal. As a pampered princess from a military family, Tao Rabbit also had a tragic side. She was stunningly beautiful, rebellious since childhood, and harbored a dream of sailing the seas. In the center of Canra Island, within a cage made of granite and iron bars, the scent of blood permeated the air, and soldiers who had been knocked down were rising one by one. What happened? Hey, where are the people? Where's my lower body? I can't feel it anymore. That bastard helped me. Don't cling to me, it's your lower half. Nearly all the soldiers in the front row had been bisected by the blade's aura. Those with slightly better physiques could still let out screams, experiencing the pain of being cut in half. Most lasted only a few more seconds before succumbing to the loss of blood due to the severed veins, leaving behind no hope for salvation or survival. Tina, her arms extended with numerous iron bars, stood outside the wall with panic in her eyes, saying, "Is he a monster? What kind of swordsmanship is that?" It seems that the control of the ghostly aura is still not mature. It can only bind ordinary people for a short while. Bang! The sound of a gunshot broke the brief silence, and the soldiers trembled in extreme panic, shooting at Arthas. With increasing combat experience, Arthas gradually developed the habit of dodging bullets. In an instant, his body reacted, twisting away from the trajectory of the bullets and striking fiercely at the person. Boom! The blade's aura surged, charging straight into the Navy crowd that had not yet fully regained its senses. The powerful shockwave sent numerous Navy soldiers flying, ultimately intercepted by granite tentacles summoned by Shurjen. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Arthas leapt into the air, stepping on the cracked earth, wrapping his blade with armed color and cleaving through the iron cage. Tina, what are you doing? Quickly use your ability to stop him. Yes. Tina snapped out of her terror, glancing at the numerous corpses of soldiers and nearly vomiting. instantly solidifying the cleaved exit again. Alsace, who almost leapt out of the cage, grasped the iron bars created by her ability with bare hands, overlooking the blood-soaked ground below. Impossible. Why can't I control it? Tina outside the cage was once again shocked. When Alsace grasped the iron bars with his bare hands, he disrupted her ability with his ghostly aura. Cannon ready. In the crowd, Colonel Kongming waved his feather fan, commanding several soldiers holding cannons beside him to pull the trigger at Alsace above. Boom. The cannonball reached the air, and upon colliding with the iron bars, a massive explosion occurred. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed, rich with the scent of gunpowder. Everyone lost sight of Alsace. I was still too merciful. A powerful slashing phantasm burst forth from the smoke, directly charging at Shurjen. At Shigen's location, Bastard. Shurjen had to activate his ability to defend himself to prevent his body from being impacted again. With a thud, the phantasm collided with the granite shield covering Shurjen. A violent shockwave erupted, spreading throughout the cage. The power has diminished. Shurjen intended to mock, but then saw Alsace turn into a beam of light in midair, heading straight for Colonel Kongming. Kongming. Shurjen was astonished, realizing at that moment that Alsace's target was not himself. All he heard was the deafening sound of iron clashing. Kongming struggled to withstand Alsace's sudden blade strike with his feather fan. A metal feather fan. Not bad in strength, but your name annoys me a bit. In the clash of weapons, Alsace's strength was completely dominant. Don't underestimate me. After all, I am a soldier trained by Vice Admiral Carp and Vice Admiral Crane. Kongming exerted all his strength, trying to push Alsace away. Yet he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off the terrifying power of the youth before him. In the next second, a doubling shockwave accompanied the two words shouted by Alsace, causing the feather fan in Kongming's hand to bend, instantly losing all its resilience. Double polarization. What? Kongming was shocked by the sudden surge of power, his pupils dilating as he felt the iron feather fan in his hand being severed in an instant. Then a chilling sensation coursed from his right neck, feeling his skin tear and his bones easily sliced, through causing his facial expression to contort in pain. The Yasha blade cut from right to left, slicing into his body and down to the ground. Kongming. Colonel. Before the surrounding soldiers could react, Alsace swiftly withdrew his blade after toppling Colonel Kongming. In a sudden burst, he swung his blade horizontally around his body to prevent surprise attacks. Round slash. The powerful impact instantly repelled the surrounding navy. The speed of his blade was so fast that the soldiers couldn't see it clearly. Don't appear before me with that name. You are far from deserving it. He quickly retracted his blade, thrusting fiercely towards Colonel Kongming's heart. As the tip of the blade pierced through his heart, a manifestation of Shigen's ability came crashing down from the air. With a thunderous explosion, it engulfed the physically exhausted Alsace. At the moment, the giant tentacle resembling steel came crashing down. The frenzied illusions and sword shadows transformed into rotating scythe-like blades, instantly slicing through the tentacle, which was over 20 meters long and 7 to 8 meters wide. What does it matter if his physical strength is depleted? It is merely a battle for immense growth in the future. Arthas soared through the air, pausing mid-flight to gaze at the constantly bouncing T-Pig Jiaqing. With the blade in his right hand raised over his left shoulder, the slight discomfort on his face faded once more. The back of the blade surged toward his neck, breaking through the air towards the T-Pig. You actually learned the moon step from the 6 styles. When did you acquire such skill? Jiaqing was taken aback, feeling the immense pressure contained within Arthas' strike. His body, once connected to the earth, suddenly loosened. Overwhelmed by shock, he wrapped his fist with his power and swung it toward Arthas. In that instant of collision, a violent shockwave spread outward. I only kill celestial dragons. If you try to stop me, I will cut you down, Arthas said coldly, his indifferent gaze filled with a chilling aura. Feeling a surge of power, Jiaqing's body became momentarily paralyzed, and the ground beneath him began to collapse. The immense brute force pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe, and the layers of power on his fist were also cut deep by the sharpness of the night demon. With just that phrase, you reveal yourself as a foolish ignoramus. Jiaqing prepared to unleash a widespread ability, causing the cage around them to shake violently. In that fleeting moment, Arthas released another illusion that appeared behind him, swiftly swinging his blade like a spinning camel. Bang! The illusion's slash instantly struck Jiaqing from behind, knocking him back over 10 meters. Just as he repelled Jiaqing, a dangerous signal flashed in Arthas' mind. Gunshots erupted all at once, and he began to predictively sway to dodge the bullets fired by the soldiers. Colonel Jiaqing. Colonel Kongming has been shot through the heart. Soldiers rushed over, their faces twisted with hatred as they continued to fire at Arthas. As the smoke in the battlefield finally dissipated, Arthas' eyes grew even colder and deeper. The soldiers who had poured in moments ago had all become souls under his blade, suffering endlessly. In that moment, he became a true butcher, a harbinger of death, a personification of pure evil against humanity. Compared to seeing so many corpses a month ago, he would have felt nauseated by the bloody intestines and various organs exposed to the air. But now he had become the executioner ruling over these people. Looking at the miserable navy in front of him, he felt no compassion whatsoever. As a multitude of soldiers gathered, the rain-like bullets ceased fire. Detected host hunting historical figures, future vice admiral, combing reward heart organ steel heart. What? An organ? Isn't that just a tool? Reward will be distributed shortly. It may hurt a bit, please bear with it. 3, 2, 1. Wait, I'm still fighting. Before Arthas could react or prepare, his suddenly halted heartbeat caused him to scream in agony, collapsing to his knees while clutching his heart. The horrifying scream that reached physiological extremes left the Navy in shock. They stared at Arthas, who had suddenly knelt down, unsure of what had just happened. The screams echoed continuously from the heart of the city. No matter what has happened, shoot at him now. Jiaqing commanded upon seeing the opportunity. The soldiers lined up and fired their bullets in unison. Facing the threat of death, Arthas forced himself to swing his blade forward despite the immense pain in his heart, and the halted heartbeat suddenly began to beat vigorously again. A surge of immense life energy revitalized him, and his once powerless wrist regained strength, slashing out a flying strike that intercepted all the bullets. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat like a drum gradually slowed down. Arthas clutched his left chest, feeling as if nothing had happened except for the previous fatigue and a significant recovery of stamina. So hard. It has become so hard. This time the reward distribution did not make Arthas faint like the previous growth talent. Instead, after a brief period of intense pain, he received the reward. He wasn't sure if it was the improvement in physique that allowed him to endure more. Reward distribution complete. The steel heart can provide the host with a continuous flow of life force, enhancing the strength of approximately 25 billion blood vessels throughout the body. The amount of blood lost after injury will significantly decrease, and future training can greatly enhance physical toughness. This reward undoubtedly allows him to forcibly withstand the numerous side effects brought on by the polarization. The Azura Demon Face was already a trump card. Now he has another one. What's with the hardness of my heart? It feels heavier now. Arthas asked as he dodged bullets, turning to his classmate Xiao Ai. The current hardness of the host's heart is comparable to steel. Even if pierced by a regular blade, it cannot be harmed in the slightest. The aura has changed again. Oh, what in the world is going on with you? Sensing Arthas recovering weary aura, Jiaqing transformed the surrounding soil into fists, launching a frenzied assault toward him. After receiving the reward, Arthas felt a brief moment of joy, but quickly returned to his cold demeanor as he faced the Navy. The longer this battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. The main target is the Celestial Dragons, not engaging in a war of attrition with the ability user Jiaqing, which is extremely unfavorable for him, who has just mastered the armament hockey. As a genius in the Navy, it seems that while Peach Rabbit could leave scars on my back, you cannot, Arthas taunted. Then as he dodged Jiaqing's abilities, he swung out several flying slashes to force the Navy back. Before the eyes of the crowd, he sliced through the cage, transforming into sword shadows that flickered through the streets, fleeting in the eyes of the civilians outside the cage. Inside the cage, Jiaqing created walls of earth to shield the soldiers from the slashes and prevent further casualties, standing dazedly in place as he watched Arthas escape. It was as if they were the ones trapped in the cage, the ones being hunted. Inside was a scene of devastation with corpses strewn about. I excel in close combat. If you dare, you damned bastard, put down your blade and fight me with all your might, he shouted defiantly, unleashing his power as he chased after Arthas. But he couldn't keep up with Arthas' lightning-fast pace. With his stamina restored and his heart enhanced, it meant that his overall strength limit had increased once again. You cannot kill him. You will bring ruin upon us all. Ignoring the citizens' warnings, Arthas broke free from his cage, transforming himself into a shadow of a sword, silently chanting the word polarization, further enhancing his speed. A shockwave lingered in his wake. I brought suffering upon you. What does your suffering have to do with me? Worried about being implicated, Arthas urged the civilians he passed to flee the island. Meanwhile, he felt the side effects of polarization significantly diminish. Is this the power of steel of the heart? Not only does my vitality increase, but even my fragile heart has become as strong as rock. Obtaining the steel of the heart, the sensation of using the polarization technique underwent a tremendous transformation. The feeling of previous expansion vanished, the pain noticeably decreased, and the risk of exploding was no longer felt. Arthas moved like a dragon, approaching the grand and luxurious castle where the Celestial Dragons resided as several figures emerged from the shadows. Lance kick, flying finger gun. Two powerful techniques sliced through the darkness towards him. However, Arthas, charging with his blade, easily evaded them. The ground was split by the lance kick. The flying finger gun pierced the ground like armor-piercing rounds, all missing their target. There are loyal hounds everywhere. Arthas recognized at a glance that these individuals were all skilled practitioners. As bodyguards of the celestial dragons, their strength was formidable. Yet he sensed no pressure from the three suddenly appearing CP fighters. As a pirate, one should maintain a sense of reverence towards the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are not to be offended by scum like you. The CP fighters issued an ultimatum to Arthas, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Instead, Arthas swung his right hand, holding the blade, unleashing two flying slashes to attack them. Standing atop the castle gate, the CP spies on both sides were extremely arrogant, facing Arthas' slashes without dodging or retreating, instead choosing to catch them barehanded. Iron block. Quick iron. The two simultaneously hardened their bodies, turning to steel as they stood against the several meter-long slashes, their eyes filled with determination and confidence. In their eyes, how could an attack from a mere brat possibly cut through their finely honed superhuman bodies? The moment the flying slashes struck their chests, the resolve in their eyes lost its sharpness. Under the moonlight, two scarlet arcs soared gracefully into the air. The two figures were severely wounded, falling from the castle gate. The remaining CP bodyguard stood outside the gate, adopting a combat stance, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Arthas. Rising Dragon Slash. Arthas, closing in with incredible speed, gathered a terrifying force and sent him flying into the air with a single strike. Cough bastard, I am the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. The CP man, losing his balance, attempted to stabilize himself using moonwalk. But in the next moment, a dragon-shaped flying slash instantly engulfed him, rendering him immobile. Then I shall be the spear that breaks the shield. My lord, I beg you, run. Damn pirates, how dare you offend me? In the resplendent palace of the celestial dragons, one of them disregarded his subordinates' warnings upon seeing the situation outside. He stepped out of the castle gate, casting an angry gaze at Arthas, who was swinging his bloodied blade under the moonlight. Bastard, who do you think you are? Seeing a deity without kneeling and bowing, how dare you be so audacious? The celestial dragon aimed his golden pistol at Arthas, his face filled with bulging veins from anger. Furiously enraged. Having lived in excess for years, each day indulging like a pampered courtesan, the celestial dragon's eyes became nearsighted and clouded. He could not see Arthas' gaze, which was as deep as an ancient pond, until he was about a meter away, when Arthas' eyes startled him into clarity. Just by looking directly at him, an overwhelming chill enveloped him. The next moment, the celestial dragon's body suddenly trembled, feeling as if a cold iron weapon had pierced through him. The tip of the Yasha blade pierced from the chest, directly entering the celestial dragon's chest, piercing through his back, finally allowing him to regain his senses from his stupor. Ugh! The celestial dragon stammered, unable to utter a sound, his body pierced by the blade, suffering in agony. The celestial dragon's blood splattered along the blade and dripped onto Arthas' feet. What is happening? Do deities bleed too? Arthas lifted the celestial dragon's body like a kebab with his right hand, exerting force to leap to the pinnacle of the luxurious castle. He stood atop the tower, able to overlook the entire entertainment city, feeling the celestial dragon's life force rapidly draining from the blade embedded in him. A beast of a race dares to call itself a deity. He gazed at the celestial dragon's expression of disbelief and extreme fear. Who do you think you are? Why do you think everyone must kneel before you? Ugh. The celestial dragon grew weaker, and his consciousness gradually blurred. As a biological instinct, at the moment of death, he struggled violently on Arthas' blade before losing his life force. At that moment, an immensely powerful gust of wind swept through, lifting Arthas' long hair at the tower's peak. The wind, as if possessing consciousness, settled near Arthas and slowly transformed into a shadowy figure. The figure that emerged wore a dark green coat with a serious expression, black hair casually cascading behind lacking eyebrows. He was dressed in a dark suit with an orange shirt underneath. What have you done? The man stared at the corpse of the celestial dragon impaled on Arthas' blade, his serious demeanor instantly turning to shock. Glancing back at the suddenly appearing figure, Arthas recognized him at once. It was none other than the Yedo-Bethely formed Monkey D. Dragon. I knew you would be nearby when Bartholomew Kuma appeared in the West Sea Dragon. Arthas' heightened emotions were somewhat manic. Outwardly, he showed no signs of turmoil, remaining as cold as ever. After a brief moment of shock, Dragon returned to his previously serious demeanor. His view of Arthas underwent a dramatic change at this moment. Previously, he had proactively approached Bartholomew Kuma, wanting to recruit the rising star of the West Sea. Now Dragon only felt that the black-robed, black-haired youth before him would become a great disaster. Indeed, sometimes a person's attitude can change in an instant. Dragon spoke to Arthas, his tone filled with hostility. What do you mean? Is your ultimate goal not the celestial dragons? Why suddenly show hostility towards me? Arthas sensed Dragon's animosity in an instant, instinctively reaching for the Shurid demon mask at his waist. A sudden shiver ran through his heart, brought on by the terrifying pressure of the power gap. Dragon sensed the Navy led by Chaparrito approaching, transforming into a gust of wind and vanishing into the air. Chaparrito Takagi rushing over, lost all will to fight upon seeing Arthas at the tower's peak. His knees buckled, kneeling to the ground, and he angrily shouted, "What the hell have you done?" The objective has been achieved. Arthas drew his blade and tossed the celestial dragon's corpse towards Chaparrito Takagi, despite knowing it would land him in a more difficult predicament. Boom. Saying this, he began to absorb the results of the battle, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. However, the enhancement brought by this battle was minimal. One could say that after advancing to an armed color swordsman, the growth rate had slowed significantly. "It's the corpse of a celestial dragon," the soldiers shouted loudly upon seeing the body. Even Chaparrito Takagi was at a loss for what to do, falling into a panic over the power struggle as he gazed at the corpse before him. "In this hunting game, I have transformed from prey into the hunter." Arthas laughed loudly to the sky, unable to contain his joy. "I will dance wildly in this hunt until I slay every last one of these beasts." He did not care about Dragon's earlier hostility. At most, he was alone, for he had long since gotten used to solitude. "Arrest all the reporters in the city, leave not a single one behind." Chaparrito Takagi's face turned ashen as he immediately issued orders to the soldiers. At this moment, all he could do was seal the news. Historically, there had been many incidents of celestial dragons being killed, yet no reporter had ever reported it. The reporters who documented the entire battle were all arrested and controlled by the Navy. T-Pig Jai's gaze at the corpse of the celestial dragon hardened, and he stood up, removing his justice cloak, commanding all soldiers evacuate the nearby civilians from the castle. He revealed his strong physique, staring at Arthas at the top of the tower. A sense of the larger picture surged in his heart, and a fatal determination was born in this moment. He had a premonition that if the young man before him were to continue living, the future seas would inevitably become even more turbulent. "We did our best. We truly tried to stop him." The surviving family members on the island rushed over. The moment they saw the corpse of the celestial dragon, their hearts ached sharply. "Assist the troops, go protect and disperse the civilians." T-Pig stepped forward alone, saying, "And this matter must not be spoken of by anyone." His imposing figure overshadowed all soldiers, stirring their morale. He knew in his heart that a ruthless and decisive person like Arthas could not be stopped by ordinary people. "What do you want to do? You don't think I would engage in a deathmatch with you, do you?" Arthas, sensing T-Pig's resolve, wore a calm expression. "I don't know what hatred exists between you and the celestial dragons, but now it's just you and me here. Let's duel following your pirate's code of duel unknown." Pirate's code of duel. "I'm not the kind of pirate you imagine, ambitious and reckless." Looking at T-Pig's challenge, Arthas remained stoic. "Don't even think about fleeing." Seeing that Arthas did not agree, T-Pig leaped into the air, the earth around the castle responding to his call. A massive surge emerged from beneath the ground, following his figure as it flew into the sky, attacking Arthas. The power of the earth responded to his call, moving at least twice as fast as before, heading straight toward Arthas at the peak of the castle's tower. Just as T-Pig fought with the resolve of certain death, wanting to exhaust everything to intercept Arthas, the retreating Arthas gave him no chance. His legs exerted strength in an instant, smashing down from the tower with a single slash aimed at him. As the two attacks intersected, a thunderous sound erupted. What is this power? Just a simple frontal collision pushed his body to its limits. Feeling the multiplied power of Arthas, T-Pig's expression changed, and despite gritting his teeth, he could not avoid being knocked down from the air. Thud! T-Pig hit the ground, creating a small, uneven pit in the shape of a person. He ignored the pain from the impact and quickly stood up, looking to the sky, only to find that Arthas had already vanished. Damn it! He slammed a fist down onto the ground. In this entertainment city, in a dark alley where one could observe the castle tower, a young boy knelt on the ground, his emotions so agitated that he seemed to be going mad, trembling hands covering his face in a frenzy. How dare someone publicly slay a celestial dragon in such a cruel manner? Those great celestial dragons who consider themselves divine were actually skewered like kebabs by that man. How admirable! Is this era about to welcome a new transformation? Heavens, how can such a person exist? Under such immense pressure of authority, how dare he commit such a grand act? The boy, having witnessed Arthas slaying a god with his own hands, nearly fell into madness. He trembled with excitement, unable to describe the reverence he felt in his heart at that moment, aside from a sickly smile and madness. "I want to follow him. I must become that man's loyal subordinate. Even if I'm treated like a dog, I'm willing to do so." The boy, gaunt and ragged, looked like a person on the verge of death from countless sufferings. Having left his life behind at this moment, his desire to survive and his goals were awakened, finding meaning and purpose to live in this world. He gazed at the sky, spotting Arthas moving like a shadow of a sword across the eve, struggling to rise and run in the direction he went. He ran desperately, just to see the face of the one who ignited his desire to live. Wait for me, I must live. His vision blurred as he reached out, trying to grasp Arthas. Like an ant on the verge of death, he pursued with all his might. Hey, can I also summon a spirit? Can I also live like that? Until he reached the port, a strong wave of battle nearly knocked him unconscious. Stop him. Absolutely do not let him set sail. The port's soldiers engaged in fierce conflict with Arthas. The dazed boy opened his eyes again and saw Arthas in a black cloak with black hair swinging his sword to send a naval soldier flying towards him. The injured naval soldier fell beside him. Boom. The air was explosively shattered by Arthas' rapid speed, and in a turn he arrived next to the boy, killing the naval soldier beside him with a single slash. Arthas frowned, casting a sidelong glance at the boy, immediately raising his sword to slash at him. Oh, savior. The boy quickly extended both hands, displaying a reverent, crazed smile at Arthas, like a mayfly gazing up at a great tree. Filled with admiration. Can I follow you? The boy hoarsely spoke to Arthas. The boy appeared to be around 1,213 years old. Incredibly youthful, with an unremarkable appearance. His lips were cracked and his abdomen was sunken. He looked like a child who hadn't eaten or drunk water for several days, with a faint breath of life. Arthas merely observed him with a cold expression. Another tragic person. How do you plan to follow me like this? With that, Arthas turned and left. Useless people are just a burden to have around. If he were a historical figure, I might consider him. Watching Arthas depart, the boy exerted his last bit of strength to shout, I will strive. I will live until you take me in at any cost. Good luck, we are all survivors. Arthas did not look back and replied to him. The boy's eyes instantly filled with light, not expecting Arthas to lower himself to speak to him as an equal. In every street and alley of the city, countless people were packing their belongings and rushing to various ports. Everyone knew that staying in this city could jeopardize their lives. The news of the Celestial Dragon's murder had not yet spread widely. Near the castle where the Celestial Dragons resided, all family buildings were controlled by the Navy. The news was almost completely sealed off. In the port waters, a small ball that had been lurking for a long time caught the scent of Arthas and immediately surfaced. It yelped and frantically flailed its paws. Making a whimpering sound, it attracted Arthas' attention. Little fellow. Seeing the small ball, Arthas felt relieved. He joyfully welcomed him. Go back, I have something to do. Arthas plunged into the sea, swimming towards his ship, following the direction of the small ball. I want to live, I want to live. The entire city was engulfed in flames, with panic spreading relentlessly. Some people didn't even wait to board the ships and jumped into the sea to escape. Amidst the chaos, some took the opportunity to raid luxurious shops. The homeless man who had lost everything due to gambling quietly rose at this moment. This city, already notorious for its high crime rate, had completely descended into chaos. Near the coast, 1,000 meters out, the round moon reflected on the surface of the water beside Alsace's small boat. A breath sounded nearby, and he surfaced with the small ball. Just as Robin was about to unlock the chains on the Peach Rabbit's body, he turned to see Alsace climbing up the stern of the boat. Brother. Robin was startled, inadvertently twisting the key in his hand. The lock securing the anchor was instantly unlocked. Seeing this, Shiwan quickly freed herself from her bindings and pounced toward her like a ferocious beast. Thud! Shiwan's throat caught, and she cried out in pain. Before she could reach Robin, Alsace gripped her by the back of the neck and forcefully slammed her against the deck. The small boat suddenly lurched downwards. What are you doing, Robin? Alsace sat on the waist of the Peach Rabbit, his left hand binding her left hand, his right foot pressing down on her right hand, firmly questioning her. Robin didn't know how to explain, swayed by Shiwan's words. You came back. That means. The distressed Peach Rabbit turned her face toward Alsace, her eyes suddenly filled with fear and unease. You guessed correctly, that Celestial Dragon was pierced through the chest by my blade. What surprised the Peach Rabbit was that the person behind her was not only uninjured, but also appeared very spirited. What exactly happened? She had no idea. Robin, I want to hear your explanation later. Alsace found it hard to believe that Robin, with his intelligence, actually unbound the Peach Rabbit. What was she thinking? Hearing about the death of the Celestial Dragon from Alsace's mouth, the Peach Rabbit no longer resisted and lay weakly on the deck. 15-year-old Barrett destroyed a nation, and now there's a 15-year-old maniac killing Celestial Dragons. Feeling the Peach Rabbit's mood darken completely, Alsace smiled playfully. He turned her body over and sat cross-legged on his abdomen, staring intently into her eyes. What's wrong, little princess? You don't think T-Pig Kaji can stop me, do you? The Peach Rabbit closed her eyes, pressing her side against the deck, saying nothing further. Her heart was like dead silence, resigned to her fate. This stubborn demeanor piqued Alsace's interest. Having just finished a battle and acquiring a heart as solid as steel of the heart, his gains were considerable. Hey! Alsace leaned close to her ear, whispering playfully, Have you compromised Pink Rabbit? The Peach Rabbit, whose task had failed, slightly trembled, but made no response. Seeing this scene, Robin was at a loss, turning away with some guilt for believing the Peach Rabbit's words. He had underestimated Arthas's strength and intelligence. Your youthful looks combined with that beauty mark are truly captivating. Faced with Arthas's teasing, the Peach Rabbit's breathing gradually became rapid, yet she showed no sign of yielding. So have you thought about what I mentioned before? Being my little concubine, I will take good care of you. This rapid breathing. Turbulent emotions. Are you playing hard to get? Arthas sensed the Peach Rabbit's feelings, deliberately lifting her and walking toward the cabin where little AI would steer the boat away from the sea area. He casually said, Robin, you and the small ball keep an eye on the boat. Hey. The Peach Rabbit could no longer hold back, opening her eyes wide and shouting, What are you going to do to me? What more could you ask? Your appearance has successfully captivated me. Ooh, I want to pamper you and taste what you're like. Arthas spoke plainly, revealing his intentions. You killed the celestial dragon and still have time for such things. Aren't you going to consider what you should do next? You'll enjoy your delicate appearance first, then think about it later. As she entered the cabin, the Peach Rabbit fiercely grasped the wooden door panel, her face flushed and hoarse. You lunatic maniac. Haha, you really like lunatics, don't you? T-Pig Kaji told me he confessed to you 71 times, but was rejected each time. Kaji. The Peach Rabbit was taken aback. But every time I tease you, it seems like you go along with me. Ooh, do you like the way I am carefree and wild? Nonsense. As a naval officer, how could I possibly like you, an evil sea pirate? Brother, what are you going to do? Robin stared dumbfounded at this dramatic scene unfolding. It almost didn't seem dramatic. The small ball beside him stretched its neck, its teeth chattering with excitement, and shouted, Mother Otter. Bang. Until the Peach Rabbit was forcibly pulled into the cabin by the returning Arthas, and he firmly locked the door. Inside the cabin, Arthas tossed Shiwan Peach Rabbit onto the floor. Due to her larger size, the bed couldn't accommodate her. Grabbing the blanket, Arthas threw it on the floor and continued to stare at her, saying, Use it as a cushion or it might get intense later, and I don't want to hurt you. You're so bold. Seeing Arthas was serious, her peach-colored cheeks flushed, glowing brightly, as she shrank back against the wall, looking exceptionally cute. Arthas began to remove the black cloak soaked by seawater, turning around and walking toward her bare-chested. Look at how fragile you seem. Your shyness and a hint of struggle and stubbornness. Wouldn't any man be moved by that? I am the sister of Vice Admiral Crane. At that moment, she didn't even dare to look directly at Arthas. Her face flushed, quickly turning away as she huddled in the corner. It was clear she was an inexperienced woman, extremely shy. I killed a celestial dragon, so why should I fear a mere Vice Admiral? Arthas stroked Peach Rabbit, his hand sliding slowly from her calf to her firm thigh. Noticing a scorpion tattoo on the outside of her thigh, he slightly frowned. He was indeed somewhat afraid of Vice Admiral Crane. Thinking of her abilities that could cleanse others made him a bit apprehensive. Mew. Just as the Peach Rabbit let out a soft moan, she felt her body being kicked with great force. Arthas kicked her out of the cabin, sending her flying out of the small boat. Splash. As Shiwan Peach Rabbit fell into the sea, she finally reacted, grasping her golden vajra in confusion. She surfaced, looking at Arthas standing at the bow of the boat, expressionless, gazing down at her. Bitch. Bastard, are you insulting me? Think carefully about what I previously told you and come back after you've sorted it out, and I will indulge you. You lunatic. Bitch. You play with women like this. The Peach Rabbit exploded in a fit of rage, cursing loudly in the sea. As a woman, she felt a great humiliation at this moment. Woman, you look like you have no experience at all. How can you be considered a woman? Arthas laughed mockingly at her. I will kill you. The Peach Rabbit tightened her grip on the hilt, wanting to strike Arthas's ship, but immediately fell into hesitation, plunging into the sea and swimming towards the island. As for why he let Shiwan Peach Rabbit go, it was because Arthas was fishing with a long line. This long line was her, and the fish was also her. Brother. Hearing Robin's call, Arthas turned to look at her. What were you thinking? How dare you unbind her before I returned? She said many things targeting your military actions. I was worried. Arthas silently squinted his eyes, listening to Robin's words without responding further. His sudden silence made Robin feel a sense of strangeness. Back in the cabin, Arthas walked to the mirror and gazed at his reflection. A handsome young man with a jade-like demeanor, admiring himself in the mirror, sleepless at night. What a charming lad. Just after indulging in his vanity, Arthas realized it was time to leave the West Sea region. Robin quietly entered, squatting in the corner like a child who had done something wrong, murmuring, I was wrong, brother. He found it difficult to grasp Robin's character, now sighing. Do you know why I strive so hard to protect you? He liked her, but after experiencing certain things, Arthas discovered that Robin's true heart was still not mature enough. Perhaps he had changed Robin, illuminating her darkness. Why? Robin looked up from the corner, her gaze somewhat vacant. Arthas stepped in front of her, gently stroking her face. The faith to survive. I have no one in this world that I know well just like you. And I am an ordinary person needing various complex emotions to keep me alert about what I should do and what I shouldn't. Without any attachments, someone like Arthas, who understands the true history of this world, having witnessed its darkness firsthand, could easily become a terrifying killing machine on his path to his goals. Even now, he had already exhibited many self-serving, reckless behaviors. It was difficult to suppress the impulse, especially towards the celestial dragons. But why choose me? Robin's pupils widened once again, lost in incomprehensible thoughts. It's better to face the world as an enemy sooner rather than later. Arthas stared into Robin's eyes, answering her. Such domineering words, if spoken by someone else, Robin would definitely find them laughably absurd. But hearing them from Arthas left her in shock. Who would dare to say such things on the sea? The strongest man in the world today, Edward Newgate with the Whitebeard, or the rocks pirates of the old era searching the seas for powerful bloodlines and formidable women, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. No one would dare to say such things. I misspoke, it's the world government. Arthas suddenly changed his tune, but recalling the hostility from Dragon earlier, he added, but it seems there's not much difference. Perhaps it was his fondness for the original characters that repeatedly allowed him to forgive Robin. Building a good relationship with this woman who would one day attract the attention of great powers around the world had no downside. He was certain that before the true history began, his strength would amaze everyone. Suffering in this world was different for him. It was no longer absolute suffering, but rather a balm that nourished his will and strength. All right, stop overthinking it, he said, noticing Robin's gloomy mood. Arthas flicked her forehead and smiled. Since I have deemed you my sister, you deserve to be pampered by me. From now on, you need to distinguish between what should be done and what shouldn't. It hurts. Robin covered her forehead, seeing that Arthas was not angry. She scolded, "You idiot, Arthas. Don't think I look so relaxed. Do I really kill the celestial dragon? Although I seem to be joking, I am actually quite anxious inside. Who might come next? Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, or those unknown powerful Navy officers who would not appear until later. As of now, the law stating that Navy admirals would be dispatched for assaults on celestial dragons had not yet emerged. On the surface, only Sengoku was assisting Steelbone Kong in managing the Navy. How could they possibly mobilize an admiral? He was already prepared to bear the consequences. On the turbulent waters near Kura Island, many ships quickly set sail to escape the country, not wanting to get embroiled in troubles. The Navy's support arrived hours later. The sky gradually brightened. Do not approach. This is a military restriction area. In the city, a soldier soaked to the skin stopped the soaking wet Momonosuke from entering the city center. Colonel Momonosuke, you are not. As soon as the soldiers recognized Momonosuke, they immediately allowed passage. Colonel. The 15-year-old Tina, still shaken, rushed forward and hugged her tightly. After embracing the crying Tina, she saw the bodies covered with white cloth all around, and the soldiers became extremely solemn. Where is Chavon? She asked softly as her emotions rose. He's inside the castle. Tina replied to Momonosuke, leading her into the castle. To confirm whether Arthas' words were true, she felt it necessary to verify the bodies of the celestial dragons herself. With a heavy expression, she traversed the street nearly filled with thousands of corpses, reaching the castle where the celestial dragons resided. There she saw Shavin sitting cross-legged in front of a corpse, covering her knees. Seeing the shattered fishbowl-like helmet and the familiar attire of the world's aristocracy, her heart trembled. Nearby, 3 bodyguards wrapped in bandages writhed in pain from their severe injuries. Chavon. Momonosuke approached her and called softly. Upon hearing the voice, Chavon quickly turned around, her eyes wide. Momonosuke. You weren't captured. Faced with the question, Momonosuke hesitated for a moment before choosing to lie. When that guy left, I escaped from Nico Robin's side. The scene before her made her heart tremble in shock. The death of the celestial dragons seemed so trivial coming from that man's mouth. Momonosuke recalled how Arthas had told her at that time, as if it were a casual joke. Are you all right? Were you hurt? Did that bastard do anything to you? Chavon stood up and approached Momonosuke, beginning to check her body. Aside from looking a bit disheveled and some traces of seawater, she showed almost no signs of injury. I'm fine. Momonosuke shook her head, indicating she was all right. The responsibility for this incident without a doubt lies entirely with you, Shavin and Momonosuke. Suddenly, one of the celestial dragon's bodyguards spoke up. The two immediately became serious upon hearing this. Why did you bodyguards do your duty? Chavon retorted with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon's bodyguard was left speechless, unable to refute anything, as they had all been cut down. A soldier came over holding documents and saluting. The estimated casualties are over 120, with more than 900 dead and over 300 injured, mostly male soldiers. What about the civilians? Chavon asked again. The city civilians were not harmed in this battle aside from the panic and chaos. Phew, upon hearing this, Chavon finally breathed a sigh of relief. She could only be shocked by the sacrifices of her soldiers. Someone like Arthas could no longer be dealt with by ordinary elites. Heavy forces were not something they had the authority to dispatch. Only those who could defeat him could capture him. I understand. Prepare to return home. He sat down again, covering his troubled face, lost in his own emotions. Do we need to suppress the rioting crowds in the city? Many people are forming gangs, robbing, killing, and trying to dominate. Of course, the safety of the common people must come first, Chavon affirmed. Hey Chavon. Momonosuke calmed Tina's emotions and leaned against a nearby building, sitting down with her sword. What should we do? How do we explain this when we return? How do we report back this time? Jiaji sighed deeply as he looked up at the sky, saying, I will not evade Ozuan, let it be as it may. I am a soldier. The young Jiaji did not yet resemble his future middle-aged self, but was instead a spirited officer with his own beliefs. Did he do all those things? Zuan looked at the pile of corpses and asked, Ah, indeed, what a monster. The more he fought, the more valiant he became, until even I couldn't see the speed of his blade. Jiaji, prepared to die in this battle, was filled with emotion. Even with the combat intelligence provided by Qing, the battle against Arthas did not yield any advantage. You say if there were no darkness, would light be even darker? Ziyuan Taodu recounted to Jiaji the words Arthas had spoken to her. Was it darkness that needed light, or light that needed darkness? The answer she received from Arthas was, once light loses darkness, its ugliness will far exceed that of darkness. If there were no darkness, who would cover the evil side of light? At that time she did not understand, but now it felt like conversing with a man of rich experience. She was only 15 years old. You've become quite sentimental, Ziyuan. This isn't like you. Jiaji noticed the change in Ziyuan, puzzled by the allure Arthas seemed to possess. Forget it, it's nothing. After suppressing the riots in the city alongside thousands of supportive soldiers, Taodu and Chachuan set sail to return along the Grand Line. Mission failed, resulting in heavy casualties. Days later, on a cemetery island near Marineford dedicated to burying the families of soldiers, over 1,000 new tombstones had been added as families of soldiers wept inconsolably, their grief echoing in the heavens. Both gods and men were enraged. That demon will surely face divine retribution. Absolutely. Absolutely. The entire naval force involved in the pursuit of Arthas participated in the mourning ceremony. Every soldier was a living person with their own families, lovers, and wives. They were all merely pitiful creatures shrouded in fog. You've been acting strangely these past few days, Ziyuan. Oh, what happened? I don't know. Ziyuan did not wish to tell Jiaji. Now her mind was filled with thoughts of Arthas. Spending just a few days with him had resolved years of confusion with just a few words. He kissed you, didn't he? Don't say that. Oh, I was captured back then, and you know the viciousness of pirates. She deliberately avoided Jiaji's words. Reluctant to admit it, she was indeed subdued by Arthas's domineering presence, even feeling like a weak woman for the first time. But at a crucial moment, she was kicked away. She was truly baffled by Arthas. The government's inquiries soon followed. Although the news of the celestial dragon's death was sealed, it was inevitably spread beyond the seas. It was precisely Jiaji's actions that spared the city from destruction. However, it lost its former glory. The city, after the suppression, had completely turned into a no man's land. People were willing to do anything to survive on the island. Days passed. In a spacious castle hall in Mariehua on the Red Soil continent, the Canra Entertainment City has become a no man's land. The news has still leaked out. How should we handle Jiaji, who was responsible for this operation? The 5 highest authorities in the world looked incredibly serious, holding newspapers as they faced the senior naval officials. The head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Black Horse, the Naval Admiral Steelbone Kong, and the current admiral overseeing all maritime security, Sengoku. The meeting room was filled with top naval officials, including Carp and Crane. We are shocked and surprised by this matter. The deaths of the celestial dragons cannot all be blamed on them, right? Sengoku immediately spoke up to defend the Navy's future. The 5 elders undoubtedly wanted to find someone to pacify the celestial dragons internally, to give them an explanation. In such a high-level meeting, the usually free-spirited Carp showed no decorum. With a wine glass in one hand and a piece of meat in the other, he was stuffing his mouth. Munching his food, he mumbled, Indeed, those 2 sailors are rare geniuses, and they have already done their utmost. The white-haired Vice Admiral Crane, holding a newspaper and crossing her legs, also spoke. The newspaper does not report any facts about any celestial dragons being killed. To forcefully pursue this matter, we cannot lay hands on them, can we? Are you trying to sacrifice the future of the Navy? Carp had connections with Jiaji, and Ziyuan was Crane's sister. They were all connected. They were now the pillars of the Navy. For a moment, the 5 elders had no way to deal with them. Don't forget, you are merely a facade of the government. At this moment, the marshal sitting at the center of the 5 elders suddenly spoke. He had a majestic stature and was unparalleled in fortitude. His expression was serious, arms crossed. The loss of over 1,000 soldiers is not enough to demonstrate the Navy's loyalty to the government. Steelbone Kong, you should understand what the death of the celestial dragons means. Last time it was that monster walled forcing Carp and Sengoku into action. This time, it was a little brat who ruined their reputation. Times are changing since they wish to wield power across the world and settle down. You must be prepared for such awareness. The entire Navy denied the government's desire to sanction Jiaji and Ziyuan. They cannot allow two great geniuses to be buried due to a single mission becoming prisoners under the celestial dragons. The atmosphere of the meeting was almost one-sided, leaning towards the Navy. The five elders had no means to counter this. They could not cut military funding, or else the pirates would not be suppressed. Suppressing the Navy, that was even less possible now. Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, and the legendary figure who shaped the Navy's morale, the hero Carp, as well as Crane and others, all stood firm. They found themselves in a difficult position. Let the Shichibukai take action, or let the pirates slaughter each other to reduce our casualties, Sengoku proposed. A newly joined Shichibukai would come in handy. Akiji wrote us a letter. One of the five elders spoke up. He said he would take the initiative to pursue the man Alsace. Sengoku frowned, his expression serious. With his terrifying power to freeze the sea, it should be quite easy, right? Shall we dispatch him to oversee the Shichibukai? Sengoku initially wanted to use Akainu or Kizaru, but now it seemed hopeless. Kizaru had been assigned by the government to undertake some unsavory tasks. Akainu was at the forefront of the battlefield in the New World. As you wish, Sengoku replied. His current workload was far beyond that of the marshal. His prestige was even higher than Steelbone Kong's, and the government dared not take action against him. 3 years ago, he personally bore the blame for Akiji letting Robin go. Now it was perhaps out of guilt for O'Hara. It could be said that he was responsible for the massacre of all living beings on the entire island of O'Hara. Because at that time Sengoku had given the phone bug that initiated the extermination order to Spandam. He was also a person who could not be forgiven. The meeting ended unhappily. Ultimately, it was the 3 CP bodyguards who failed to protect the celestial dragons who bore the brunt. After the meeting with the 5 Elder Stars concluded, all the senior naval officers returned to the headquarters to busy themselves with their work. Marine Fondwa Admiral Crane returned to her office. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, she found Ji Yuan Taotu draped in a cloak of justice, standing alone in the middle of the office. Sister, what is it, little Ji Yuan? Do you have something on your mind? Has the matter with the celestial dragons been resolved? She was eager to know. This incident is not your fault. Their own mistakes should be borne by themselves. Crane and Ji Yuan sat on the floor. Ji Yuan handed a filled teacup to Crane, her face shadowed with gloom as she asked, Sister, what is our justice truly about? She fixed her gaze on Ji Yuan's eyes, took a sip of tea, and replied, It's about capturing evil pirates. Oh, what are you thinking? Something has felt off since you came back. But do we really need to target that pirate named Arthas? Of course pirates must be captured and punished severely, but don't overthink it, just fulfill your duties. As Crane's sister, Ji Yuan held her in immense respect at this moment. Some thoughts in her mind were not expressed immediately. She pinched her thigh, hesitating for a long while before speaking. Why does the government promote that Nico Robin is the child of a devil? That little girl doesn't resemble the rumors at all, sister. Noticing that Ji Yuan had brought up a sensitive topic, Crane continued. You must have seen her when you were captured by that guy, right? Don't be deceived by appearances. A pirate is a pirate, and being labeled a child of the devil has its reasons. For example, the world government. The truth about the non-member nations of Pertify. Hearing these words, Crane put down her teacup in disbelief. Ji Yuan, no matter what that little brat told you, don't believe it. Pirates and the Navy are eternal enemies, and as a soldier of justice you shouldn't. But sister, Ji Yuan interrupted Crane's admonition directly. Our justice is built upon slaughter. You must know what the celestial dragons have done, right? Crane's pupils widened, feeling somewhat incredulous. Every time I ask you about political issues, you avoid giving me a direct answer. Do you think I am still too young? Ji Yuan, there are many things you don't need to know too much about at your age. So I can only obey orders like a tool, can I? I have already felt through various missions that the things I encounter are gradually becoming inverted. Just like I also investigated the events surrounding O'Hara and the disappearance of the non-member nations, and it all feels absurd. The atmosphere in the room began to heat up. Admiral Crane stared at her beloved sister, her heart no longer calm. She was even shaken. Tell me, sister, what am I truly pursuing? Take the O'Hara incident as an example. It was the Marine General Sengoku who destroyed Nico Robin's hometown, wasn't it? Don't say any more, Ji Yuan. A sharp sound echoed in the room as Crane unknowingly slapped Ji Yuan's face with her gloved hand. Ji Yuan covered her face, showing no sign of emotion. Her eyes became even more resolute. It seems my words have touched you, sister. Crane retracted her hand somewhat trembling and picked up a handkerchief to offer to Ji Yuan. You used to always tell me to train while practice swordsmanship, improve my physical abilities, and uphold the faith in naval justice, but now I find that this faith is truly dark. As her sister Crane also noticed that Ji Yuan had been gloomy since returning, often locking herself in her room. Did she not expect that she had been pursuing the truth all along? Crane's mind immediately analyzed who had informed her of these truths. She began to change her views on Arthas the pirate, who had just been put on a bounty for a few months. I don't know what that little brat told you, Ji Yuan, but none of this is true. Then tell me, why would a young man disregard the safety of a city and still want to kill the celestial dragons? If it's false, why have the events of the disappearing nations been hidden? That's because of war, sister. Enough. Ji Yuan picked up her sword, stood up in disappointment, and walked towards the door. I have already grown tired of listening. Sister. Crane reached out her hand, wanting to grab her, but the office door had already been decisively closed by Ji Yuan. She now felt somewhat regretful. Would it have been better to tell her the truth? Hiding the truth would only make things worse, for Ji Yuan had already grasped the factual truth, yet it was denied by her. For the first time, their relationship fell into such conflict. Tao Tu took off her cloak of justice and returned to the town of Marine Fondua, getting drunk in a military tavern. All the soldiers on leave turned their gazes toward her beautiful figure. Her beauty was striking, and when someone approached to flirt, she rejected them all. As the missions become more frequent and there are fewer moments of justice, I begin to doubt what is justice. She stared at the wine in her cup, lost in thought. I have begun to seek the answer to justice, investigating the truth of those vanished nations, slowly, not completing missions through combat, but using my beauty to entice those vulgar pirates pretending to be weak to capture them, and being dubbed the Peach Rabbit by the world. It's laughable. Speaking of weakness, she blushed, recalling what Arthas had done to her and the genuinely weak side she had displayed. That bastard. She slammed her fist onto the bar, startling everyone around. What kind of magic do you have that has turned me into this, eh? All the justifications for righteousness, why do they not apply to you? It was as if the ignorant were facing the truth. Her beliefs had long since changed. The days she spent with Ji Yuan and Arthas completely overturned her worldview, including her views on love. Hey. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts, Kaji, who was also on leave, walked in from outside the tavern. He held flowers in hand, dressed formally as he approached Ji Yuan. Kaji, what are you doing here? Ji Yuan, I heard you've been feeling down lately, so I specially found out that you were drinking at the Paris tavern and came to see you. What do you want with me? Ji Yuan's eyes widened as she looked at the vibrant roses in his hands. More flowers. I don't want them. Her immediate refusal did not stop Kaji from proceeding with his next action. He knelt on one knee, holding out the flowers, gazing deeply into Ji Yuan's eyes. Ji Yuan, I like you. Let me be your only emotional support. That guy Kaji is at it again. How many times has it been? 70 times. Who knows? The residents of Marine Fondua seemed accustomed to such a scene, continuing to drink their own alcohol while watching. Is there not only emotional support, but also physical support? Ji Yuan made a shocking remark in the tavern. It caused a chorus of gasps from the men inside. Kaji nodded vigorously. You're a good person, Kaji. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged as she rejected Kaji for the 72nd time. But I don't like someone like you, you're too rigid. Damn it, I won't give up. Even if it takes 100 times, I won't give up. Kaji, unwilling to accept defeat, faced another failed confession. We're just not on the same page, Kaji. Give it up. This is the last time. What do you mean? Kaji was taken aback, not understanding. It's nothing. Since then, Ji Yuan has been contemplating Arthas' proposal for everything she does. Should she continue to be deceived or pursue what she truly seeks? Soon she provided an answer to the Navy. During a patrol mission with Admiral Crane, she had a second confrontation with him, completely rebelling against the Navy. Crane wanted to stabilize Yuan Taoist mindset with other reasons, but for her, who already understood the truth, it undoubtedly caused a second injury, leaving her utterly disappointed in her brother. 2 weeks after the Celestial Dragon incident, in the waters near the upside-down mountain of the West Sea, the rocking sea jolted his small boat. Arthas stood on a ship of the 7 warlords with a gleeful expression, holding the latest newspaper. You plan to defect, huh? Impressive. The Navy will lose a candidate admiral in the future. What method did you use, brother? You seem very knowledgeable about women. Upon learning of Yuan Taoist defection, Robin was utterly shocked. That's your brother's charm. Charm. Robin glanced at the corpses around her. Once you master the 6 forms, I won't need to protect you all the time anymore. Robin was unaware of where Arthas had acquired his 6 forms training method. He had grown accustomed to the strange events surrounding him. Such conspiracies must have such an effect. 7 warlords, does the world government have a problem trying to test the waters with you scum? The man he was stepping on was the first 7 warlords ordered to hunt him down. A completely unfamiliar face, Arthas did not recognize him. I am a great pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries on the Grand Line. How could I possibly lose in a place like this? The man under Arthas struggled frantically, exerting all his strength, but unable to lift his body. As a pitiful creature used as a testing tool, I'm actually a good person. I'll send you on your way. With a swift strike, he slashed across the man's neck, ending his life. In an instant, a chill enveloped the sea and the surging waters began to freeze. The icy world stretched endlessly. This ability. Arthas looked towards the source of the cold air. Boom. Suddenly, before he could react, the ice beneath his feet sank instantly, the immense weight making it hard for him to breathe. The entire ship's hull shattered and collapsed. Oh. Robin beside Arthas collapsed in pain on the ice. Her body seemed about to burst. This ability is. There were others exuding hostility. The newcomer was a man resembling a tiger, looking very serious with thick fur. His eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Arthas. What? This ability. The supervising Aokiji rode up alone on a bicycle. He looked up at the sky, feeling a man whose aura was on par with his own. An ability user. A warrior. Aokiji was alert and shocked. He had never seen such a formidable person at sea. Bang! The pressure-ridden ice layer shrouded in shadow was shattered by Arthas' powerful stomp. Robin. He lifted the shattered deck and held Robin in his arms. Cough cough, that ability is. Gravity, brother. It is the ability of the Gravity Devil Fruit. Aside from the future Admiral Fujitora, who else in this world possesses this fruit? He certainly knew. With a calm expression gradually turning to rapid breaths, seeing Robin injured in an instant, Arthas felt some anger, but he did not show it prominently. Little Ball, pick up Robin and run far away. Little Ball immediately complied. In the distance, Aokiji faced off against a smile in the sky. The atmosphere was thick with gunpowder. The sea was frozen and the ships could not sail. After a moment of mental adjustment, Arthas pointed his knife at the smile in the air. What grievances do I have with you? The young Fujitora had yet to lose his eyesight. As a person who has long been chivalrous and loved gambling, he concealed his strength well. He was known for his flirtatious nature, able to get along with many women. Then let's cut straight to justice. That tragedy at the entertainment city was caused by you, right? So what? They blocked my path. Those related to me harmed by your evil deeds. Prepare to face the consequences. Arthas scoffed. So you came to find me ready for revenge. Hey, the Navy is carrying out their duties. Please do not interfere, okay? The name Aokiji was already famous across the seas, and a smile naturally knew him. Please allow me to settle my personal matters. The Navy can interfere later. With a smile, he charged forward. He leaped from the stone in the air, moving at incredible speed. In an instant, he reached Arthas' front and slashed down. Arthas chose not to clash, Hedon quickly dodging to the side. Did that gambling city really have someone who cared about this guy? The slash missed, and the smile applied gravity onto the ice layer. The surrounding ice surface instantly collapsed, but failed to affect Arthas. Bang! Before the smile could withdraw his blade, Arthas stepped on it. In that moment, all the gravity transmitted through the blade vanished under the influence of his ominous aura. The smile's heart jolted violently, not knowing what had happened. He did not understand Arthas' ability. I think I understand now. Arthas smiled. With my personality and way of doing things, no one is willing to support my aspirations anymore. Then even if alone, I will tread through the snow to the mountain peak. He wanted to recruit Fujitora Mihawk and other historical powerhouses who had not yet joined forces to build an unshakable power. Now it seemed to him that there was no chance left. Arthas thrust his sword towards the smile's head. He intended to kill him directly without a hint of hesitation. His body, however, was lifted into the air by the smile's terrifying power. While this was unexpected, but discovering such a strong guy among the common folk is not a bad thing. Aokiji sat on the ground, then laid down to watch the battle. Flashed. In the air, Arthas slashed down towards the smile as fast as lightning. As the blade light approached the smile, he caught it with the blade in his hand. The aura you possess is as evil as a demon. The smile evaluated as he blocked the attack. Is that the six forms? Aokiji was shocked in his heart. So strong. Arthas used all his strength, but could not move the smile. He could only retreat to create distance. If this is all the strength you have, you might perish here today. The smile felt no pressure at all, his eyes fixed on Arthas. Perish? Me, eh? The one who disrupts the lives of the sea's people does not deserve to live on this ocean. Even before joining the Navy, the smile already had his sense of justice. Arthas gritted his teeth in anger. He squeezed the Shura demon mask in his hand. The demon mask. Aokiji frowned seriously, sensing something was off. Then you harmed my sister. How should I settle the score with you? They'll just use you to test my new technique. In this world of the strong, Arthas would not speak more. Now that he had strength, he would only use his sword to communicate. Having been at sea for so long, this is the first time someone has harmed her in front of me. The moment the mask was put on, Arthas' aura erupted violently. Boom. The terrifying gravity was unleashed beneath Arthas' feet. The smile who had hoped to trap Arthas with gravity was stunned at this moment. Arthas in the gravity domain was unaffected. The abilities of the devil fruit were completely isolated from his body. The one who should be prepared is you. The moment the mask was donned, negative emotions were released, as energy then compressed into Arthas' body. His power surged explosively, and the once calm Aokiji was suddenly serious. Raging winds and waves rampaged from Arthas' body, as if an inexhaustible force continuously enhanced his strength. His aura was far greater than during the time in the Flower Kingdom. Is this for real? Hey. Aokiji stood up shocked, staring at him. This aura is quite different from the intel. No way someone who caused a city to panic could have such little power. On the boundless ice field, Aokiji was taken aback by the sudden surge in Arthas' strength, with his weapon raised defensively, highly alert. Try to resist again, old dang. Arthas instantly sheathed his sword. The gathered power caused the ice to crack like a spider web, shattering on the spot. Aokiji felt the terrifying expanse of the ice sink. A bead of cold sweat unconsciously dripped from his forehead. It's like staring into the eyes of a true demon. The effect of the Shura mask began to manifest, and Arthas started to change dramatically. Even his smile sent shivers down one's spine as he roared, "Ha! With my rage, I awaken the demons." Bang! The ground shattered as Arthas drew his sword in a flash. With a chime, the clash of weapons instantly pierced through Aokiji's body. Aokiji was stunned, feeling his body forced back by an immense power, his stance wobbling. In a daze, a phantom close to his true strength launched another attack at Aokiji. Aokiji used gravity to increase his weight and stabilize himself, spinning around at high speed. Yet he felt a fierce pain in his waist. Had he just been slashed? When? He clearly felt he had blocked it. Turning around, he saw that Arthas had summoned a phantom from his plateau bloodline, now approaching him. He released gravity to block with his blade, but couldn't defend against the piercing strike imbued with terrifying power. His body was knocked into the air by the phantom. Cough, what kind of technique is this? Fierce, violent, and even carrying a hint of darkness. The true body and the phantom were positioned, one in the air and the other on the ground. Both aimed at Aokiji midair, their bodies transforming into spinning top-like figures, slashing at lightning speed. The sword's edge carved a long arc in the air, the combined attack engulfing Aokiji. Aokiji let out a mournful cry, unable to withstand the suddenly increased might of Arthas. The phantom landed and dissipated while Arthas soared again, unleashing another flying slash aimed at Aokiji's back. Aokiji blocked with his weapon behind him, but the terrifying force of the slash pushed him beneath the ice. Boom! The already shattered ice field began to collapse on a large scale, unleashing a wave of chill. Wield the demon shadows, slaughter the living. In darkness, I am the master, I am the demon, I am the embodiment of destruction. My wrath shall burn everything in this world, my call shall awaken the sleeping spirits. Fear on the edge of rage. Wearing the Shura mask, Arthas, who had just heavily wounded Aokiji, recited things that he had not consciously thought of. His emotions turned frenzied, his whole being swaying, yet commanding an overwhelming presence that instilled deep fear. Aokiji, observing from the side, was shocked and serious. Has he gone mad? No. Kaido seemed to mention that Aokiji encountered a similar situation. Arthas knelt with his sword drawn, his demeanor completely lost to madness. This overwhelmingly violent negative emotion was difficult for him to bear, but it was precisely these emotions that caused his power to surge, allowing him to cope with the current situation. His strength continued to grow, his aura expanding endlessly as if it were boundless. You are deeply sinful. Aokiji crawled out of the ice with his wounded body returning to the surface. 3 wounds under his clothing oozed blood dripping onto the ice. He gritted his teeth in pain, yet his aura was more terrifying than before, no longer underestimating Arthas' strength. I have witnessed all the suffering in the world, wandering through each island rife, with evil fighting for justice, yet it is because of people like you steeped in sin that I find it unbearable to face this world. As he recited, Arthas snapped his fingers. The furious plateau bloodline energy instantly ignited throughout his body, splitting off phantoms that slashed towards him. The attack came again, and Aokiji forcefully swung his sword downward, causing the surrounding world to tremble violently. Countless shadows of gravity crushed the icy ground, surging towards Arthas. As the gravity reached beneath Arthas' feet, he easily dispelled it with a slash of his sword. As a transmigrator, he sought to exploit the weaknesses of these abilities. Aokiji began gathering gravity throughout his body, concentrating it on his sword as he swung it at Arthas. Gravity Blade, Tiger Strike. Aokiji unleashed a gravity strike capable of distorting space, which without even colliding with Arthas' phantom scattered the green energy. The distorted space faded into obscurity. In Arthas' view, only black and white remained, warped and compressed under the influence of gravity. The moment the slash approached him, Arthas swung his sword. Upon contact with the gravity strike, his body plunged downward, his weight suddenly increasing. Bang! Before he could bounce back, Akiji's strike detonated in front of him, obscuring his figure. After the shockwave dissipated, Akiji furrowed his brow and swiftly slashed backward. Arthas immediately pressed Akiji's weapon into the ice with his nightshade, then stepped down on the blade. Bang! Try lifting it again, you fool who speaks of justice and evil. Arthas looked up at Akiji's towering figure. Akiji tugged at his weapon, finding it immovable, as if a great mountain were pressing down on it. Gravity, too, became ineffective due to Arthas' touch. Do you not feel guilty for the harm caused to others by your actions? Akiji questioned helplessly. Guilty? When I'm not fighting, they find various reasons to make things difficult for me, and you speak to me of guilt. As he spoke, Arthas' body suddenly surged, his aura expanding. The power of polarization doubled, enveloping him as he reached for Akiji's eyes. Both activated their observation haki simultaneously. As Arthas Conqueror's haki had not awakened for long, he was naturally no match for Akiji's strength. Right now, apart from his physical capabilities, his physical strength was enhanced by the Shura mask, while his Conqueror's haki remained within the realm of his own power. Akiji swiftly turned to dodge, gathering gravity in his palm to strike Arthas. He sensed a life-threatening attack from above. He had no choice but to abandon his weapon and take a large step back, avoiding Arthas' phantom attack. Arthas picked up Akiji's blade from the ice, holding it with both hands as he said, I will step over their corpses, know your corpses, to ascend to the unattainable peak. The green energy phantom pierced through the ice, immediately returning to swirl around Arthas. Akiji, weaponless, felt the urgency and turned to Akiji. Admiral Akiji, won't you make a move? Isn't this your private matter? Akiji responded with a smile jokingly, while slowly conjuring an ice blade from the air. Now only one of the 3 pirates who joined the 7 warlords has arrived. Furthermore, he was taken down by Arthas, forcing him to take action himself. If we don't suppress him quickly with his ever-increasing momentum, who could possibly stop him? Akiji walked to Yixio's side, looking at him with an expression of utter astonishment. I never expected someone like you to exist in the world, hiding so deeply. My apologies, I only came to eliminate evil for a woman and the common people on that island. Your abilities are quite special. That guy seems to possess some power that can restrict the abilities of the devil fruit, yet he can still be harmed. I can suppress his troublesome speed the moment you attack him. As they spoke, Akiji launched an attack on Arthas. As a Logia-type user, combined with years of rigorous training alongside Garp, his strength far surpassed that of Xiao. This seems, more suitable for a whirlwind slash. Arthas, holding 2 blades, stared at the incoming Akiji. As Akiji entered a 20-meter range, he immediately initiated a phantom attack against him. Because 20 meters is the maximum range of his Highland bloodline phantom. Arthas, right? Akiji's ice blade clashed with the phantom, and he gazed into Arthas' eyes behind the mask. I have only one question in my mind. Before he could ask, the phantom attacked from behind. Boom. A solid ice wall instantly rose behind him, blocking Arthas' phantom attack. Why should I protect Nico, Robin, right? Can you see through people's thoughts? Akiji was slightly stunned. Damn it, Akiji's combat awareness is far superior to Yixio's. Arthas thought to himself, frantically using phantoms to ambush Akiji, but all attacks were blocked by the ice walls he summoned. Compared to fighting Xiao, it felt more like battling someone inexperienced with the gravity fruit, with swordsmanship skills far exceeding the capabilities. Well, there's no one else around. Your current predicament is caused by protecting that girl, do you understand? If it weren't for her being my only concern, adding constraints to my humanity, most of the West Sea would have long turned into hell. Such an answer left Akiji stunned. From this statement, he realized that Arthas was a person completely devoid of a sense of justice. Utterly evil. Of course, this was merely Akiji's inner speculation. Allowing Robin to follow someone like this, wouldn't that provoke the world government at every moment, causing them to take serious action against Robin? The 7 warlords have already obeyed the government's forceful orders to hunt you down. Logically, they should have already arrived, but my abilities have delayed them a bit. Also, I'm just a supervising officer. Listening to Akiji's nonsense, Arthas' weapon instantly wrapped in armament haki, knocking him back with a single strike. Then he quickly made the haki dissipate from his blade. The current amount of haki was insufficient to sustain a confrontation against this level of monster. He could only use it little by little to avoid exhausting his haki and being unable to strike against his Logia abilities. The combination of gravity and the freezing abilities of the ice fruit allowed Xiao to unleash an unending barrage of ice shards at Arthas. Even a piece of ice as light as a feather could become 100 times its weight under his powers. Truly terrifying. Facing 2 future Marine admirals, Arthas felt no fear at all. Or rather, in his current mad state, he felt no fear and was unaware of his extreme limits. In the distance. Tada 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 tada. Tada! He raised the small ball, carrying Robin, only able to take her back to a nearby small boat to hide. Relying on the medical skills he had learned secretly, he took a small medical kit from the cabin and came to Robin's side, anxiously tending to her wounds. Cough cough, bandaging is useless small ball that's for treating external injuries. I'm fine. The damage caused by gravity to Robin was instantaneous. In that moment her organs nearly crushed, but fortunately Arthas had countered it, allowing her to barely endure. Akiji's abilities made her memories of O'Hara resurface as she struggled to rise, revealing half her head to watch the distant battle. She was utterly powerless. The figures of Akiji and Xiao were clearly shaken by the power that Arthas exhibited using the Azura demon mask. They retreated and hesitated, but Arthas gave them no chance to breathe. Like a fierce dragon, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks against them, fiercely engaging in battle on this vast ice field frozen by Akiji. Bang! 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 In the midst of the fierce battle, Akiji and Xiao were taken aback by the sound of a drum echoing from Arthas' heart. Why was a person's heart beating louder and louder? Could it even be heard? This is the sound of my brother's heart beating. It has been the same during training these days. The drumbeat resonated in Robin's ears louder than ever. With a low growl, Arthas unleashed dozens of blade lights that erupted across the ice field, gradually forming a layered net. The continuous release of the draw sword technique, flash and draw sword slash, burst forth in resplendent displays in the air. After the moves coalesced, those slashing blade lights formed waves of invisible shockwaves. The exploding blade lights expanded outward, signaling Arthas' sheathing of his sword resembling the explosion of an atomic bomb. Ugh! Ugh! Akiji and Xiao simultaneously cried out in agony, their bodies engulfed by Arthas' sword techniques. Utilizing the draw sword technique flash, he struck in rapid succession in the air and on the ground, leveraging the robust vitality and physical enhancement of his steel heart to resist the fatigue brought by the techniques. In these past 2 weeks of training, he had developed a technique akin to an atomic slash, as swift as lightning. Previously, each use of the draw sword technique would impose a certain pressure on his body, but now he could unleash it continuously without feeling much fatigue. When did someone like you appear in the West Sea? Akiji awkwardly covered his bleeding left chest. In the instant they clashed, neither had anticipated that Arthas would suddenly unleash such terrifying sword techniques. The draw sword technique can be used like this, compared to the Logia type. Akiji Fujitora was completely slashed through, his robe soaked in blood. Even armament haki couldn't protect him from Arthas' attack and scathe. In an instant, Arthas appeared before Xiao, decisively aiming for his eyes. Taking advantage of his moment of injury, he brutally tore out both of Yixio's eyes from their sockets. Then Xiao only felt an immense pain in his mind, instinctively covering his face and retreating. Haven't you seen enough of the world's suffering? He'll make sure you go blind ahead of time. Arthas grasped the 2 eyeballs and crushed them in his palm. Eyes. Xiao, realizing his eyes were gone, felt an immediate panic. He activated gravity, allowing the ice beneath him to lift him away. Trying to escape. Haven't you settled your personal grudges? Huh. The cost of using the atomic slash triggered, causing him to momentarily lose focus, even though the Azura demon mask continuously siphoned negative emotions to enhance his strength. But it couldn't allow him to use sword techniques completely without any side effects. Aha aha. At that moment, a familiar yet strange magnetic laughter echoed nearby. As Arthas prepared to rise and deliver a fatal stab to Xiao, he was suddenly ambushed from behind by a gust of yellow sand, blood splattering from his left shoulder. He clutched his left shoulder in pain, kneeling on the ground, looking down at the 2 suddenly appearing figures. I can't believe I'm witnessing an incredible scene. Ahaha, aren't you coming out? Bat bastard. Crocodile, don't think I don't know your purpose for coming here, you ambitious bastard. Where's that little girl? Crocodile scanned the surroundings, finally spotting Robin on Arthas' small boat. That's the only girl who can locate the ancient weapon. Crocodile's scheming gaze was fully focused on Nico Robin. In the Grand Line in the Upside-Down Sea, the red-haired pirate's red force entered the peak of the Upside-Down River, where the distant frozen sea could be seen from the mountaintop.